It is day 3 of the 2021 Wild Rift C Championship group stages, and after seeing the teams from Group B yesterday, we are now back to Group A for their last chance to advance into the playoffs. I'm your host, Mika Fabs, and joining me is Omo and a new face on the panel, D2. D2, welcome to the C Championships, and it's your debut today, so thank you so much for joining us. How are you feeling?
I'm doing great. Honestly, it's been an awesome time. I was hanging out, in the Discords with all the cool casters, and just everyone's just a great person. It's just like this amazing feeling that you get going into a project like this, and I'm extremely happy to be analyzing what I believe and what most people believe is the best Wild Rift region in the world.
There we
So,
go.
let's get
Oh,
at it.
We got the validation.
so much flattery there coming out from D2. But yes, we did have such a wholesome pep talk in our little, group chat earlier. So we're all patting ourselves on the back over there. Omo, you kind of missed it. You were away. So.
Yes, I was. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. But guys, if you are watching on Twitch, on YouTube, or wherever, let your voices be heard by using the hashtag CChamps, that's SEA Champs. And we've got some drops on Twitch going on as well. I hope you guys have been lucky. I think you got some awesome drops there. You got some team boost cards. I think you have some emotes as well, and kill baubles, if I'm not mistaken. So hope you guys get lucky. You get something too into your Wild Rift accounts simply by watching the C Champs. So yes, head on over to Twitch and try it out. Yesterday, we saw Group B, and I was actually surprised that Divine Esports emerged as a big winner. I know this isn't news, like, for example, to you, Omo, and they are indeed such a great team. We talked about that, the Vietnamese teams needing that warm-up, and Divine Esports, oh my gosh, they're on point, fully warmed up now, so I think they really, really do deserve that they are on top of the Group B standings. But now, we are heading over to Group A today. For that though, we have to, of course, recall what happened yesterday. D2, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this too, because you weren't on the desk yet. So what did you think of Group B, Divine Esports, the Big Wigs, SBTC Esports, and EVOS too?
Yeah, I mean, I was just sitting there in the Discord channel, chilling, watching. Didn't have anything to cast or analyze, but one thing stood out in my mind. I was sitting there with Skivvy, and he said that Flash Wolves was like Schrodinger's cat, except instead of saying cat, he said an expletive because they are so frustrating to watch. And there's like, it seems like every single match is a tie. Either they play amazingly and they seem like one of the best teams in the world, or they just lay over flat and die, and they think it's an ARAM game. Other than that, their Divine was absolutely incredible. SBTC kind of like letting themselves down a little bit. Same thing with Evos, but kind of a crazy outcome for the group of death on day one.
Yeah, Omo, now that you've had time to sort of reflect on the matches that happened yesterday, I mean, any thoughts around Group B, especially SBTC Esports, EVOS, Divine Esports, all of those big wigs?
I think it's kind of come down to what we predicted from the start, right? When we said that this group would be a very close one, it was gonna be the group of death. We really needed to look at what's keeping them, because they were the water ghost team, how I coined it, right? They are going down to the water, they're gonna drown, and they're gonna drag someone down with them. And it looks like that someone's gonna be Alliance, because all of these other teams, they're splitting games. Alliance are even managing to split games with teams like SBTC, but losing to Geek Fam basically signs your death warrant. And I'm quite curious to see if any other teams are gonna drop a game to Geek Fam, or if we're gonna see Alliance being the sole team to get dragged down with them.
Yeah, I love the situation, the setup of the tournament, where if you win, you get 3 points, and if you tie, you get only 1 point. It just makes sure you have to go for the throat. Getting a tie is devastating for both teams.
Exactly, and we talked about that Geek Fam possibly quote unquote dragging somebody down with them. I think it's gonna have very interesting ramifications going into Group A, because we kind of see that happening as well. It's gonna be really, really interesting. But let's actually take a look at our standings right now so we can see exactly what we're talking about. I think Omo, correct me if I'm wrong. There is a possibility, I feel, of a four-way tie, or a three-way tie rather, on for fourth place in Group A. Going I'm looking at MBR, SVP, and Team Flash. Get into that a little bit later, of course. But for now, Barium United Esports, Divine Esports on top of their respective groups. Now, going back here to MBR, SVP, and Team Flash. MBR, they were a great surprise on day one, but they have such a tough day today. So I feel like if SVP and Team Flash, if they manage to have good days, we could see a real battle for that fourth place.
I'll be very honest with you, I don't have much expectations for SVP. I kind of wrote them off as the worst team in the group. Team Flash though, I think on the right day, they can definitely upset any single team. it really just comes down to, are they in the right headspace? Are they in the right mental space? We know they're very young players. We know how, exhaustion, tilting, all these things can affect them. And I think that is what we saw on the first day of groups. So we'll have to see how they perform in their first couple of games here today to really get a bearings of if things can shake up a bit. I do still think it'll come down to between Flash and MBR for the last slot out.
Yeah, I agree as well. And, really looking forward to seeing if Team Flash can, claw themselves out of that rut that they have, now that they've had time to reflect, to pause, and to regroup. Because, yes, they were exhausted from that day one. I have a feeling that they'll be back, stronger, especially in their first match of the day. But MBR, I really do have to hand it to them because, again, I feel like they were the most improved team. I mean, in one day, great, amazing improvement as well coming out from them. So I feel like, it might be an upward trend here for MBR. D2, what about you? As we're looking at the schedule over here, are there any matches that catch your eye?
Well, the one that immediately pops out is our fourth match of the day, the first match for Flash going against Team Secret. Now, I mean, if Team Secret kind of falters and ties against MBR, they're really going to be sweating bullets going into that match against Team Flash, especially because Team Flash has something to prove. They had a very poor day one, but they also had an extremely difficult day one. And now, I mean, we expect them based on their schedule to actually really outperform what they did earlier. I wouldn't be surprised to see them 4-0 on the day. I know that makes you very sad to potentially hear that could be a possibility, Mika, but Flash may come out with a vengeance, and that match could decide everything.
Yeah, I see we're gonna have a little bit of a discussion over here with D2. But yes, of course, I have my my eye on that final match, Team Secret versus Buriram United Esports. But yeah, I am also looking very closely at the matches for SVP, MBR, and Team Flash. Yeah, because looking at possibly, that fourth place, maybe even that third place, jumbling things a lot. Could be really exciting. But of course, we also have that battle for first place, Buriram United Esports and one team. It's more of an ego thing. It's more of a pride thing, of course, bragging rights to say that you topped the leaderboards for Group A. And that is indeed our first match of the day. And Buriram United Esports, Omo, I mentioned this to you. I am on the train right now for Buriram United Esports. They are awesome. They are amazing. They had a great run on day one. But we talked about day one being an easy day, a relatively easy day for them.
Yeah.
Today, I feel like they have the real test, especially this first match against one team.
Yeah, Mika, I agree with you, right? There is a lot of stakes in terms of bragging rights, in terms of pride, saying you came out on top of your group. But I think the big thing here is when we talk about Group B being the group of death, you have to consider that being a playoff team in Group A, you have to really pick your battles because you don't want to end up facing the third place seed, second place seed from Group B. You want to face as low a team as you can possibly get. That could possibly be the difference between facing Divine again for BRU or a team like, I don't know, maybe EVOS Esports, or you can face something easier like a Flash Wolves or like a maybe even an Alliance, dare I hope, But I feel like the main thing we need to really keep in mind is you want to go for as high of a seed out of Group A as you can, so you dodge these Group B powerhouses for as long as possible in playoffs.
I think we need to clarify the situation, the format for our viewers as well, because there is a big gap between first and second. There's also a big gap between third and fourth. So when you go into the playoffs, if the difference between third and fourth is if you finish in fourth, you get out of the group, but you start off with a loss. You're in the lower bracket. The difference between first and second is you actually advance around. Second and third is not so big a deal because you're just basically facing the second or third seed from the other group.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for that fourth place because they will, there's a huge amount of pressure. Again, they're starting in the lower bracket, so they're going to be dealing with that, that additional burden on them. And of course, looking at one team over here, there is a burden on them as well. It's a true test for them today. I kind of see them as a kind of like a confirmation match for them.
Yep.
Because yes, they're a great team. Everybody sees them as a threat, but we mentioned they have a tendency to be a little bit inconsistent. We will get back to that in just a bit, but for now, we are going to check out this amazing journey from one team through this video.
在这次我觉得蛮开心的，因为这一次可以跟队友走到更高的舞台嘛。我们在上次打超级杯的时候是2比3，就是 以1分之差输给了 EPOS。那这次呢，我们就是要回来拿我们的冠军的。要说最艰难的时候，应该就是打完超级杯的时候吧。我们超级杯打完的时候，有去放一个长假嘛。然后我们在放完长假之后回来，就是大家对，因为版本有改过，所以我们对新版本那时候都需要去适应，包括节奏上面。所以那时候我们那个礼拜团练状况其实是蛮糟糕的，就是没有像之前上一个版本一样这么好。那我们那时候也是花了非常多的时间去调整，就是包括每天教练的，就是去检讨啊，然后还有骂说你这时候为什么会在这里之类的，还有我们整个团队就是在最后去讲说这个位置的情况下你应该在哪里，这时候出现之类的。我还是希望就是先把我们团队的默契跟我们的失误，就是默契越来越好，然后失误的话越来越降低。因为我们其实打到现在，我们要说我们没有失误吗？也没有。但我们有降低失误吗？也没有说到降低很多。就是我们其实，在复盘的时候，还是发现到说，我们不管在站位还是在团战上，其实我们还是有存在很多失误跟问题。那默契的话，我觉得这个就是我们平常私下要去练的。那再来就是失误嘛，比赛的失误是我们最主要目标，就是把失误率降到最低。因为我们在团练上面其实发挥的都算正常，那我们只需要把我们团练发挥到了在这次的比赛上，那我们其实这次赢比赛的话，应该也不是什么问题。我只想说，这次的比赛你们好好看着。我们会让你们东南亚赛区知道谁才是真正的最强队伍。
That's it. That's exactly what they have to prove, whether indeed they are the best team in Southeast Asia. It is going to be, a little bit of a challenge. Barium United Esports, again, they have showed massive improvement, considering that they came from the last chance qualifiers. And, we keep saying this. They weren't even supposed to be here. Now they're at the top of the standings. It is quite a journey indeed. So, for one team, again, we were talking about them, they have a tendency to be inconsistent. We're not really sure if they're testing some things, they're testing the waters, and if they're saving, really the secret cards that they have for the playoffs. I mean, Omo, what do you think?
I think that's a bit too hard for us to read into right now. The main thing that I have an issue with is I don't really have a good grasp of how good one team are, because if you look at their regional competition, Flash Wolves are kind of floundering. So we really need to use these teams like BRU to assess how good one team are in the league.
Yeah, let's just look at this mid lane matchup though, and going with Arcany and Baya. I don't know how you guys pronounce it. I always say Arcany, but the problem with Arcany, he has a ridiculous KDA, but it's because he plays extremely safe, and that sometimes can come at the cost of opportunities lost for your team. So both of these teams like to play pretty safe, like to get into that end game. Baya likes to play a little bit more aggressively. Get obviously his top picks are Ari and Galio there, so he wants to kind of get in your face, get those picks. But he does have also a pretty high KDA. Has been underperforming a little bit as it's switched to this scene rather than his regional competition, as his KDA has fallen off. His kill participation has definitely fallen off as well.
Yeah, and I think for example, for Baya, we saw him in top form at the Summer Super Cup. I do have to admit that lately in the matches that we've seen, he hasn't been popping off quite the same way. So we're gonna have to see if he is put to the test against Barium United Esports. But speaking of tests, we do have our own and our talent predictions, and we are gonna see if if we manage to get them. It's a test. I'm taking note of all of your scores, and then we're gonna see who is the top student at the end of all of this. But let's check out our talent predictions right now. I don't know. I think my track record actually exceeds my own expectations. Right now, United Front. Good job, guys.
Okay.
We are all on the side of Barium Esports right now. But yeah, I think this was a really tough vote. I mean, like for me, one team is incredibly strong. But I'm just basing this off of the fact that, Barium United Esports are on that upward trend. They have been improving. I mean, again, from last chance qualifiers to top of the standings. I mean, Omo, what about you? What made you, aside from the, try to be unbiased here, but aside from the Barium United Esports, the hype train, what makes you think that they can top one team?
Look, if we look at how BRU have successes in the past, I think we see them be a very, very versatile team. They found success through playing to Noel's lane, which I think will be big here today. If you find a way to shut down Kid, I personally feel like one team don't have many carry threats left in the roster. Beyond that, I think if you look at how they find success outside of laning phase, like what the Jess said, right? They are one of the best, if not the best, team fighting team here in the entire C Champs. And I think that one team is not a team that's cohesive enough in their 5v5s to really put up a good showing against BRU once we get to that stage. Which leaves one team with their only win condition as blowing up the laning phase, finding leads in top, finding leads in mid, and using that to snowball the tempo of the game. And I don't think you can do that against BRU. I think they're stable enough. We saw Divine be the only team that was able to do that, and I don't think one team comes close to that level of aggression.
Well, I don't think, the thing is, before we started day one, I don't think anyone would have predicted us predicting a 3-0 or all of us predicting Buriram over one team. I think I almost want to switch over to one because I feel if I knew you guys were gonna have this prediction, I feel like I would have gone the other way.
Yeah,
I wanted to pick a draw, but you know we don't have the technology to show that kind of a graphic on the screen. But honestly, I think one team is being a little bit discounted here. Yeah, Buriram is on top of their game. Part of the reason why I picked them is because Buriram, yes, they have a long day ahead of them, but this is their first match of the day, so they're gonna be nice and fresh.
Yeah.
Towards the end of the day, it might get difficult, but I think one team. I don't know. I still feel like even though I picked Buriram, I feel like we're discounting them. I feel like I don't think it's going to be that easy for Kid to get beaten up in that top lane. I know. I mean, he's definitely performed in the past. I mean, I got my boy Shanyo, who I've known from other MOBAs as well. I mean, I feel like one team has something to prove here. And honestly, I wanted to pick a draw, but they made me pick, so I had to pick Buriram. I don't know. I'm regretting it right now.
I love the disclaimer.
I completely agree with something that you said. One team really has something to prove. I feel like they haven't been showing us enough. Don't forget, this was the team that got runners up. I think they went 5 games with EVOS as well in the Summer Cup. So this team, we have a lot of expectations on them. And I don't feel like they've shown up to it yet. So I really agree. They have something to prove. They need to come out swinging here if they want to show that they are still contenders.
Can I ask the production team to put a big X in front of my Buriram thing? And put one up?
It's too late. You're locked in.
No, you've already submitted your papers, so you've already submitted your papers. So that's that. But I feel the I feel a little tug of war there because I was also like I was hovering on that match for the longest time. And I really wasn't sure, and I did want to pick a draw as well. So yeah, I feel like if it's a draw, then we can just say that D2 and I also both get the point just because.
All right, I'll just be here alone. It's all good.
But Omo, I love what you brought about team fights and how Buriram United Esports really love and do well in team fights. And I feel like if one team if they're not able to, like you mentioned, capitalize on the laning phase, but again, if that first team fight is going to be so crucial. I feel like if Buriram United Esports win that one, they're going to get that momentum because that's where they thrive. And one team, I'm not quite sure what kind of insurances they have left in place. That was a perfect way to mention our sponsor, Franklin Templeton. We don't have our lawyers just yet, but that was really great. And there, if they want to start their investment journey, not just in the Rift, but they can also check out Franklin Templeton for that. But I'm not exactly 100% sold on one team. If they keep losing the team fights, I'm not sure how they can hold on. I mean, D2, what do you think?
Well, I just want to say, just on the macro level, that if one team do tie Buriram, then it leaves a little bit of a backdoor for one of your favorite teams, Secret, to vault up to #1 seed potentially. Because, like we said earlier, once you tie someone, you definitely drag each other down. But as far as one team's ability, I mean, I think we're just forgetting how well they played in the past and their ability to take it to the late game and take these team fights. I think they definitely have a chance to tie it or maybe even win it.
This is gonna be such an exciting day, and really every single game is going to matter here because of this tug of war that's going on in the standings, and how this match could potentially affect Team Secret, how this match could actually affect something else. So yes, keep your eyes peeled, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned to each and every one of those games because this is going to be a very interesting matchup.
These bans, Mika.
These are definitely targeted bans. These are absolutely targeted bans. We have the Ari to take out that from Baya. We have the Singe to take that out from I'm forgetting who our top laner.
Noel,
yes, from Noel.
I think the
But-
Singe ban is actually a really good idea here from one team because they do like to play through Kid. They do like Kid as a focal point. I can completely understand wanting to get rid of a champion that you don't see often, that you don't play against often. That might be a bit tricky for you to understand how you wanna shut him down. So I think that's a very good target to ban. The one that's curious for me is the Ari, because I guess they just want to reduce Baya's playmaking ability, but I don't think that that's the biggest issue.
Huh.
I just find it funny that we're seeing a Riven come out here, and it looks like it's going to be in the top lane. I don't think that I don't think Singe is that scary if you're playing a Riven, but it seems like one team doesn't really want to deal with it.
Stops you from dashing.
I don't know. I think it's
very true,
more
it's
of
very true.
I think it's more of Noelle on the Singe. Noelle on the Singe is scary. Like
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I was talking about skimming yesterday, and it's like, you know, in the regional stages they would ban out the Singe just to make sure that you know, they didn't have to deal with it. But once we get to like the higher levels, people are just, you know what, yeah, pick your Singe, we'll deal with it. But one team, they said, we're gonna pass. We're just gonna make sure that doesn't become an issue.
I think it's really interesting that they went for such a high priority Riven. I know that Kid really loves this pick, and I think it's his highest played champion here so far in the whole C champs. But Renekton being available for Noelle just gives you a lot of potential issues. If their top jungle synergy here is working well in tandem, then they can really shut down this Riven pick. They can stack waves, they can dive on you, and you really have little to no options other than hoping Xianyu comes to cover you. And I really do not like this, because if you're playing Riven into Renekton and your mid laner is playing cocky, he's never gonna get any priority, he's never gonna get to outpush. You're just gonna get camped. Like, your opponent mid lane jungle is gonna roam up. I wanna see BRU put the Ziggs on a Kinemon, take a roaming mid laner, and just shut down this Riven.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on some degree, but on the other hand, we've seen so many times teams just overthink it and try to, you know, pick something that screws over the opponent, and then they end up messing it up themselves, right?
True.
And I'm perfectly fine with Kid going with that comfort pick, going with that Riven, because he knows that he can perform on it. His team knows that he can perform on it, and you know, even if they leave him on an island, as long as he doesn't get to completely ganked over in that over on that island over there, he should be fine. And I feel like they trust in his ability to warp the map over to that side. Once you have multiple members trying to go over to try to kill Riven, that means they get more opportunities on the other side.
Yeah, and they do have the Varus pairing there. Varus Trash is going to be very dominant in the bot side of the map too. So like you said, if they do commit a lot of resources to Kid, then they should be able to trade things on the opposite side of the map. With that said though, I think if Kinemon is on Ziggs, I think he's going to do very well to shut down potential aggressions in the bot lane. And I want to go back to Kid, right? Because this guy's Riven, it's frankly insane. If he gets the 10 minutes and he's only died like once or twice, I still think he's going to come in and pop off in a team fight. We really need to see how hard BRU can shut him down. And I know we've only seen them do this against BJD so far, but I think they're a team that completely understands how they need to play mid jungle to rotate up to the Baron side and just shut down a Baron laner.
Yeah, obviously that's the number one thing we need to look for in this match, is just seeing how they're going to handle that and see the rotations coming in, and if they're able to shut down Kid,
Okay,
or
never
can
mind,
they scale.
it's 6 mid. Forget it.
Okay.
Exactly. I feel like, you know, there's a lot of pressure on each and every one of these players. We're gonna see how well they perform in our first game of the day, Barium United Esports versus One Team. Casters, you guys are up.
Thank you much to the analyst desk there, and yes indeed, we're back. My name is Skimmy, I've got TJ alongside me here to give us the spice of life that is Group A. We've had ourselves their introduction, and now it's time to see what these two teams can do at the top of the show.
I'll tell you what though, Skimmy, I am barely alongside you. You sent me on a mission to find a sweater just before we went live. I was running through my closet. I was digging things out. I'm barely back here in time.
Look, I was worried for a second. I'll tell you what, the draft was accelerating at a rapid pace, and I was seeing, you know, you weren't there, but we got here. And you know what? That's beautiful. The audience, they wouldn't have known any better had we not brought that up. But you know what? We'll go for the motions.
I only
We'll
tell
be
the
honest.
truth, Skimmy. You said that we were here, and I didn't know.
Small white lie never went unheard of. But yeah, let's jump into this game. I mean, I'm excited. I think the analyst desk brought up a few very valid points. The fact that, you know, the Renekton went over in Noelle's favor. But what I do like about One Team is that they do love this combo of the Riven and the Vi in tandem together. We've seen it time and time again. They played it to great levels of proficiency into the Shy from the Flash. And, you know, it was a case of, you know, ganking his lane, shutting down the opposing Baron laner nice and early, and allowing Riven to be that absolute monster come those team fights later.
Yeah, the big thing with Vi, I see a lot of criticism for Vi because she's in a kind of weird place where she's not a full-on assassin like a Lee Sin. Okay, I'm going to hold this thought.
Yeah, looking for the first blood bright and early. Here we go. One team on the aggressive. Not going to find it just yet because Kid falls on down, but they do get the trade. Both the junglers, right place, right time. The 2v2 top side nets 2 kills.
We might still be going here if Supporter and Shiba want in.
Yeah, this is a classic support if I've ever seen it right now. Loves to roam on these bruiser supports. Very proficient on the Braum. Goes for the contest, but they will miss out on the top crab. I guess you can obviously path towards this one here and make a bit of a trade, but a lot of action so early on, and we imagine this could have been a far slower tempoed game.
Well, okay, so this is a slow tempo game. What you're looking at is actually very low tempo. And I know that that might sound insane because we've seen a ton of aggression so far, but it's measured aggression. These aren't teams that are going to roam and lose waves in opposite lanes. These aren't teams that are going to try and early gank and early take turret. What you saw there is about the extent of what either Buriram or one team do during an early game, which is Janyo and Shiba are going to path into lanes, go for individual kills, try and boost their laners' gold by giving them kills, and not really aspire to much beyond that. That's one of the reasons, as I was about to get into with Vi, that you see both these teams go for supportive junglers.
It's a hot topic, obviously, as to why would you pick Vi if Lee Sin is available, but Janyo seems so proficient, so comfortable at it as well. Stock actually is nice and clean when it comes together like this. He's not going to try and make the play, but it is going to be Shiva that leads the line so far. Two-man cataclysm underneath the turret, gets locked in place and taken on down. Now here comes Janyo, hits the full combo. The fist and the execution just not enough to remove Supporter, who has to burn double summoners just to get away.
It was the lantern. The cataclysm was cast before the lantern was triggered. So it was going to be a very sane and safe cataclysm, except for the fact that maybe he gets on the lantern and gets away, and then somehow gets on the lantern early, and the cataclysm is cast a little late, and Shiva ends up diving behind a turret, far too late to cancel the skill shot. Absolutely tragic.
So let's reset ourselves here, because I mean this really excites me, the fact that Kinemon is their usual marksman, playing the Lucian, brought it to the mid lane, looking to try and abuse that early game advantage into the Corki and shut him down nice and early. We saw this happen yesterday, we brought the Lucian into the Varus, not the ideal scenario. We got proved wrong. Obviously, Momo comes out and just says, watch this, I can make that matchup non-existent, but I'm liking this, the fact that Archie says, I'm just going to pick range, you've got the Varus, let's farm at 10 CS per minute. Here we go, once again, no Shiva, looking to try and force that fight, looking to try and get aggressive into the enemy jungle, has no flash, but has a dash, looking to try and go for the flash, and take him down with the flag. They find Siu, he's gone, they found 2. Buriram with a nice bit of aggression to start things off.
Yeah, that's the first real tangible bit of aggression for Buriram. They group up around Shiba and go for a 4-man full send. That's essentially the dragon fight. That's what was going on there. But they were taking the dragon fight very aggressively down mid in order to engineer a more favorable trade. I'd love to see that actually from Buriram. And what's more, they were doing it whilst keeping Archony round here so that he could contest Rift Herald.
Lone bomb goes out there for Ziggs, trying to steal it away, but no, Janyo very careful and doesn't hit the smite button early, so they're going to trade themselves that initial dragon, which was the Infernal in favor here for Buriram. One team to pick up the Herald, but now a 4-man collapse on this mid wave to try and get a very early turret. At the 5-minute mark, 2 plates gone, it's a Ziggs, the satchel charge, and it is deleted. So, bit of action here. I guess the benefactors have to be these bruisers who split mapping and keeping turret plates themselves.
Yeah, this is actually an incredible bit of... Oh, it's still going for Buriram.
Yeah, they certainly want this one, don't they? 1v3, they're hunting down. Shiba opens up with the Cataclysm. They're going to chase them through. The culling goes out, sidesteps it. Kinemon popping far too many turret shots to sustain through that. And the opportunity passes by. Bot side, though, and this is classic cross-map tempo. You make a play top side, it goes unpunished. Well, we'll just do it to you bot side instead.
But that's going to be a turret to Buriram. One team are going to hang around down bottom. I wonder if they spend the Rift Herald in order to get a turret to respond. Sure. Because if one team spend the Rift Herald down here, they are losing in the trade overall. They quite badly want to get 2 turrets down here in order to equalize on the map. And they have the Rift Herald, which should give them 1. But it's not going to get a second charge in this situation.
Yeah, they've just gone for the proxy on the wave. They've got at least 2 turret plates and the lantern out, so not going to lose anything really for that one, but I guess we're looking at that scoreboard so far. I've seen that Buriram are coming out slightly ahead. Now that Herald's still a bit of time on it for them to utilize to full efficiency, but it does beg the question where they will go and if it will be as simple as just dropping mid to try and match the turret that fell on down nice and early.
Yeah, so Buriram, don't get me wrong, have left this early game with a pretty substantial lead. But we're heading into a dangerous mid-game for both teams, and Buriram haven't done enough to me to knock one team out of that danger zone. Because Buriram are still going to come into this mid lane with, this mid-game, I apologize, with Baya having completed Trinity Force, very likely on the way to a Muramana. Muramana very soon to be completed on Ninja 7. So you have a ton of damage on this team, and they're just going to show up kind of no matter what.
Yeah, this is classic. This is bread and butter here for one team. They just target that bruiser all day long. The Baron laner just can't play the game. We know how good Noel is. Just not given the time of day.
This is where I was going with this. One team actually have a really good composition for 5v5 team fighting. They have a very solid front line. They have an assassin CC team fighter in Janyo. He's not going to do a whole lot of damage by himself, but he's very good at locking down backline carries who'd like to be left alone. And then you have Baya who can shred, Ninja 7 who can burst. They have the complete package. So it's really hard for me to look at the current game state, even though Buriram are very far out ahead, even though Buriram are about to get another turret, and say they have won this game, they're in massive control. I need to see what this Rift Herald gets here in mid, and I need to see this next team fight as Buriram burn their way up the river towards this mid line.
Again, Philibomb committed there to trim the wave and deny that Herald from getting that turret in the mid lane. It was
Very
the area
nicely
we
done.
imagined it would be utilized, so they've held on for the meantime. They are utilizing the Ziggs to great efficiency, though. That's what I'm really enjoying so far, is the ability for them to navigate the map, work as a team, and you know, run with Archie to say, wherever you go, we're guaranteeing a turret.
And Archie's been playing incredibly well this entire tournament. We had the stats screen up earlier. He's only died 17 times throughout the entire play-in stage, throughout the entire last chance qualifier. Buriram took the longest possible route, the maximum number of games. They played 17 games over the course of their qualification, and he only died 17 times, averaging once a game. I can do that math for you. So he's just incredibly good at staying safe and doing damage and providing value. Exactly the kind of player you want to hand a character like Zig.
Reliability factor for sure. You talk about Ziggs, we've got Twisted Fate up in the mix there as well. Champions certainly
He
offer
can't
the same
reach.
kind of thing. A lot of
Janyo.
utility. Yeah, the Lantern isn't there, but a Death Sentence goes on out to try and prevent and deter Buriram chasing things any further. I guess the question is now, though, that they've lost control of this river. The Dragon has been engaged, the second one, which could go in favor here for BRU. The fight breaks out, the box goes down, the kill is found. Noel is just destroyed. No Dominus matters here. The health buffer is not enough to sustain all that damage. One! Oh, look at Kid there, flashing forward as the Riven stuns them in place. They won't get the Drake, but they will find two.
And this is why I kind of struggle to call this game, because Buriram are in a massive lead right now, but one team weren't at a point where they could fight, and they are now. And you see how that changes the way they're playing around the map. One team all of a sudden express what they want to achieve. They want to fight around this dragon, and they're able to do so very surgically. No, they can't contest the dragon from their current map state, but they could pick off Noel. They could assassinate the Renekton, as odd as that sounds. And they could go in with the Riven and find damage, see what happened. It's that kind of exploration and knowing your limits that really scares Buriram fans right now, because one team are such an experienced and controlled team.
Certainly are, and they've controlled this early portion of the game beautifully, whilst we were crediting Buriram for the aggression and the placement of their vision, but ideas of how they wanted to try and get this lead. One team who navigated it beautifully. I mean, we talk about the Muramana. There it is, already completed here for Ninja 7. He's going to hit that power spike nice and early. Baya's been given the time of day to stay even with his counterpart, and that Corki is going to, you know, really pack a punch as this game goes on. And we have seen these flag and drags, the cataclysms, the wombo combos going out, but no, one team are weathering that storm.
Yeah, and this is, oh, Janyo back in 1v2.
Jumping in, aren't they? Yeah, contesting this enemy blue buff. The Mega Phenobomb goes on out. That's you dead, the first casualty in this team fight. By it, jumping across very aggressively with the Valkyrie. Hits him with the Gatling gun, flashes across with the red buff. One more rocket will do it, Shiba, please. How has Shiba lived here? The burn's not enough. That is criminal. That's stupid. But they get away.
It's still a positive trade for one team. It's still another good fight and another good demonstration of what they bring to bear, as they've now equalized the turrets, dead even on the map. 3 turrets destroyed for each team. They brought the kills back in favor of them, and now for the first time this game, one team have a gold lead.
That they do. Shiba fancies himself here. Hits feeling quite relative. Hang on a minute. My AD carry is getting soloed off screen here by the Vi jungle. Now, this is what Zhanyo is so proficient at and so good at, is he takes those aggressive trades. He'll go for the 50-50s. It looks crazy at times. When you got a Lantern, who cares? You saw nothing.
And Zhanyo, one of the most experienced players in Southeast Asia in terms of mobile esports. He has a long record of playing, in fact, with one team out of the Taiwan region. In previous games, he played the jungle role, and he was very good at exactly that. Finding these little places you didn't expect the jungler to be, and just setting up. And it almost doesn't feel like aggression, because he's so good at just finding places and waiting for somebody to juicy to walk by. It's like a hunter more than somebody invading, you know?
Yeah, and he's taking those trades where others maybe not. And it certainly has been catching some of these teams off guard in the group stages already. And at times it looks beautiful and it does snowball the rest of his roster. And other times, you know, he is paying the ultimate price with his KDA going down the drain for that. But I mean, you love to see it. Nothing better than a jungler player really being the engine on your team to get the ball rolling.
And that's one of the things that has been a question mark about one team that you referenced right there, is that one team uncharacteristically have looked rather weak in this bracket so far. You can see their record up there. They got really destroyed during their first day of play, and we didn't anticipate that. They should be tied with Buryrum right now. They should be dominating. And I think their shaky performance so far, where they tied both Team Flash and Team Secret, demonstrates an overconfidence, and we're seeing that kind of course correction here as one team realize they need to take teams like Buryrum fair and even. They need to respect them, and that's allowed Buryrum to play a very solid game. This is Buryrum's game plan as well, to play out to the late game, take each objective. They've now got all 3 Drakes with that last pickup and go for these late game macro fights. So we've kind of arrived here in the final phase of League of Legends Wild Rift. We've gone 15 minutes. Everyone's approaching their max build. Now it's down to the fights.
There's the package used here by Bio. Uses the Dragon. We'll use it for skirmish instead. The Cataclysm to re-engage from the Tri-Brush into the Baron pit. And just like that, Shiba is annihilated. Down for 40 seconds. The Baron is there and staring at them, taunting them, if you will. And yes, you can play for that Mountain Elder, and with all the stacks that they have achieved, that will be a serious amount of mitigation. But this J4 just falling down like paper.
What a game from Shu on the Thresh. Everyone's been waiting for Thresh to come into meta, and Shu just demonstrating exactly why everyone accepts its inevitability. If you are mechanically skilled on this character, you could do so much as he finds another kill. He has been finding those death sentences, finding kills for his team, lanterning his team out, and here his efforts will secure 2 consecutive kills. And one team are going to start taking a crack at this Baron, leaving him as the bodyguard. They're just trying to force Buryrum into this fight, and then they'll turn away from the Baron if Buryrum take the fight and go 5v5.
Looking forward, Mega Phenobomb onto the 2 key carries. Beautiful damage onto one team. Now they're zoned away. Look how low they are, TJ. They can't do the Baron anymore. They're all blinking. They're all scurrying to the hills. They need to get back to that fountain. They need some HP back. Buryrum have done enough, but I mean, great turn.
It's Kinnamon, it's Archony, the 2 carries on Buryrum, arriving in their trademark late game form, coming in for the team fight. Scrap saying, one team, you want to challenge us to a 4v5, we will fight it and we will win. Excellent ultimates from both of them, the culling from Kinemon, just cutting through the entire front line of one team who are running a squishier composition. This is the downside of Thresh. The Thresh can't soak up so much damage, so if you're able to hit him with the big Ziggs poke, if you're able to burn away at him with the Lucian damage, especially from the culling, he just melts.
A field day for executing key targets. And it's not going to be as easy as just getting 2 picks like that. When somebody goes face checking from Buriram, you're going to need a little bit more firepower. Maybe now these players will start to default to the side lanes where teleport enchant would favor Kid. Bear in mind, Noel only has the proto belt, so he wouldn't be able to achieve the same amount of cross-map play if a fight were to break out and the dance around this Baron pit as we've seen time and time again. But I think we're going to have a bit of a cooldown period here now, TJ. Yeah, and during this cooldown period, we just completed Infinity Edge, and we're starting on RFC for Baya. So one team are about to hit hyper late game Corki, which is terrifying. Once Corki gets to this like 20-minute mark, he honestly does more damage than almost any other character in the game. The other thing to flag here, builds-wise, is that Ninja 7 is going full lethality. He's just trying to stack up as much damage on those arrows, those big arrows, as possible. And he's built GA here, which is going to give him a resurrect in these team fights. That's going to be very important here because there's so much focus heading his way. Mega Inferno Bomb, the dive from Shiba. He's got Stasis, he's got GA. Ninja 7 is betting on lasting till the end of this Elder Dragon team fight and providing the final blow. Here we go. For the game. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, this really is all you could ask for. This is what Buriram have been playing 17 minutes of Wild Rift for. And they're going to start it off as they've started off every Dragon prior. Now look at Kid, he is split pushing at the moment. He does have teleport, bear that in mind. Do they go for the team fight? That is the question. Culling comes out nice and early. Ziggs ultimate still there.
9K.
Kid's not backing up. He's looking for the inhib. He's going for the back door. The Drake is still there.
HP.
Down to 50%. The fight breaks out on the flank. The package goes through. The Assault and Battery to try and remove Noel as quickly as they can. The Drake's still engaged. Hitting the poke, hitting the damage, looking for the kills. The fight is found. Shiba removes Zhan Yo. He's got no smite. They have no contest. This goes down to just pure damage. Can they try and contest the smite? It's getting low. They've been removed off it. Shiba gets it before he dies. The inhib is still standing and Kid rocks up. He takes one. He loses his life for it. But Buriram have every buff in the game.
One team, their slow, brawling fight, wins the 4 kills in a critical team fight. But now it's a race against the clock. They need to end this game in the next 20 seconds, or there is no way they win. They don't go for the Baron. They just burn down the mid lane. And Noel needs to hold for 15 long seconds to save this game.
2 cannon minions there. Noel has to trim this wave. Jumps in with the Dominus. He's going to pay his price with his life for this one. The Nexus is exposed. They've been aced. They're unsure what to do. Look how low their health bars are. They have to back away. The top inhib survives. They have no time to try and steal that one too. They could have put themselves in a bit of a checkmate position, but they've opened up the door for a Buriram last-minute team fight.
And I don't think one team can win a team fight. They have such a good late game composition, but they're playing into a 3 Drake stacked Elder. There's no way they win a team fight, Skimmy. And I'm torn because on one hand, one team play this team fight so well. Look at the way that Baya's just hovering at the very edge of the pit, throwing damage in as they fold all of Buriram into the Dragon Pit itself, but then they don't do anything about Shiba, who just walks right in and smites away the Elder. One team turn for the Baron. They need minion pressure. That's the only way they end this game, is through a backdoor, through minions. This is wild. What a game to start our day with.
I mean, I'm pretty sure this sums up everything you could make about Group A. These look like the 2 front runners at the moment to take that first seed spot, to get that bye round, to get themselves that best possible chance going on into the playoff stage. And we weren't exactly sure what to expect of these 2 teams, how we would gauge the strength. Was a team underperforming? Was a team in a form that is overperforming? But right now we're seeing 2 very different compositions executed to find expertise.
Yeah, I mean, one team still, I think, looking a little out of sorts, but they hit their game plan, which is we're not going to contest the early game, we're going to arrive in the mid game, and we're going to win from there. But they didn't do it fast enough, and Buriram play around the objectives and just get rewarded for it. as they have the biggest Elder possible, but oh no, they forget their macro. They've just given Kid a free turret.
No way.
They've given 1-2 free turrets as they over-rotate away from the bottom lane. And now this is possible. If one team can manage the minion waves well, they can crash all 3 waves simultaneously, and Buriram simply don't have the wave clear to stop these minions from ending the game.
We're
That's
on
how
with the
they
team
have
fight
to
power.
win.
They have the 4 Drakes, but they can't find the fight. They're trying to overforce one team, utilizing that Baron buff so well. As you said, 2 inhibs gone. Kid utilizing the buff to empower the minions, flooding the base and drawing all the attention away from the bot side, where 1 plate is stolen away. It looks like that's all she wrote. Another chance for another respawn. Perhaps another Baron on the cards, but BRU are barely holding on.
We're just going to be here until the next Baron, Skimmy. Unless one team make a mistake, because they cannot push into Buriram's base. They will just lose. Did you see that Mega Inferno Bomb chunk Baya and Janyo 2/3 of their HP, if not more? Like, they just lose if they take a fight. So despite everything one team have done, their only option is to keep hoping they can break with a cheeky siege, with a teleport into the backlines somehow, or a Baron. Buriram, in order to break this stalemate, need to either catch one team getting over-aggressive or win a fight around a Baron. All of that done without leaving their base open to a backdoor, which, of course, it permanently is now.
Once again, draw focus. There's only 1 teleport in this game. It is Kid. It is him on this Riven. Full build. Certainly a backdoor option can present itself. We might see that become a talking point when that next Baron pops up. If one team say, we can't fight this, we can't contest this, we have to go for the backdoor. Let's see how this one does transpire, because vision now becomes of the utmost importance.
It's full build for Kid, but it's a cheap full build. Frankly, he's gonna get outscaled if he doesn't sell some of those items, Charge Blade, for instance, and replace them with better top lane items. GA, for instance, he's just gonna lose on damage stats. We'll see what goes on in that inventory, because we are absolutely at sell your items, buy new ones territory. One of the builds to watch here is going to be Baya in the mid lane on this Corki. He's got his rapid fire cannon, so he's just going to be looking to finish out on crit here. He's going to be doing a ton of damage, but I don't see him getting in range as we go into this Baron fight. We need to be watching this.
Fight breaks out. The Baron has been engaged. The dance is beginning. Look at Kid once again on the bottom of that mini-map, looking to try and escort the minions in.
He's going to get that
hit them
turret.
with that
They can't
checkmate
back in
situation. Absolutely, as you say, they want to make sure you can't go for this Baron. If you do that, we'll disengage. We've got the Fresh Lantern, we've got flashes. 1 are back on the Baron. If you've been drawn to this Riven, then you're going to come back to this one. Beautifully executed 4-1 so far.
One team are playing this perfectly. Buriram don't seem to have a handle on the situation. They need to force a fight at one of these locations because the super minions provide extra pressure. So they have to play like 1-3-1. As you can see, they send Archony to clear waves as well.
Trying to force their hand. Are they right now? Shiva jumps in. He's been locked in place for the chains of corruption. The culling is there to follow the disengaging way. The death sentence goes out. That's what the target are after. The GA's been popped already. Ninja 7 forced to flash away. Kinemon flashing on top of him, forcing out another GA. It is the battle of the revivals at this stage of the game. Kids grouped up. Forget the minions. Forget the split push. I need to try and salvage this team fight somehow, some way. Mega Inferno Bomb does not seem to matter. Kinemon sitting on a double kill so far. His GA still intact, and Noel's on the hunt. Another GA down. Now Kid the focus swarmed by 4 members. But look at Baya running into the base. He's looking to try and end this game on his own right now. He's down to 20%. He's hitting the Nexus. He doesn't have enough damage. He can't do it alone. And he's got nowhere to run. He's got members chasing him from the enemy's base. He's got Kinemon flooding him from the opposite side. They're gonna get ace. They're gonna go down. And they're gonna wait for another 20 seconds to somehow survive.
And Noel saves that game twice, Skimmy. He stops the teleport from Kid. That's the entire gamble of one team, is that they get a player advantage in the 3v3 you saw happen by this Baron pit. Kid's teleporting in, Noel stops that teleport. He denies the 4v3. He gets a fair 3v3 for Buriram, which they win. Then he's the player back in time to stop the backdoor from Baya, as he's the first player to disengage. And now he's looking to end the game as they crack open the one-team base and need one more 4-on-5 victory underneath the Nexus to win.
Here they go, the longest game of the group stages today. It does not matter.
Wow.
One team fight one, and one team will lose this game.
What a game! One team deliver on the promise. They're going to play the late game. They're going to play to their win conditions. But Buriram come out swinging. They dominate the early, and they hold on to their objectives such that through an Elder Dragon steal, through a denied backdoor and a cancelled teleport, they're able to beat the best team out of the Taiwanese region. They're able to be the best team here in this group as they shut down one team.
That game had everything you could ask for. Two teams playing at peak performance, playing for very different ideas. Buriram going for the team fight, hunting for the team fight, but being denied like this eloquent game of cat and mouse. And one team said, we're going to try and go for the split push. We've got those two inhibitors. That is our game plan, but they just can't end. Frustration for them, but what a great series so far. As you say, we've got a game 2 after this. Let's see how this one plays out after the break.
Welcome back to the C Championships. Yes, Omo, you look fine. Don't worry
My hair is
about
a
it.
bit of a mess, but yeah.
No, I can understand because we just saw the longest game in the C Championships, and Buriram United Esports takes that first game against one team. There were so many great and amazing clashes in this match. We're gonna get right into it. Omo, let me know your thoughts on that game because, oh my gosh, that was, oh wow.
It's just one of those games, right? I think one team, they honestly looked really good in the early mid game and they were winning up until they weren't. And that was kind of the problem here, right? Because what did we say going into this game? If you can't beat BRU at team fighting, you are never going to win against them. And that's exactly what we saw. One team, they were winning, they were leading, they were finding objectives, they were getting towers, getting picks. But the moment they came for the 5v5 around the Baron, BRU, they just completely outpaced them, outclassed them, and they just shut them down in the team fight. I feel like I'm not giving one team enough credit though. They did do very well here.
I don't want to take too much credit here, but I feel like once I'm brought in the broadcast, we have a banger of a game. Ridiculous. I mean, come on. There was one part in that game where I was like, there's no way a team can lose having all 4 dragons, right? But then I looked at the other side like, wait, there's no way a team can lose with both 2 inhibitors down and the Baron pushing at the base, right? And those things were happening simultaneously in this game. What a ridiculous second set of circumstances. And I mean, the thing is, like, you were talking about how Buriram is so capable of taking amazing team fights, but one team was winning every single team fight. They just couldn't get any of the objectives, couldn't get any of the dragons. Baron was such a struggle to get the entire time. But oh my goodness, BRU just held on tight the entire time. 1 turret, 6, and they're like, no, we got this. We got this.
Yeah, it was very impressive stuff from them, honestly. And I think that BRU as well, don't forget the key play in this game was nothing fancy. It was Shiba strolling into the Elder Dragon Pit and smiting it away at 400 health. And I do think we have a replay of that swag walk moment as well. So I want to take a look at that one when we have that queued up. But overall, I think it was a very well-played game from both of these teams, and it does give us some insight into like, okay, one team they're good at X, they're bad at Y. But overall, I think this just impresses me with BRU more than anything else.
I totally agree. This was just amazing from Buriram United Esports, and I have to say, oh my gosh. Kinemon, of course, was a superstar in this, but I have a feeling that one team might target Kinemon next time, but Noel is still somebody they still have to look for because Kinemon wouldn't have that space if Noel wasn't soaking in all of the damage. I can't believe, like, I do believe in one clash, he was taking the damage from 4 players and Kinemon was just chilling in the backline, just firing away as Illusion. D2, what are your additional thoughts on this?
Well, we were talking about how well BRU withstood one, but one was putting on ridiculous pressure. Kid was all over the place in those team fights. We had amazing play from Bio, just being that so aggressive there, as well as Ninja as well, and just the entire time just applying all that pressure, always getting those team fights. Somehow they just let it slip through their grasp, and that one moment when stroll up like it's nonchalantly and steal the dragon. That was the game right there.
And D2, I am glad that he brought up that moment because I do believe we have it queued up. So let's take a quick look at Shiba and his swag moment right here. The replay to come in. There we go. Yeah, look at everyone.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
This is unbelievable.
Everyone is just team fighting their hearts out. It's an intense moment, right? Look at this. Everyone is team fighting. They're burning all their ultimates. Noel comes in. Kid is doing very well at applying silent pressure, by the way. Something we didn't quite point out, but he's very impactful on this Riven right now. And here we go. Look at this. Noel gets onto the backline together with the Inferno Bomb. They chunk out the marksman on the side of one team. But this is the key part, right? Because Sienio dies. Yeah, no, they did win the fight, but it's just that because Sienio was dead. Won it. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. It's Kid, right? It's Kid. He's the impactful one that we talked about. And look at this. They stopped DPS and the dragon or something, and that just gives Shiba time to walk in. He just walks in. It was at 400 HP for a few seconds there. It was because Bayo was trying to hit him instead of just rushing down the dragon, and he was unwilling to take the 50-50, and then it has just ended up being a scenario where Shiba could just smite it away.
Shiba just straight up walked up with a gag costume with the nose and the mustache and that glass, and he's
I'm
like,
one of you.
Hello, one team. How's it going? Hello, fellow members of one team. Nice to meet you. I'm gonna smite that. See you guys later. Bye bye.
I am one Shiba now.
That's the game right there.
Yes, that was so great, and I wanna the way Shiba walked in there, that is exactly how I want to walk in and snatch my goals and everything, and yes, that's such a memorable moment. I do
Make
have
it
to
till you
say
make
as
it,
well.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And you know what? You can also snatch your goals even better if you do have Franklin Templeton on your side. Open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Thank you so much to Franklin Templeton for sponsoring the C Championships. Now, as we head into Game 2, I am really curious as to what the game plan is for one team. As I mentioned, I think Kinemon still might have a target on his back, although, he wouldn't have that much of a target if it wasn't for, like, Noel and Shiba, of course, all over the place and everything. I mean, what do you guys think is the game plan here for one team? We'll start with you, Omo.
Oof, I think it's a hard one, right? I do like the priority that they have on Riven and their confidence in saying that we can make this work even if we get counterpicked by something like Renekton. And I think to some extent they definitely did deliver on it this game. Team fighting from Kid was impressive as always on that Riven, but I feel like they just faltered at the finish line when they already had broken the base of BRU. Maybe they just need to take a step back, have a bit more restraint, because I think several of these bad fights that we saw for one team, it came from Xianyo on this Vi, jumping in when his team was either not there or not ready yet. And I know D2, you have some really strong thoughts about Vi, so I'll let you take over here.
I thought that one team was going to take that down, but unfortunately my own applied curse still lives here. Every single time I see Vi picked, she always loses. I mean, we could talk about her win rate. It's down in the gutter at around 30%. Unfortunately, every single time people pick Vi, it's terrible. But, I mean, that aside, I would like to see them switch up the Vi, because I don't think it did a whole lot in that game. But other than that, I think I agree with you, Omo. A lot of this doesn't really have to do with the draft. It has to do with their decision-making in-game. I think they're pretty happy with the draft. And honestly, I feel like when Kid is on the Riven, I don't think they think that Renekton is even a counter. They're just like, well, I mean, yeah, Renekton counters Riven, but not when Kid's on Riven.
That's true.
Kid Riven is a completely different beast here. So I think they're perfectly fine with most of the draft as long as they take they take care of the objectives basically, right? I mean, it's so hard. You're just fighting against a brick wall when even though they had this massive kill lead. I mean, Omo, I think you would know how I feel about this. You get into like a solo queue game, you're down like 4 to 9 in kills, right? It's like everyone's spamming the surrender button. It's like, yeah, but the other team has all the dragons. It's like the game is not over. BRU showed that, but I don't think one team wants to change a whole lot here.
Oh my gosh, that scenario I think is something that every single Wild Rift player can relate to, whether or not you're a professional or an amateur. Yes, indeed. But yeah, you're absolutely right. BRU, they absolutely played all of their cards right. I think also the X factor here was that one team, they had a good read on Buriram United Esports. They were kind of like waiting for them to play into their strategy as well in several points in the early and mid game. But I think what they weren't counting on was the risks that Buriram were willing to take. Just like what Shiva did, these X factors, the fact that they were able to also hold on to their patience, waiting for that respawn when we saw one team closing in on the base of Buriram United Esports. I think those moments, first of all, are what makes games like this oh so great. But also those moments are the things that you can strategize as much as you can for the other team, but you can't count on those clutch moments. You can't count on that X factor. That's those split decisions that come in and just totally make the game. I mean, Omo, what do you think about this? And how Buriram United Esports, they're just really evolving, suddenly becoming into this kind of team.
Yeah, we always talk about how they have good team fight instincts, right? And I'm really glad that you brought up the X factor as well, the clutch factor, because that's exactly what BRU did in that game as well to win it out. The last 2 fights, those were extremely clutch. They saw the moments, they saw the opportunities, and they seized that. They took the great team fights. They recognized that, 20 seconds till Baya, I think it was, will be up again. So we're just gonna TP in, rush the Nexus. We're gonna take it for V5. We know we can win this, and that was great stuff coming in there from the side of BRU. I think they really are evolving as a team from not just having, great team fight instincts, but also really great clutch senses.
Yeah, absolutely. And that really is what makes, a team incredibly great, especially since under a lot of pressure, we pegged this as the match that would be sort of like, the test for both of these teams.
Yep.
Buriram United Esports, so far, they are passing this test, indeed. And D2, what are your thoughts on the bans that have come out?
I'm looking at the Ziggs bin here from Buriram. I feel like Arkany did a really good job last game. I mean, we talked about the matchup between Vaya and Arkany, and I feel like that played out last game. Like Vaya was like 7-0 and something in the mid part of the game when I was seeing what his KDA was, and Arkany was just basically 0 kills the entire time, but massive damage to using that Ziggs. And you know, I just feel like they'd be best off just taking the Ziggs for themselves, but they're gonna bypass it and then pick up the Orion instead.
I think they were afraid of a possible first pick Ziggs there, but with Camille being up as well, I think they should have left that up too, because you really force one team into making a difficult decision. Do we want the Ziggs or do we want the Camille? And then you get to trade one for the other. So I think BRU, they just have so much value on the Ziggs, and you can see why after what Archany did on it. They're just saying, if we can't have it, you can't have it either.
I feel like this happens with teams all the time though. Like the champion that helped them win the game the most, the champion that they feel like they play the best, they're suddenly afraid of it because they know how good they are with it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, just pick it.
The
just
mind
pick
game,
it yourself.
yeah.
It's fine. They're mind gaming themselves. They're mind gaming themselves. It's like, just pick the dang Ziggs.
What do you think about the Vi pick though, D2? You mentioned you have strong feelings about Vi. I like to call it the, sometimes there are teams that win with the Vi. It's like the arcane buff coming in.
We might have a graphic later on just describing how poorly Vi has played, but this is going to be a slow burn, okay? I'm just going to let the audience just kind of let the Vi hate simmer with me. Right? We're not just going to go right hard into the beginning. We're just going to, lay the foundation, just throwing it out there. Vi not winning all that much. I'll let the audience know that, and we'll revisit it later.
Well, I do agree, right? I don't think Vi is the best champion, but I think One Team's draft actually looks really good here. They have a super good dive composition. They have really good long range engage. The Camille ultimate, the Vi ultimate, Chains of Corruption, and if Diana finds an angle onto the back line, Archany and Kidamon on Ori and Kai'Sa won't really find angles to escape, being so short ranged. I do also like the flex from the side of BRU. The Jarvan matchup into the Camille is going to be a relatively safe one. You can poke him out from a distance. He can't proc his passive shield on you, so it really hurts his trading patterns a lot. And flexing into the Xin to really just get some control in the mid jungle with a weak mid laner in the form of Orianna, you really pressure this Diana. Because when we talk about how Diana wins trades, how she counterpicks, she needs to dash on you. Now try dashing on someone when they've got a Xin Zhao waiting in the wings. It really just leaves you with so limited options.
Yeah, I do like the way that I do like the way that One Team has drafted this, because we talked about how Buriram and One like to play macro, but One is like, okay, we're actually the more aggressive team here, so let's get on top of them. Gonna be difficult against the Galio, Xinjiao, and Jarvan 4, but we'll see if they make it work.
Yeah, we are gonna see indeed if One Team can pull through, or if Buriram United Esports will make this a 2-0. Game number 2 coming at you. Casters, you guys are up.
Thank you much to the analyst desk there, and yes indeed, here we go for game number 2 after what was the longest game of group stages so far, and maybe the most exciting game of the C Champs as a whole. That's obviously up for debate, but I'm very excited to see what we get in store as we run things back here, TJ, for game number 2.
We had yesterday, Skimmy. I don't know.
Look, I'm going to set the bar. We're heading on Group of A. We're setting, Group of Life, maybe a little bit boring. B certainly, did deliver in that regard, but hey, come on. Game 1 there.
No, that last game was very
high.
good, I'll give you that. But if anyone was like watching that last game, and it's maybe the first game as C Champs, watch all of today, then watch all of yesterday as well. That's like 14 hours of Wild Rift. You'll have a great time.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you'll be glued to your screen for a whole bunch of time. Maybe you'll need to hit the 2-time switch, but hey, there's content there to certainly be enjoyed.
This is a fun fact, Skimmy. I actually speak so slowly that if you put me on 2 times speed, I just sound normal.
You sound like me at 2 times? Maybe?
I look like you at 2 times speed. This game, as they hit on the desk, it feels like One Team have dialed up their early game presence. They looked at what happened to them last game, where they got shut out of the first 10 minutes of gameplay, and said, hey, that really kind of doomed us despite us otherwise playing a good game. So that means a couple of things. I think it kind of paradoxically means we'll have a quieter early game, because Buriram don't have anywhere to gank during these first couple of minutes. One Team do have a little bit more presence from Xianyou early. And you're also going to see some scrappier dragon fights, which will be very important for One Team after the experience they had last game.
Speaking of scrappy fights, oh, nice hook shot away there from Kid. Beautifully executed.
She's just gonna, I
don't know. You broke up. I didn't even hear you speak.
It's Camille, just living her life.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but you know what? It looks nice, you know? Bit of a skateboard trick off the wall.
Sick grind, bro.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Very Ram group now, it's very important for them to get that bottom scuttled because, as you saw last game, they are one of many teams that like that dragon win condition. That scuttlegram down bottom gives them vision. I want to flag what they're doing into team fights as one team do path towards this top lane. I don't think I'll have time. Here we go.
Simon's on the hunt, but actually double backs
What a
on that
flash.
one. Now Noel left in a 1v3. You can burn the flash. No chance to use the barrier. And there was no chance for a trade there as one team are topped up and healthy. A wave to crash on in. And now a big injection of resources going the way of Kid.
I want to flag Noel, who I do think was the hero of the last game, and his flash there is actually really smart. Firstly, of course, it did dodge the Camille hookshot very aggressively. He flashed out of range of the bounce off the wall. And then the other thing he did was he was flashing into the minions, because the only way he survives that gank is if he gets enough time to clear all those minions. So, very hands-up play. Didn't work for him, but good call from Noel. And it does give a little bit more gold over to one team. Their win conditions in these team fights are very simple. They have a dive front line. That dive front line needs to get onto this Orianna and Kai'Sa, and they need to do that with the Diana by Camille, whilst Ninja 7 is safe behind Shu, throwing out damage from the very back of the fight as fast.
And there's certain similarities to this composition from one team from game 1 into 2. I mean, it really does feel like we're running things back, trade out the Riven, have the Camille, potentially a better split pusher in that regard. Diana, obviously, one of those champions that can pump out damage, but very different compared to the Corki, but certainly is going to give them that injection of aggression that we so sorely missed. So as you say, go for those dragons and not feel so threatened to say the only option is the back door.
Shu and Shanyo.
Kill, aren't they, on supporter, all in on the CC. Double ultimates dropped, and a kill found.
It was worth
Put it out of the
There
equation.
was a
I mean,
ward
the
there.
timing could not be better, right? Yeah, the ward is there. They found the vision, and they've now found themselves the first Drake of the second match.
And that's going to be pretty easy for one team. For Ram and supporter specifically, you have to be very cautious about that specific tri-bush. A lot of people think of it as like, oh, this is safe. But in a versus a coordinated team, there's almost always going to be a ward there. So supporter, frankly, a little bit careless there. Should have waited a little bit more. Just a couple of seconds would have had the team.
Played a name, and he shall deliver. Flash taunt, lock it in place. One, and you can't protect him. The lantern not enough. Ninja 7 falls down despite burning everything he had to offer.
A little bit disappointing, I'm sure, but Furry Ram execute that play very well. One team's mistake isn't in the fight itself, but pushing down mid. As they get punished for it, now it's a scrap over this Rift Herald.
Yes,
The fight up in the top lane.
Area. There is a fight. Noel is down to 10%, so he has to reset. This team will decide that's not the play we're after.
Oh!
It's just taunting them.
He almost got the kill onto Noel twice, and he just didn't do the leg sweep in time. Didn't do it the first time. A little awkward, but it does mean that Noel has to back, and that should mean that one team can get this Rift Herald. We'll see what Sheba does about it. Nothing.
Nothing. And I suppose now one team are quite content with how this early game's played out. They've got that kill towards Noel. They're finding that individual 1v1 strength, as we are seeing time and time again. And the extent now that they've actually lost the ability to claim that Herald when they were the first ones to deploy there and give one team all the early game answers for the first 5 minutes.
A little bit disappointing, I'm sure, for Ram, as they came off of game number 1 where they dominated the early game. One team clearly draft in response that get themselves the tools to succeed during the early game, and then execute on it. Ram are waiting for a mid-game where Archony does damage. That's the biggest item spike you're looking for. He did just get Ludens, so this is possible now. They can look for team fights, and that's why you're seeing this aggression. Because now that their Kai'Sa's coming online, probably does have the Q evolve now with the Executioner's Calling build. So the Acathian Rain is doing massive damage, and they're going to try and force fights now.
Certainly are, and they did think they had called out Xian Yo in just a second before, but his Lantern's Q is impressing me so far, but up towards the top side again. It doesn't get much easier here for Noel. Locked in place by the Hextech Ultimatum. Hits the Cataclysm! He's done it!
No!
He's actually won the fight! disrespected, and he shows those mechanics again, TJ. You praised him before, and we'll praise him again. And just like that, Buriram find the courage to fight. They do it down bot side, and that's a 7-minute ace.
It's a solo kill in mid, it's a solo kill in top lane, and 3 kills picked up at the bot side. And Buriram ace one team coming into their mid-game form. The power spike comes online. Noel outfights a crazy aggressive kid up top, and it all lands up to now Buriram having the gold lead by 2,000. As this next Drake is coming up, they're going to get a free reset. Look at all those item completions coming in. Kinemon particularly just rolling in it, completing the Blade of the Rune King there. You're most of the way to Deadman's Plate. You complete Noel's first item, Trinity Force on Sheba. They can fight now. They're going to fight now.
And that was your key word, and that's what we're seeing. I mean, this is what we missed really to start off. Fight down bot, where they say, we're going to take that 3v3. We are going to fight that fight. We've got the belief, and well, the execution and the target selection is just phenomenal.
Yeah, really well played by Supporter, separating a lot of the damage. And he's done this twice. We saw that mid lane gank as well, where he did the same thing. And one team just get a little complacent for a team that's normally got such good reads on the game. They frankly should have understood that they're going to the mid game where Buriram are going to spike and are going to start looking for brawls.
Not done just yet though. Look for John Yo, forced to dish away, and the Trend of Corruption will buy a little bit of time. But can one team answer back? Because it looks like the Vire's gone. It certainly is. Can they find that trade back? They're split apart. The piercing arrow is all they will retaliate back with. And another good timing here found for one of these teams, as it coincides with the second Drake spawning.
Second Drake coming online, and Buriram get it off of those 2 kills. And it's hard for one team to actually bring this game back now. What are you waiting on? How can they turn this round? Well, most of their hopes frankly rest on the mid lane. Eye on the Diana is scaling towards Rabadon's. Once she gets Rabadon's death cap, the Diana's going to do so much damage. That's kind of the only thing they have going for them, because like, Noel loses this top lane fight every single time.
And that's what makes it even crazier, the fact that Kid does not find that kill. He had everything going his way, and all he needed to do was laugh, and the J4 would have fallen on down. But as the Hexagon expires, he's locked underneath that turret, and those mechanics which you praised before, Noel coming in clutch. That was a big gold swing. I mean, before that play even happened, before that 7-minute ace, one team actually held a 2k gold lead. Big swing, big cash injection, and Buriram are now running with it.
I want to flag what I was talking about just now when I was like, oh, Noel wins this fight versus Kid every time. Kid actually has a 2,000 gold lead still over Noel, though that may be shrinking as more turrets fall. But Noel has so much HP. You can see it here, that he can just step up and fight, and he's always going to be able to kite. He's always going to be able to survive for long enough that one of his teammates come in, that he's going to get an unfair fight versus Kid. That's how he won up top, remember? He kited Kid all the way back. And that's what Noel, that's what Jarvan brings to a late game for a team like Buriram. Is just a de facto tank who can take kind of any amount of damage while split pushing, while doing damage.
He's absorbing the pressure. Real good sponge in this game, and it is allowing Buriram to unlock the map as they did so successfully in game number 1. Yes, they have swapped the sides. Yes, there is no Ziggs this time, but the same outcome seems to be quite present here because they are taking fights, they are being aggressive, they're not scared of anybody. The vision is there, and they're contesting anything that presents itself, except maybe that blue buff.
Yeah, that blue buff will be stolen away by one team. This next fight will very likely be over the Baron. If I'm Buriram, I start looking to fight it right about now.
Well, your wish is their command. They go on in. The bait is the vibe, but he just
this is bad.
Disengage away. Out goes the hero's entrance, knocks them up. Stopwatch here from Bayer, looking for the Moonfall. Already been burnt, and they've already found that key kill. Mid and jungle gone. The core crux of Buriram's success has been removed. That could not come at a worse time. Down 20 seconds. The Baron is there, but the side lanes, they need to be addressed.
Yeah, one team can't take the Baron. They do not have the speed on it because they're running Varus, who just does not kill Baron quickly. Uh-oh, supporter in.
Supporter once more, though. He's done this play before in the mid lane. Bit of deja vu as the flash taunt goes out, but the TP in front, as you call, comes on through. Numbers influx. does now favor here. One team, Noel jumps away. The flag drag and the flash.
So
Oh, he
tanky.
thought he'd done enough. He thought he had done enough, but he will fall on down. 4 members of one. Stand true, stand strong, and showcase. Just let us reset.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to take away from one team's success there, because Buriram just take a god-awful fight. The initial fight around the Baron is essentially a 2v5 because of the way they engage it, and it's right when all of one team come back from base. So when I was saying that Buriram are going to start looking for a fight, it was because they had a really good timing right now. They had a lot of control of the map, but they also had a whole bunch of gold in their pockets that they hadn't spent. So one team go back to base, buy new items. Even though Buriram have a pretty massive lead on the map, they didn't actually have a massive lead in terms of just raw items and damage stats when that fight started, which meant that one team were able to fight them on pretty even standards and shrink this gold lead down to just 2,000. This is anyone's game.
Certainly is. Let's get a bit of gauge now as to how close this game really is. Next fight with the items check. They find that first kill. DU removed. No fresh to play. Bayer caught on the
Very well
flank.
played.
Wants to go for the moonfall. Can't be used. Separated from the pack. And you've got to channel that moonfall for maximum effectiveness. And BRU shut it down.
Yeah, Bayer just doesn't know what to do there. He's caught out. It's such a strange angle. And the attempt by Shu to save him just absolutely dooms one team, because at that point they have nobody who can contest. I would like to give accolades to one team, though, for not over-investing. They see that go wrong, they go, okay, we're going to throw an arrow in here, we're going to see if we can steal away the dragon, we're not going to commit to this too hard. So Shu's caught out here, Bayer roams up, Bayer's like, oh, I can fight this. Shu paths towards him, because that's the only way that two of them get out of this fight, is if they can build a space at the bottom side of the river. But Buriram spot that angle, go, hang on, we can separate from this being a 5v5 into this being a 5v2 if we just collapse downriver. They do exactly that, find the kill, easy as pie. They get themselves their second dragon of the game.
It just feels like Bayer was on 2 separate minds with the rest of his team, saying, I'm seeing the angle, let's collapse, let's run into that river. But the rest of the team saying, we're not too keen. We've just seen that fresh fall on down for free. I'm not too excited by it. And yeah, I mean, it's easy as you like. An easy turn to say, well, we'll just take that 1v5.
If Bayer finds the angle and starts the fight with a big moonfall, one team realistically probably win it. I'm going to hold this thought because Kid might be in trouble with this aggression. One team are deciding whether or not, or Buriram are deciding whether or not to collapse on him, while the rest of one team are on the top side of the map. If Buriram see that, they don't. Buriram do not know where the rest of one team are, so they don't collapse down bottom.
No vision around this Baron right now, which is where the majority of one team are hanging out. They're controlling the mid-wave. They have to answer to the top side, and that's what Bayer is doing now. But another game with only a single teleport enchant. It's that man again in Kids. Will we have the same script again of them trading out these objectives to go for inhibs? I see a fight breaking down bot side as Noel's already dropped down to 50%, so that's becoming harder and harder to sustain. The Ignite is utilized, the all-in with the flash too. The turret seems to be the focus. Now BRU are trying to take firm control of the Baron themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you have teleport Camille. This is the right way to use it. Keep Kid pressuring this side lane and force Buriram, sorry, to leave Noel down here, meaning that they don't have that added tank, that really useful Jarvan utility in this team fight. But the flip side of it is that with much less gold in his pocket, Noel is absorbing so much of this pressure. He's really keeping one team's biggest damage dealer at this point, Kid, completely nullified in the game state by fighting him down bottom. So I don't actually know who that bot lane fight is favoring. I don't actually know who's getting away with murder there, and it depends entirely on how the 4v4 on the opposite side of the map goes and whether or not Kid could join this fight. Here he comes,
There
not
he is.
teleport.
He is coming on through with that teleport right now. Bayer look to be caught, but then comes out of that stasis with a moonfall. Is the first one to fall on down as
That's
flashes and multiple summoners are committed. There's the Chain of Corruption. Wait for the shockwave. It could be huge right now. Ball is
Shiva.
held in a neutral state. The killing spree comes out there as Kid finds that kill. With his ultimate still topped up and healthy, the lantern away, the cataclysm
What
is
a
there.
lantern!
Wait for the taunt, a 2-man taunt, the biggest flag and drag. There could be the follow-up, but it is Kid that gets a double, sustaining through thick and thin. Death Stance and Blade of the Rune King. It's just not enough as Archneet gets a quad.
And that you have these two damage dealers trying to survive this fight, Archony and Bayer. And Bayer dies in the first 10 seconds, Skimmy, and Archony's just thriving. One death a game so far in the tournament, and it's going to keep getting better as he sits in the back of the team fight, throws out damage, growing that KDA, currently sitting around 10 KDA. That's why he gets a quadra kill there, just sitting behind the line of skirmish, throwing out orbs. Watch this. So Bayer's caught out. That's the go signal for Buriram. And full engage, full collapse. Gotta kill Bayer. He's the major damage threat. And then check out Kinemon. Check out him as the damage dealer versus Archony as the damage dealer. Archony's never going to put himself in harm's way in the way that Kinemon just does. Kinemon's stepping up. That's not Archony's role in this team. His role is just to sit here at the back of the team fight, keep playing Orianna.
And to good effect too, as they come out ahead with a significant
This
lead.
is
They've
Elder.
got the Baron. They're playing for the Infernal Elder. Have you seen a better option for them to
Resetting.
claim? It's down to 50%. One team are trying to
board in
find
the
the
pit.
angle to get inside that pit. They have no vision, and Noel's had enough. He's jumped over the Cataclysm. There's the Hero's Entrance to follow things up. Just like that, 2 key members gone. The jungler and the support. No smite, no contest, no lantern, no free flash. The pack have been broken apart. One team have no fortifications. They have no protection to them. And Ninja 7 may just die. And a single flag and drag unless Spire can answer back, which he can't. And they're losing the steam. BRU
He
are
just walked in him,
steamrolling them.
Skimmy. Did you see that? He just did all that damage with his cape. He just walked at him and the AoE burn killed him. And yeah, Buriram locked down the late game, this time much more comfortably. They've got themselves the Elder for the second time in 2 games, and they're about to 2-0 one team.
This felt like their game for first place. Buriram undefeated so far. One team with a win and 2 draws. This will be their first loss, and it's felt like the decider. But one team have been upset here today.
And that puts Buriram, the second place team out of the Thai region, as the best team in Group A, very likely to finish as the top team in
Yes,
Group
give
A.
us a pose, supporter.
Get that lucrative first place seeding. I'm really, really impressed by what Buriram have shown so far, and not just in their sick posing game, Skimmy.
Look, I'm standing up with you, mate. We're getting excited about it. No potato head here today when I'm sitting down with the desk. No, we are keen to see what we have. And, I mean, let's celebrate this for a second because this is Buriram. Once again, we can't forget. They had that beautiful run through the play-in stage. They got swept by Divine Esports. They had the unlikely event of a last chance qualifier, and now they are running the group of life. It's so easy.
Yeah. Buriram are just dominating out of a desperate last chance qualifier run. They barely scrape into the group stage, and they look like an entirely different team here, coming alive through the early game presence that they completely lacked during the play-in stage. A lot of that comes from Archony, who you can see being such a consistent powerhouse in these games. I think Noel's coming online. I think the way they're playing the map is just terrifying. They're a team to watch going forward.
It was a battle of 2 very late game juggernauts. Ultimately, Buriram United come out ahead with the perfect 2-0 scoreline. Let's throw it back to our analyst desk to break down that series.
Thank you so much, casters. And oh man, now I'm conscious, Skimmy, and now we're all potato heads over here on the analyst desk. We can't exactly stand up like you guys, but yes, indeed, very, very happy for Buriram United Esports. They have been amazing indeed, and I love what TJ pointed out that, you know, they came from that last chance qualifier. We saw them so differently during the play-ins, and then to the last chance qualifier, and now they're on top, and I think without a doubt, we know that they're going to the playoffs. It has just been a great run for them. I mean, Omo, you were there during the play-ins and during last chance qualifier. How different is this team right now from then?
Look, I'm just gonna say that coming in from the play-ins, when I was looking at BRU, when I was looking at Divine, I was already saying that these might be 2 of the best teams we had here. I was saying that BRU, they might be better than EVOS. I was saying that Divine, they might be the best team in the whole tournament, but no one believed me. Now, if we go to the finals and it's Divine and BRU, I'm just gonna say I told you guys so.
Well, I think
I'll be
that's a
looking
really,
out for
really
that.
good point indeed, because like, take a look at the standings. It's Buriram United and Divine Esports on top right now. So yeah, well, Oracle Omo on the way. So far, so good. Didu, what about you? What did you think of the game?
Yeah, I mean, after a banger of the game in game number 1, Buriram just kind of outclassed one team here. Unfortunately, the Vi curse continues here. One team, pick Vi, they go down once more. You know, Omo, you and I definitely thought that they had a chance of getting in there. I think the overall thought process was that, like, okay, both of these teams are kind of macro specialists. What we saw in game number 1, that one team likes to be slightly more aggressive. So, like, okay, we're going to lean into that. And we're gonna lean into that, but unfortunately that's really not their play style to go full on aggression, and it really bit them because, you know, they just weren't aggressive enough. They got leaned on and got taken out.
I'm glad you bring up aggression, because I think that BRU, they are a team that can be aggressive when the time comes, though they tend to default to a passive style generally. But I want to take a look at a highlight that we have coming up, because we really see that BRU, when it comes time to flip the switch and go aggressive, they can definitely do it. So we'll wait for the highlights to come up and we'll run through this pretty quickly when that happens. Here we go. It starts off with this amazing play. I think.
Oh my
no, I want to watch the top play. Who cares about this?
Wait.
The 4v4? Nah, that doesn't matter. We need the 1v1. But okay, we all know what happened up there. Noel heavily outplayed Kid with the Cataclysm Flash getting away from Kid, trapping him in the turret. Alright, and I do have word that we will get to watch a 1v1. That's the amazing one. Here we go. This is the one, right? Look at... No!
Wait, no.
I'm
No,
heartbroken.
wait.
I got debated again. But it's all good, yeah.
Oh no! But you know what? I think it was just too brutal. It's just like, you know,
it wasn't
censored.
Omo, we can
Yeah,
act it
yeah.
out, okay? Do you want to be the Wait, are we going back to the highlight
Oh
now?
yeah, we're
Are we
going
getting
back.
debated
we are.
again?
Actually, we're gonna get
Wait,
scared
wait,
this
wait,
time.
wait.
I'm pumped.
Wait.
And then we pan to bot lane. Alright, look at this really quickly.
Alright,
The
next
mistake
ultimate
that
comes
Kid
in.
did-
Oh my god, Noel! Oh
Oh,
yeah, this
no,
completely...
censored,
Okay,
no.
we'll let you know what
I
happened.
like that we
So,
panned away, because it
yeah,
was
you
a bit
know.
dirty at the
Yeah.
end
It's
there.
a bit dirty. Kid
Yeah.
tried to get away. It was the perfect distance from the turret.
Yeah.
Kid goes down. Noel just kind of, you know, defecates all over his grave, unfortunately, and it doesn't end well for him.
Oh,
Yeah, it was
that-
really
You
well
can't-
played.
You can't use bad words on stream, okay? Yeah, you gotta know that.
That's why we cut away. That's why we cut away. Otherwise, you know, it might be pixelated or yeah, exactly. But you know, I have to say from Noel, that was so badass. Oh my goodness, that was amazing indeed. So I really do think that Noel, he's definitely one of the best Baron laners that we have in Southeast Asia. And you know what? You just need that one clip to find out exactly why. I want to turn the tables though and talk about one team in just a little bit. But before that, I do believe we have our MVP. I voted for Noel. I mean, that was all I needed. I voted for Noel. Let's pull up the MVP right now to find out who it is for the series. And yes, indeed, it is going to be Noel. And yes, D2, what are your thoughts on this MVP?
You know what? I'm okay with people picking Noel because that was a pretty crazy clip, but I had to go with Shiba for the Chad stroll into the dragon to take the dragon. I just had to go for that. I don't know. I just thought, I mean, because that single-handedly won game 1, and because we all know the difference between a tie and a win here. Noel obviously amazing in that lane, able to hold off Kid the entire time, but I don't know, Shiva walking in there, just kind of like taking the dragon like it's his. I had to go for Shiva there.
Look, I'm with you here, D. I voted for Kinemon as well for his insane Lucian play in game 1. But the logic with Noel being the MVP is the same as with Tanex. And whenever Tanex or Noel get MVPs, I can never fault the people that voted for them. Because these guys, they are so good at playing the carries, but they are also so insane when they're on the tanks. They do so much, they help their team, they don't require a lot of resources. And I think being a stable Baron laner is really key to being a good team, which is why we see BRU and Divine at the top of the standings.
Yeah, and you know what? Let's actually bring up onto our virtual stage over here somebody from Buriram United Esports. I think we
Supporter,
have
is it you?
supporter on the line over here. I gotta say also, I just love it when, you know,
Love
we
it.
pan to their player camps and they're just having such a good time. So let's bring up supporter.
Hey!
Congratulations! Congratulations, supporter! Congratulations to all of Buriram United Esports. You guys are feeling good. We can feel it too. Can you let us know how good that felt beating out one team with a 2-0?
I'm not gonna lie, most of our team just wake up at 11:30, so we take our time to tune up to connect our mind to the game. Me for sure one for the first game. Yeah, we feel fantastic about this one. Yeah.
That is awesome. That's pretty amazing that you guys woke up at 11:30 and just decided, oh, okay, we'll just head into this first match. It's a 2-0. No problem. No problem. Omo, you got a question for supporter?
Yeah, I got a very important question for you here, supporter. It's a very important question, so make sure you think about it very carefully first. Since you guys just woke up and you took a 2-0, what are you guys gonna have for breakfast?
You.
Oh!
I want.
Tough, huh?
Let's just keep ourselves calm here. This is
Okay,
still
I
group
think it's
state. Yeah.
Think about
this,
it.
This
Yeah.
still group state. I don't like to answer that.
Okay.
Let's keep quiet for now.
In playoffs, I'll ask
Okay.
you again.
Yeah.
Let's see how it. But still, we still need to think about our plan about Secret, also an SVP. We cannot underestimate both of them.
I have an actual like tactics question. That's okay. So it felt like in the first game that a lot of the picks that were coming from both supports on both sides, but at some point one started to get the better of you in the team fights because maybe you're a little bit out of position there. Like, what were some of the adjustments you made to go from kind of losing the early team fights to taking them at the end?
What we think is that we know that we can scale because we have 6, right? And we just think that we don't have to risk our life to lose more benefit that we already have. We just need to play our game calm and try to steal the objective, right? The Elder Baron, the Elder Dragon that Shiba got it. And we just know that from that time we have 4 Dragon, we just can start the game and have a good fight, we can just win.
And the good
Yeah,
fight
definitely
it
makes
was
sense, yeah.
indeed. Yes. Supporter, thank you so much
Wait,
for your time.
I have one thing to say.
Oh, go ahead.
Shout out to my best friend, What the Jet.
Oh!
I forgot to say that yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, shout outs to What the Jazz. We love him over here. And supporter, we love you as well. Congratulations
Thank
to the rest,
you.
and the rest of Brio United Esports. And good luck in the rest of your matches.
Thank you, Cup.
You.
So fun. Such a fun
Love 'em.
team. And
Love 'em.
if that doesn't win you over to Brio United Esports, I don't know what will. I am so, I'm so curious as to what kind of breakfast they have prepared for
Yeah,
the
seriously,
playoffs.
I didn't
We
get an
haven't-
answer.
Exactly. It's still secret. You know what? They have that's probably their secret weapon. That is probably their secret weapon. So they can't exactly reveal it
Yep.
just yet. Should they win that championship, maybe we'll get the answer. Who knows? Or stay tuned to their social
I mean, I'll
media.
be cheering for them. I love those guys. It's so much fun.
I know. You gotta love them. Let's check out our standings right now. And Brio United Esports, you can bet they have a lot more points onto their names at Group A. Probably at the top of Group A once again. I think it's gonna be really interesting once again to see the battle for 4th place, possibly 3rd as well. As Omo mentioned a while ago, this is gonna play heavily into how the playoffs are gonna go. Who are they gonna go up against? Brio United Esports, they have 9 points, sitting very pretty indeed at the very top. And Divine Esports on the other side of Group B with 7 points. Omo, I bet you're so proud of yourself. Of course, you have Brio United Esports, you have Divine Esports, both of your bets at the very top. I have to ask, who do you think is going to follow? Can one team in SPTC Esports actually, pull through?
Because I would be proud of myself, but it's just the eye test. It's so obvious. So good. What can I say? No point being humble here. These teams are just amazing. They deserve all the credit. But yeah, behind BRU, I think it's gonna be really close between One Team and Secret. I do think One Team should come out on top, and Secret will then have a very hard time against the number 2 seed of Group B. So that's gonna be an issue, but that's for another time. I think the main thing we want to look out for in Group B, as we say, that's the group staff, right? We need to see who's gonna be following Divine. That's the bigger question. Because I think Group A is all but kind of set right now, right? We're just fighting to see who the 4th seed will be.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I feel like one team could definitely fall down. They've already played 5 matches. I think that's the biggest thing on the graphic there is that they had 5 matches. Team Secret has played 2 so far, so they have so much time to catch back up and take the lead up.
Like second and third
from
might,
under them,
jump,
basically, yeah.
right? Second and third might
Yeah.
jump, but I think it's just a race for 4th. I don't really think anyone can overtake these. But we'll see. Hopefully I'm wrong and we see something a bit exciting.
We will see. But you haven't been too wrong just yet. So
My predictions
don't
have
count
been
yourself
pretty
out
bad
there.
though.
Don't count yourself out there. But speaking of Team Secret, we are gonna see them up next against MBR Esports. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back to the C Championships. We just had an enjoyable chat with Buriram United Esports, who just took the first game with a 2-0. Our big question, of course, was whether Buriram United Esports and one team, whether they could go beat one team rather, and we got the answer to that. Plus, a really enjoyable interview with supporter from Buriram United Esports. Now over to our next match of the day, though. We have MVR versus Team Secret. Now, D2, I know we're gonna conflict on this because you have some opinions that I'm prepared to disagree with. But okay, first of all, an overview. You have the Indonesian region versus the Philippine region. You would probably expect kind of like a fast-paced game, although Team Secret, they're kind of like the outliers, I would think, of the Philippine region because they actually prefer a slower paced game. You have your doubts though of Team Secret, even though a lot of us kind of like peg them as the the favorites for this match.
Yeah, of course. I do have them winning this match, but later on, my predictions might conflict with yours, unfortunately. But I'm just a little bit of a hater. You're the homer. It's fine. We can live in our separate worlds. For this particular match, one thing I'm looking forward to is how much does Team Secret show, right? We've seen some interesting picks from Tatsuri playing very conservative coming out here. As we take a look at MBR on your screen here, MBR, they had some like reasonable results yesterday. I know, Omo, that you liked how they played. Unfortunately, I don't think we learned a whole lot from them because they lost to BRU, they tied SPP. I feel like both expected outcomes, but then they beat Flash. But it's like, was Flash just kind of melting and falling apart? I don't really know. As far as Secret is concerned, it's like how seriously do they take MBR? Are they going to pull out all the stops, make sure they get as many points as possible? Or are they going to hide their cards and maybe bring them out later when they have to go against the banger matches against Flash and BRU later in the day?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely something we need to consider as well, right? Secret against BRU, that might be, like you said, the matchup that determines second place in the group. I don't think anyone can take over for first place, but yeah, for second place, that's definitely a possibility. And Team Secret as well, I do agree with you that Tatsuri has been playing some pretty conservative picks, but we can't forget that he did pull out the Z and he was popping off that game as well. Going up against a player like Radiance, who I think we talk a lot as being proficient on these assassins as well. Fizz, Zed, things along those lines, but is also very effective at mages like Bran, Oriana. Tatsuri, being able to pull out a pocket assassin can be very useful to him on red side to really just try to shut Radiance down. And I think across the board, I mean, do I even need to say this, right? James is such a standout player to me. His trash performances, game 1 was a bit shaky when he played it, but he was popping off in the second game.
Yeah, definitely. This team rallies around their General James himself. Yeah. And to get to know the rest of Team Secret and how far they've come, their journey leading up to this moment, check out this video.
The experience was really great. I had a lot of fun with my teammates and we enjoyed every match we played. My favorite moment is obviously winning the Fall Icon series. It was up against Final Adversity because they moved one game away from us. Aside from adjusting our draft, I think we would have done the same thing and still won. Yes, of course, because we have the momentum with us and we will bring the momentum and make good use of it. For all the doubters and haters of our team, we really don't mind because all of their doubts and hates are just igniting our passion to play even better.
There you have it, Team Secret. They are fueled, of course, by any sort of, comments that you might have, whether or not it's favorable or not. That'll just make them stronger, according to James. I have to say, I am quite worried with MVR, though, because they have, again, their most improved. I feel like they're one of our most improved teams here in the C Championships, and they will be like, that team that for me, it really impressed me for improving within one day. Buriram United Esports, yes, improved massively over the course of a few weeks, but these guys, they made adjustments on the fly, so I think that makes them really scary. It is their first match of the day, though. They might need to warm up, and Team Secret, they have these crazy drafts, And I'm not exactly sure if anybody, whether MBR or not, might be prepared for what Team Secret has in store. What do you think, Omo?
Well, I mean, if you look at the stats from MBR on your screen right now, it's really not all that bad. 83% first blood rate, 50% win rate. It's pretty decent when you really consider it. And I think when you think about how MBR have made improvements, I gotta call back to the interview that we did with Alia on day one, right? They lost their first match. We asked them, what adaptations do you think you guys need to make? And he said that, you know what, I think our game plan, our draft plan is actually not that bad. We just need to play around it better. And in that game, we criticized them for not playing around the Varus comps properly. They were prioritizing first pick Varus every game, but they were just going into 5v5. And we saw in the next few games, they actually made adjustments. They slowed down their gameplay. They found opportunities to side lane, play around tempo, let the Varus poke. And I think MBR, they really just reined it in a lot, and they might be looking like a different beast here today. If they manage to take a game even off Secret, I would say that MBR are our favorites for the 4th seed.
Yeah, the one thing we have to keep in mind here is that like Team Secret cannot afford a tie. I mean, a
Yeah.
loss is out of the question,
Yeah.
but they cannot afford a tie here. If they have a tie, they're going against Flash, who are hungry to avenge yesterday's losses and climb back up in the standings. I mean, no, they're probably embarrassed, right? They're just like, how did we let that happen? They need to get back up in the standings, right? And it'll be the first match for Flash, so they're not going to be fatigued at all. And then Team Secret places Buriram, right? So this is their easiest match of the day. They cannot tie it. If they tie it, they're going to be just sweating bullets in their next 2 matches because, if anything goes wrong, then they could be looking at 4th or maybe even 5th. I mean, anything's on the table for Secret here. They could finish 1st, they could finish 5th. Everything is possible here, and so they need to start out strong right now.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I do think that this is gonna be uphill for Team Secret. This is a good first match, I believe. It's not gonna get easier as the day progresses, but I still do believe in them. Of course, you guys know that. Let's pull up the rest of the talent predictions and see whether they believe in Team Secret as well. I do think, of course, they are the favorites coming in here. We saw that amazing draft, big brain plays coming out from Team Secret. I'm really excited to see what they're gonna throw at MBR over here. But the graphics that we just saw earlier, I think it's interesting to point out during the fall season, Team Secret, I think, had the lowest first blood rate in the region, which I think is interesting because MBR, they did have quite a high percentage. I mean, what do you think of that, Pete?
It is kind of an alarming stat, right? Because if we're going to have an upset from basically the underdog team, that's how it happens, right? You get the first blood, you get the ball rolling, you get the snowball going, and then if you have the gold lead the entire time, then you can take objectives, you can take kills, you can take turrets, and all of a sudden Team Secret's looking like Team Flash did yesterday. Like, what is going on? How do we let this happen in the first place? Maybe start playing tentative, thinking that we need to win this match, and we gotta play more conservative because we can't let them take extra kills here and there. So that first blood can be very dangerous, and I feel like Team Secret really needs to guard against that.
Yeah, I do get worried. I do get very worried indeed, especially since, in the Philippine region, there were a lot of very aggressive teams, and that's when it started, becoming a little shaky. But then, they would pull through with their late game against against MBR, though, who are quickly adapting, who are quickly learning, evolving with every single match, every single game that they play. Oh, I have to say, this match has been, shaking a little bit over here for Team Secret.
Actually.
Yeah, but Omo, right now we are getting into the bans. What do you guys think right off the bat?
I do want to chime in here really quickly, and I think that's something that we overlooked when talking about MBR, is Onion King has been playing so well. This guy's been popping off on Renekton, Fiora. There we go. Riven first pick. I do believe Elvez flexes that as well, so that is an option. Renekton is on the table, so they might want to flex Riven to the jungle if Onion King's not too confident in that one. But I feel like Azar has been a little bit shaky for me here. His Fiora play especially was not inspiring for me at all. So I think putting him on something like Renekton, which is more stable, up against Onion King might be a good game plan here for Secret. Love the fist bumps.
Absolutely fantastic fist bumps right there. But yeah, I mean, you called that right out of the gate, Omo. Having Onion King go on an extremely strong pick in that Riven, and then on the side of Secret, they don't want to give away the Renekton. They really need to have that sort of counter. Obviously you can, like you mentioned, they could flex it over to the jungle and have it be like a sort of soft ban on their opponents here. So both sides, it seems like Team Secret's kind of like playing the reactive drafting style right here, rather than reacting to how MBR esports is drafting.
I think it's interesting that they brought out the Lee Sin. Trevor is very, very good on the Lee Sin. But even more interesting, we have Nunu. This is a very controversial, would you say, pick that happened yesterday. D2, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this, but especially since, you know, now you are on the desk. You saw the matches from yesterday. What are your thoughts on the Nunu?
I mean, I gotta use a Uno pass card here and pass it over to Omo because I don't even know. Okay, there's so much
Let me
going
jump
on
right
here.
in.
We
Put
have the
me in,
Nunu
coach.
pick,
Put me in, coach.
We have Tatsuri on the Fizz. Go ahead, Omo.
No, I really love the 4-5 here from the side of NBR because when you think about the last pick options available for Team Secret, it's mid lane, right? And then you think, okay, what mid laner can I pick into Nunu that survives and stops the snowball? You go Ari. That's the best one because I can charm him, prick his snowball. What's the fifth pick from the side of NBR? They go Nunu Ari in tandem. They just deny that combo completely. And when you see Team Secret's team composition, they're left with picks that cannot stop Snowball. Really, really good 4-5 here for NBR. I think that adaptation was brilliant in the draft, but that does mean they will have to play the Riven into Renekton matchup, and it really comes down to Azar. I think he's the one that needs to step up here. He's the one that has been a bit shaky in my books, and I want to see how he does against Onion King.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that we see Tatsuri bringing out the Fizz right here because we're wondering when he's going to bring up more of the aggressive mid laners instead of just going with the more conservative picks. He does go for the Fizz here. Feels like they need that aggression coming out from him to take this one down, and it might work out.
Hopefully it does indeed, but NBR looking strong here with their draft Team Secret. Let's find out what they're up to as we head into Game 1 of this series. Casters, take it away.
Thank you much there, Mika. Yes, indeed. Let's kick it off with our second series of the night. And NBR is taking on Team Secret. Both of these teams on the fringes of making the top 4 and looking for a very powerful day today, TJ.
Yeah, and this is actually a very exciting draft, Skimmy, because everything that NBR has brought here is all of the exciting stuff I've been freaking out to you about kind of behind the scenes and on camera for the last couple of days. They're benefiting from the Nunu tank.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this Nunu tank as the tournament's gone on become more and more prevalent, become stronger, look ever so exciting as we have a bit of a kumbaya in the mid lane, a bit of a campfire, saying hello and saying, yo.
Roasting some marshmallows. You know how it is, Skimmy.
Yeah, absolutely, a bit of sugar. Why not? Keep the blood sugar levels up nice and high and back to laning phase. Except, look at Toby.
Except, Tovu's just camping out here on the top lane.
Yeah, hits there for locks him in place, procs the ignite as well, drops it down to half and says, well, we can't really punish you for the honey fruit, but yeah, beware of the level 1 Janna gank.
I don't really know what the point of that was, but they got like 10 damage, Skimmy, so...
That's scary. And look, I've seen scarier things. Maybe the level 1 cheese with a Brom, sure, but you know, Toby, he's filling himself, why not?
Well, he just
Warning
lost
shots.
that entire wave. Azure just walked away from the turret, and that entire wave just crashed. It shook him, Skimmy. It broke his mental. The level 1 Janna gang just cost him so much gold. Look, he's like 200 gold behind.
Yeah, but I suppose you could say the same for the bot lane as well, right? Like, Alio is definitely
Yes,
behind
you
as
could.
well as a result. I mean, who really comes out ahead in the end?
You absolutely could, Skimmy. And to be clear, I do not approve of the level 1 Janna gang. It didn't make any sense.
Well, let's see what it does mean.
If you
in
go
the end.
Tornado, he didn't even go Tornado. If you go Tornado, I believe, because then you have CC, right?
Oh, please, no.
Tofu,
Have we
please.
cursed him? Okay, well, he's just going to burn the flash and walk away.
Trevor's going to clean this up.
Hanging around here, isn't he? He's looking for the kill. He flashes on in, hits the Sonic Wave, and says, that's my kill. Maybe we'll just turn our attention to Tobu. Oh, clutch Eye of the Storm. The shield is there. He's buying so much time. Where are the rotations, TJ? Do we find them? Oh, well, Fizz shakes his booty, picks up the kill. Radiant has to answer, but he can't, which is crazy to me. Lee Sin gets the kill as well. And Onion King somehow off-screen is getting kills too. What are we watching?
Skimmy!
Oh, dear.
I feel like I'm watching Origin series. I don't know what to do.
No. Oh, no, it's too early. It's cursed.
Alves did find the gank up top off camera. I want to highlight that because I can explain that. That's how Azure died. Alves was camping up in that top lane for at least an hour, and they did finally convert on that pressure, get a kill for MBR. What happened down bottom is a little more inexplicable because the entire time that Trevor was working on those Krugs, he was on a ward. MBR knew he was there. I cannot stress this enough. Tobor and Alier knew that Trevor was in that bush waiting for them to be low HP. And the only sensible thing to do there is either to play hard defense behind the turret or to fall all the way off of that turret and just play hide the tier 2 so that you can't be ganked, given that the rest of your team is in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's just wild to me that, you know, these plays, I'm not going to say go unpunished, because they certainly are, but I mean, we're just looking at even states despite all this weird action in the first 3 minutes.
And just to, like, build on this here, I actually don't know what to make of the Team Secret draft. They have... Well, they have this Galio, Xayah, which are like very antithetical. Xayah wants to play defense in lane, not super pokey. Galio wants to full command. So that doesn't really work for me as a duo lane. I prefer basically anything else to be paired with the Galio. The other thing is the reason you play Galio support is typically because you've got a lot of dives that you're worried about. There's nobody who's diving over on MVR, so I think the actual answer is that Team Secret are a team that needs a little bit more tank, and maybe a Thresh would have done better there. Honestly, maybe a Leona would have done better there, given the lane opponents. But that's, you know, draft criticism.
What about
as
this,
far as
though,
execution?
What about if they've got all the dive, how about, you know, Team Secret themselves? They've got all the dives, so Galio's just force sending it in with Elisa and Fizz.
Yeah, so that's where I was going. As far as execution, the way Team Secret play this is they just forget Chewie exists and full send it, and Chewie just throws out some feathers from the back of the team butt, and eventually that'll matter because he'll do late game damage. And that's basically the game we're playing, but I don't know why.
Well, you know, sometimes these questions do get left unanswered unless we do get some of those answers in this game, which, I mean, as far as we're understanding, could just be a case of champions fully sending it in the first 15 minutes and then waiting for these 2 AD carries that need those critical chance items to say, hey, did you forget about us? You know, we can still do things too.
But also, this is a game with a Nunu in it, so Team Secret full sending are going to full send onto a tank Nunu, who I think is just going to welcome them to the party, drop the absolute zero, have a great time.
I mean, reliably, what kind of interrupts do we have? I guess it really is up to, you know, the stun from the Renekton, the taunt from the Galio, perhaps even a kick if you're really concerned there by the Lee Sin. But otherwise, I think the panel, you know, really raised a good point about, you know, this Nunu becoming more and more of a threat where the meta champions just don't really answer the snowball engage.
Yeah, and that's something that we do need to pay attention to, is the role of Nunu, because I'm speculating how these fights will play out. We don't really know yet.
We don't know, but what we do know is that when a Galio phase checks the Nunu, apparently he feels the pain and the burden, and a kill goes out. A Monsoon is procced, and that is a Fox dead on the ground. Now, we are still chasing. A Killer Instinct to back up his boy in Tobu, because apparently Janna needs to be protected in that same fashion. Alia is still looking for the kill, finds it, takes that Tatsuri. They're going to look for another kill onto Hermes, who was already low beforehand. The mitigation is there from the passive, but they're going to turn their sights onto Trevor instead, and one by one, the domino effect is in full action.
MBR find 2 kills off of the power of the Kai'Sa, which means that Arliora is going to be terrifying coming into the late game. This is going to be a very big Kai'Sa, which very likely gives them an important game win over Team Secret here. I'm not talking about that. You can't make me. And that's going to be very likely decisive going into the late game, because Team Secret, even though they're relatively even on gold, don't have something that can answer a Kai'Sa. They don't have the same amount of tank shred that's available. All of their damage, as far as engage, is going to come either in the form of burst from this Fizz, from this Lee Sin, or from Renekton.
Well, I was going to bring up the point, is this is going to be a game then of mechanics, but Chum the Waters misses. Apparently does not matter, they can still kill secure. Herod has also been summoned off screen, and yeah, I mean, Team Secret, they're doing the thing.
That wasn't a mechanics check, that was a macro check. Alier had no business walking through that jungle alone. It is absurd that he's doing that. He knew that there was a gank there. He knew that Team Secret were working on the bottom lane from that jungle, and he just walked through it and goes down. And yeah, that does hurt the Kai'Sa win condition that just got boosted up. I'm Omo today, Skimmy.
Yeah,
this game has turned me into Omo. I don't know what to do with myself.
It's an early day. Look, I know we love the Omo buff. It usually comes out about 10 hours into a broadcast, but you know, bright and early, literally for yourself over in Cali.
No, this is 11 p.m. This is midnight for me.
Oh, no. we're gonna call that Brian Ollie because I mean it's 4 p.m. here for me in Sydney, so
if you give me 15 more minutes, it'll be 1 a.m. and then we're bright and early.
The technicalities. What are we expecting? Second Drake.
Yeah, and it looks like MBR are setting up on it early, which is good for their team composition. If they can survive the initial burst engage from Lee Sin and Fizz, then they have the fight made. I'm not sure they can, though.
It's going to be very hard to steal it away from Nanudu, isn't it? And it's going to be the Smite and the Charm, and now they'll try and force the fight afterwards. Shepard's already gone. Hummage jumps in it a little bit too late, but hits a two-man taunt. Now Tatsuri working his way towards these key carry threats. Radiant's removed. Now on the prowl here for Alio, who's burnt double summoners. He's running to the Baron lane. I should say the Baron lane, to the Dragon lane. They're both objectives, and ultimately the Dragon is what's claimed. But MBR are low, the Feathers are there. Notice this one, TJ, they're looking for these kills. They're turning it around. They've been overextended. Team Secret are too keen for blood. And MBR happy.
Yeah, a very scattered team fight, and Team Secret commit onto Alier, who just runs down to the bottom lane, staying alive. Onion King flanks in, provides that front line. That's a free kill. Provides that front line. And MBR are able to walk away from the trading very positively, especially as Radiance just gets handed a free win by Azur, who apparently disrespects the RA charm.
We've seen a few solos today, haven't we? I mean, it really isn't all about these team fights and skirmishes around these objectives.
Yeah, this is a wild game.
They're filling each other.
This is actually, like, just to kind of frame this in the context of the group, this is actually, I think, a really terrible form for Team Secret to be showing here. They're normally a team that's known for how well they play map states, how well they play team play. And this looks much more like their weakest games during the regular season of the PPGL, the Philippines Region Pro League, because they're not playing as a team here. They're just kind of wandering around the map and looking for fights.
And they're going to do it again, aren't they? Looking for it right now as the Snowball comes barreling into the top lane. The Monsoon to try and split that fight apart. Elvish channeling the absolute zero, but not going to find the kill thereafter. A nice knock-up as the Lee Sin kick goes out. The charm isn't there to turn things around. And everybody just walks away.
Well, all of Team Secret walk away. MBR stay here, obviously, and they're just going to take this turret. Now, why did Team Secret back away from that turret? I guess they thought they couldn't win the fight for it. I think they could have held. What's going to happen is they're going to trade 1-for-1 across the map and go back and get some valuable item spikes. Tatsuri getting Rabadons is very important. You also are most of the way to Chewy being a serious damage threat in this late game. I want to highlight the way Xayah works as a result of that, because the Xayah is going to need to match what Earlier is doing if they want a hope of winning this late game. And the big thing about Xayah is that you're looking for the Xayah to take fights defensively. They have one big iframe, the Featherstorm, which gives them temporary invulnerability whilst they're kind of flying above the air. And that needs to be spent as the major disengage to fall backwards so that you get maximum value out of the Blade Caller afterwards. That means it's a little bit hard because Xayah doesn't, as a result, have an engage tool. You're never going to be able to use that Featherstorm to start fights or to chase. So Team Secret, a little bit of a disconnected comp in that way.
Yeah, and I'm really curious, actually, to your point, right, how we are going to see these team fights play out, because from what we've seen so far, it is Team Secret fully just getting themselves into a position to say, we're taking this fight, whether you like it or not. Do you have an answer? And most of the time, MBR have said, yes, you know, we do have these answers, but what does that fight look like when the Featherstorm has to be utilized? Well, there's the charm, there's the orb afterwards, there's the all-in with the ignite. He's going to fall on down. Is he going to use the Featherstorm?
He's dead.
Apparently not. Grievous wounds was enough to nullify the summoner heal, and he is just dead, as you say.
And that's a solo kill just found by Radiance, who's having his second really impressive game this tournament. His second solo kill, just dancing through the entirety of Team Secret, unpunished to find that kill. And this will result in MBR being able to take some pretty dominant control of the game with their key carries, their key pick characters, getting so much gold here. You talk about the Kai'Sa, you talk about Radiance on this Ari, and that's the exact kind of character that thrives in this messy style of game where you can just jump in and do damage. There's a reason, I'm gonna say it again, there's a reason these characters are so popular in the Summoner series in North America and the Origin series in Europe.
But here we are in the Sea Champs, where things maybe a little bit different as the
Playing a
third
really
Drake
messy game.
gets locked in.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I'm not entirely sure what to make of this. Team, like again, this is actually really scary for Team Secret, and it's becoming maybe a through line that we have to pay attention to MBR, that they're able to kind of force teams into these scrappy, messy games where their individually skilled players can come out on top.
I'm wondering if it's a fair comparison to their initial opening game against one team a couple of days ago, right? Where they ran the comp with a Darius, Camille, the Irelia. It was a falling composition, which had the snowball, which had a clear goal in mind, but when it fell behind, they didn't really have the best wave clear, didn't have the best answers to, you know, hold things off. And we're seeing MBR set themselves up in a very similar position, you have to say.
And they're all about these individual carry compositions. They're all about these compositions that rely on skirmishing fights. And like you're talking about, it's very difficult to play competitively because if the other team is coordinated and forces you behind through laning without giving you fights, then you don't start any of those characters with gold leads. And if, for instance, Radiance didn't have a gold lead, if he was even in gold right here, he wouldn't have been able to one-shot either of the 2 solo kills he's found.
Well, we won't say anything about that one. We saw nothing. Azar just dies off screen. Now we're going to look to try and find Team Secret with a bit of revenge. Looking to try and capitalize on the fact that Rivet is down bot side, pushing in waves. The fight descends. That goes to Featherstorm. The flash away afterwards to try and rip them all back and get themselves that kill. They don't find it. It is going to be Tatsuri that dies in second, and well, Alia has now well and truly been unleashed. He's got all these diving threats, he's got all these assassins, but he's lived through it all.
What a performance in the team fight from both him and Radiance again. MBR show their individual skill, dominate a messy team fight versus Team Secret. They're going to turn onto this Baron and just try and end the game, and they're already doing this. Look at Onion King just in the middle of the map, just working away.
Yeah. I mean, it's much to your point, right? They're hitting with these checkmate situations of you're not winning the lanes, you're not winning the fights, and you're not winning the objectives. 3 Drakes, a Baron. Team Secret need answers quick.
I don't think it's happening this game. I think this is going to be, at the very least, a tied series, which is not the result that fans from the Philippines were looking for. Team Secret are supposed to be one of the best teams in this bracket. This is going to mark kind of the second pretty major upset of the day as we start the day off with Buriram taking a game off of one team. And all of a sudden, this Group A, the more casual group, the group that wasn't stacked, has become very interesting indeed, as a whole bunch of the expected favorites who we talked about having easy exits from the group look like they're folding under the pressure of just mechanical teams with skilled players.
It's going to be a long day for Team Secret. They're playing until the very last game of the night. They need to get up to winning ways nice and early to build on that momentum, to have the self-belief, because as you say, Azar's just gone, Trebor's destroyed, and Radiance is loving life as this Ari.
Yeah, Radiance just dancing through the team fight there, picking up kill after kill, with Alia around the side, providing soak damage now for the turret.
Oh my god.
Oh, behind the turret.
Look at it, TJ. They're everywhere. They're swarming them. They don't know what to do. They're lost. They can't wave clear. They can't fight. And they cannot defend. Triple inhibitors is the acquisition. The Nexus, the only thing left standing. And Team Secret have been sent to the grey screen to stare at that defeat.
And I don't know what you're saying in the Team Secret communications, but looks of that game, not very much. As we had multiple really desynced team plays, just a completely shattered team. One of the best teams coming into this tournament. One of the highlights from the PBGL, one of the most established leagues in the SEA region. And MBR, they look very pleased with themselves, as they should be, forcing a messy game and dominating through it with just mechanical skill, good teamfight coordination.
Yeah, and from the very get-go, the writing was on the wall. Saw a Janna ganking at level 1. Now, I don't know if that's rent-free. You're living in your mind thinking, we're getting ganked by a Janna. Why is it enchanting here?
Maybe it did all come back to that.
Is it? Look, are we just going to nullify every valid point and say it's all down to that level 1 Janna? Chat was going off saying, what on earth is this? But hey, I mean, it definitely set the tone that we're looking to fight. We're not waiting for these 5v5s. We're taking those 1v1s. We're looking for those charms. You've got assassins. You've got one goal in mind. That is the fight. If you don't get that, then you will just lose. Going to the break, it's MBR up here in his best of 2 with a game 1 victory.
welcome back to the C Championships. MBR Esports takes the first game against Team Secret, and we've been talking about MBR Esports as a team that adapts and improves, but this time I don't really have a lot to say about them aside from the Nunu gaming that we saw over there. But yeah, it's because Team Secret, this was heavy underperformance from them. I mean, D2, what do you think? What were your thoughts on that on that game? I know that we kind of all felt the same way. We're like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, I want to tell you that the sweating is from the Indian curry that I just ate, but it was also because of the complete egg that Team Secret laid in that game. It was going to be fun. We're going to hype this whole thing up. I was going to be a hater, you're going to be a homer, but I did not want this to happen. That was a complete train wreck of a game from Team Secret. I don't know what was going on there. They threw out an extreme early game situation, and they don't go for any of the team fights. Everything is discombobulated. People on their side are getting picked off, and it just completely fell apart.
Yeah, we've been saying this since day one of the tournament, right? When you draft Renekton Lee Sin, the whole world knows what you want to do. But Team Secret did not try to execute the combo a single time onto Onion King, and it was just an extremely disappointing performance, and letting Onion King free scale to the 4-item River mark. Sure, he didn't do too much damage at the end of the day, but that's just fine. He did his job. The key components here, I think, were the 4-5 picks from MBR. The Nunu as well as the Ahri were just so essential for their team comp to function. They found picks constantly. They were so good at getting onto the backline. Team Secret had no ways to interrupt this, and I think in a way MBR's draft ensured that the Nunu pick would be very uncontested here.
Yeah, and one thing that I kept saying while we were sitting there watching this horror unfold before our eyes was that we do not want to see Team Secret pull a flash, and unfortunately they pulled almost a double flash there.
Yeah.
Just, same thing happened yesterday. MBR got ahead. No, credit to MBR, they're playing very well, but it feels like there's some more pressure when you feel like you're the favorite. And then even though Team Secret had the more aggressive comp, they had to go for more risks. They just sat back and played safe, and that is just signing your death warrant right there.
Yeah,
And,
I feel like sorry, Oma, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Oh, yeah, I was just gonna do a bit. You should definitely go ahead.
Well, I want to hear that bit a little later, but I was
Okay,
gonna say
yeah.
that the charms from Radiance, I feel like, should not have had that much impact. I mean, like, and we mentioned this, Azar, when you're up against the Ahri and the Renekton, it's sad. But yeah, we mentioned this. Azar, he has been underperforming, and he knows this. Actually, you can read the interview on One Esports, the home of esports heroes. Get your daily dose of esports at oneesports.gg. You can find him on Facebook, on Instagram, Twitter, and on YouTube. And I believe this interview is actually on One Esports Philippines. Azar mentioned this. He knows that he's been underperforming. He knows that he's hit a sort of like plateau. And yeah, he mentioned that he was gonna get on this because he believed that the success kind of like went to his head a little bit. But the thing is, this is when you're supposed to pop off, and it's been a huge question mark right now for the side of Team Secret. We know that Azar needs to perform. Actually, all of them. Hamez, I feel like, was the only one who was being very active. I mean, Omo, what do you think? This was really painful.
It was, and I think we talked about Azar, we talked about Centuri not being able to do much on that first pick, which is extremely feast or famine, and I think a big standout underperformer for me as well was Chewy, right? I don't think the Xayah pick was super bad in the context of this game. There were still many options for him to play around. Xayah's always great at team comps that want to come into you. You just have to be very careful with the Ahri charm, which punishes your short range. The problem though is I think Chewy was just out of position a bunch of times. There's an event which stood out in my head, which is the bot lane team fight after the dragon, where his teammates just chased into the jungle and he was so out of position, just hitting creeps in the bottom wave. It was just so desynced, and it just shows the whole Team Secret. It doesn't seem like they're on the same page right now. And while we're on that topic, right, Mika? For myself and Contra, we would like to officially extend to you an invitation to join the Depression Club. You can be the representative from the Philippines. I'm from Singapore, Contra's from Malaysia. Welcome.
It's nice to be here.
We're glad to have you on board.
Here.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Mika, and I'm here from the Philippines on behalf of Team Secret. But yeah, I mean, you brought up Chewy. I just want to add this. Omo, this has nothing to do with the game at all. But guess what? Chewy's fans are, Chewy calls his fans.
I kind of don't want to know. This sounds like it's gonna be bad.
He calls them supporters. And I guess their
that's
supporters are really sad right now. But yeah, indeed, we have seen better games coming out from all of the members of Team Secret. Yesterday wasn't so bad at all. I don't know if they need to, they need to sync up, they need to warm up. maybe it's that thing, the one game warm-up. We might see them performing better in game 2. But right now on the side of MBR, it just seems like, they just had little to-do list. They just checked all of the boxes. I do have to bring up the Nunu though. D2, I think this is your you because you weren't here yesterday. This is your first experience on the watching the whole Nunu game. It's kind of fun, I have to admit. Like if I wasn't voting for Team Secret, I have to say it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely becoming a big fan of the Nunu Jungle gameplay. Obviously, Alves played wonderfully on him, and credit to MBR. We've been talking about how Flash fell apart. We've been talking about how right now Team Secret fell apart, but MBR is bringing it to them. They are playing extremely solid, not trying to overdo things, not trying to go for, see a lot of times underdogs try to go for these crazy kills, or maybe they just they're discombobulated. Yeah. Or like the opposite, right? Sometimes they're discombobulated, playing so reactive to the other team, and they're just playing solid, Wild Rift gameplay right now, and bring it to them, and just making sure that once they have a lead, they do not let it go, and kind of leaning on their opponents until the game is over. It's very solid play from them.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I've been very impressed with MBR, and I think that is continuing to grow here. And the thing that really stands out for me is when we were looking at Boom ID in the play-in stages, we didn't really have too much expectations for them as well, to be honest. And I think the one that really stood out was Fly Arthur was popping off, making plays for his team. We're seeing very much the same thing here for MBR in the group stages. Radiant here has been consistently popping off, whether on Mages, Assassins, Pick Champions, whatever he plays, he's been doing well. And I don't know what Indonesian teams are feeding their mid laners, but I would like some of that very much.
Well, we don't know what, for example, Berean United Esports had for breakfast. I think MBR Esports, they're gonna keep that a secret too.
Oh, we gotta keep track of this. We gotta keep track of this.
I know.
Like,
It's all about the diet.
Guys, what do you have for breakfast?
Yeah, you know what? Come playoffs, we're gonna find out what exactly all of these teams, have been having for breakfast, how exactly they warm up, and how exactly they get so good. I have a feeling it's the food, indeed. But yeah,
To be fair,
here we are
SEA
with
food.
our Champ Select. Yeah, SEA food. Champ Select over here. And what do you guys think of the current picks right now? D2.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret is really just leaning in on making sure that Azar gets his confidence back. They banned out the Renekton, going with the Riven, just basically uncontested in that top lane. And following up with two very solid picks in the Varus and the Zig. So I'm liking their draft thus far, especially because they're really prioritizing making sure that Azar cannot fail in that top lane.
I think that's a big part of it as well, right? Azar has been shut down pretty hard. And this team come from Team Secret, it's a little bit odd, I would say. They have the Ziggs Ferris, they want to run a double poke. I think it's a very good answer from MBR. They recognize that, you know what, you're going for double poke, you're going for long range, we're going to pick long range engage. We're going to put the Chum the Waters, Trail of the Hunt, getting your backline, Kai'Sa with Killer Instinctive, and you have no options left but to die.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like a counter to the counter here, going with the Gragas, making sure,
that's
like,
good.
you get in the back line, making sure that you can heal them off of you once they get there. We see a lot of Rengar, particularly in like the Korean region. Having just joined recently, what are your thoughts on the Rengar? I feel like he could shine here, but it's definitely it depends on how MBR play him.
I think Rengar's an extremly strong pick. I'm quite surprised that he's actually dropped a bit in Prio. He's been consistently first picked, first rotation for pretty much the entire play-in stage, or banned away as well. So I'm quite surprised in group stage he actually drops down quite a bit. I think it's mostly due to other champions rising, such as people realizing Riven is so OP if we get to team fights. I think that's part of why Rengar has dropped, but I still think as a champion he's just extremely strong. His numbers are just so good. If he gets on top of your head, he's gonna chop it in half. So you have to always be careful of this champion if you don't have enough disengage.
Yeah, D2, I wanted your thoughts as well on MBR picking Fizz. Kind of, I guess, showing Team Secret this is how you do it. But yeah, what are your thoughts on that? Is it a power play sort of like against Team Secret, or what do you think?
Yeah, it's exactly like Almost said, right? You need to be able to get onto that backline, especially because of the danger that comes from the Ziggs and the Varus. So much damage getting poured out, and honestly, I think that Team Secret can still this though. I think they can hold on and not get caught by the Fizz out here.
Yeah, hopefully so. We're gonna find out indeed if they can get caught out. Team Secret versus MBR heading into game 2. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much there, Mike. Yes, let's see what Team Secret can do. They've made some adjustments, and they've said, you know what, we need a draw here, TJ. It's unacceptable if we go 0-2 in this very long day to close out what will be Group A.
Yeah, I mean, wins and losses versus MBR very likely decide this group, Skimmy. So Team Secret, they're not in danger of elimination yet, but they do need to start looking at those 2-3 slots and figuring out where they want to leave this group. There are very real consequences if you get placed into the lower bracket in playoffs. you essentially have one less life. So Team Secret need this win. It's actually very important for them.
But let's see what they can do, because we're back off to a flying start straight in the mid lane to soak some experience and trying to assert a little bit of tempo on the map. MBR, they've run it back with this exact bot lane once again, but they've made a lot more adjustments towards the mid to top side.
Yeah, so MBR, I mean, I think the way to explain the MBR comp is to start with the Team Secret comp, right? Because like Daniel was saying on the desk, like Omo was saying on the desk, they have this really squishy backline, the Ziggs, the Varus, very clear backline as well, and then they've got a ton of CC in front of that. They're going to be relying on Azar and James to build that just wall of stuns. And here's where you explain the MBR comp. Everything on their team is built to get past that. You've got Rengar, you've got Fiora, you've got Fizz, they've all got bounces, and they're going to bing bang bong right into that back line and just pick off the Varus, pick off the Ziggs.
We're going to make that a thing, aren't we? Yes, that's how we get ourselves ready for a cast. We just shout that one out loud and proud, and you know, you're feeling yourself out in this game, and I'm sure they will be too, because you quite rightly touch on just how much of a nightmare it's going to be as the Ziggs, as a Varus, to try and play out this game, knowing that that looming threat, it's always going to get there.
Yeah, and I think MBR are in trouble if they don't start any of those characters rolling. This is one of those full damage compositions we were talking about last game, Skimmy, where if they don't get early damage on these characters and early gold into these characters, like we were talking about with Radiance on the Ahri last game, if Radiance can't one-shot somebody with his full rotation of spells, with all of his cooldowns, then they're in trouble. Yeah. And you can't do that if you're on even level with your opponents. You can only do that if you find early kills and get early gold.
It's a classic argument, isn't it? With like double assassin, you need to get the ball rolling nice and early. Otherwise, you know, your opposition is just laughing straight to the late game and nullifying everything that you've offered.
Yeah, so that's kind of the pressure on MBR right now. They need to find early kills. They need to start their assassins going. Because I would argue this isn't double assassin, this is triple assassin.
You count Fiora as the assassin now, or are we going to go the Kai's way?
Janna. You see that top lane gank last game, Skimmy?
Yes! Yes, support's getting the love that they so desperately deserve. Tobu, I'm loving this. You know what? Forget about the Rakans and the Namis and the Lulus. Bring back Janna. Make it phenomenal, because I'm enjoying it.
I did see... Here's a Summoner Series shout-out that this series deserves.
Okay, yeah.
Beginnings on Tatsuri will be fine. Oh,
will he not? Okay, the barrier's you. Oh, well, that is what...
He's dead!
Oh, no
he
way!
He could have lived, but he mistimed the iframe.
No way, TJ. I held my breath.
Idiot.
I held my breath. And maybe it's not the right call, but unfortunately, Radiance falls on down for a trade.
You just stay in the hop, and you don't die to that. He mistimes it. That's tragic for Radiance. He could have lived through that like 3 different ways. Anyway, first blood does go to MBR, so it's a slight gold lead to them, but minor.
Okay, well, that is the first bit of action that this mid-jungle duo have been able to showcase, and okay, we're going straight bot side. Nice killer instinct, isn't it? Beautiful in that regard, but hang on a minute. You run the gauntlet from your 2v2 pairing in the bot lane to a roaming jungler in Trevor that says hello, and will take your turret too.
But MBR are flanking the flank. Check out this cutoff being set up by Radiance.
And right there, looking to try and find an angle. It doesn't matter. Tatsuri has destroyed the Janna. You can't shield the turret anymore. There's the satchel charge, and there is the first turret of the second game.
James is just dragging Team Secret, kicking and screaming to a game win here as he zones off repeatedly, ganks from further up the river. Stopped the mid play earlier, slowed that down. Shows up here in the bottom lane to again stop the flank, find initiation. And now he's going to try and contest for this Drake.
Yeah, he needs about another 20 seconds though before his ultimate's there. Locked in place, too much CC. He just dies.
That's
instantly. The Crescent Guard looked nice though from the Zinzao. That does at least nullify Radiant's big contributing factor. And if anything else, I mean, they stopped the Dragon for the meantime.
Yeah, because MBR can't really teamfight with this composition. So James, it's well worth it given how short the death timers are. They're going to get a team fight now properly, and they win those.
Nice knockback. Out goes the tornado. The Dragon is getting closer and closer to smite range. Can they steal it? They can't. Treble flashes away to secure it. but Onion King's on the prowl and takes him down like the assassin split-pushing character that it was designed to be. Oh, the explosive cast! James really is doing everything you wanted, TJ.
Flash ult! That was a flash ult to get that barrel.
Wow.
I have no words for what James is doing in this series.
But it makes the two of us.
He's done so much. Yeah, you could tell neither of us had any words for that, Skippy.
We just let the the tones of the game play out for a few, whilst we consider what to say next, because James is really putting in.
Skippy?
He's putting in a hard day shift.
And you know what we call that in the business?
What's that?
An awkward pause. A full engage at the start of this fight kind of spelled trouble for Team Secret, but MBR don't play this effectively because they have all these assassins, but Onion King is like AFK behind the fight, finding a kill onto individual. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. MBR should be using this Fiora as a frontline because Onion King is kind of the only character that can take a beating. The riposte is the only tool they have to sustain through Team Secret's frontline. Basically, any time MBR fight front to back against Team Secret, they're going to lose. The only advantage they have is in these ganks.
Well, that is the gank, as you'll see.
God,
and they're looking for that kill. Tatsuri's life is so hard, but he's done it. He has survived. Tobu's guaranteed a kill onto James, who tried to do everything he could. Oh, look at the Sonias. Look at that. Oh, the flash away afterwards, and the kill, and the double kill. He is dominating, and he's outplaying MBR.
Tobu burns the flash to try and finalize that, but can't get in range for a single auto.
Wow.
Genuinely tragic. And Tatsuri, as a result, will survive. MBR falling behind in Game 2 as Team Secret presents a little bit more of a unified face. And what's more importantly, James shows up to play.
Currently does. He's putting in so much work as a support. Gragas going to be itemizing towards that tank build. But you'd love to see if he'd gone the AP route instead. Could certainly start to one-shot some people in this game. And as you say, quite rightly, MBR are down what is soon to be 5k, maybe even 6k, with the mid-tier 1 falling down too. You're concerned because those assassins, their KDA doesn't look too pretty, and the gold leaders starting to escape them.
Yeah, and this is really hard to turn a game around from. Okay, Onion King. Because the only way you turn this game back around if you're MBR is you keep committing, you keep taking risks, you keep trying to find individual 1v1 plays. Because there's no other way back into this game. They don't have the tools to do anything else. So they're going to have to keep taking risks that are 49 to 50%, negative probability risks in order to try and win this. And, it's unlikely.
Unlikely, but there is that risk associated with it, and they don't really have any other viable option left in the game. If this is the comp you've gone for, this is the playstyle you must execute. And if anything more, I suppose they're really hoping that Secret then make the next move or make the next mistake, and hope that they can pounce upon that.
I do think MBR need to focus a little bit more on Tatsuri, who's been playing a solid game here. Both of the big carry threats from Team Secret are pretty far out ahead, and that speaks to MBR's lack of good execution upon the composition they've drafted. Because frankly, there should have been constant presence in Tatsuri and Chewy's lanes. Every time these team fights start, MBR should have been focusing specifically on those players, given that they are Team Secret's only damage.
In the wings. I'm just waiting to see when Elvis decides to jump out. He's got another ward in that second bush. He's now going to get revealed. Azar knows the play. The playbook is, do I take the 1v2 underneath the turret? Do I have the mechanics? And do I have the skill? The ignite goes out. He's going to try. He hits the stun. The riposte! It doesn't matter! He just ignores the Fiora. He takes down the Rengar. And he's looking for the Fiora now. In comes the cavalry. Tobu makes it a 1v3. And that is just unfair. Azar was playing out of his mind. And they're now going to try and find vengeance, but they missed the chain of corruption. Onion King on the great escape. With no options to throw his way. It'll be Ignite. It'll be this barrel. He's still living, no. Finally, he falls on down. And that was as crazy as anything in the top lane there.
And I want to give a shout out to both our supports, both James for finding the kill, and Tobu for just slipping away in the night. Did you catch that? Tobu just manages to steal away through the bushes, perfectly timing his escape to get out of that top lane.
Well, this is what you expect with compositions like this.
No, it's not.
And, you know, they've got assassins, they've got
Skibby,
damage, they want to fight.
never
Look,
in
TJ,
my
I don't
wildest
care.
dreams.
I don't care. These players are saying, we're skill checking you, and Team Secret are saying, we need this draw.
Never in my wildest dreams would I have expected this.
Well,
Earlier zoned back, that was Mega Inferno Bomb spent. If you're keeping track of cooldowns, it'll be up in approximately 15 more seconds. As the Baron does get taken here by Team Secret, and NBR don't really have the tools to contest. We'll see if they can grab Tatsuri.
I mean, look at where Radiance is right now. He's pushing that wave bot to say, well, you kept on this one, but drinking up time with the bombs. Oh, the double range harass. Six and Forest together is such a recipe for success. And Tobu cannot step up. They cannot contest. They have to split push, which is what they are doing, bear in mind. But that Baron is as free as anything for Team Secret.
My god, and look at Hamas just being the perfect bouncer that entire time, just blocking MBR's entrance to the pit. He's the reason it's so easy for this double ranged harass, we didn't see that, to find value during that fight, is because they can't ever get close to Tatsuri or Chewy because of Hamas, who's just being that bodyguard, being that wall of muscle. What are you gonna do, MBR?
Yeah, I mean, MBR is obviously the opposition, but I think Hames really is playing for the MVP more so than anything here, DJ. He's really saying, we've got to get this dub. We've got to get this one in the books. We can't afford to have a similar scoreline here to MBR. We need to pull ahead, and they're doing the thing right here, up by 7,000 gold. Another turret down. They're fourth off the game. This Baron buff looking to put in a big amount of work.
Alves on the flank, needs Tatsuri.
That's the charge used, and the inhibitor survives for the meantime. Oh, the knockback onto two! Tatsuri just destroys their life, their hopes, and their dreams. The range poke duo once again, back at it again, deleting anybody that comes in close contact with them. The Nexus, the last thing standing between them and a 1-1 scoreline, and that's what they're hoping for. That's what they're hunting for, and at 13 minutes, that is what Team Secret will get.
Well, there was Team Secret. That was team play. That was Hamas, the all-star support stepping up. And Team Secret are able to equalize the series, but I think, as you can see, they're not at all satisfied by that result. They're supposed to be one of the best teams in this group, and right now, they're not delivering on that in the scorelines, giving up a careless game to MBR, another one in a long string of tied series so far for Team Secret. I think they need to clean up their gameplay. At this point, it's very likely they get out of groups, but they need to clean up their gameplay if they're looking to go far in this tournament.
But it's only have far to go in this day, as they will be closing out the day also. And a 1-1 scoreline to start off their journey here in what a very long journey will be. 2 more games left to look forward to. But for the meantime, that's us done. It's back to our analyst desk.
Thanks so much, casters. There you have it. Team Secret have tied the score with MBR Esports. But yeah, it was a little shaky. It was like, you know, it wasn't the fact that, you know, they popped off or anything. It was just that, okay, they played their cards right this time. Exactly how MBR did it during the first game. Omo, what do you think about this? This was a better Team Secret, but this wasn't a great Team Secret.
It's much better, and I think it was you that brought up the point, actually, right, Mika? You said that Azar, first picking that Riven, he needs to get his confidence back. I hope that we saw that in that game, because we really do need him to step up. He played pretty well in that game, and I think that that's exactly what Team Secret need. They need people to step up around Hamas. He's a support, he can't carry a game. Tatsuri, I think, has been doing pretty decently. The Fizz game, I think, was a bit of an outlier, so I'll cut him some slack, right? But I think the big ones we really need to see step up are Azar and Chewy, and I think they definitely did so this game. But on the side of MBR as well, overall, that was a pretty lackluster performance from them.
Yeah, the thing is, even though they came back and won game number 2, the damage has been done. You know, getting a 1-1, the difference between a tie and a win is greater than twice the difference between, you know, getting a tie and a loss here. So yeah, it's just really bad, especially because they're facing Team Flash, who is desperate to get wins, and they're facing Buriram, who has been the best team of the group later on. So Team Secret, I would still put my money on them getting out of the group, but it's a real question at the moment, and that is not where we expected them to be.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on what D2 said about like it being twice And I'm still calculating. the math.
It's 2 points difference between
No.
win and tie, and 1 point difference between a tie and a
No,
loss.
Tito,
Yeah.
no. Okay, but yeah,
Sorry.
but of course, like on the side of Team Secret, it could be again that they just need that momentum. A lot of teams have been banking on that with how games have been going, and especially since they do have quite a long day ahead. As you mentioned, D2, it's not gonna get any easier for them. This was supposed to be quote unquote like the easiest
warm-up,
match
yeah.
for them, and they had to draw it, and that was like the bare minimum. That was the bare minimum, and now they can't afford to lose any of their games. And I'm right now we'll have to leave it at that with Team Secret. We'll come back to them a little bit later, of course, as we enter our following games with them. MBR Esports though, I wanted to ask you guys, D2, we peg them as like being a team that can improve massively. They kind of slowed down a little bit in this series.
Yeah, I mean, really solid game number 1. Part of that was Team Secret falling apart. And game number 2, it kind of like the script was flipped on them, right? They really looked shaky in that next game. They couldn't deal with what Team Secret had to offer at all. Now, the good news is that they did get the tie, right? And even though you only get 1 point, like I mentioned, even just dragging Team Secret down will potentially help them, right? Because, Team Flash, maybe they get, a win or 2 against them. Maybe a Buri Ram may be able to, get a win or 2 against Secret as well. And then all of a sudden, we have MBR in the thick of things, maybe able to get out of the group, maybe even 3rd place. So MBR just dragging everyone down with them, and then they somehow emerge out of the group, maybe.
I do want to point out something a little bit spicy here, unless I'm reading the schedule wrong, which is very likely. But I do believe NBR only have 1 game left today. That means they're done. They're basically done. They have 1 last game against 1 team. It's very likely to get 0-2 there. So whatever points they're sitting at right now, this could very likely be the amount of points they have for the rest of the group stages. While their main competitor to get out of groups, Team Flash, will still play a game against Team Secret, who have looked a bit shaky today, and will play a game against SVP. Now, if my predictions are right, and that SVP are the weakest team of the entire Group A, then it's very likely that Team Flash get a 2-0, get a 1-1 against Team Secret. I'm still high on the Hopium, and I think it's still very likely that despite dropping 0-2 to MBR, there's still a very good chance that Team Flash is the one that makes it out of Group A.
Very interesting. Of course, I will still hold on to my belief that Team Secret can do it, but I gotta say, I'm not feeling overly confident about that right now. I do hope that they get the momentum coming into the following matches. But right now, we're gonna check out our MVP of that series. Once again, this is a surprise to me because I actually forgot to vote. My bad on that. I was too invested. But it is gonna be General James over here, the very, very bloodthirsty, aggressive support. And I think like this is they're very much well deserved. I wish I added my vote in there. Apparently you didn't need it. It's okay. But yeah, D2, what do you think about his performance?
Well, James looked pretty solid, especially in that second game. Obviously it wasn't really his fault first game, so I can see the vote. I personally went for Alves because he was able to convince me that the Nunu was very potent in that jungle, but obviously he didn't play great in the ringer. The second game, honestly, I know that this might hurt the players, but I don't think there really was an MVP in this series.
Yeah, agreed.
No one was really that great throughout, so...
I just voted for Onion King because I think he's really good.
Yeah. And he did have a good. He did play very, very well, indeed. And he's definitely one of the playmakers, I believe, of MBR. And speaking of MBR, we are gonna speak to one of the players. Let's welcome them over to our virtual stage. I believe we have Ailur. Oh my gosh, why can't
Ailier.
I can't.
Ailier?
This
We'll
is
ask
Ailier.
him. We'll ask him.
Well, yeah, no, let's actually ask him. That's our first question over there. It's a little bit confusing. But hello, Ailur. Are we pronouncing that correctly? How exactly do we say your name?
It's kinda right. It's supposed to be like
Good
Ailier.
enough.
That means
Ailier.
saliva.
Oh.
Ailur.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
The end part, I don't know if we could do that.
Oh,
But yeah, and then now that you're here, we want to ask, of course, how did you feel about that series? Do you have any thoughts going into your next match as well?
I feel great about the series because today's series it's much better, especially with the low ping that we have in the match.
All right.
On your servers
Oh.
today,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have small ping today, so it's good. It's good.
Oh no, at least we know that that is a factor. Omo, do you have a question for Ailur?
I do, man. Bro, I'm so happy for you. I'm glad to see you guys in high spirits because the first time we spoke, it was after you guys got 2-0'd, I believe. So that was a very like tough time, right? And then I remember you said back then that you guys didn't have to change too much. You had the right drafts. You just need to change a little bit of how you approach it. Can I ask a bit of your insights into that? Like, because I noticed your drafts didn't change a lot, right? But suddenly you guys just look so much better.
The most important thing is the ping, I guess, because like for real, bro. Like yesterday when we fight against Buriram and SVP, we got disconnected a few times inside the game. So it's unfortunate for us, I guess.
I see.
Well,
I see.
What happened? Can you tell us kind of what happened from the transition to the first game to the second game? Because you guys looked really good in game one. Team Secret kind of weren't on their game, but then everything kind of flipped in the second game. What do you think led to you kind of dropping that second game and not having maybe the same cohesion?
I think in the second game we messed up a bit in the draft, I guess. But our mentality is still good for now. Like we know we can do this. We can advance from the group stage.
Awesome.
Yeah, you got 5 points. 5 points, pretty good spot to be in. You gotta maybe hope that like Flash and Secret tie or something, so they both pull each other down.
Yeah. We can bet that you guys will be watching the matches later on, of course. And before you get into your last match of the day, Ailur, thank you so much for your time, and congratulations again on all of the hard work that MBR Esports has put into this.
Thank you.
All right. Well,
I love how
MBR
interviewees
Esports are
today.
feeling very. I know.
Yeah,
I know.
they're also
so
positive and happy.
Feeling good today. I think there's also that the group stages are coming to an end, and they really just have to feel positive of their performance. And amazing interview so far. Supporter, we're looking at you. We still want to know what you had for breakfast, my man. But yes, let's take a look at our standings right now. This is where it gets really interesting. Again, the battle that Omo pointed out earlier, how each series that's gonna go forward from here is gonna affect all of the standings in Group A. So it's gonna be really interesting. Dee, do you have any thoughts on that? On this whole thing, on teams dragging each other down and kind of like clawing the way up to that third, possibly fourth place?
Yeah, it's funny because obviously there's a big difference between winning and tying, but at the same time, if you can force a tie from the other team, that drags them down. All of a sudden, there's not that many points available for everyone. So I think MBR is just hoping that there's lots of ties across the board so they can advance. That means that no team really can overtake them. When you guys look at the standings, make sure you look at the number of games played, because that's absolutely huge. If you have 2 games left, you have 2 series left, then you can gain 6 points maximum on the day. If you only have one left, then you're looking at 3, and if you tie, you're only at 1 more. So it's a big deal to look at the amount of series left for these teams.
Yeah, and Omo, I think you mentioned that Team Flash might be your pick as to we're pretty much sold that Buriram United Esports and one team kind of safe, but the third and fourth spot are still contested. You mentioned that Team Flash could be that other team. Who do you think is that fourth?
I think it's gonna be Team Secret and then Team Flash. MBR can still make it, but the sad thing is that it no longer really is in their hands, and that's a situation that you really want to avoid being in as a team that's trying to make it to playoffs. You want to be in control of your own fate, but I think for MBR, that's not really the case anymore. Since they only have 1 match left, they really just have to, like you guys mentioned, right, hope that other teams tie, hope that they drag each other down a bit, and it's still possible that MBR make it out in 4th, but I think it's Secret and Flash.
I would say that one team is in a bit of trouble as well. They also are on the same exact boat as MBR. They have 5 points, 1 match left. Yeah.
But they play each other, so this is gonna be a spicy one.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. Dieter, I'm gonna throw the same question to you. Buriram United, maybe one team. I mean, if that's thrown into a little bit of a cloudy sort of future, who do you think are the 4 teams that will advance right now as we're in barely even the middle of the day?
Honestly, I need to go to my notepad and pen because the math is so kind of crazy, especially considering who. Yeah, especially considering who is facing who. The biggest thing, like I mentioned earlier, to point out is that one team in MBR have 4 matches played and they play each other, right? Yeah. So if they tie, they're both at 6. That's kind of a dicey spot to be in. One of them might finish 4th based on tiebreakers. If one of them 2-0s the other person, they could get overtaken by Flash, and Secret might be ahead of them. So that is an absolutely huge match later in the day.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be incredibly crucial for each of these teams to perform at their best. Draws are going to be really confusing. Wins are going to be massive for the teams that are going to get them. So we're going to see how this plays out, of course, as we head into our next series. It is going to be Barium United Esports versus SVP. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back, guys. You're watching the Wild Rift C Championships, and we just saw Team Secret in a tie with MBR Esports. Now, we are over to our third match of the day, and it is going to be Barium United Esports versus SVP. Mika Fabs here on the desk with D2, and now Skimmy joining us. And Barium United Esports, they're looking pretty unstoppable right now, and SVP, well, I have to say they haven't exactly found their footing just yet. SVP, they're dealing with like the worst possible opponent right now because Barium United Esports, they are on a high. Skimmy, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah, I think Buriram should be coming into this one clean 2-0, should be looking to try and wipe the floor with them and do it in very convincing fashion. I thought they played a great game earlier today against one team. It was as close as all things could be though. But it sort of shows the comparison between those two juggernauts in that group. So I think coming into SVP, they're gonna be quite terrified. There's gonna be some talking points for sure.
Yeah, D2, what are your thoughts?
I completely agree with Skimmy. I do want to address one second chat, whether it's Twitch chat or YouTube chat. I'm very sorry. I was clearing my throat extremely loudly into the microphone. I'm a bit of a boomer, don't really know the technology, and new technology was introduced in this stream. And the thing is, I was muting in one place and not another. That's why Mika and Omo thought everything was fine.
Yeah.
Like we don't hear you clearing throats.
You're like, what? I don't hear
What the
anything.
producers brought up. Yeah, so I was basically like just extra loud because I thought no one could hear me, like and
yes,
I'm
the
so
ASMR,
very sorry,
we
chat.
love it.
That's the last time you will hear that. I'm very, very sorry, and yeah, it'll never happen again.
Well, who knows? I don't know. Maybe some people like it. I don't know.
Maybe,
Is it
maybe.
weird?
It's not esports anymore.
Well, I don't know. I mean, anything can happen. Anything can happen here at the C Championships. I don't know how that's gonna connect. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But yes, Barium United, they are looking incredibly good. Not just that, they're also feeling good. In our interview earlier with Supporter, we saw that, he was joking around, and every time we turn on to their player cams, they're always smiling, they're always having a good time. And I feel like, that's a huge boost in terms of morale because, like, you're dealing with long days, you're dealing with several matches, and we've seen the fatigue and the endurance of some of these teams run out. For Barium, though, it doesn't seem to be doing that. SVP, that is the question. Can they handle this match? Can they stand up against Barium United Esports? What are the merits of this team that you think they can bring into this fight? What do they think they need to capitalize on in order to face Barium United Esports, D2?
Yeah, it's what we've been talking about all day about how underdogs need to go about this matchup, and I'm sure we'll have a graphic explaining that in more detail. But basically, they need to be aggressive early, aggressive often. They need to take it to Buriram and hope that they can have that early lead that snowballs into the late game and basically steal one from their opponents. Maybe magic happens twice, but yeah, that's basically what we're looking for here. Otherwise, they really don't have a chance.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see if they can step up to the plate in this series, but of course, before that, we're gonna take a little bit of a look at the team's journey so far in this video. Check it out.
我覺得非常之榮幸啦，可以代表到香港地區度參加到我哋咁嘅東南亞。咁希望今次可以帶到一個唔錯嘅成績出嚟啊！例如話一場 BO3 入邊，可能唔係一個2-0嘅戰壓局嗰啲咁樣啦，我係中意同對手勢均力敵咁樣，跟住每分每刻都好激烈競爭咁樣嗰種。想對上台灣地區嘅 One Team 啦，因為入邊都有算係有識嘅人喺入邊，所以都幾期待對佢哋。都係講句啦，我哋比較想今次嘅目標係放喺呢個嘅最少要拎到8強入邊，同埋希望我哋今次可以有一個唔錯嘅成績，令到唔支持我哋嘅人都變成支持我哋咁樣嘅。
我哋呢區你係個隊伍，咁唔使講啦呢樣。選手就梗係我哋隊伍嘅中單啦。呢個選手係我好欣賞嘅中單選手。我哋隊伍嘅中環線，即係唔好話放喺我哋香港區，你話放喺世界區都會有佢嘅直播。譬如我哋盡咗力代表香港去打呢個比賽啦，即係希望你哋滿意啦，希望打出好成績，你哋會記住我哋呢個隊伍。
我會話俾佢哋知，咁如果係質疑我哋嘅話，咁唔該打贏咗我哋先講。
I love that challenge out from SVP, but the big question is, Buriram United Esports, they are looking really, really good. Can SVP actually take them on? Now, we were talking about some of the merits of SVP over here. We have seen, really good performances from players like Albut, from Pegor, and from Papa. I do think, for example, Papa is very much a key to SVP and their victory. We have, seen good plays from him, especially in the summer season. Right now, though, entering the SEA Championship, they haven't quite found that synergy just yet. We haven't really seen, those amazing moments that we saw previously in the summer season. D2, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, and I just want to talk about the graphic that's come up here, because one of the things that Skimmy and I were looking through when we researched this matchup was, how early and often the teams were being aggressive. And you look at here at Buriram, first Herald, more than 3/4 of the time, first blood over half the time, and they have that excellent win rate on their side, and that includes, going through the gauntlet of the play-in stage. And then when we flip to the other side, it's the exact opposite situation here for SVP. They rarely are able to take that first blood, same percentage here, right? They don't get the first hail, they don't get the first blood, and that means that they don't get the win in the end. And that is the main key for today. And we're just looking for them to take that early aggression. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard to take up Buriram.
Yeah, and I suppose when you break that down and try and say, well, what does it actually look like, right, in terms of early aggression? You're picking champions that can be lane bullies, that can be very dominant in that phase of the game, right? So you're looking at, for instance, the Darius, the Renekton, those kind of pocket picks up towards the top side. You're looking at Lee Sin, perhaps even Vi for a very gank-heavy jungler that can get the ball rolling. Perhaps even J4. Anything that allows you to say, there's a lane, I can gank. We've got CC. Let's couple it together with a bit of damage, and let's get this ball moving. Let's get some action flowing into this game, and say we're not going to play into Buriram's style, which is, we're quite content to wait things out for that first Baron, play for the Elder if it presents ourselves. But by that time, Buriram have scaled into Affinity. You can't do much about it, and you're sort of, upset in that pause between games 1 and 2. So I'd love to see SVP come out the gate swinging here with some aggressive picks and say, you know what, we respect your ability and the merits around you, but we're going to give you a run for your money.
Yeah, hopefully SVP do manage to, this series does mean a lot to them. Hopefully they do manage to take at least one game if they want to improve their chances on making it to the top 8 that they so desperately want, as they mentioned in that video. For now, though, we are going to check out to see what the talent has predicted for this matchup. Skimmy, I actually don't know who you went with, but I think I have a good idea. Why? I think we're pretty much a united front over here. I don't know. You can be a wild card sometimes. So
look, I've learned this one from Supporter because he's ever the character. Whenever I see this, it makes me smile. He's a poser. They've got the camera. They're having a good time. They're chilling on the couch. They live, love, laughing. They are the whole shebang. They're just wonderful.
I know.
Yeah, and even when we ask him serious questions, right? I ask him, what was going through your mind? How did you get through the first game? He's like, yeah, we take the dragons, we win the game. And they know what's up. They know how to, navigate these games. And yeah, that's why I think it's such an uphill battle here for SVP.
Yeah, and after that interview, again, how can you not fall in love with Buriram United Esports, right? They're such a fun team, and they really love the positive vibes everywhere, making sure everybody's having fun, including us on the desk over here. But of course, you guys brought up a really interesting point about it seems like SVP's only chance here is to take that early game aggression, because they don't want to meet Buriram United Esports head to head on the late game, because Buriram are also really good in terms of the late game and in terms of scaling. So SVP, the only chance that they have right now is in the early game. But champion selection is coming up right now. What do you think the draft looks like? What picks could they possibly have coming into, with that early game aggression? Skimmy gave some points over here. D2, what about you?
Oh, they didn't ban the Singed.
Oh, goodness. Skimmy, pop off.
Yeah, look, hey, because we talked about this, right? And we know that this is this catch-22. Do you ban it? Do you not? One team said, we don't ban it. We don't care. And look what happened to them. Now, of course, that game was very close. It really could have gone either way. But I'm super curious to see now what SVP do with this and say, we're prepared for it. We're ready for it. We dare you to pick it.
Yeah, and, the reason why I was a bit concerned is because, SVP, they banned out Twisted Fate, who's very good at getting early picks, right? They banned out the Renekton, who's really good in the early game. But I think we kind of see the strategy bearing out here for SVP, right? You ban out the Raven so that Raven can run wild. You have the very strong Varus who can kind of carry games, but I feel like unless the SVP has like a very polarized draft in which they can bring it to Buriram, even if they end up with a solid draft, as we're seeing here, very solid so far, especially with the Nami Varus combo. Nice. I still feel like it's not going to be enough. I feel like you need to like double outdraft here Buriram here for them to win the game.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm happy so far, right? Because we did expect to see some gank-heavy junglers. Lee Sin banned away, Vi denied, so J4 then looks like the most likely option if you're not going to go for the Xin Zhao, for instance. Xin, could have been valuable here with a fair bit of range damage. It's not going to be the case, but they go for the Varus and the Nami. We know how aggressive that can be in the bot lane to look to try and get some early plates, look to try and shut down the Ziggs as well. But given that we now see that Senate, you'd imagine it's going to be the Senate matchup instead. So Buriram are saying, we've got some options to hit you early back with. We've got some scaling, and this is what we love to see. SVP giving us a picture on red side with some aggression, and then that crazy last pick, Aurelion Sol.
Yeah, Aurelion Sol can absolutely get in your face and make things happen. For Buriram, I like how they're not painting themselves in the corner, right? They're not saying, okay, we're going to completely shut down your early game, but then all of a sudden, wait a second, we have you scaling the late game better than us. They don't really want to paint themselves in the corner. They're really confident in their abilities. They have their early game. Then they scale into that late game with that bridge in between. They're just playing a very solid draft here, and that allows them to really take the game into their own hands.
Yeah, hopefully they do indeed. SVP, it seems like, again, they seem to be up to something. They seem to want to, throw Buriram United Esports off guard, perhaps with that Aurelion Sol pick. We're going to see if they can bring that aggression that we've been talking about to Buriram United Esports, because, again, you don't want to face up against Buriram on the late game. This team just gets scarier and scarier and scarier, and SVP, that window is closing for you guys. So, best of luck to you as we jump into game number 1 between Buriram United Esports and SVP. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you, Mika Fabs, and here we are. The champions of the Hong Kong region, SVP, must win against the undefeated Buriram United to stand a chance in Group A. TJ, we've already seen the draft, and we are looking at the Aurelion Sol popping up for SVP.
Yeah, Contra and SVP are actually putting together a really good draft here. I really like the Aurelion Sol. It functions very much like Twisted Fate does, but does way more damage than Twisted Fate does. Downside, of course, a little bit harder to land those initiation stuns. You need to launch ambush attacks rather than just pull out a gold card. But you have that cross-map mobility, so you can function in a very similar way to Twisted Fate during the early game. Look for this Aurelion Sol on Yazi to get out of lane early and try to snowball particularly this Varus out ahead.
That will definitely be something to look up upon. And here we have a little skirmish going up top, and Noel is already trading against Albert, but he's losing a chunk of health. Here comes the flash, almost landing an auto, but the minions are in the way though. Albert survives.
And he knows to wait until the end of the Ignite, so he gets maximum value out of the Honey Fruit. This is a massive wave that Noel managed to stack, though. And it's going to crash against the turret. Albert, is he trying to freeze this?
It's going to be pretty tough for him to freeze it for the moment.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why he let that crash. Albert will get the bounce. Yeah, this is weird. I'm like waiting to see the master plan, but Albert just prefers to farm behind turret, I guess. Gets a little bit of gold from the experience.
Well, at least surviving to Telltale and still managing to soak in all his EXP was well worth it, and Jarvan could easily just get himself a few items back and just steadily hold a lane against this Aurelion.
It did.
And when we look back into the matchup here, when you compare Shiba as well as Paycor, I think that Shiba is going to be having some really good access if he wants to gank onto Yahtzee whenever he gets the Assault and Battery.
Yeah, and Shiva's going to actually start this gank up here on the top side because Albert did freeze the wave. He did manage to get that minion wave shifted over towards his side of the lane, which makes it so difficult for Noel to farm that Shiva has come up here to try and clear this barrier, to try and get a kill onto Albert now.
Oh no, immediately responded here. The Vine locks them in, and Albert's got nowhere to run. Still has his flash up, will not be able to pull it anyways.
Very well played by Shiva. Spotting that opportunity, and Buriram United, the only undefeated team in this tournament by first blood.
Yahtzee charging up a huge comet, but won't be able to get anything done over on the bottom lane. And now, with Noel being activated here, this is going to look so hard for Albert under the turret. Once again, Vanguard's edge, and he flashes away. Albert still managing to survive out of that, and Shiba barely getting anything. Here comes the dome, and Albert takes down the Vine.
He dodges! Noel coming in, Dawning Shadow. That's enough. They get the kill.
My oh my, there's just so much heavy focus at Brum United. Could have actually played that a little bit cleaner. Well, there's something happening over bot side with the ribbon hopping right in. And with enough of that slash, Pagor will be able to take one down. Supporter, he doesn't really have all too much, and that's a double for Pagor.
And actually, SVP have made out like bandits. That equalizes the early game and gives them a tie gold, a kill lead, because Albert survives a 1v2, drawing the attention of 3 players, counting that Dawning Shadow from Kinemon, depriving him of an ultimate that maybe would have been very useful down in that bot lane team fight. And Albert leaves that trading 1-for-1, which is extremely positive. That's why he goes aggressive there, chasing the kill onto Shiba, because he's dead either way. He's low HP behind the turret. Noel will clean him up. So he goes aggressive to get the 1-for-1 trade, and it pays huge dividends, because then you have this focus up towards the top side not being rewarded, trading even, whilst SVP's focus is always going to be down here, always going to be with Papa, playing this Varus and trying to be the late game scaling carry.
And it's great to even have SVP focusing down on the bottom lane. Now that we will also have the ribbon up ahead, it's just going to be multiple scenarios that Brum has to focus on when they go into that late game team fight.
Yeah, I actually really like SVP's kind of status right now. They're going to be strongest, I should clarify, not in the late game, but in this mid game right about now, which is quite possibly why Buriram are not challenging them. Buriram are also okay with this handshake because they do better in the late game, because they have the center, because they have the Ziggs, help me. And so they're all right just taking gold right now, throwing down this Rift Herald into one of those lanes to boost most likely their Ziggs ahead a decent chunk of gold. That's much more worth it to them than the Dragon. The Dragon for SVP will give them a gold boost immediately, and it will also indicate that they quite badly want to be able to end this game in the mid game. They're going to be trying to win around these Dragons, trying to force a fight right about now, using this Varus as soon as he completes Muramana, and Yazi now that he's completed his Leandri's Torment.
Alright, and over on to Noel. Is going to be able to first hold the lane very well against Albert. So far, we just want to keep an eye out on Pagor if he's just going to be dropping by a visit to focus down the
Ding dong.
Brum United side. But
that was Pagor ringing the doorbell. Ding dong.
Well,
he showed up. There wasn't a party. He was like, "Hey, Albert, is there a party going on?" No, there was not.
Well, so far, there is just a little bit of a sleeper going on. Maybe he just arrived a little bit too early to the party. So
yeah.
Nobody's
game
there.
Doesn't start for another 2 hours, you know? We're gonna be watching the game together. We got some of the beers. We're setting up the snacks table. We're not ready yet.
But eventually, if they were to actually prepare over the bottom side, we are already seeing supporter diving right in with a good ton. And
here's the
rest
party
of SVP. They've been able to actually catch onto Shiba. Here comes the hero's entrance, dropping right in as well. And chunking down some of these health bar, but Yazi arrives late to the scene. Archenly's going to follow up as well. Good flash coming from Kinemon, and they will be able to defuse that situation. SVP still holds on to the lead.
Yeah, SVP playing it very well, and this is, you know, what I was talking about, them playing through the bottom side, this being where the party is, because it's all about Papa. He's the major source of damage on this team, and he's just about to complete this Muramana to level it up. And that's going to mean that he's spiking on lethality. He's going to spike on roll damage from those arrows. We very rarely see a different Varus build, but this is going to be another instance of that. And the entire game throughout this mid-game is going to be a game of keep away. Can we protect Papa in these team fights whilst he throws out damage? And can we dive and properly threaten Kinemon and Archony so that they don't out-damage Papa and threaten him from range?
it could also be pretty difficult, especially when you have Archony that can actually nuke him down from quite a long distance, on top of a Shiva that will always dive head first to look for Papa. So he's got to look into those builds and maybe consider something like the Hourglass, and
would love that.
Perhaps that could also buy them enough time for SVP to counter that initiation coming from United if that were to ever happen.
Yeah, that's definitely the kind of trade-off you need to be working on right now if you're Papa. Because as you say, this is a hard composition to win into. Buriram will hold this thought as Albert is under pressure. Papa is roaming up. This is going to be a 3-on-2 plus Rift Herald.
Albert, Millie goes in, brings out the Cataclysm, locking them in place, but he won't be able to survive, and they will get the turret on top of the kill. Buriram United trying to neutralize all these goal gains, and perhaps this is where they can start to look for Pig, especially when they get any control over on the river for the next trade.
Yeah, so this is what I was getting into, is Archony and Kinemon are both going to start scaling into this game pretty huge. Archony's probably about to complete Rabadons. I haven't seen his actual build, but he's probably near that point. And Kinemon, it's a matter of souls. We don't have a good way of checking souls from this scoreboard, but I'd assume he's maybe 4 minutes away at most from his own power spike. And that's going to just be so devastating in terms of damage. I don't think SVP can
Shiva?
answer.
Oh my, almost stolen away, and Buriram United, they're pretty much torn apart. Split pushes across those fights, and it's Yahtzee that gets dove upon. Noel goes in for the kill, while back in towards mid, they're chasing it on top of Albert, but Albert managing to find the way out. With those trades going on, it favors Buriram United so much so, although SVP walks away with the trade.
And it's what I was talking about. It's just not comparative damage. SVP have Papa, who does damage, who hurts in this fight, but he's kind of it. Because Albert is playing weak side top lane. He's supposed to soak damage. He's a secondary tank. If you play League of Legends PC, this Jarvan functions similarly to something like an Ornn. It's there to soak up and neutralize Noel's pressure, not there to win lane. He's not going to be able to do that. Albert is poking, Albert is tanking. Those are the two states of being for this top lane Jarvan, which means coming into this late game, it's all of the damage has to come from Papa and maybe Yahtzee. Yahtzee, who's trying to scale in here, who's, I believe, trying to complete a Rod of Ages right now, and isn't going to be near big enough damage to really end fights anytime soon. Good escape, though. Did you see that?
Yeah, I just
kind of schmooved away. You just kind of
just flying over the wall. But I believe that Rylise is definitely a better option, especially it's a little bit too late to build that Rod of Ages. If you were to actually go for that, it's better as an early item as compared to building a line first.
Wow, yeah, Rylise coming out here is a better choice, but it does indicate to me that Yahtzee is sitting in for the long haul here. This is a late game build.
Oh, pickoff happening over on the river, though. What's going on right down there? And it seems like Noel caught off guard all alone, while the rest of Buriram,
this.
They're nowhere near, and they missed a chain of corruptions as well. Hagar now chasing right in. They may not be able to get them right across. Here comes the taunt coming from supporter as well. And with the assault bounties, they managed to bring them down. And Albert getting caught up in the Team Heroes entrance and knock into two. While Yahtzee is going to chase right across. But with the flag and drag, they managed to bring Shiba right down low. And Buriram United got them all cornered up. SVP, they turn tails and run, leaving down the Jarvan behind.
You do the math and you say, this is a 4v5, we can win this. But Buriram kite them perfectly and set up around this very weird corner with Archony just left completely alone. The only player that was harassing Archony was David, the Nami. And so Archony is just throwing bombs into the team fight. And Buriram, despite being down a player, have their entire kit, all of their damage online for that fight. Supporter soaks up this aggression. Watch this, Supporter tanking all the engage, and then the double damage just sitting behind all of that, particularly Kinemon, just dealing damage unharmed in this backline. And check out Archony unthreatened round the side. SVP needed to slow down there, look at the map, take objectives, take turret control, not force a crazy fight like this.
Yeah, and they can't keep affording to rush right head first without any sort of vision into that bottleneck inside of the jungle. If they keep continuing on like that, Barad could easily just punish them with all those ults available, especially when you look at supporter. If he can get those beautiful Rourke's entrance into those team fights, SVP will not have too much to respond with.
Yeah. And Buildup are setting up a little bit of a death bush there. But it is checked. Watch out here.
Dragon Drag.
He's
No
good.
problem for Albert at all, but Pagor's gonna be able to follow up. Here comes the Cataclysm, and he hits nothing but air.
It's trapped them both. The Cataclysm kept Pagor, and he couldn't get out.
Well, feels like an MMA ring for a little tad bit. Now they will contest for the Dragon Belt, and with the Assault Battery, and a good tidal wave, knocking them up in the air, but they won't be able to sustain for a little bit longer. That's where the Gallo takes an exit out. Well, R3 still continues on. Albert looking for him. We'll be able to take down the Gallo. Now chasing across, and Yassi is just dealing a truck ton of damage in this team fight. Hit him on the next one to fall. It's a double for the Jonathan. And SVP may be able to trade. It's all the well here. And with that smite, that will be able to secure the Ocean Drake for SVP. But Noelle still staying strong, but she will fall nonetheless.
That was so close. They're so close to a dragon being stolen away. That was so close to the team fight turning. But Ghazi shows up with damage. He's going a little bit lighter of a damage build. It's very utility focused. But you can still see what happens when you have those stars just consecutively landing out here.
Oh my. Shiba only surviving with a tick of health left. And maybe he shouldn't be pushing all alone right across. But I think that was a decent trade that he was aiming for. Now he's already burned everything that he's got. So GA's
just had to absolutely back.
as well.
So Yazi doesn't have real damage on this character until he completes Rabadons, which is going to be his third item. That's why I said earlier that this was a little bit of a later game build. But I want to emphasize, he doesn't have real damage right now, and he still did a lot in that team fight through good positioning. That's why Aurelion Sol is so powerful. With the player down, Brayrum are going to focus in on this Baron, knowing SVP need to fight them 4v5. Power goes into the pit.
Pagor is pretty much stuck all alone, though. The rest of SVP not following up all in time. Alberts joins along the way, but Buildup United wants to take this fight in. Here comes a comment, and they will be all stuck here with the Orange Soul. He's going to be able to burn down all those health as he blasts them all the way backwards. Turns golden for a moment, while Albert chasing right in as well. They manage to defuse the situation, and it's a triple for Archony. He survives.
Shut down.
Archony, I don't know how you just lived. He lived on maybe 1 HP. SVP managed to cancel equally inexplicably that Baron take by extending the fight for so long. They burned GA, they burned stopwatches. Paragor in the pit at least 2 minutes too early, maybe 5 minutes too early. I was checking my watch, Contra. I had hours to go before the Baron was going to die, and Paragor's just in the pit, just living his best life. Look at this, he's still about 6,000 HP when he commits, and they extend this fight. Chain of Corruption in, Dawning Shadow, all that finds the kill, but he's got GA. Albert in here tanking. They extend the fight, and it's not until Yazi arrives here and stuns everyone up and starts doing big damage with the comments that you realize, hang on, he and Papa have been poking away at this fight for a while. They're both still full HP. This is very winnable. And
Indeed.
That's exactly what SVP do.
And SVP, they're putting their best run right now, and as we hold on to that, there might just be a small skirmish going on. SVP knows what's at stake here. If they lose the series against Buildup, there's almost no chance that they make it out to still fight for the playoffs. And Buildup, this is the very first time that they look like they don't really have the best idea on how to approach SVP.
This would be a huge upset. I think this would be the biggest international result, or interregional result, I suppose, that a Hong Kong team has ever gotten. This would be a truly massive pickup for SVP. They did play under the name MVP during the Summer Super Cup, and they got fairly far into the tournament, but never looked especially impressive, beat up a lot of lesser teams. Buildup are no slouches. They are undefeated, the only undefeated team currently And they are kind of on the back foot here, as Yazi has now completed his Rabadons, and we're looking at a late game for SVP that is much more powerful than I had anticipated because of the presence of Yazi, who's playing incredibly well, and the lack of focus from Buriram onto Papa, who's just surviving these team fights, sitting in the back lines, throwing out damage.
Yeah, and Buriram United, they really have to rely on supporter to be able
Elder
to
Dragon up.
not only hold up the front, but also to be able to help Kinmon sustain in both parts. Here comes a little bit of clash with a good bubble onto Shiba. That's the hero's entrance bait pop right by. Good knockup onto SVP, while the rest of it gets chugged out. Shiba makes an exit out. Well, Noel doing it all alone. He takes out a Nami. Now chasing for another one. Pops the GA. He turns golden, waiting for the rest of Buriram United to come right in. Great Justice Punch as well. And SVP, they have to fall back. Buriram United finds their lead after a little bit more of a long hustle.
Noel finds their lead, charging into a 1 versus 3, and single-handedly providing exactly what we were just critiquing. Focus, threat onto Papa, forcing him into stasis, forcing him out of the fight, and denying SPP exactly the team fight they brought to the last 3. Now they're gonna get 3 kills.
My oh my, another one being picked up. Pagor was already too late. He should have actually let this one go. Buriram United only got 1 Drake, but this is the most important dragon of them all. And I think that they're pretty much well on track to be able to get this first win.
Yeah, Buriram have stabilized, and they do have the gold lead handedly, so I agree with you. This does look quite good for Buriram. I don't think SVP are entirely out of it. If they can execute the perfect team fight, they've had a couple of times so far. That's possible. What that looks like is Yazi and Papa surviving a lot of the team fight. Papa particularly not receiving threat and just being able to free fire arrows. There we go.
Up here, Assault Battery locks onto Pagor. Pagor
Yazi's
will not be able to actually
damage.
survive. He's getting surrounded by the rest of Buriram United. Now Yazi joins along the way, turns golden, but the Buriram United side will burn him down. He's got no mana as well. And with the GA, that will keep Noel sustaining. And Albert chooses to commit with a Cataclysm. Does not look all too good. SVP does not want to commit any longer.
But they get exactly what I was just laying out. Both junglers die, so nobody's going to be able to get the Baron. And Yazi and Papa are just sitting there at the back of the fight, throwing out arrows, throwing out stars, having a good time. Getting so much efficiency. It's kind of absurd that they're able to get so much damage in a fight where Buriram has so much engage, so much focus, so much burst. And I think a lot of it has to go on to target calling. I think Buriram are really failing to do that here. They spend so much to engage versus the Riven. Understandably, that's the jungler, but they keep losing fights because they're not throwing any attention onto Papa. So I would love to see them reevaluate that and put a little bit more attention his way at the start of these team fights and not be in these positions where they're spending all of their engage and all of their mobility just to keep up with the Riven and not to have anything left to threaten the backline. Because that is costing them fight after fight after fight versus, frankly, a region they shouldn't be losing to. And in a tournament where they're so far undefeated, SVP are really giving them a run for their money.
Indeed they are. Yeah, just look at how SVP managing in some of these team fights so well. And now here comes the Assault Battery chasing onto the Dragon with Mega Inferno Bomb dropped right in. Yazi still has his ult. Will be able to push back Shiba. And that is definitely a very risky call for Buriram United to make as well.
Good escape from Yazi, but he's burnt all his summoners and his ulti, so Buriram, I'd be interested to see if they're going to try and punish this. They are grouping around the Baron. Yazi's back, no summons.
And Data Corruption lands perfectly on top of supporter, but he'll be able to flash away while Shiba gets caught out with the stun. But they will not want to commit. Here comes the Flag and Drag. A little bit of disconnect between SVP members. And this is the time for Buriram to shine. They come with Assault Battery. SVP, they got nothing left on Buriram. And now chasing onto Pagor as well. As they will now focus onto Papa. How long can he survive? He gets taken down by Arshani. Well, Shiva goes on this 1v1 trade. And Pagor managing an escape. The problem is, Buriram, they're already marching right in to close out the game.
Yeah, this game's over. Pagor puts up a hell of an effort. But regardless of what happens here, the Nexus is going to be taken. That'll be the game. Noel does it again.
What a game between the both teams that we are currently witnessing. I'm doubling up my words because this is not the usual Buram United side that you know where they are always so sturdy on that early game. And finally heading into one of the team fights out there in the mid game, they have find their lead in that river and finally breaking that tempo and find themselves this massive victory.
I think Noel just had one of the best performances I've seen so far this tournament from him. And he's had some very good performances, but that game he's able to recognize that they aren't focusing the backline. And in 2 key fights, where that decide that game, he single-handedly engages 1v3 on an Aurelia and finds the kills that are necessary to end those fights. Contra, you vanished, you went into the darkness, you came back to the light, just like Buriram in that last game, as they went all the way very close to death, and then the light came back on, and they were back in this game, and that light's name, Contra, was Noel.
That's right, Noel definitely played the biggest part here, where we saw that team fight that was won, he dove head first, while the rest of Buram United was ready to be able to respond, and SVP, they've committed too much of all their utilities here before being able to actually do all too much. But you know what? This is going to be an epic proportion of a battle still, as we still got another game ahead of us between SVP as well as Buram United. Let's head back over to our dear analyst to talk more about it after a short commercial break.
watching the C Championships and Buriram United Esports. They take yet another win today. They take the first game from SVP, but you know what? SVP, they almost had it in the early game. I mean, we were talking about how they needed to, you know, capitalize on the early game because that was their only window. They almost had it. I mean, you know, D2, I want to hear your thoughts on this game and where you think SVP, you know, kind of fell off.
I don't even know what we can possibly even take from this game because it felt like Buriram was just asleep the entire time. It felt like they wanted to show 0 cards whatsoever. Just like, not even, their rotations were just, I mean, can you even call them rotations? They weren't even like really trying. Like the early picks they got were just walking up to SVP and like challenging them to a duel. Later on, they're finally able to get on their feet even though they lost 3 dragons. I do want to say that Kinemon landed basically every single ult. He has like 100% conversion rate, except for maybe that one zoning ult early, which was like perfect. Other than that, it was just a lot of just sleepy play from Buriram. FCP, like, you know, credit to them for actually making it sort of a game, but I don't know. It was. I don't know. What do you think, Skibby? It looked dicey, but I don't know. I don't think it was ever dicey.
I think it is. I mean, I think it's very easy to get drawn into the narrative, and I mean, I'm the one to say here that Buriram should be 2-0ing this with conviction, but I think, you know, credit where credit is due. We laid out a game plan for what we thought that SVP could do, and they played it. I mean, they've drawn Buriram to maybe the second slowest victory they've had here today. The game finished at, what, 22.5 minutes? Before that, their longest victory was today, actually earlier on against one team, which was like 26 minutes. So if you're starting to put yourself into the mix and saying, look, we can hold on that long, I mean, we were discussing like, okay, it's how quickly you don't lose. And I mean, Buriram have steamrolled teams. They've come in and like taken you down in 12 and 13 minutes and made you look like amateurs. So I think SVP need a bit of congratulations to say, you know, you had an idea, you played it out, and you've taken a very strong team into the late game.
Yeah, what do you guys think about the Aurelion Sol pick though? Because you know, it seemed like they were just out of sync and they weren't really able to capitalize on what Aurelion Sol could bring. And you know, maybe something else could have worked for SVP and in this series. But before you give me your answers, we are just gonna thank Franklin Templeton, of course. Open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton and get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. I think SVP could have used that, you know, some guarding of their
investment that late game a little more, you know.
Definitely. That is why, actually, that's the merit of Franklin Templeton here for the C Championships. But yeah, I wanted to ask you guys about that, whether that was a good last pick. Could it have been different if they went with something else? What do you think, Pete?
I think that it wasn't like terrible pick in and of itself in a vacuum. You're already moving, but honestly, I think he just got caught out too many times. I think the positioning just wasn't there. I think that what really carried the game was the Nami Varus combo. You saw like so many, you know, either whether with the GA going off or the stasis going off, and I was telling Skibby in chat, you know, just Varus licking his lips, just loading up another arrow, just like stay right there and just popping off there. But I think that was what allowed them to stay in the game, what allowed them to win a lot of those team fights, or at least, you know, make the team fights close. Other than that, Aurelion Sol didn't work out. I'm not sure it was a terrible pick, but Skibby, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, quickly touching on the Varus Nami, we get excited because we see that it is a lane bully. It's there to design to win lane, crush lane, get a big gold lead, and come online far quicker than something like a Senna can certainly do. The Aurelion Sol, I mean, I didn't even know that Yahtzee played this, right? Like, I was super, you know, taken aback by it, hence the expression in that drafting phase. But I do like it. I mean, we've seen Team Flash operate in the same kind of fashion where the Twist of Fate is banned, the Galio is locked in, that is your next line of command. If it's not the Pantheon, they seem to go for the AP route through this Aurelion Sol instead. Could it have been something else? Potentially. I mean, maybe Yahtzee could have just gone back to that Ari, which seems to be really strong into a lot of these, like, run straight at you, we're mechanically better than you kind of compositions. The charm could have been fantastic in that regards. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to look back on. I like the creativity from the pick, and I guess we just double down on the idea, at least from my perspective, that you've drawn one of the best teams in this group who have not dropped a game. They're undefeated, and you've you know, taken them to the late game, which is unheard of.
Yeah.
I do want to say one thing, just as far as the standings are concerned. Like, SVP, if they really wanted to get back into this, I know it sounds crazy, they needed to 2-0 Buriram. I mean, Buriram has already done damage. I mean, SVP can't be getting 1 point per series anymore.
That's true. That's definitely true. And we are reaching, you know, where we are going forward with these matches. It's, you know, time is running out. Time is running out for these teams. And by the end of this day, we're going to get an idea of who will be facing off at the playoffs. But yeah, for SVP, you know, again, they did have some improvement. They did pick up, earlier today we saw how like the stats, how they didn't take the first dragon, they didn't take the herald. They managed to get the dragons this time around. They managed to get some objectives in there, but there was still something missing. And on the side of Buriram, it kind of feels like they weren't even trying, which is a testament, of course, to how good they're performing today. But it almost felt like a little bit of a, okay guys, just chill and relax and just play some Gold Wild Rift. It wasn't like they were exerting like a ton of effort here, and which makes them very scary, by the way. But yeah, for SVP, that kind of it's a little foreboding for game 2. I mean, what do you think, Skimmy?
I don't know how I feel about it, because I feel like a team at that level, they shouldn't be taking any opposition lightly. If I was them, I'd certainly be going in guns blazing, saying we're just going to like perfect 2-0 every single group. We're going to have a nice early night, conserve energy, because we've got a long night, right? They've still got more games to play. Let's just get this one out as quick as possible so we can rest, we can relax, we can eat, we can prep, and so on and so on. So I think them, coming in here, maybe got surprised, maybe underestimated SVP given their current track record and thought, this one should be easy. Perhaps thought they had enough tools to navigate the early game, then transition into the center late game power spike. But yeah, I mean, that's why I draw the line and say SVP absolutely crush it in the bot lane, as you'd expect with Varus and Army. So if they can run it back with a similar performance and at least have one lane to play towards, we could have another situation 20 minutes on our hand.
Yeah, honestly, referring to you saying that they should crush everyone, I think they were so, they overthought it, and they didn't even want to show their normal rotations, right? Like, it seemed like the rotations like didn't even exist, because I feel like they didn't want to have like any tendencies shown to the opponent. They didn't want to show any like hidden secrets as far as rotations. We talk about draft picks that
against an opponent like this, like surely not, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. They didn't want to show anything, and they went like hard the other direction. They just like literally walked in like as like AIs around the map, right? Because they didn't want to show any opponent teams any sort of rotations, any sort of tendencies, and it just made it so much harder for them.
Yeah, which in itself, I mean, it has its merits too. It definitely shows another side of Buriram United. And yes, I did know that we were talking about this behind the scenes, saying Buriram quite a lot is starting to get to us. And they have more matches today, so it's gonna stay there. But yeah,
you didn't say what we were suggesting as far as what to call it.
Wait, it's not Chaos Desk yet. It's not Chaos Death yet. We're gonna bring that out a little later.
We need to be more hungry for that to happen. Yeah, we're too early yet.
Getting there.
Bring it on them later on. Just like
that's like late game. We gotta save that for a late game, I think. Anyway, we have Chap Select coming in here. We have first picks and the bans. And D2, what are your thoughts on this?
I like this one, Buriram. I mean, you just go for the lace in, just take SVP out of the misery, bring it to them early and often. Maybe Buriram was worried about SVP's only chance at winning a game, and so Buriram went for a very balanced comp last game. But yeah, now they're hovering that RE as well. I just feel like okay, let's just do this quick. Let's do this fast. I mean, I know we're late game players, but we're better than them, so let's just not have to worry about this anymore.
I'm so, I don't want to say tilted, maybe tilt's an overused word, but like they've given up the Varus when they banned away the Ziggs themselves on blue side. That was their strength. I'd love to have seen them just run it back with that again and be that bridge to get them into a position where they can crush the bot lane. They've said, no, we want to steal the Kaiser because Kinemon may just be the best Kaiser. Like, he's insane on this champion. He spams it religiously. 11 games played and 9 wins. They've just said, we want to take a range matchup where we're outranged, and they're just giving Buriram everything they want. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, this is a terrifying lineup coming up from Buriram. Just absolutely can take this to them. I mean, even though they have the Galio, they can go for the Nami as well, but it looks like they're going to go in a different direction. Yeah, it seems like SVP's lineup is a bit discombobulated. Yeah, you have the Lulu Kaisa combo. Yeah, you have the strong Ribbon, but everything doesn't really combo together very well, whereas everything from Buriram just feels so tight.
Yeah, I thought they would have built on their game 1 success and said, let's double down and let's, run it back again. But they've defaulted back to, I can only imagine, is going to be the Akali in mid lane, which Yahtzee's always rushed this Gunblade, which you've been a little bit critical of at the best of times as to what the sort of off is. He's trying to snowball more like a solo queue game, but I would much rather see the likes of an Infinity Orb or a Rabadon's Cap come out early as well for that instant injection, especially in competitive play, in my opinion at least anyway. So they've gone for a comp where it's like we've got pure mechanics, but so much melee. The Varus is going to have an absolute dream to play this game, to hit the Train of Corruption, and it's all done. The Darius as well can just walk in, swing the axe, apply max bleed stacks everywhere. I don't think this game will go to 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think I was about to say the same exact thing. I think this is going to be over very quickly. It might it might contend for one of the fastest games in tournaments. That's my prediction.
Possibly. You know, Omo does have that little competition ongoing, so we're gonna see if somebody can break the record over here. But for SVP, it seems like they have, you know, jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire, but we'll see what they can pull for game 2 for SVP versus Barium United. Casters, over to you guys.
Loving the second game draft right here coming from SVP as well as Barium United, where SVP wants to overwhelm them with damage, and Barium United has got the death ball running at them. And here we are, SVP needing to go for the tie in hopes to get out of this group to the playoffs.
SVP needing to shut down the tie team in order to get through this group and get into playoffs contra. I'm really excited because the desk had some strong words there. That was, you know, the quickest game of the group stage, I think Daniel said. And I don't know if I see that.
Yeah, we were so caught up with all those sort of reaction that it didn't felt like another one on the list of almost speed run at all. Well, it definitely was an explosive trade between both Barium United as well as SVP. If only SVP held on to those team fights a little bit better on the past game.
Yeah, I think SVP took game number 1 remarkably close, and they put the man who really did it on an Akali. And with Yazi getting the Akali, I see a whole lot of threat onto Kinemon. I see a whole lot of threat onto Archony. And it's down to Supporter and Noel to play kind of defense and shut that down. So unless, and I'm going to say this knowing it might happen, Shiba finds a kill here.
Wow, that's a really huge commitment of Shiba, though. He burns a flash, and of course that trades it with Albert. But Albert survives ultimately, and this is going to be pretty much great for him to trade off against the Darius.
So unless Shiba gets off to a really good start, I don't think this game's going to be a blowout. Because provided Shiba doesn't find an early start, and he is re-ganking up top. Hold on.
Shiba now trapping right in, and who misses the stun though. This might just be the first blood, and yes, it will be confirmed from United.
Here comes Yazi. Nothing from it. Yeah, all right. Remember what I said? Unless they get off to an early start, there's the early start. Shiba demonstrates what an early game Lee Sin can do. There's so much power in Lee Sin's kit before he hits level 5, and that's what makes him different from every other jungler in the game. Lee Sin, you can take into lane level 1, level 2, and already do so much damage. There, the gank comes out level 3, a little more standard, and Shiba has enough damage to confirm it with a very good roam up from Archony as well, getting out of the lane early as we asked him to. And this puts the pressure on SVP. They need to shut down Shiba. They need to get gold onto Yazi if they want to keep this game going.
And that happened was interesting, but hold on, another punishment up top. This time, Supporter comes in just to get Noel ahead.
Supporter on a long run there. And
still chasing right in. They want to take down Pagor, and probably this Riven's going to be able to hop all the way into the turret range. But Shiba, he's still trying to find a little bit of lead. Here comes the Travis Rage with the dunk. Noel goes 2-0.
He jumped into the taunt. What are you doing? Wait 10 seconds.
And Shiba, he's pulling out the Vanguard's head pretty much early on, and this is where they managed to find a kill onto the Galio. Meanwhile, over on the bot side, good trades coming from Kinmon. And Noel.
Albert goes down here as well, as a long line of SVP players walk into the top lane and die one by one.
Top lane doesn't feel like an island anymore. You know, like, this is where the party's at.
No, it's a river contra. A river of blood.
Indeed. Spilled all across the map, or should I just say, the Baron lane itself, where Noel definitely causing a whole lot of hemorrhage onto Albert. Now, Albert not going to be able to actually find too much going on for himself.
This is rough. You're going to need to just look at ways to stem the bleeding over on SVP. I hope they brought their bandages. Because all their gold is on Yazi. He's got to be the carry, at least for this mid-game, until Papa shows up. There we go.
Does not really connect, coming in from Supporter, while Papa still coming in with the chase as well. They managed to stun both of them with SVP. They managed to kick him away. Shiba stays alive, but Supporter won't be able to hold off far too long. Paycore will be able to find one back for SVP as they head to the Dragon.
Okay, SVP play to their point of power. They stop playing to the top lane that's losing, and they direct their focus down towards the bottom side of the map where they are winning. It's a simple maneuver, but a clever one, and it pays off.
Trying to go in for another pickup as they focus on Pokemon. Yasi now getting flushed over
Dancing
on the
away.
wall. And Brother United takes back control of the Dragon. This is quite huge for Bruro.
The SVP make the right call. They can't fight it given their low health bars. If they find the pick there through the bottom lane, this is doable, but they don't. So they absolutely make the right decision. They disengage. They don't take any more risks, and that's the right thing to do. I was a little bit worried that SVP might hang around and try and fight for that dragon, when really they're going to be winning this trade because you have to be factoring in this top side and that they're going to have a positive reset if they go in for this Rift Herald right now.
Hand lands on top of Albert, and there goes the rest of SVP chasing right in. Hero's entrance drops in, and they get them all knocked in the air. Paycore managing to get themselves into safety, but David will not. Meanwhile, not bid, and Yahtzee! He solo killed the Ari? I can't believe my eyes.
And this is what I'm talking about. Uh-oh.
We're going to continue where we left off, and we will take it back to the Herald. Albert now chunked down. He's only got 1 HP. While Papa, right for life, he will be able to secure one before he goes down. It's a shutdown on the Darrows, and yet again, Yahtzee will be able to clean up shop. Zero, what's he going to do? He lets the king. He does not get Paycore. They're all hanging by a thread. And with the Wild Growth, they will be able to get that Herald, perhaps.
Spreading the Wild Growth to get the Herald. This is what I'm talking about. Stop playing to Albert. It's doomed. That top lane is over. Play to your points of power. Yazi getting solo kills, finding opportunities. Papa sustaining through the team fight and building a path for SVP to get back into this game, giving them a goal differential that's only 1,000 as they shrink that lead for Buriram drastically. That right there onto the blue buff was the first stun that Albert has hit all game, and that's a sign you need to give that Aurelia time to cool off.
Oh boy. Well, that's the second one as well. So,
yeah!
Gonna start practicing on this Blue Sentinel Golem.
It doesn't dodge, Contra.
Hopefully he gets another stun off because he's getting chunked down, getting taunted, and looks like he's already down and out.
What I really love about this is that Supporter now has a blue buff.
Hey Gordo, he's going to be able to slash down Shiva with the chase coming out. The killer instinct will be able to bring one kill back to SVP. Now chasing back onto Supporter. Supporter won't be able to survive for far too long. 1 HP though, and 1 tap is all it takes. Papa now gets slammed. And more of these resets might come by with the flash. It's a double. Make it a triple. Noel, you're a beast.
That's insane. Noel gets a triple kill for the second time in 2 games for the second series tonight. Noel is single-handedly making the difference for Buriram. Every time a game seems to be spiraling out of control, it's their top laner who steps up to bat, this time with an axe.
My, and just look at this team fight here. It looked as if it was SVP here to take them all down, but that overcommitment on that Gallo costed them so much. It shouldn't be this way. SVP, they take up too much more than they can chew.
And the miscall there is not spending Wild Growth proactively on Papa. You need to be thinking about this as a protect the carry composition. You have so much power, but it is only in Papa and Yazi's team fighting. And that means the second they get low, the second they might take a turret shot, oh dear. The second they're wandering all alone in the middle of the map, you have problems.
Just when you mentioned about Papa, Papa's not really having all too much of a good time. Here comes the Vanguard's edge, brings Noel over the corner, and Noel will still slam them down. And how could they deal with this Darius right now?
Yeah, Albert has just been blown out of lane. This is disgusting. Noel has such a gold lead. This is going to be the Darius that, like, gets him banned for the rest of the tournament. I don't know if Noel's ever going to get a Darius after this 9-1 performance at the 9-minute mark. A kill a minute, and then some in the assist column for Noel as he single-handedly drags Bury Run back in control of this game, and they're going to get a dragon for his efforts. Here come SVP to try and disrupt it.
SVP having Albert on the flank. Meanwhile, a flash coming in from David. He logos knocked him up in the air. And this is where they find a little bit more chance. But how are they going to deal with the Darius though? This is where they lock them up in place. Paper returns golden for a little bit more. Here comes the killer instinct as well. Onto the Lee Sin. They take them all down. But Paper is pretty much stuck as well. It's a triple for Kinemon. Now, Albert will go down. It's Noel's show after all. And somehow, Yassi making plays happen. Double! Can he get it out alive? He takes a couple of Honeybirds. Will be able to trade against Noel, but Noel is way too strong. Lets him live for a moment. And with Flash, that will take down the rest of SVP.
You can't stop Noel. It's a desperate, a heroic effort from Yazi. But you cannot stop Noel, not in the middle of these fights. Yazi just, despite everything, gets zoned away. Here's a question mark though. Noel needs to reset. Sheba's coming in here. Can they get this dragon?
He may not have too much of that mana, but they want to actually go in for a setup. Here comes the Pagar with a good stun onto Tree. And somehow Albert tries to commit. Falling it off, here comes the TP into the river while Noel getting caught out. And he should have backed away when he had the chance. SVP tries to claim the dragon, but
and it's all on the Papa. Papa just got so much shutdown gold contra. This Kai's is going to be huge.
He's rich, and perhaps this might just be the comeback of SVP, but they're still behind 4,000 gold. With one more good team fight, SVP might be able to pull it.
He's like you, Contra. He's rolling in the cash money.
Well, I wish I have more stash out there.
He's bathing in the stacks of dollars.
I don't think I can
Just
take
like
down
you
Darius
do.
for it, though. So,
Oh
it makes
my God.
Yahtzee
Good
so
Lord.
much better. Or Papa.
Yeah.
Yeah, Papa.
I wish I was Darius Rich. You know who's Darius Rich? Mika. You can tell.
Oh, dear Mika. You gotta call out for that.
She's got like a bath of gold coins at home, I can tell.
Well, I guess if he places all around the room, it might just be some good feng shui that could actually go for SVP.
I like that.
And, you know, Papa having a lot of money, maybe he could fund some buddies' education. As currently, Run United is in an awkward position, but they have room for Noel for the push.
Play what they're doing, Contra. They're funding Bury Room's education because they're taking him to school.
Oh.
Here we go. 2 buys and bid.
Speaking about schooling somebody right here, here comes the hero's entrance, and that's where Albert gets caught up as well, and will be versus down. But Noel is the big daddy in this fight.
Oh,
but Papa still has the killer instinct. He will not survive though. Buram United got Paper cornered up while Yassi tries to back away. He's got some really great position, but Noel, this guy is way too huge.
A desperate attempt to weave through the fight from Papa, but Yazi's just separated. And this is the problem with SVP. If you're okay.
Oh, the taunt onto
into the taunt. Yeah, this is the second time this game that SVP members have just full sent it into the taunt, so I'm not sure how to feel about that. Here comes Noel.
Oh boy. Speak of the devil, and this is where he's gonna flash over the wall. Looks for Yassi.
Wow.
The Galileo here won't be able to pick it up. Supporter says, "Hey, I want some cash too." While Noel just walking all alone like a boss. Just look at him.
Yeah, he's hunting. Look at this. He knows where Pegor must be. He's gonna get him.
1v1. Might just be throwing with the rest of SVP. Now he will be able to
the
try
pole.
to sustain, but he won't be having too much of a fun time here with 4 members of SVP around the corner.
Sheba and Archony see those 4 members in the river though, and they say, sick, free turret. So Noel's death kind of balances out. So here's the problem that SVP are having. You might be like, how do these team fights keep going so bad for them when they start so well? They're actually not being very efficient with their damage. What I mean by that is that Yazi and Papa, whilst their front line is engaging and dying, quite frequently are not finding damage of their own. If your front line is fighting, you as the Kaiser basically just need to be auto-attacking. It doesn't especially matter who you're auto-attacking into during that time. You obviously want to save your burst for key targets. But spend the time in range and auto-attacking. That's a movement challenge, and one that Papa is repeatedly failing, as he's out of position for these fights. This last fight actually was Yazi. He did get the steal. That's gross. This last fight in the mid lane, it was actually Yazi who was just out of position trying to deal with Noel when he really should have been chewing up the backline, threatening Kinemon.
They give a threat right here. Of course, Burm wants to set something up. And that's definitely a huge pointer out there. But Burm United, they're smart enough not to have Noel to start off the majority of all these fights. He's the one that flanks. I hardly see Darren's play this way, to be honest.
And Contra, he's so fast. He's built Force of Nature and Dead Man's Plate. This man takes big steps. He's got long legs.
Long legs. I wish I had some of that too.
He's speed walking down the rift.
Well, let's see how far can he possibly run towards the rest of SVP as well. Well, they have got Burm United here, who's already working on that break.
Look at how fast he's moving!
As fast as he goes, he managed to go in for the pull, but no follow-up whatsoever. Burm United just hopes to secure the drag for themselves.
Yeah, SVP shouldn't be fighting for that. I don't know what they fight for. They're just waiting for a mistake at this point. They're down 6,000 gold, maybe more, so you just wait. You see if there's a mistake that happens, and if there is, you hope you're in position to punish it. Because by default, SVP should just close out this game by getting major objectives in a couple of minutes.
That's right. Going back to the fast-walking Darius. He's like the guy in the gym that does a whole lot of cardio. And
yeah!
She's surrounded by a lot of muscular guys and holding it onto that. This is where the knockout comes right in. What Burm United? They're pretty much all cornered up. SVP's turn to shine, and they're chasing on. Papa will be able to secure the kill onto supporter, and also Kinemon. This is huge for SVP, but Burm United will stay strong, and now they look for Papa. Papa turns golden. He will be taken down, but good kiss coming from Archony. This is where Burm will be able to halt them back, and the well is just controlling.
It's a 2-for-2 trade, so that's a decent trade actually for SVP. But I need to talk about Yazi, who got a kill in that fight and then just backed Contra. He just recalled. He just went home. He punched out of work. He said, "I'm done with my work for today.
It's like,
I filled out my time card.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys tomorrow."
No overtime, but we're gonna go slow-mo on this.
I'm not getting paid for this. What's this? If we can get this team fight going along, so Yazi TP's in, goes through this fight. It's a little rough, but he's still got like half his HP. He gets these kills, and then watch him very top corner. Bye, peace.
Well, have a look at that.
He could have cleaned up this fight. He would have been so useful. He just went home.
Could have, would have, and should have actually done that. But then again, I guess that, you know, maybe items are more important. Gotta rejuvenate in the spot, and here comes a flash, I believe. Well, and
good stun.
Tries to actually hold him back here with the Vanguard's edge while Pagor is charging up. He's got a GA available. This can actually extend the trade for SVP.
I just want to stress, Yazi went back and bought a single magic damage book. He bought a single tome. It wasn't a major item, he was kidding.
It's like, hold up, I gotta catch up on my Harry Potter books. Like,
yeah, gotta catch up on my reading. I love it. He's got a reading list.
When you got movies out there where you could just, you know, join in the action.
Oh dear.
Not gonna hold him up too much for that though. I believe that there's still opportunities for Yazi to pop up on the next fight.
Well, I mean, he has to. That's the problem. He's 7-3. He's the most important character in this game. And that's my problem, is that he just left. And Yazi has the entire weight of SVP on his shoulders. He's played incredibly well this series, and he has to deliver here. Because life's unfair, and sometimes even when you've been working really hard, you gotta keep working.
Right, Noel gonna be working those extra long legs, and that's where Papa will have to be turned golden for a tad bit. Here comes the hero's entrance. We'll be able to negate them for only a tad bit. Here comes Yazi, diving in the back. We'll be able to find anyone, and he gets dropped immediately. Shiva gives him a little bit more space, but that's a flash, a charm, and the rest of Burm United will be able to clean everyone up. SVP, they're all battered and bruised, and with a stun, Kinemon will be able to find one more. SVP only having Papa left, and that is going to miss. And oh my word! You call for Papa. He tries to deliver, but he will fall. Burm United will get their clean sheet after all, and they will still be the leader of the pack in Group A.
and still undefeated as they blast out of the group stage. That seals the deal pretty much. They will be the first place team out of Group A, and that is so important going forward. What a performance from buildup. They are all smiles after that one. And Noel, my God, what a monster.
I've never really seen Darius's get such a lead in the early game, and they've made a good use of all these cash stashed up in the bag. But once Yahtzee cash in, he said, I got $1,000. Maybe I should finish shopping much later on. So I guess they were held back.
Yahtzee would have more money if he worked a complete shift. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I guess we gotta give them a little bit of a break out of that, because that was definitely an intense series to witness. Now, SVP will have to take on a more important game later when they meet Team Flash, and that decides whether if they can make it out of the groups or else be taken out here in group stage.
I will say it's good news for supporters of SVP. They played a good series here. I think they challenged Buriram in a way we didn't see coming. Yahtzee looks incredible. I want to see more from this SVP in a way that I wasn't prepared for coming into this series. I think they really impressed me today.
I am impressed as well, TJ. And of course, I really want to hear our dear panelists here who have possibly a whole lot of thoughts about this entire series with Buriram taking that 2-0 win.
Thank you so much, casters. Well, I have to point out as well, Contra, I love the badge. Love the badge indeed. Skimmy looking very happy indeed, but that is a 2-0 for Buriram United Esports. I mean, we're not really surprised at this point because this team has been on fire. They are feeling good. They look good in the Rift as well. But for SVP, I do agree with TJ. There's a lot to be proud of here. They did put up quite a good fight. I mean, like when we saw the draft, we were kind of like, okay, but I'm not sure exactly what they're up to. Seems like they played their comfort picks. They played good individually, and they might be onto something here going into their future match. What do you think, Skimmy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy. They did everything I could have wanted in this series. They played aggressive. They played champions that can lay down the gauntlet and say, look, hey, we're not afraid of you. We will skill check you. Game 1, I was impressed by the manner in which they did it. Game 2, it felt like they were fighting a losing battle from the very get-go with the draft, hence why I wasn't a big believer and thought it could have been a bit of a blowout. But look, they entertained the idea of what that madness could look like. They were saying, we're going to fight you. Buriram said, all right, come at us. And then we saw things happen like that Darius become 13-3 and become an absolute monster to deal with. But I think SVP can certainly walk away from this series very proud. I think as much as I was critical towards Yahtzee on Sakali, he looks so at home on this one. And I think it's been his best game of this tournament so far.
Yeah, I think, you know, I do want to give Buriram credit for trying to make my prediction come true. They kept rotating over to that top lane to make Albert's life a living hell. Albert did not have a good time that game, but I think more than anything, SVP kind of opened a window, kind of gave an idea to the rest of the teams in this tournament, a way to shut down Arcany in that mid lane and Buriram United. We've seen that, you know, Arcany plays so passively, and he's just trying to, you know, back in StarCraft we say, you know, no rush 15, right? Just wait a second, let me get farm first, and then Arcany likes to get going at that moment. But Yahtzee took it right to him, got that early gold lead, got the Hextech in the Rabadons, was tearing fools apart, and he almost single-handedly made it a game. Papa was able to get a huge shutdown and get some gold to his own name, but I feel like Yahtzee was really propelling a game forward. And for other teams, you know, Buriram has secured the #1 seed. They're going to the second round of the playoffs right off the bat. And whoever faces them, maybe they want to have someone to shut down Arcany early, and that will get their team going.
Yeah, it's interesting. SVP may have, you know, just uncovered like a chink in the armor for Buriram United Esports. But, you know, on the other side, well, I mean, for SVP, I feel like, you know, of course, Yahtzee did very, very well. Papa, I feel like if the game drew out just a little bit longer, he might have been onto something there. And, you know, I feel like that was really the merit of SVP playing around Papa, because, like, again, in the Summer Super Cup, he was on fire. He was doing really, really amazing things. For Buriram United, I feel like, you know, of course, this team pretty much amazing, hands down. 2-0s all across the board so far, and yeah, going from the last chance qualifiers to now, it's a huge step. But you know what, I'm looking forward to the future in, like, you know, playoff side, going up against maybe like EVOS Esports, SBTC, and Divine. It's gonna be a true test for them, and this, like, you know, this little reveal from SVP could have, could have revealed that mistake. They're gonna have to fix it right away. But let's check out our MVP of that series. I do believe we have the graphic up and ready. I am not sure who this is. I forgot to vote again. I keep forgetting.
Oh, there he is.
It's gonna be Noel. Come
the big
on.
dog.
Second MVP
Oh man,
of
what a
the
game
day.
he had. What a game too.
Yeah.
I mean, those stats are crazy for a Baron laner because you're usually thinking they're relegated to the island, they're just going to be farming it up a storm, saying, do I get teleport enchant or do I split push? What is my job? Do I fight? Do I group? What do I do? In this case, he said, maybe I'll just do it all. I was really excited for this draft because Darius can certainly pop off and swing the axe and get resets, and we saw that happen time and time again. The game said, look, you're the MVP. I gave him the MVP vote. I'm leaning back because, it was such a comfy performance for him. But yeah, happy days there, D2.
Yeah, I picked him as well. Just an absolutely dominant performance in Game 2. His Game 1 in Aurelia wasn't quite as good, but, I saw a pretty awesome fight where he popped off with Aurelia as well. So, I kind of gave it to him as well. I think that you could have given to a number of players, Kinemon as well, which is fantastic throughout. But Noel certainly deserving. I definitely voted for him. And yeah, when you have to deal with a Darius like that who's just completely farmed, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, a nightmare indeed. But again, SVP held on pretty well over there. And I think we do have somebody from SVP on the line. I think we have Papa here to join us on the panel desk, and we can ask him some questions. Papa, congratulations. I think you guys still did very, very well. So you guys have lots to be proud of. But I have to ask, how did you guys feel about that series? And of course, Buriram United Esports was a very, very tough opponent. What's going through your head right now?
恭喜先係做得好好啦，但係好可惜都輸咗啦。請問你哋輸咗對呢個咁艱難嘅一個系列賽，你哋輸咗有咩感受咧？
咁輸咗嘅話，當然會有少少唔開心啦。不過雖然我哋都知道，咁我哋嘅實力都始終同佢哋都有好大嘅差距啦，但係我哋都有盡咗力㗎啦，都算係有打出少少嘅成績咁樣啦，都滿意嘅。
Of course, we are not feeling happy after the loss, but since that we are not as good at them, but we have tried our best, and I believe we achieved something after the match. So I believe overall we are satisfied about the match.
Yeah. Hey, Papa, question for myself. What was the approach or the mentality going into that series? Because we saw very different styles between games 1 and 2. Poke heavy, early game dominance versus game 2, just we want to fight. So how did you approach this series against Buriram?
咁第一、第二場咧，你哋有一個好唔同嘅戰略，就係第一場咧主要係玩撲流嘅，而第二場咧主要係打交流嘅。請問你哋當中第一同第二場中間經歷咗啲咩心態嘅轉變？
經過第一場嘅撲流之後咧，咁其實講真話啦，咁即係純粹係想試下唔同嘅英咁樣睇下有冇啲可以打到啲突破點出嚟咯。咁即係例如第一場就可以話係個核心係喺我法洛士身上啦，第二場就試下出翻啲衝牌嘅陣，即係阿卡尼亞或者伊瑞尼亞上到咁樣嘗試下打個突破口出嚟咁樣咯。
To be honest, we just want to try some new combination to see if we are able to defeat our opponents. Like first match, our carry is made of Varus poking, and the second match we believe that let's just try fighting. So we pick Akali and Aurelia. So let's try some new combination. Love it.
Yeah, I mean, I really well played. Honestly, I'm very impressed with how you guys played. But I just wondering, out of all the teams that you've played thus far, who do you think is the strongest? Who do you think is going to go the furthest out of Group A?
目前你打過咁多隊唔同嘅隊啦，你覺得見過最勁嘅隊係邊一隊？
最勁嘅隊，我當然係覺得 One Team 啦。One Team 係非常之穩嘅一隊，同埋打佢哋，我哋都試過俾佢哋14-0咁樣啦。咁所以咧，我覺得 One Team 真係一隊非常強勁嘅隊。
I believe that the strongest team we have met is One Team. They are very consistent, and we have actually tried 14-0 by them, and I believe that they are one of the strongest team, if not the strongest we've ever met.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Papa. But I think that SVP, of course, you guys have lots to be proud of. And yeah, we were very impressed by the second game. So congratulations to you guys and best of luck in your future games. All right. Well, that was some insight, of course, into how how game 2 went. And I'm actually really impressed by, them just deciding, okay, we're going to take the fight to Buriram. And Yeah, I mean that kind of like, you know, says that like, okay, individually they were prepared to perform. They were just gonna play, you know, the best game that they possibly could, and that really came out. I mean, Skimmy, any last thoughts on that series?
Yeah, I love the candid responses. He's not beating around the bush, right? He's just saying it is what it is. This is what we decided. This is what we tried. And, you know, I love that when a team is confident in their own ability to say this is what we excel at and this is what we know the opposition is good at. So let's just try this. And, you know, they came away with a series that, sure, the result isn't what they're after, but it gives you a solid foundation to be proud of and continue to set the benchmark, not only, you know, here in this group, but also back home.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that the way they can play when they know they have nothing to lose and kind of playing to their style, playing carefree. And it's interesting that they still believe that one team is the best in the group after they lost 0-2 today. I wonder if maybe one team can show us what SVP is talking about.
Yeah, well, they did mention that they do play against them quite a lot, so maybe there's something there. Maybe there's something behind the scenes that we don't quite see yet. Perhaps one team is saving something for the playoffs. But speaking of the playoffs, let's check out the standings right now. This is going to be, of course, very important as we close out the day, and you know, matches you've whittled down little by little, and we are seeing right now, wow, 2 digits over there for Buriram, and already at 12 points. I think, you know, I think they might make it to playoffs. Yeah.
No, they're guaranteed first. They're guaranteed first.
Perhaps.
By far.
I think.
They just might squeeze in.
Yeah. You know, I think the last match is going to be so crucial, but I think.
Well, I mean, okay, their last match is against Team Secret, and, you know, it's a weird place to be in when you're in first place and you can play spoiler.
Yeah.
So, I mean, are they gonna, you know, bring everything out? Are they gonna allow Team Secret to, you know, snag second place because they're holding back? Because again, Buriram, they're in first place. No one can catch them. The closest team right now is Secret. They can only get 6 points. There's 2 matches, so, you know, Buriram could just, you know, sit back, kick their legs up, and lose 2-0, and they're still gonna have first place. I'm kind of curious how they're gonna handle the last.
I mean, we're gonna start unleashing the conspiracy theories. You know, they have top of the table, right? What's gonna happen? Do they say, "Come on, Team Secret, we're buddies. Let's get it done. Let's, you know, knock one team out of contention"? Who knows?
That would be painful if they lost that way.
Who's on the good side? Who's on the good side now of Buriram? It's nice to imagine them as sort of like at, you know, the top of the throne. We're like saying, okay, who's gonna sit up here with me today? We're gonna find out if it's gonna be either Team Flash, Team Secret. Who knows? We're gonna find out when we come back for the SEA Championships. Don't go anywhere.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
guys, you're watching the C Championships where Buriram United Esports just took another 2-0, this time from SVP, and pretty much sealing the deal for their playoffs positions over there. I think they're gonna be first seed. We have a suspicion that these guys might have what it takes to be able to go there. Yes, with those 12 points, pretty much topping the leaderboards everywhere. But from one team that is pretty much secured, we are going to go over to a couple of teams that still is, their fate is still up in the air of sorts. Team Secret versus Team Flash. This is such a crucial match for both of these teams. Team Flash, they're coming in fresh though, and Team Secret, well, we've seen better days. You know, there was that whole topic around, how Team Flash had a really long day. They didn't quite have the fortitude for it. Team Secret, though, I expect them to be prepared, especially since this isn't even the biggest or the most difficult match that they have coming up. I mean, Skimmy, what do you think? Is this Team Secret finally waking up today?
I don't know who really it prefers more. Is it Team Secret waking up? I thought they looked really poor in one game and then looked incredibly smurfed the next. I don't know. They seem to have just like duality about them, where they've got this tendency so far, at least, to say, we just want to draft a comp where it snowballs and makes you look silly. And if it doesn't, then we just fall off the face of a cliff. So when they draft all these compositions which have bruises or mechanical checks or assassins flooding the map, we've yet to see it really take over a game and get to that sort of dominant finish where 10 minutes in you're saying, how do we play the game? But then they can bring it back, and that's sort of the exciting part about Team Secret, is they do have some standout players. So when they do have a draft that plays to their capabilities, they can take games of anyone.
Yeah, D2, I'm curious, now they'll be up against Team Flash. And, Team Flash, again, they had a really tough day the other day. And Team Secret, they had it a little bit easier. But right now, Team Flash, we peg them as, this team of, young kids and everything. Team Secret, I would say because they have James there, they have that veteran card coming in. But what do you think? How do you think they're going to play up against Team Secret?
Yeah, the funny thing is, so Team Flash yesterday, they had a really rough day, obviously. And the funny thing is, this is the first game of the day. We circled this going in, that this is going to be a huge one. And here we are, we've had so many games thus far, and Team Flash just coming in fresh, don't have to worry about anything. The thing is, yesterday, they kind of fell apart against MBR. And at the time, we thought, MBR is playing spoiler. But the thing is, MBR is somehow spoiling their way into the playoffs, right? They're somehow going to potentially find their way out of the group because of the fact that they've managed to take enough games for themselves. As far as Flash is concerned, they need to make up points right now, and they honestly are still in a position, miraculously, to get second in this group, even though they're currently in 6th. And so, I mean, you guys have got to take out your calculators, because it gets complicated because of the fact that ties, aren't the same as wins. So if you're Team Flash or Team Secret for that matter, it's much, much, much better to get a win than get 2 ties from here on, right? Because if you get 2 ties, it's 2 points. You get 1 win, it's 3 points. So if you're Secret, you want a 3-0. You don't want to worry about getting these ties here. If I'm Team Secret, I want to bring out all the big guns, bring out all, the pocket picks, bring out everything you have right here. Flash, same thing. Obviously, Flash even more so. Their backs are against the wall. They need to go 2-0, 2-0, or at the very least 2-0 and then a tie, or they're out of the tournament.
Actually, yes, you mentioned that, and Team Secret really has to bring out all of the cards right now. We talked about this, in the mid lane for Team Secret is Tatsuri, and we haven't really seen him really, popping off just yet. He seems to be, holding back a little bit. Whether that's strategy or whether it's something else remains to be answered. But D2, what are your thoughts of this, especially since it looks like, the mid lane is really the key to Team Secret's victory over here?
Yeah, Skimmy and I were preparing for this match. We saw this match was going to be a huge deal. We looked over it. We're looking at Tatsuri, looking at the picks that he had in the fall tournament, looking at the picks that he's played so far. Here we go. Beware of mid. So basically, Tatsuri, up until now, we haven't seen a Katarina. We saw Fizz the other game, didn't really work out too well. We've seen him bust out even the Pantheon in his fall tournaments over in the Philippines region. And so, we're just wondering, when is he going to bust it out? He was absolutely dominant on Katarina in his region, and we haven't seen it quite yet. I think if he's going to bust it out, it has to be right now. Unless they have a very good reason not to, I think that if this is their wild card, if this is their trump card, they need to bust it out right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're in 2 different states of minds, right? On the one hand, Team Secret need to just take every dub they can find right now. They need as many points as they can. But in the same vein, Flash had that trial by fire, right, playing up against these three very strong opposition a couple of nights ago. So they'll be coming into this one, as you say, fresh. It spawns a whole nother subsection of a conversation. Our Team Secret warmed up because they played a game not too long ago, earlier today, whereas Flash will be coming in and having been able to study that. So you start to really break it down and construct an idea of who actually has the upper hand. Both these teams are going to be angered, searching for revenge, searching for answers, and I think that spice of life in the mid lane could certainly be the best place to start.
Oh.
You know, I gotta say, even though I got shown that lower third before it came up on the screen, I was still taken aback by to see my mug on the screen right there. I mean, that woke me up better than this third cup of coffee right here.
Was that not your choice? Was that not your choice? That
No,
you
no,
kind of just
that absolutely. No. I was shown the graphic beforehand. I knew it was coming, but yet I don't know. It still caught me off guard.
Okay. I kind of thought like somebody out there is basically just stalking everybody who's featured on the lower thirds, bringing out the best or the worst photos that could be out there. That could be fun. We get to know you guys, sneak in a little bit of your past, and display it all over here on the screen for everybody. And we have our talent predictions up right now. Actually, I think pretty much everybody is on the board that we're still on okay. D2.
Oh.
Care to
Yeah,
explain yourself?
I mean, before we came into the day, I was like, okay, Secret's probably gonna beat what was our team? MBR. We're probably gonna beat MBR, and then from there, I'm gonna go right into the heel phase. You're gonna be the homer. I'm gonna be the hater, and be like, all right, it's time for Team Flash to come back. At that point, Team Secret's probably okay in the standings. They're probably gonna get out of groups, but now I kind of feel bad because Team Secret's in real trouble potentially if they lose 2-0 to Flash here. But I'm sticking with my pick. I think that Flash are desperate, and I think they're gonna pull all the stops.
Yeah, it's hard for me, Mika, because I'm a big fanboy of Flash. I love the Shy, I love Elliot. I think those two are phenomenal at the best of times, but I have seen some vulnerabilities there. And then when we were discussing that mid lane segment, we were talking about Tatsuri. He had a pretty good game of Ziggs earlier in that day, in that series, and I think he certainly can come unlocked, but they need to play this idea or the style around him with a draft that allows him to be the star of the show. So I'm really excited to see if they do bust out some of those crazy picks, and that's why I've gone for Team Secret. I love craziness. I don't know what it is. Maybe put my face on a camera and I can be embarrassed. Who cares? Because I just want to see something really exciting in this game.
Exactly. I feel the same way, and actually, that's why I fell in love with Team Secret, because way back when the summer season, they were bringing out these crazy comps. They had the Sonacera and they just did wonders with it. Right now though, like in the fall season, as I mentioned to you guys, they were kind of holding back. Then we kind of saw like very, very safe picks, and it did well for them. But I just feel like there's just so much potential into these crazy drafts, into these big brain plays that they're so capable of. But facing up against Team Flash, we build a lot around Team Flash, relying on Ellie to pop off. So like for example, Dito, you mentioned this Flash going here in the mid lane. We need Tatsuri to pop off. How do you think he's gonna face up against Ellie though?
Yeah, Ellie is the major wild card here because we've seen just feast or famine from him. He's either completely popped off or fell flat on his face. I know him from a previous MOBA, and he was absolutely crucial in his team at the time winning the World Championship in that game. So Ellie can certainly get it done, but sometimes, if you put him on Twisted Fate, it's a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe if he falls flat, we'll see if he can bring out something else for him. And I would like to see Team Flash prioritize their picks for him.
What about you, Skimmy? What do you think about this potential mid lane Flash that we have here?
Yeah, well, it's funny because we saw that one Twisted Fate game and we're thinking, Ellie, that's not the pick for you. It's not what I associate with your strength. And they've actually banned it away themselves, being on red side, so they want to make sure that Tatsuri doesn't have that flex available for them. When I think of him, I think of hard engage. Now, Aurelion Sol has been his champion. Yes, we've seen it from other teams. We just saw it from SVP, but he was the one that debuted it here at the C Champs and made it the thing that it's now become feared for. Undefeated, but I look at him as a sort of a general of command to say that I will find picks for the champions I play. Ari, Fizz, J4, anything that allows him to get aggressive, anything that allows him to shut down enemy lanes and be a contributing factor. We've even seen the Ashe. Ashe was planted in mid, chucking out arrows all over the show, allowing the rest of his team to look as good as they did. So we could, if this is going to be the Orianna, potentially flex into the bot lane. We have seen teams be quite keen for that, but I would love to see, if it is going to be a control mage, have that punish with some aggression on the opposite side.
Yeah, just to add one more thing, when Ellie was winning the World Championship in that other MOBA with Team Flash, actually, he was in the bot lane playing the ADC, so it doesn't surprise me at all that he's capable of, laying down the fire with an Ashe, although she is ice. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. And honestly, I'm really just waiting with bated breath to see what they pick for Ellie. I don't think that the Kaisa is for him quite yet, but we'll find out.
Oh, Alistar. Is this a first?
Yeah. No. I mean, this is a Glory D special. This is his second most played.
Yeah.
I think he's like one of the only people that really runs it in this competition when you've got the likes of the Galleon, the Brom, the Rakan, and so on and so forth. He thinks, you know what? Alistar looks good here. I'll be the engaged target. I'll be the knock-up, and I'll be the CC bot to follow things through with. And yeah, they've usually paired that with something like a Kaiser, sometimes the Orianna. And we can see that matchup obviously here today. But I guess this focus is all now coming to a head. The final pick here on red side for Team Flash is going to be the mid lane. It's going to be the Aurelion Sol again. Let's go!
Let's do it. I do want to see Ellie on that. And yeah, Skimmy, you and I were talking, but you mentioned to me, yeah, I mean, obviously, Glory D loves it, that Alistar. Honestly, I'm surprised to see Alistar fall off so hard here. I think that Alistar could be very impactful in this game, and I'm just looking forward to see what Team Flash can bring.
Yeah, I mean the Alistar and the Kaisa. That's pretty much like the the El Clasico of the Dragon Lane. And I'm actually surprised that it might have taken this long. Of course, there are like other champions that have different kits and all. But I think there's merit to this. And Aurelion Sol, of course, that's signature pick coming in for Ellie. It seems like Team Flash means business over here. But Team Secret, we're gonna see if they can pop off, and it's gonna come down to Tatsuri, of course, in the mid lane. We're gonna see how this match plays up. Team Secret versus Team Flash. Casters, you guys are up.
Welcome to the Evo Como Club. It's Contra as well as Omo.
That's right.
Casting your match here, and this is something that I've been looking forward for. It's Team Secret versus Team Flash, and we've got some interesting draft going on. And this is a lifeline match for Team Flash as well. They need to win games, and Team Secret definitely needs to solidify themselves in the Group B.
Yeah, this match is such a big deal because neither of these teams are safe yet. Team Secret, they're fighting to secure the spot like you mentioned, and Team Flash, they need to claw their way into the top 4. We're just gonna see some pretty exciting mid lane farm sharing to start things off. But yeah, Aurelion Sol once again for Ellie, the Lucian for Tatsuri. I expect to see a pretty exciting mid lane matchup.
And we start off on a really good note here, and just looking at how Azar has been able to also juggle pressure, and somehow both of them are heading down bottom, and that definitely calls for a lane rotation coming out of both Team Secret as well as Flash.
Yeah, I actually didn't notice this, but Flash is actually trying to go for a lane swap. Team Secret responding very well by having their solo laners share mid EXP, using that timing that much easier for them to rotate back down and find the matchups that they want afterwards. Of course, I do want to point out that Tatsuri trading so well in Alley here in the mid lane.
Yeah, and generally as a Lucian up in the mid lane, you will have a little bit of an advantage over Aurelion Sol, where you could just poke him free.
Yeah, look at that, just dash in.
Yeah, and what could Ellie do about that, right? Like, if he goes up, gets some farm, probably if he does have the stun available, maybe he could just do a little bit of trading done. But that's just about it.
Yeah, that's the best thing he can do, and let's take a look at the standings really quickly. I don't think any of us really expected. Like, I was high in the Buildup hype train, but I still didn't expect them to come in with 4 2-0s, sitting at 12 points, so far ahead of the pack. I think this is a very impressive performance from them. Joycey spots him out.
Oh, Hamas now in an awkward position. He will be having his health being chunked down. Forces a flash out. Joy is getting what he needs, although he didn't get the kill. And with so much vision working spotted out, it's Tatsuri now popped in with the blast cone, and that stun does not connect.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. I think Glory D had the flash a bit earlier there, but now Shy's in trouble.
Oh man, we're seeing Flash all over the place with Team Flash playing here, and I don't know what to make of it, because this doesn't seem like it's a clear-cut answer coming from either Team Secret or even Team Flash.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough game for both of these teams, just based on the draft alone. We see Team Secret is starting off aggressive, though.
Forcing Joyce to back away. This blue buff is Team Secret to take while they have the taunt on top of Glory. They will hunt out for that first blood as the Scourge is Alistar out, but Glory will be taken down for first blood. It's a 1-for-1 with Flash joining right in. A flash from Ellie as well, pushes them back with his ultimate, and that's where they get a catch onto Hamas.
And that is what we like to see from Team Flash, the aggressiveness, finding these aggressive plays early on, all off the back of Joyce with his aggressive counter jungling. I think if you look at the timestamps, he did not leave Team Secret's topside jungle here for close to a minute. It gave Ellie time to really find timings to shove the wave, rotate in, and Aurelion Sol, we know what he does so well. He finds the angles to roam. Look at this, Shy's just taken down. It's pretty cookie cutter. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Just using the Vi ultimate. Team Secret, they're finding trades back on the other side of the map, and that's huge because earlier today, we talked about Azar. We talked about how he's been underperforming and he needs to find his confidence, find his zone to get into. Seems like he's doing so once again on this Riven.
And that's really important as we look at the standings. Team Secret is still not really in the clear just about yet. If they could, of course, advance higher in the Group B, that would be the best scenario. But Shy spots a little bit of danger coming in from Team Secret. Just negate that quickly.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to get out of dodge there. I think Team Secret, they want to find the 2v2s again. They want to find the ideal lane setups. I don't think they want to be in a situation where Flash are just lane swapping on them, and they're exactly trying to do just that. We do see a nice timing for the 4-minute rotation. Everyone's just going to come to the mid lane. They're going to come in, get some push in, and they want to contest the objectives right off.
That's right, and other than Azar, we also spoke about Chewy when he was going on that Zaya earlier today. They looked like it was the best sort of option on the table in terms of execution. So now going on that Orianna at least gives him a little bit more stability in lane, already having that Luden's echo up, and now they contest for that Herald.
Luden's is going to be a very good timing here for him. Of course, Tatsuri buying crit items does not have his item just yet, but let's look at the setup. It looks like Team Flash want to fight.
Team Flash there on the ready, but
oh,
that
nice.
Herald will still go over the hands of Team Secret. Them being pushed right back. Gordon tries to hold the line as much as he can, but good pulverize to stop Team Secret from proceeding even further.
Yeah, indeed, and we do look at the other side of the map. Dialing, he's gonna be farming up a Storm there. He's pretty happy being left alone, getting turret plates, getting gold. I think it's a bit of a trade-off here, but if you lose the mid lane turret, that is definitely not worth it for Team Flash.
It's gonna hurt them a whole lot, and with the rest of Team Flash pretty much spread apart, they still managed to go in for a little bit of trade, at least opening up the bottom lane here. And I think that it favors Team Secret so much so that they could possibly get more of those Vision What set up later on and take better control over the river.
Yeah, the main thing right now is you see gold being funneled onto Dialing, but on the other side of the map, Team Secret, they trade for control. Control of the map is so very important, especially when you're playing against a team comp that has Aurelion Soul. He wants to have timings to be able to move around, find avenues to gank and whatnot, but he can't do so if you're taking over the map. And let's take a quick look at the gold count right now. Team Secret is a little bit ahead, but a lot of that gold is in the pockets of Azar, so we need to really pop off here on this Riven. Conversely, on the side of Team Flash, look at Dialing. He's sitting at the highest gold count in the game, and that's because of that Herald rotation. Because he didn't move up while Chewy did, he got a turret entirely into his own pockets. He's going to be the main carry here. But I'm going to say it's going to be very dangerous for Kai'Sa to try to play aggressively going up against a Riven. Buy out into Shockwave. There's just so little he can do.
Indeed, and when we look at Dialing's recent performances, he's definitely been going on a very constant note. And
here we go.
Secrets, they managed to still get the Drake with a good headbutt pulverize, and that sets this Riven apart from the rest of Team Secret. Gets picked off instantly.
Gets picked off, gets knocked out, chain CC'd, and Azar might be huge, but you're not huge enough to 1v4. Trevor flashes out, Azar doesn't have his flash, means he is just stuck in no man's land, gets taken down. Let's pay attention to the lane assignments really quickly here. We do see a 1-3-1 coming from Team Secret, which is good for them, because they want to isolate the Lucian matchups, they want to isolate the Riven matchups. On the other hand though, everywhere that Dialing goes, that's basically where Flash is going. Oh, Shy.
And that's where Flash is being popped there by Shy, and he stays surviving under the turret. And even if he buys more time, Team Flash could possibly come in with the Orbital, who could still turn things around.
Yeah, Ali was coming in trying to save his Baron Lena out. Of course, Shy, he does have the Sterex as well as Barrier available. He had to use both of those to get out of dodge there, together with his Flash. So a lot committed. Next time they go for a gank onto him, he might not be so lucky. And look at the lane assignments right now. It seems like everyone is posturing up towards the top lane. We even see Azar with lane prio making moves to the mid lane to shove that out, translate his rotation, translate his priority from the bot lane to mid to top, and really just take over the map with his gold.
It's really about taking really good control with all these sort of rotation, and that's where
oh boy.
Stunner lands onto Tatsuri.
Nice.
But Assault Baron connects,
Not
and
nice.
Trevor gets kicked right under the turret, and Ellie gets a little bit more room as he flashes over the wall, and that is a big whiff of the shockwave, and Team Secret could have actually landed something right there.
Team Secret, they tried, but the shockwave was the big part, and I think Joyce, he came in extremely clutch there. Trevor went for the ultimate onto Ellie, but don't forget, Ellie has barrier, has Jonius, kept him safe for so very long. That's exactly what you do on this ASO, to be a nuisance, to buy time, to zone control in these team fights. And Joyce came in clutch with the kick, because Chewy, he whiffed the ultimate as well, because he is a marksman player, so we're not expecting him to hit these magnificent shockwaves. At least try to hit someone.
Yeah, definitely needs a few more tries on the ball, as we are looking at who could potentially set things up other than a typical assault battery into a shockwave.
That's really it.
Yeah, and if we look at Hamas, he's busy trying to get those taunts in, and probably if he could come in with a good hero's entrance on top of the ball afterwards, that could be a meaningful chain of connection of Team Secret when they go into some of these team fights.
Yeah, so let's break this down a little bit. If you think about Team Secret's team composition and how they want to approach team fights, a large part of that is very flank reliant. You want to look out for Azar coming in from the flanks, especially. If he can get on Ellie, if he can get on Dialing, that's going to be huge. Of course, Hamez as well on the Galio. If you have Flash, it's possible for him to try to be the primary engage as well, but generally he'll want to be secondary. Azar gets caught though.
Dragon's Rage already being utilized. Azar tries to find a way out, does use this with Flash, but will be followed up by Shy, goes in for the dunk. Azar tries to make an outplay, he gets the kill! Joy's taken down, and it's still going to be 1-for-1.
Wow, he actually did get the 1-for-1 there. That's pretty impressive. I kind of thought he was done for because he missed so many spells. Glory with the cancel.
Now they got to catch onto the Alistar, but he's a beefy boy. Not going to be able to get the chunk of that Wagyu for now. They will call it off and still get the turret.
They will indeed, and that will just be a bit of a trade there for Team Secret. The gold lead hasn't changed much. They've been sitting at this 1k gold lead for basically the whole game now, since the 4-minute or so timing. Ellie, he's starting to bring the stars in. He's starting to charge up that Spirit Bomb from downtown. And Ocean Dragon spawning means we're gonna see everyone on the map collapsing here on this mid lane.
That's right, you don't really want to have too much Dragon Balls right there. Good taunt onto Tree, but Team Flash, they all clumped up for this hero's entrance. Knock them out of the air, they buy a little bit more time. And you just look at Azar trying to go in for the chase. He gets caked all the way backwards. Ellie will be able to float right through. Chewy with the flash, he gets the double.
Chewy gets a double, and that was a huge team fight there from Team Secret. They have their eyes on the Baron. Trevor is going to make his way over. He was trying to do the Dragon, not quite in sync. But that was an amazing team fight from Team Secret. They punished the over-aggressiveness of Team Flash. They were trying to look for the wrong targets. I love the positioning from Thomas and Chewy right now. They want to make sure there's no potential for a steal. I mean, the team fight was magnificent, right? It was set up so you could get a 4-man shockwave. And if we can see a replay of that, I want to look at Azar's approach. It was so creative. He didn't run straight in. Found an angle off to the side so that he could get in uninterrupted onto the backline. 4-man knockup, 4-man stun, 4-man win slash. Amazing gameplay, amazing team fight there from Team Secret to get them to a 4k gold lead.
And if they could emulate that one more time, Team Flash may not really have too much answer. And it was quite a pity that Team Flash also didn't have ward set up at Baron, because Joyce was free to contest that, but he opts for the Drake instead.
It was a pretty difficult situation, right? He had no backup, and he would have to be face-checking into Team Secret. We saw where Hamas and Chewy were positioning. They were aware of the potential as well, so they were on the lookout for a possible steal attempt, and they would have been in position to stop it. So very good presence of mind from Team Secret, even though it wasn't necessary in that situation.
It wasn't, but we do have Assault Battery up here. They're chasing upon Shy, and he's going to be able to pull them all the way back. Joyce slash that kick. Here comes Hero's entrance, though, as they will be able to knock those members of Team Flash up.
Look at bot, though.
They defuse it, and we'll be able to get one while the split is going on. What is this going to be resulting to Team Secret just having the greatest push?
Yeah, and that was Ellie's Aurelion Soul Ultimate expended as well in the bottom lane off our screens to really just clear out the Baron minion wave. not allow Azar to get this inhibitor for free. Now he's in a bit of a 1v3 situation, but no hot CC, no easy lockdown means that it's just so easy for Azar to dash and run out of that situation.
And that's where they really have to rely on Glory D for most part. And
Yep.
Or kill.
Another kill,
Wow.
but I blinked actually, Contra. I'll be honest with you there. I didn't see that kill because I blinked.
It flashed before my eyes.
Yeah.
And suddenly Joyce was down. Definitely intended with that pun, but here comes the TP.
Yeah, they smell blood right now. They want to go for an end.
That's where they will be having Glory to hop on top of the members of Team Secret. The Team Secret will still claim what is theirs with an inhib taken down.
Inhib taken down, that's gonna be Team Secret just backing away. Bot lane inhibitor, a tick of health left. Mid lane inhibitor taken down completely. Team Secret, look at the tower counts right now. 7-1. It took them a bit to get going, and Team Secret, I think they're one of the slower tempo teams in the tournament, but that means that they're not gonna risk throwing away their leads here. Of course, with this Vi, that's always possible. We saw a couple of iffy situations where he had to dive in to multiple people and kind of got punished. But I think with the lead that Team Secret have, they're comfortable taking about any fight right now.
That's right, just look at the goal lead that they have here. They can close up to 10k if they want to, but if we give more time to Team Flash, they can scale pretty well, and Team Flash might just be having a timer on their clock, because if they drag this on, this is gonna look pretty harsh on them.
Yeah, I do agree with you there, Contra. Team Flash, they do have some possible scaling, right? If you talk about late game team fights, Kai'Sa is obviously going to be doing a lot. Aurelion Sol does so much DPS, a deceptive amount, really. And Shy, if he's given time to stack his bleed stacks, to stack his passive onto Hamas, onto Trevor, he can really start to 1v5 in these team fights. But I think we're asking for a bit too much here, because Team Secret's comp just executes so fast. Like this!
Wait! He went in for the crit buff and still walk away with it. Here comes the Soul Boundary. Perfect connection of Hero's entrance. And that's where Team Flash will just have to back away, leaving Shy behind with the flashes over the wall. Here comes the culling, bringing the health bar slow on this Alistar. And that's where they find one.
That's not gonna be game just yet, but that's gonna be Baron. Don't forget, they have the Vi for the DPS. They have the Lucian for the DPS. They kind of want to turn, but they don't know they're on a ward right now. This could be big for Flash. Not quite.
Like, golden opportunity. Oh, just swerves right through. Here comes the taunt, though. And Trevor catches them out. Another kill for that Lucian, and Ellie might just be the next one to fall. Flash coming in from Chewy, and he goes on a rampage.
And that's exactly what happens to a Darius when you're playing against high CC team compositions and you have no way of getting in. They do so much CC, they do so much damage that you can't move, you're stuck, you can't stack, you can't heal, and you just get taken down. That's a very rough situation to die to be in. And I think that that's kind of what sets him apart from players like Tanex or players like Noel. He's really great when he's the pivotal member of your team. When you're playing around him. Joyce, that's a bit ambitious.
Very ambitious.
Shy's not so great when you don't play around him. When you expect him to be weak side. When you expect him to really just be able to perform with little to no resources. He's a bit too aggressive, a bit too impatient. And that's what we've been seeing in the last couple of times.
That's right, and we see how Team Secret just tackled that problem with all those lane swaps and just trying to get this Darius not getting any sort of leads in that early game. Now he's struggling, and on top of that, you just look back at that past team fight. Team Flash, honestly, didn't really have to hop into that brush, and Team Secret just plays so well on those bottleneck corners.
Yeah, they really, really do, and I think the main thing we want to look at right now, look at Team Secret's itemization. Look at the 4 items on Chewy, the 3.5 on Tatsuri. He's close to his eye edge. The damage coming out from these people is going to be huge, and look at Shy. He's sitting on Sterex, that man's plate. He has a proto belt, so he doesn't even have like a gargoyles or like a Jonias to keep him safe. He's trying to itemize into a Triforce, and I feel like this is just so ambitious. Yeah, it's late for sure, and it's so ambitious. You're already getting one shot in team fights. What's a Triforce really gonna do for you?
Honestly, not gonna be resulting to too much, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly.
And currently, Team Secret, they're already on the hunt. They will go on to hop on top of Shy, forcing a barrier out of him for the moment, as they will try to claim the red buff, calling just to shove them all the way back.
Yeah, they will take the red buff and they will get out of dodge. I think Tatsuri, Trevor, and Azar, they can treatment this very easily. I don't think that ward spotted them to Blasco, so I don't think Flash are aware just yet. But look at Ori.
Oh, they're chasing onto Chewy as well, and Team Secret
Nice.
looks to commit, and Team Flash, they're stuck in the same corner, and they will be able to connect that Hero's entrance onto Glory D. Now, with a flank coming
Joyce.
right in, Trevor, though, this is where Glory D goes in for another setup, and another miss of that shockwave. Doesn't really matter all too much. The tongue connects onto Hamas, but he will walk away pretty much with his life bars intact. Dilling now going on top of Azar. Azar
so afraid.
just having the production coming from Chewy as well. Now they look to
Flash away.
recommit. What's more, Pulverize on top, and Azar still managing to find Dilling.
Nice.
This is huge for Team Secret, and they may be able to ace it eventually, but Ellie
Ellie.
is still
Ellie.
flying around. Now he's getting punished. Joyce, he's going to be joining from the back, and Chewy now all alone. He might be able to take down Ellie, though. He's going to be able to shockwave. He gets a kill before he fades out.
And we're definitely gonna need to see a repeat of that team fight. So much happened. So much happened that we didn't even notice. The minion wave bricked the bottom lane inhibitor there. That fight started off with Team Secret looking for a turn off the Baron. They went a bit too early. I think they were a bit too ambitious, overly aggressive. Look at Hamas and Chewy. Good flash, Chewy disengaging. But right now you need to wait. You need to wait for them to funnel into you. This is not a good angle for a team fight. Chewy cannot get the shockwave off. And Ellie has such a good angle to really just zone away the DPS. And look at Joyce right here. He dives into the backline, he takes down Tatsuri, and you kind of forget about him for a while, but leave it in the back of your mind. He'll come back later. Secret Azar, he really tries to dive onto this Alistair. That was way too greedy. He needed to just turn with his team. And look at this dialing, he's so afraid, he's so cautious. He has to use killer instinct to get away. And Azar, Q2, Q3, he flashes the wrong direction and he Q3s backwards. If not, he would have cleared them all. That was a bit of an unfortunate mechanical mistake. Chewy leaves shy on 1 tick of health. And look at this, Joyce, I think, bought a TP. He went home, TP back in. Ellie with the stopwatch. Jonia's just killing everybody with his stars. Chewy here. This was a nice attempt from him, but Joyce, you're never gonna beat him in a 1v1. He's a Lee Sin, he has Red Smite, he's level 15. Highest on his team together with Ellie and Team Flash. They're looking like they might be able to pull a comeback off here. Elder Inferno is spawned, Contra.
And this is going to be very important for Team Flash if they can secure it. We saw that the last fight, they managed to at least halt that Baron takedown, and this position is going to look pretty dicey for the moment. Team Flash, they're not sticking all together, they're all split up.
All gonna be split up, and look at Team Secret's setup right now. I like Azar's positioning. He's looking for an angle around the back. Chewy and Tatsuri, they're waiting for someone to walk in as well. I think all this is just a ploy, right? You're just trying to distract them. There we go. Yeah, Trevor and Tatsuri start this one off. But look at the other angle. You're not expecting them to come from there, are you?
Well, not exactly the best option out there. And just look at the Darius. He's getting
Contra.
pretty much zoned off by Chewy all alone.
Contra Shockwave has been used. Culling has been used. This could be a win.
It could be a golden opportunity for Team Flash. Now here comes Ellie, though.
Oh, this could be
TP
big.
coming available, and the knockup's coming right through. Team Secret, they focus down Ellie first. They won't be able to have too much of damage to deal
Nice
with.
kick.
Team Secret locks them all the way through. And now with only Joyce as well dealing, they might not be able to survive. To tell the tale, Trevor now just surviving for a little bit more. It's a double coming in for Tatsuri. The last member of Team Flash now taken down. Team Secret marches to the base. And this is game one secured. Team Secret will still be able to show what they've got. And now Flash is going to worry in this group.
Flash definitely have some worry right now. They're sitting 0-1. Keep in mind, I think they only have 1 point so far from a draw. They've lost 0-2 twice. If they get 2-0 by Secret yet again, that's gonna be it for them. And that last team fight, it was a bit of a heartbreak there. So many things went wrong. If Ellie Flash, if Ellie's Jonia, there were so many things that could have changed for Team Flash to really just pull off the miracle comeback. But unfortunately, it was just this shot.
And it's all about that positioning, right? When we look into that attempt on the Dragon, nobody has been able to also reach majority of all these key targets of Team Secret. And Team Secret has already blown out quite a number of Shockwave. Chewy, although he hasn't been able to land the mark, at the very least, there's so many layers that Team Flash just have to peel through, and they couldn't really find that angle. They should have just backed away.
Yeah, definitely. They should have found better angles to come in, but that's easier said than done, given that there was so little time for them to do So with that though, they are gonna drop 0 and 1, and Team Flash, they really have to dig deep and find something special to try to keep going.
That's right. After all, there's still another game to go for Team Flash, as we want to see whether if they can still draw blood against Team Secret. But before we get into that, let's take a little bit of a quick break, and we'll come back for more right after this short commercial break.
Team Secret waking up, it seems like, here at the C Championships, taking game 1 from Team Flash. I think overall, it really was a step in the right direction for Team Secret. All of the players really stepped up their game in this one. But, there was that question around whether the game really should have lasted that long, especially up against a team like Team Flash, which was supposed to be, quote-unquote, one of their easier matches of the day. I mean, D2, we were talking about this, that, there was a chance for Team Secret to end the game earlier. They seem to have a problem closing out the game, or just really, really putting a period to it at this point.
Yeah, if their first match, the first series of the day was a tale of two games, this was a tale of two halves. Team Secret looking absolutely fantastic in the beginning of the game, but struggling to finish it out. I think that obviously Hemez is always the one who's kind of calling the shots and everything, but Chewy and Azar look fantastic that game, which is interesting because we kind of highlighted Tetsuri. Azar really pulling his weight, which is a good sign for Team Secret, despite the fact that they couldn't finish it off. I do have to say right now, though, that I know we're talking about the games and we get caught up in that, but Flash, if they weren't desperate before, they are now. They need to win every single game from now on or they are eliminated.
Yeah. Kimmy, what about you? What are your thoughts on this match?
Yeah, it's a weird game. I guess the buff, the good luck charm, if you will, of the Aurelian Soul has now finally been broken there for Ellie. Poor showing there from Shy. I mean, he got camped very early on into that game, and they, clearly invested resources into making sure that his impact wouldn't be as huge as they would have hoped for. And you can see it there reflected in the damage comparison, right? He's only doing the same amount as the Galio support, just a fraction more than his own Alistair support. But the game felt like it got flipped around like the 10-minute mark around the bush just outside of mid, where they took the fight. It was actually Flash that initiated it. It was Aurelian Soul just sitting there saying, I wonder what's going on here. And they just have so much CC Secret, right? The Galio's charging in, Riven just flash stuns on the spot, Orianna the easiest shockwave that you'll never miss. They take down multiple members straight away to Baron, and at that point the game was in a relatively neutral state. It was like 2 turrets to 1 in favor of Secret, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 gold in their lead. But that Baron buff had like devastating consequences. They just took 5 turrets in a row, mid inhibitor was broken, and then it became, this big dance, I guess, for like the next 8-10 minutes of like, will we end, will we not, will we just give Team Flash like a team fight simulator and say, let's just warm up for game number 2. Weird end, but yeah, Team Secret in the end, they got it done.
I think the one thing that kept them going though the entire time, even as they stalled out, was Chewy was always pumping out the damage, no matter what was happening. And that things could have gotten dicey if everything fell apart, but at least Chewy was the consistent damage throughout the game that at least pushed them over the edge.
Yep.
Yeah, big Orianna.
Chewy, definitely a hero over there, and he is very much an esports hero, just like the ones that you can find at One Esports. Yes, I get your daily dose of esports at oneesports.gg. Find him on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, and on YouTube, as well as on Twitch. Hey, they do have a new YouTube video out right about now. Go check it out.
Are you in it?
Yeah, go check it out. I don't know.
Really?
Could be.
Wait.
No spoilers. No spoilers on this channel.
Open up browser, new tab. Come on. You stay tuned here. Come on.
Let me open it up right now. I need to find out. I need to know.
You'll find out at One Esports. At oneesports.gg. But yeah, Skimmy, I actually wanted to share with you, like, we mentioned Chewy popping off. Chewy actually calls his fans Chew-porters. So I bet you all the supporters are very happy indeed. I just love that fun. I love the wordplay over there.
I'm glad it didn't go the other direction. I was wondering if he was going to say, like, Chewbacca, and we were just going to go into like the world of fanfic and talk about other games and other, ideologies. But no, okay. We're a Chew stan.
Mika let me into her intimate life of nerdom earlier on.
Yeah,
when she's like, in order to deal with the brightness, she was deciding between what was her Jedi robe or her Harry Potter robe.
It was my Harry Potter robe or my Jedi robe. The Harry Potter robe one, by the way. But yeah, don't get me started on all of this nerdy stuff because this is gonna turn into a whole other show right now. And we are here at the SEA Championships and we're about to start game 2. Get your head back in the game, Mika. Don't think about Star Wars or Harry Potter right now. But yes, going into game 2, I think that, Team Secret, they're not exactly the kind of team that likes to do the same draft twice. As we've seen so far here at the SEA Championships, we know they're capable of such wacky sort of compositions and all. They're probably like, the biggest, I would say probably in terms of drafting, the biggest brains here in the SEA Championships. They are the one most likely to sort of go off meta and set the meta, which is exactly why, they stood out so much during the summer season. But, Team Flash, it's a question of whether they can keep up with that, especially since, Ellie, he did very, very well in the earlier game. But, the rest of Team Flash, they also have to step up, especially since all of Team Secret right now, they are flashing those big brains coming into this game too. So, D2, I'm wondering, Team Flash, what can they do to, change it up even in the drafting phase?
It just doesn't seem like they have a lot of answers now because I think that Ellie is running short on his hero pool, or champion pool, excuse me. Maybe you go with that Ashe once more, maybe you go for the Jarvan 4. Like I said, they need to win every single game out from here on out. I do want to say, just to point out, because I'm always looking at the standings, Mika, is that Secret have put themselves in a fantastic spot. It's basically, I think it's almost impossible for them to get 4th now. So looking good for them. Flash, honestly, I don't really have many answers. Skimmy, I'm looking to you're more of an expert on like the advanced tactics than I am, but so I'm gonna leave it to you.
Well, look, I think teams have really caught on to the Shy from Flash in the group stages. They've really been camping him. I mean, we saw it happen from one team. We saw it happen by Buram as well. They're saying, look, we do all have these great top laners. I think C is actually stacked as a region for great Baron laners as a whole. But we've seen this Riven and Vibe be that bread and butter combo, which is always targeted Shy in that side lane to make sure that he isn't able to be a menace, right? So you're first of all in the pick and ban phase denying a big amount of those champions that you can pick for. He says, okay, I'll just play Darius, whatever. I can still be a threat. I can build tank and I can try and weather that storm. Still not enough. And we've seen this be almost like the aftermath of Flash not having enough pressure and sort of gravity to pull you elsewhere on the map to say, if you take him, we're going to take this instead. The trades are becoming a little bit more lackluster as time goes on. And I think as we saw this tournament start off, like the bread and butter was Renekton, it was like Renekton top, Lee Sin jungle, and TF mid. Those three, and you could do anything you want. Like a gank happens, not on my watch. Now we'll see like Riven and Vibe be like the, I don't want to call it the budget comp, but like it feels like the response if those options aren't there, and it's just getting so much work done. So I don't know, Flash need to figure something creative. And if it's Team Secret, I mean, they're going to be red side this time right now. So surely, Mika, if you're ever to be excited as a Filipino fan, surely now the Katarina comes out. Get the 2-0. Surely.
Exactly. I have been waiting for this Katarina pick over here, and I'm not sure exactly why Tatsuri is just, teasing us there and not holding it close to his chest. Maybe he wants to bring it out for the playoffs. But, I really do think that Tatsuri does so well on Assassin Champions. We haven't seen him exactly, play that card yet. It might be a strategy thing. Who knows? But speaking of, all of these wonderful players on Team Secret, I was actually wondering why Team Flash hasn't really, focused or targeted James, because it's very clear to see where all of this direction from Team Secret is coming from. What do you think, D2? Is James just outplaying them? Can they not catch him out? Can they not have any bans directed towards him? What do you think?
Well, I don't know if it's the best idea to kind of target out the support, especially because, I mean, number one, you're not going to get much value out of there. He doesn't really care if he's lacking in gold. And number two, I think James is just so solid at his positioning. I don't think he's going to let anything catch him off guard. And so, I don't know. I just feel like that's one thing you could do is kind of go with what you said, Skimmy, kind of flip the script and go in the top lane and kind of get a gank there. But I think that, I don't know if going James is the best call right here, but we'll see what they go for.
Yeah, and I think that James, again, big brain. If you try to sort of, I think he's kind of anticipated that in case they go after him, he probably has something else planned, and maybe it's gonna be like kind of like the earlier situation. It's gonna be out of the frying pan and into the fire for Team Flash if they do that. So yeah, gonna be really interesting indeed. Skimmy, any thoughts right now with these initial bans and picks?
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, you're spot on with the money there, Mika, about the Galio being removed. If you are looking to try and impact that James can provide, I guess he's just going to go to Rakan instead, perhaps. Seems to be his next best option if he wants that, game-changing engage. Maybe the Gragas. He's obviously very good at the Gragas. We've seen that displayed here today as well. But just what I mean, look at the focus of these top laners. 3 bans towards it for Team Secret. Said you're not allowed to play it. You got to think of something different. Now, we know that Ellie loves to play the J4 in the mid lane. Joyce can flex it there if need be, so I love the pick straight out the gates to say you're not too sure exactly what this could be. Remove double poke with the Varus and the Ziggs too. So just saying, we just want a team fight you. We don't want any split pushing. We don't want any elegance about it. We just want to, 5 people show up to a fight, another 5 rock up to, and it's like, who can live?
Yeah, I do like the flexibility coming out here, picking the J4 first to make sure that they throw Team Secret off guard, don't know what's coming out, and the kind of not counter picks, but a similar pick in the Gragas, although we're probably expecting to be on James at this point. But yeah, just basically making sure that you have all options open going forward. Already we have the Kai'Sa Lulu combination. It's going to be really important to see if they can pop off on that and get to the late game. But wow, yeah, Mundo, it's going to be interesting. Wait, so where do you see this going? Are you seeing Mundo in the jungle, or are you just seeing him?
Yeah, I mean, top lane Mundo. Yeah. Because we saw this. This is what they played into one team and actually won with. One team played that comp where they had the Lux and the Sona bot lane to try and punish the Senna. And whilst it did in the early portions of the game, ultimately, it reached a point of power where it was just too much to try and contain this Mundo. So I like this. I imagine it's going to be the Senna Gragas bot side to just go and do battle here with this Kai'Sa Lulu. I'm imagining that's going to be the J4 in the jungle. Ellie's just going to run it back once again with a Cerulean Soul. Why not? I mean, I don't necessarily think he was the problem. They do have the Fiora, so they've got themselves that split pushing angle if they do so like. So I'm just hoping this time around, if it is going to be Shy playing this Fiora, they need to give him enough pressure elsewhere on the map to allow him to split push, to break apart this pack. And I guess they're going to be put on a timer because Senna and Mundo, you reach 20 minutes and it might just be game over.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing that we've seen Team Secret do 2 games in a row now is kind of predict, at least last game they predicted it, but now they've seen the Aurelion Cell come out from LA and they go for the Lucian on Tatsuri to kind of, cancel that out. And, Tatsuri didn't have the greatest time, but, worked out in the end. So we'll see if it happens.
We will see indeed as we head into game 2 between Team Secret and Team Flash. We're gonna see if Team Secret can get this 2-0 finally, and we're gonna see if Team Flash can get that win to balance things out and shake some things in our Group A standings. Casters, over to you guys.
Team Secret, the champions of the Philippines, looking great back in game 1, and now they are bringing their secret weapon Mundo back up online against Team Flash.
Yes,
Omo,
sir.
this is looking pretty hella exciting. What's your thoughts on the draft?
It is. That's exactly how I would describe it. Pretty hella exciting game coming up for us, I think. We do see 2 very contrasting styles in these team compositions, which tend to make for a very exciting game. We see Shy as well as the rest of Team Flash, they want to play for split push. With their tournament lives on the line here, they say, you know what, we're going all in on the Shy basket. We're going to hope that you can carry us. We're going to play for you. Let your Fiora do the work. On the other hand, we have Team Secret. They're going to be running a run at you team composition. And look at this. What's this?
Oh, Shy! He's already burning out the Flash. Finally makes it out to safety. And I guess this is just going to be a little bit more of a lot of work for him to do at the very least.
Yeah, it's a rough
late game
situation.
split push.
Yeah.
My.
It is. Look at how fast they adapt to this. They realize it's going to be a dual lane, right? Because they have done this before. Hamas, they leave him to farm with the Gragas. It's okay if he gets zoned off. He can farm with the explosive cast, the barrows. You leave Chewy to dual lane with Azar to shut down the opponent Baron laner when they play a carry. So what the Flash do? They swap Ellie and Shy. Ellie can farm from range too. He doesn't care if he's shut down. It's not as important as shutting down a Fiora. And they leave Shy to go 1v1 Tatsuri in the mid lane. Great adaptation here from Team Flash. And look at this, Shy's winning the trade.
Yeah, and most often than not, against a Lucian, you're just gonna get poked most parts of this matchup. But he's gonna be able to fare well enough to hit level 5, and then he starts to be able to be a threat. Now, Hamas, though, guarding the red buff, blue buff, I would say. Fight comes in, flag and drag, and Glory has just arrived to the scene. Tatsuri tries to secure this one back to the team, and he gets it.
Yeah, the smite was used to keep Joyce healthy, and that means Katsuri comes in, double taps, bang bang, and that's gonna be just an easy blue buff pickup. And what is this in the Baron lane right now? Trevor's just zoning them out.
Oh my, that's a snare on top of Shy. Thank
Nice,
goodness the
Ellie
rest of Secret was not close enough. And
Yeah.
Ellie could just slowly clear out the waves, and he's just gonna be bleeding mana at the very least in order to do so.
It's a very rough situation to be in, but I think at least Team Flash, at least they can say, thankfully, it was not Shy. At least it was Ellie rather than Shy. They really need the Fiora to come online. She's basically the only win condition here. You need her to dominate Mundo in the side lane, to 1v2 against Olaf Mundo, and she's gonna need a lot of gold for that. It's possible, but she needs to be farmed. And even now, this is still hurting Team Flash. Having a 1v2 here in the mid lane for Shy, just to keep him safe, means that yes, 1, he devoted a lot of resources, and 2, Shy shares EXP. That's not something you want. He needs to be high level here. And they're just gonna reset all of this, I think, but I want to see if they try to find more ideal lane assignments. Best case scenario for Team Flash, put Shy 1v1 against Hamas.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the best option available on the table, as they've been playing a lot of musical chair, and at some point, the music's gonna stop, and Team Flash might not have a chair left for them.
Contra, I've never heard it put better than that. That was amazing. They're playing musical chairs right now. That's exactly how we should describe it. And so far it's looking good for Team Secret. I don't exactly know the rules, the rulebook of musical chairs, but Team Secret are winning.
Now, question to you, Omo.
Yes, sir.
There must be a song, right, in musical chairs? What song will they be playing on this playlist?
It's Yakety Sax. 100%. This is exactly what we're seeing in this game.
I'm not gonna get to how you want to sing it or so, but as
I'm
we
sorry, I
currently
can't. I'll
go
get
back,
fired from the broadcast if I
yeah,
sing.
we get copyrighted sometimes.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, like, we're just word for that. So, Team Flash, they're still doing it. They're dialing up top just to match up the tempo once again. But that question goes to who's going to be able to secure the first Drake or Herald? What are the priorities for both sides if they're still going to rock it?
Judging off what Team Secret did last game, I expect them to do it again. Get numbers advantage at mid lane. That's exactly what they're doing right now. But they're gonna be a step behind. Because Flash, they're already here. Started it off. Jokes, they're just gonna let it reset because Dialing has not bought just yet. Wait, why did he reset? He bought one log slot. That's a tilter.
Oh,
that's a
tilts
tilter
me.
right there.
I guess that at the very least, Team Secret is not fully committing to the Herald just about yet. But soon enough, they will. And Azar. Hard to snatch it? Wait, Azar got it? Did he?
Azar got what? The Scuttle Crab?
Was it blue?
Oh, maybe.
No, not anymore.
But look at the fight.
There we go. Cataclysm on top. The good stun onto Azar. He's dropping low, but he will be able to still find a little bit more room. And Herald over to Team 6.
Yeah, they do get the Herald, but this is gonna be Team Flash with the inside track now on the mid lane turret. Ali, a pretty good trade there. Tatsuri, no mana. He has to recall. Team Secret, they lose the Herald, but they might get mid.
Well, there is Hamis dropping in an explosive cast, finding a little bit more of the space that he needs. And wow!
Wow!
What a killer instinct!
All right.
That's first blood!
Yeah, while all this is happening, same thing as last game. Team Flash, they're trading objectives for objectives. And they're funneling gold onto the key members. This time it's Shy on Fiora. He's being funneled this bot wave. He's gonna be pretty rich when he comes back. He's a level up in Dr. Mundo. I think things are starting to look up here for Team Flash. Reset from Secret means Dragon's likely yes as well.
That's right, and currently you also do have the Fiora pick up that 3D first. We'll be able to actually go for better trading. Although Azaria might just look to break wall him eventually. Yeah. Just look at them go. Fiora doing much better, just having slightly much more of a lead against this Mundo.
$40 more.
I guess.
A little bit of a baller.
Well, if it's gonna be ringgit, definitely a bummer. Thank goodness it's a dollar.
That's
so,
fair. Well,
we
since
go
they're a
back
Vietnamese team, if it's Dong, even more of a bummer, I think.
Oh my. Now, there's definitely no Heimers here to raise any Dongers just about yet, but I do want to see that happen one day. Shy already starting the grand challenge.
It's starting, Contra. The Fiora timer, it's ticking. The clock is ticking. 6 minutes right now. I think you give him another 5 minutes, he can take over the game. Team Flash, you just have to hold on for that 5 minutes.
Yeah, and look at what he's got, like 4 HP items, just having the Cinder as well as the Bramble Vest. Yeah, sure, take a lot of damage coming from Shy, and here comes Ellie, taking a little bit of visit. Tries to take all these chunks of turret plating as they will.
Crabber's here.
Crabber arrives with Ragnarok now.
No.
Trying to take out Ellie, and that's pretty much easily secured because there's no way that he could possibly dive out that.
Contra, actually, I have a question for you. Oh, we're gonna have to hold that thought.
Okay, I guess that Azar will find a little bit more. He still has the barrage. He can pop it, but he will not survive.
Give it to Shy, man.
Not the right person that you want to kill off. I guess it's still fine. Joyce can still work on further items out there. And yeah, you were trying to ask me a question, right?
Yeah, but it seems like they don't want to give us a chance. They just keep fighting. But yeah, I have a question for you, Contra. Do you know the name of any of Aurelian Soul spells? I don't know a single one.
I do play a lot of Aurelian Soul, but most of the time, I just, don't really remember. All you see are stars as well as this giant ball of stun, or you just surf through space.
It's pretty
and just
interesting, right? Because when we think of other champions, we kind of know the names like Relentless Pursuit, Grand Challenge. But when I think of ESL, I just draw a blank. It's a bit sad, poor guy.
Don't worry, we'll look into that in a bit.
We will.
So, as we currently look at the bottom lane, there might just be a gang coming up, but Ellie will be able to move right out of the way, and that's where they find a golden opportunity to just shove in with the Herald. So Flash, they will have to make space.
Yeah, don't forget Trevor. Oh, what's this?
Killer Instinct, and that's one tick of health left. Dealing flashes forward for the kill. Still chasing onto Tatsuri as well. This might just be a golden opportunity to take him down. And that's where
they get top as well.
For Ali.
Contra, they kill Azar and top lane turret as well. Team Flash. They're making plays on both sides, and it's working.
It's working so well. And, our dear analysts were talking about them running on a timer. And this is definitely going to be them just smiling their way through and say, hey, if we get this draw, the chances definitely will be great heading into the next matchup here to get out of this group.
It definitely looks much better. The situation for Team Flash, we won't sugarcoat it, right? It's very dire right now. That 2-0 to MBR really hurt them so hard, and they really need to find a 2-0 against SVP to even have a chance of making it to playoffs. And even then, it's not in their hands. They need to hope, the stars align in the rest of the group. But I think they have a very good chance in this game, Contra. It's only a 1k gold lead right now. But do you hear that sound? Tick, 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 tick. That's the Fiora timer, and it's counting down.
Oh my. I guess that we'll just have to slow down the pace for a little bit. Maybe put that stopwatch on.
That's what
Yeah,
Secret are trying to do. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so if they get into the late game, you just look at this giant small ball of a death ball running from inside Team Secret down. That's the break, that's a cataclysm, and it's Team Secret to secure it with the Star Surge coming right in. That's a stun, and Hamas buys time. Chewy tries to save the team, gives them a little bit more of a buff, but Ellie gets caught out. And what a way to take them all down while there is a split push going. Shy is already knocking on the inhibitor while Team Secret, they're still focused on mid.
That was a bit of a mistake there from Team Flash. They got too bloodthirsty. They smelled the blood in the water and they went for it. But like you said, right, Contra? Giant death ball of a Team Comp. That's what Secret wants to do. They want a ball, they want to run it. And Team Flash, unfortunately, they played exactly to that. Hamas is in trouble, though.
Oh my, Hamas now taken down inside of the base. Shy just flexing it out with only a drop of mana left. And there's nobody to punish. Well, Tatsuri,
Joyce, no,
he
don't
does
do
not
it
know.
like that, Joyce.
Come on, get out of the way. All right, Joyce, come on. Okay.
All right. Luckily,
he's out of there.
Yeah, okay, we can calm down for a second. Yeah, Flash, they were a bit too overly aggressive in taking the team fight. You were exactly right? Team Secret, they want a ball, they want to run at you. Flash, they just need to waste the time of Team Secret. And what I really liked from Flash there was the moment they recognized, okay, this fight is lost, we can't win this fight anymore. You see Joyce on the minimap, he makes a beeline to top lane. He runs straight there, no care in the world. I'm not going to try to help my teammates. I'm just going to go snowball our win condition off Shy. And that's exactly what they needed to do. They got the turret, they got the kill on Hamas, and right now they're sitting at a bit of gold deficit. I guess it's about even, but Shy's gold, that's what matters. Nothing else in the world matters. 2,000 gold lead on this Fiora, gonna be knocking a bot lane.
I was about to sing a Metallica song to you, but
which one?
Nothing else matters. So, Team Flash, so long as they keep on at this pace, they could potentially give more of a damage output in those team fight as compared to Team Secret, who doesn't seem to have all too much in the back right now.
Yeah, there's not exactly much else they can really do. I mean, Team Secret, they really need to find an angle or avenue to do one of two things. They either need to catch and kill Shy, which is going to be extremely difficult because it's quite easy for a Fiora to run away from an Olaf, to run away from a Lucian, and those are really the only ones that can kill it right now. On the other hand, what they can do is try to force a Baron, and that comes with so many risks. Oh no, Ellie.
Speaking of risks, Ellie now caught out with a cast, and Hamas tries to just get out of the way. Well, they managed to do so with Chewy trying to hold down the line. Well, Prepper has already popped the Ragnarok. He's going to be running straight to the face of Darling. That's where the perfect counter sets up. With the culling being popped as well, Team Secret nullifies that potential trade.
This is really rough though, Contra, because look at the minimap. Look where the wave is for Shy. It's not even close to the turret yet. Oh, but this is good.
They're going in. Body slam. That's big. Team Secret, they look for two pigs, and they get it. Well, Joyce drops right in. Will get rooted right down. And right down below, still a 1v1 happening across. And the Moon is losing under the turret. Well, Joyce, he will be taken down instead. Well, Trevor still needs to navigate his way around. It's a double for Chewy.
Double for Chewy, but Shy wins the fight. That's what matters here. The turret's a tick of health as well. He's gonna get that one really quickly. Chewy might kill him though.
Chewy.
Unless
no mana. Shy's got no mana. Not a single drop of mana, and Chewy has just gotta grit his teeth a little bit harder and just feel glad about that.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. It seems like Team Flash, they have the right idea. They're just a little bit off in the execution of that idea. Look at the random fights that Team Flash are taking in that lane. And you might ask yourself, what are they doing? These fights don't look good. Why are they taking these fights? It's to give space and time. Shy. To just find time to hit the turret. Find time to hit Azar. But the problem is, they're doing it too early. Shy's not in position yet. Imagine the first fight that they took with Ellie flying in and they tie up 4 or 5 people. Imagine if they did that a couple seconds later. But we're gonna have to hold that thought though, because Dragon's something now.
Dragon attempt coming from Team Secret. They were dropping down to a corner, and that's where they lock them down with the dome. But the rest of Team Secret, they're looking for pigs! Great cast once more. They find Ellie, and now chasing down onto Deling. Where is help when you need it? Right there. Flash now just having no more resources left in this fight, and that calls for Baron.
It's a real heartbreaker. Team Flash, they're making the wrong moves at the wrong times. Nice from Shy.
Shy though.
He can end.
1v1. He can actually end the game. The rest of Team Secret.
Oh,
Are
no.
they sure about the Baron? Here comes the body slam. Shy now getting aimed by the Nexus. He gets taken down.
Look at Joyce. He wants more. He wants to steal. No, he can't.
Now, Team Secret having the full space in the Baron pit. They will secure the Baron power play and still walk away with a kill against Joyce. Now it's only Glory D. And what can they do about this? Now, Team Secret has unlocked that late
they
game.
want to end. They want to end Contra. 20 seconds to Shy. 20 seconds on Joyce. They can do this. It's a 4v5.
Ellie just doing whatever he can right now. Nerf TP comes right through. Ellie will not be able to survive. Team Secret, they find themselves a win. And they will clean sweep against Team Flash. After all the hustle and the bustle, the noise from the chat, it does not matter as Team Secret will get themselves a great victory.
And there was a heartbreaker there for the side of Team Flash. It was so hard fought. They made a few mistakes in terms of decision making and they just lost the game. It was really sad to see because Team Flash, I think right now that makes them the first team to be knocked out of group stages. And I think they were so close to making it. This game, they really could have won it. The Fiora was such a big win condition for them. They were just too impatient when it mattered, Contra.
Yeah, and I was actually setting my eyes on him. Like, literally, there's an eye right here. But that also calls for, you know, support for Team Secret.
Yeah.
So far, fans from the Philippines definitely loving the results coming out of it. That also secures Team Secret a better spot heading into the playoffs. So, Flash, I think they've done just about enough, and they were bagging on the hopes on that Fiora. Maybe a little bit tapped too much, don't you think?
I think it was fine. They definitely could have, but the problem was they didn't play around the Fiora well. They took fights when he was not ready, and I don't know if it was comms or decision making or whatever it was, but something was clearly wrong there. Team Flash were clearly not in sync, and it's a bit of heartbreaker, right? Because I think that journey basically ends here now. They got another match against SVP later today, but that's for bragging rights more than anything. To say I'm 5th, not 6th. They can't make it to playoffs anymore, I'm pretty sure, Contra.
Yeah, definitely heartbreaking news for fans back in the Vietnam region, but there's still more to come here. Let's see what they can still offer in the upcoming match. For now, let's head back over to our analyst desk. Over to you, Mika.
Thanks so much, Contra and Omo, and I was totally caught off guard with the eye on Contra's polo there. Like, I wasn't sure what to expect. And yeah,
pain, so much pain.
But it is good news, of course, for
Mika, are you muted?
Team
I
Secret
think
fans.
Mika.
This is I was actually muted for you guys, but I'm pretty sure.
Oh, stream heard you. We didn't. It's a crime.
Same.
Double pain. Double pain.
Exactly. It's like, you know, you guys. Team Secret won. I'm okay in my own universe.
I mean, do you see them after they won? They didn't look like they won. They're just like, oh my goodness, what was that?
It's like, oh god, we got the 2-0. Oh no.
I mean,
yeah, but I do you know, I do think this, and you know, I think I have license to be this critical about Team Secret because I have to say that game was a little strange. I mean, you know, you would think that it would be more you know, definitive on the side of Team Secret. It was kind of all over the place. I mean, Skimmy, what do you think?
It really was. That game, I mean, those last 2 minutes were as chaotic as anything. Shy is literally gambling his entire life savings every single play he makes. He's always going all in. It's crazy to me, right? He takes that trade in the bot lane to try and get the solo kill. Doesn't work out. Runs it straight back top and says, I think I see an opening. Maybe I'll just backdoor on my own. And James is like, not on my watch, and just sends him into oblivion and says, actually, this is a TS 2-0. Man, I mean, I feel so hard done by for Team Flash because they've had these beautiful moments, but the group stage it looks like they're a bit of a shadow of themselves from what saw them be as convincing as they were in the play-ins.
Yeah, I do think they had a really nice move. Basically flipping Shy to the mid lane after they saw they're going to get constantly up top again. That allows him to get that farm going and be that menace in the side lane eventually. But yeah, like you mentioned, they are eliminated for Team Secret fans. Despite the fact that they were highly stressed by that game, as you can see after their the shot of them after they won. That does guarantee that they are at least second or third, right? They're not going to be fourth. They're not going to drop down even if they get out of groups, because our next match, I believe, or we know that one team is playing MBR, and so even if one team wins 3-0, that means the other one gets 0 points. If it's 1-1, it's actually great for Team Secret. That actually guarantees that they're in second place. But either way, they're starting off the playoff portion not in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
And it's big. It's huge.
It is. And I really do think that Team Secret, the reason why you actually saw them so stressed after the game is because if you have any of the interviews with James, you know that he doesn't actually settle for less. Every single time, even if he wins, he's usually so upset and so critical about himself. He's like, oh, we could have done better. Oh, we could have. We're not gonna see him smiling until maybe they actually make it to like Horizon. At this point,
that's what you told us, right? He's not going to be smiling, so we'll do the smiling for him.
Yeah, yeah, we'll do the smiling.
Well done, Secret. 2-0, yeah.
Very well done. Very well done.
We did it, guys. We did it. But yeah, on the side of Team Flash, very, very painful indeed, and we really saw they really gave it their best effort. And I actually thought they were going to get it from Team Secret at one point. Skimmy, you mentioned that moment about the split push, but James was there to make sure that didn't happen. But there are also other moments that Team Flash just feels like it was just like one skill difference, or it was just one player difference. There's so many moments where they could have taken the game away from Team Secret.
Yeah. I mean, there were certainly moments in that game where it could have been far closer. I think it all came down to that early game portion where they're flipping the map. The blue buff got stolen when they were doing that trade because the vision was there. Team Secret could rotate just a fraction quicker from mid, from bot, and where else. And yeah, it felt like Flash were clutching at straw, saying, we've got comfort, we've got styles, this is what we're good at. We're really trying to get this one across the finishing line. And yeah, as I said before, they were just gambling every play with their life. And yeah, ultimately it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and like I almost said multiple times during the broadcast, like it seemed like Team Flash were kind of pressing too much, kind of trying to make too much happen, especially in a 4v5 scenario when they knew that Shy was putting pressure on, and they're like, Flash is like, oh, okay, let's go in. It's like, no, you just gotta poke, you gotta delay. You don't go all full bear in, and that cost them a lot of time.
Yeah, felt the panic there a little bit, actually several times throughout that game. But we do have our MVP of the series, and let's bring up that graphic and find out who it is. I do believe that it is going to be Chewy here on the side of Team Secret. Now, we were saying how, Chewy, he really does need to pop off. And I think, I think that, we've seen him actually in better matches, but he's getting there. And I feel like this is Team Secret just slowly revealing, that potential bit by bit. I mean, D2, what do you think of Chewy's performance?
Yeah, I don't know who you guys voted for, but I definitely voted for Chewy. He had an amazing game 1. I think he really carried them through the finish line with all the damage on Orianna. In game number 2 on Senna, 0 deaths the entire time. I believe he had like 6 kills, so perfect KDA there. And yeah, I just think he was that rock that Team Secret needed throughout the really chaotic couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, you could even make an argument if you watch back the VODs, his Dawning Shadow from base to go to James to make sure that the backdoor doesn't happen. Maybe that mitigation is just enough to buy them enough time, because otherwise there were like 15 cannons on that Nexus ready to end, and we could have had a very different script. So yeah, I mean, he had a really, really good game 1 as the Orianna AD carry, popped off, delivered it, absolutely all they needed. Quieter game in comparison on the Sinner, but moments to celebrate, and rightfully so to be MVP.
Yeah, and celebrate they will indeed. I believe we have the General himself from Team Secret, General James over here. Here comes the General, if you get the reference indeed. Let's bring him on over to our virtual stage. James, congratulations on the 2-0. And, we of course are very, very proud of, Team Secret's success over here. And I wanted to know what was going through your head during that previous game, wherein we saw the Shy really attempting these split pushes and everything. How did you guys deal with that?
So every time we found an opening wherein he tries to split push where the wave was still far from our base, we had to make a 5v4 team fight that bids, or else they'll just slowly split push us. And it totally worked for us. We caught Aurelionson a lot Aurelion Sol a lot of times because they were playing like pretty cocky, and we had to punish them. And yeah, it worked. It worked out well for us.
Yeah. I mean, congratulations, Hammers. Perfect 2-0. You love to see it. It looked like, yeah, Flash were playing with their life there to try and upset you, but it wasn't to be the case. You got yourself a big break now between now and the end of day up against Buriram United. How do you assess your current form in the group stages so far?
We're still wasting a lot of first games, to be honest, because we know we could win those. So it became like our warm-up games, and I feel pretty bad because we could have taken first seed if we didn't throw those games. And for Buriram, yeah, just good luck to both of us.
Well, I mean, congratulations to you. You've secured second or third, probably second at this point. So congratulations, you're going to be at least in the top half of the playoff bracket. One thing I want to know is, you know, what's going through the general's mind? What does the general tell his troops when, you know, the first game you have a big lead, you start to fall apart a little bit, and you're struggling to, you know, close out the game, or maybe even in the second game where things get super chaotic, there's just fights all over the place. How do you tell the rest of the team to calm down? What's your advice? What are you telling the team in those moments?
Well, first, I use my stone cold voice to scare them and tell them to calm down, or else might not turn out well for us. So yeah, first of all, we need to refocus, calm ourselves down, and yeah, once we get our focus back, then we'll get the ball rolling.
Very nice, good to hear.
Awesome. You know, I always suspected that it went that way. It's nice to have confirmation that Hamas is like that. Guys, gotta focus over here. Best of luck to you guys. We are very much looking forward to your match against Buriram United Esports later on. Congratulations on all of your success.
All right, thank you so much.
See ya.
All right. I just had a mental image of, like, you know, stone cold voice. Guys, gotta focus on everything.
Guys.
We won, yeah, but we didn't really win.
Super low voice. Guys.
Disappointed parent, you're just like, oh, it's worse than any other, like, you know, you can get flamed by opponents in solo queue, but like parental disappointment's on a whole nother level.
Yeah.
He's in the fountain because he got killed stupidly, and he's just like giving his teammates the death stare. They can just feel it. They don't have to look at him. They can just feel it.
And they're like, you know, they're in the Baron lane, and they're like, oh, we gotta get this Baron now. Oh my gosh, he's really mad. But I guess he's not too mad right now because we have our standings up, and Team Secret looks pretty secured for now. I wonder about the other teams. Of course, we still have a few more matches to go to try and, finalize our top 4 from Group A. Again, Buriram United pretty much don't have anything to worry about. I think it's gonna be pretty much gonna be that, you know, that ego matchup later on against Team Secret. Team Secret, of course, in second place. Now we have the big question mark between one team, MBR, Team Flash, and SVP. And while Team Flash and SVP, you know, they pretty much cannot catch up at this point. You know, there still is merit, of course, to playing that last series that they have very, very well. It's up to them to decide, you know, how they bow out from this tournament. And of course, they want to end on a high note. So, Skimmy, what are your thoughts here on, you know, that Group A and how you think the match between one team and MBR is gonna go? Do you think that, you know, this will shuffle around a little bit?
Oh, good question. Hard to say. I mean, the schedule is actually kind of cooked in the sense that 1 versus MBR is next. That is that battle for 3rd and 4th. Then you've got Flash taking on SVP. That's the battle of, like, I guess, pride to say, hey, we didn't come last. And then the final game of the day is going to be, I guess, the battle for 1st, right? Secret up against Buriram United. So, like, you couldn't ask for a better run of show to close out day number 3. Do I think MBR can take this one? I'm a one-team fanboy, so I think they may just keep themselves in contention at the top there. Yeah.
Everything's on the line in this next game because I think it's not only just 3rd and 4th, but 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So massive match coming up next.
Yes, indeed, and yeah. So, by the way, Skimmy, with what you said, totally not scripted. This is not scripted. This run of show is not scripted. That we decided to do middle, and then we decided to do, you know, 5th and 6th. We decided to do the top 2. But of course, we are gonna see whether the standings do shuffle around indeed as we head into our next series, One Team versus MBR Esports. We will be right back.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
welcome back, guys. You're watching the C Championships, and Team Secret just won that previous series with a 2-0. Now we are heading over to the next one between One Team and MBR Esports. Mika Fabs once again leading the panel desk, now with D2 and TJ joining us. So, you know, it's gonna get really crazy over here with these two guys. But yes, we do have One Team versus MBR Esports. Now, I guess we've been really critical of One Team, but you still don't want to be the team that goes up against them, especially on their last match of the day, last match of the group stage, because you know they're going to pull out all of the cards. I mean, D2, we still, you know, think that this is one team, ironically, one team that is definitely to be feared over here.
Yeah, I definitely do feel that One Team is the favorite going into this, despite how well MBR's played. But before we get to that, I do want to say this is one of the weirdest circumstances that you'll ever be in, because this is a de facto best of 3. Okay? Stay with me, guys, in chat. If either team wins 2-0, that's basically like winning a best of 3, right? But if they tie 1-1, then they are tied in every single tiebreaker imaginable, and they have to basically play a tiebreaker anyway. So they're basically playing a best of 3 right now. I can see TJ, you're taking notes. Very good student right there, good boy. But yeah, that's basically what we're looking at right now. If either of them wins 2-0, they will be tied with Secret. Secret can get out of that tiebreaker by beating Bury-Rem later, but until that happens, they would be also in a tiebreaker with Secret, and then they would play a best of 1 if Secret is unable to beat Bury-Rem.
Basically, tiebreakers all around. Tiebreakers all around for all of these teams, and yeah, it's so as you can imagine, this has a lot of consequences onto our standings. So with the following match, you know, with Bury-Rem United and Team Secret, and of course this current match with One Team and MBR. Now, you know, D2, I wanted to get your opinions as well. In One Team, like for example, you mentioned Kid as a big, you know, playmaker for this team. We also have Baya, who did have a, you know, a good day, for example, on the previous match.
Yeah, Baya, he was reasonable earlier on. Unfortunately, they did lose to Bury-Rem, or as I like to call him, bruh.
We've gotten there.
Yeah.
We've gotten there.
But yeah, Shanyo, I've known him from another MOBA where he was absolutely dominant. Hasn't really, you know, stood out all that much so far. But Kid is someone who was kind of middling in that other MOBA, but now is really spreading his wings and been dominant in that top lane. And I'm really proud of him. I just really want to see what he can bring in this match.
Yeah, and TJ, you know, we were talking about MBR. Again, you know, they had a great first day, massive improvement. But now, you know, it's been kind of shaky. It's been kind of shaky for them. What can they possibly bring up against One Team?
I think we still need to look at today as a really remarkable performance from NBR. They've overperformed my expectations, hitting hard out of the Indonesian region, and they've done so off of mechanical skill. Radiance is a big standout. Onion King is a big standout. So I looked at those two players to just find duels, find 1v1s on the map, find skirmishes that they can challenge kind of One Team's sense of order that they like to play through. One Team are a very organized team. MBR seem to have this magic dust about them that allows them to introduce chaos.
I love that.
Yeah, it just seems like every time they're able to put together a solid game, the other teams will fall apart. It happened to Team Flash, happened to Team Secret. But I'm worried about them after seeing their game against the second game against Team Secret, though. It could fall apart.
Well, I mean, look at those smiles. Look at that. They're hyper. They're definitely up to no good over
it's
here.
So I'm prepared. Mika.
I'm prepared for all of that chaos. But first, let's find out a little bit more about the journey of MBR Esports through this video.
Biasa aja sih, soalnya bosan banget match kemarin ya, menang dengan hasil yang mulus. Justru yang gua tunggu tuh di si Championship. Match paling berkesan sih pas itu lawan Eagle ya. Soalnya di mana waktu itu Eagle kan dapat posisi 4 dragon. Terus kita behind goal. Tower kita hampir bolong semua ya. Namun nggak tahu mujizat atau gimana ya, atau jalan Tuhan mungkin ya. Tiba-tiba kita bisa balikin keadaannya gitu. Dan itu impossible banget sih bagi pro player yang lainnya sih. Assessment yang gua harap sih, gua berharap gua dapat membuka scene WR di Indo, yaitu dengan cara memberitahu bahwa Indonesia bisa menjadi tim yang kuat dan dapat bersaing dengan negara lainnya.
itu gue yakin sih optimis banget karena kita juga masih on fire banget ya buat si championship. Terus kalau misalnya kita juga kalah, kita nggak bakal ingat kekalahan itu sih. Jadi kita tetap lanjut dan anggap 20-0 itu turnamen yang kemarin dan kita masuk ke turnamen yang baru. Gue mau buktikan bahwa sport-sport kecil seperti kita dapat bersaing di turnamen-turnamen besarnya, nggak cuma EVOS doang atau RRQ, tapi MBR juga dapat bersaing dengan negara lainnya. Gak hanya itu aja, kita juga mau buka mata dunia kalau Indonesia tuh punya player yang bagus kok. Gak cuma Thailand doang, Vietnam atau Filipina. Paling pesan-pesan gua tinggal tunggu match final kita aja karena kita yakin bahwa MBR bisa masuk ke top 4.
You know, I feel like we should have asked MBR Esports earlier about that egg. I am so curious now.
What's it for?
There's so many mysteries here, TJ. We don't know what, you know, supporter, what Buriram had for breakfast. Now I need to know about that egg. What is it?
Show me
It's
the
what's for
egg.
breakfast.
It kind of crossed
We
over.
finally figured out.
These teams are working together to form some kind of conspiracy against us. But yeah, you know, there's no conspiracies indeed here in this matchup. You know, I love what MBR said about them being a small esports team and they're proving that they can go up against the best. I love the banner that said MBR 2 Worlds. But yeah, I think one team still pretty much a powerhouse. Yes, a little shaky, but you know, still pretty scary nonetheless. I mean, TJ, I know you have thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think MBR have done a very good job of competing against some very big, very organized teams so far in the tournament. One team is definitely going to be the biggest example of that. And coming into today, I would have said one team like hard counter MBR, because one team are very, very good at freezing out game states and making games take a very long time, get to a late game where they can demonstrate what they and Flash Wolves and all the other teams from the region are especially good at, which is this kind of late game macro play. But what's happened over the course of today is both MBR have proven themselves incredibly adept at dragging games towards that chaos, and one team have proven remarkably susceptible to that, as Buriram applied a little bit of pressure during the early game and just completely removed the one-team win conditions, then matched them in the late game the next game for a 2-0 victory. I think this game, the pressure is on one team to prove that that loss to Buriram was Buriram being good as opposed to one team being weak.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. You know, we have these storylines built around these teams based on the regional qualifiers, and then the moment they go head to head, these teams kind of like adapt and shift to, you know, each other, because of course this is where they get to go head to head. And you know, for one team, I believe, you know, it's gonna come down to, for example, players like Kid and D2. I know you have you have some thoughts on this, on how he really is supposed to be stepping up and leading one team to victory.
Yeah, exactly. We've just seen incredible play from Kid throughout this tournament and in their fall regional qualifier. And the thing is, I've known of Kid in a different MOBA, and he, as you can see right there, the big Kid right there, you know, fantastic KDA, kill percentage, or you know, kill participation and everything. And he's just been carrying his team, basically warping the entire map over to that top side. And you know, it used to be that he was just kind of another guy on his team, right? He was just kind of like there, nothing really stood out. He wasn't really, you know, bringing them down, but at the same time, he wasn't really like driving them to victory. But he's really started to bring up his game, and now you can see in the performance that he's bringing and allowing one team to really stand out. And you know, they've been slightly disappointing here, but they still have a chance to, you know, basically show what they haven't thus far and win this match, potentially go far in the playoffs.
And I think it draws a lot of attention for one team towards that top side of the map where they have that veteran experience. Janyo and Kid played together in other mobile sports in the Southeast Asia region where mobile sports are so focused in on. They are such a big deal. Multiple times they've been Taiwanese region champions. They've represented that region on the world stage many times. And so there's a lot of, I think, both experience and pressure on that top side. You're looking at those stats there, 69% kill participation for a top laner is kind of insane. And it speaks to both how much attention is being directed towards that top side by one team, and also I think how much that top side of the map needs to succeed for one team and maybe some lessons we need to start drawing as one team haven't been delivering, especially.
Yeah, but you know what? I think everybody here on the desk still believes in, like, you know, one team's prowess over here. Let's pull up our talent predictions right now. And I think actually pretty much everybody on the talent pool still thinks that one team is going to pull through over here, which means that, you know, if we are indeed correct, we have the talent buff or the panel buff over here for one team. If that's any merit, sometimes it doesn't work out at all. I don't know if it's just like some kind of novelty thing. But yeah, I think
we've
that
messed up actually, Mika.
Yeah?
Because I'm doing some quick maths, and that's 3, and we don't have a 3 team in this tournament.
Ooh. Oh, is that so? Is that so? But you
Yeah.
know, I believe that, like, you know, for example, all of
No
sorry, Mika.
No amount of coffee will let me understand what this team is.
I know it's gone to Chaos Desk right now, and you know TJ is, well, we know that he's weird and you know everything, but I still am happy at least that we are as a talent pool on a unified front here. That one team is all good.
Stay on target, Mika. Keep the train on the tracks. You're doing great.
Why did I have to be with TJ?
They're trying to hijack it.
It's been maybe, I think it's been a flat year since we were on a show together, and I could make Daniel just absolutely head in hands, no comprehension whatsoever. So I enjoy it.
Not
It's
for lack
bringing
of
me
effort, by the
catharsis.
way. Not for lack of effort, by the way.
I see now. No, okay. In fairness to TJ, you gave me a great warning that this was gonna happen.
Yes.
So yeah. I mean, thank you
we
for
have a
that.
history.
Yes. Thank you indeed for that. You told me this was gonna happen when the two of you were gonna be on desk, and yeah. So I pretty much, like, you know, decided to jump into the hole that, you know, all of you guys were digging. So it's fine.
I think that TJ, and I don't know if this might be my intention as well. I think by the end of this broadcast, we just need like literally every single person in chat, whether it's YouTube or Twitch, to be head in hand. You know, just
Yes. If we
not
take a
like this.
screenshot of you
Here,
10
here,
seconds ago.
It's
Yes.
gonna happen soon. Did I not do it already? I feel like I did, or maybe it was just like, you know, my imagination.
No, it has to be literally every single viewer right now. It just has to be just unacceptable. What is that?
I don't know. Maybe you guys can send pictures of yourselves, tweet them out, use the hashtags #CChamps, and we can see your reaction to TJ right over there. But we are heading now into Champ Select, and right now we are seeing the bans coming through. Again, we are, you know, we pegged Kid as one of the players over here on one team to really carry this team out to victory. On MBR, we do know that Radiance is incredibly good as a mid laner. We also have Onion King, so I think the matchup between Kid and Onion King is definitely going to be one to watch out for.
Yeah, for sure. Onion King is one who has carried MBR as well. I think that this is pointing right toward a Riven, and there you see it right there. Very standard play for a lot of the teams this tournament is to just ban out the Renekton and let Riven run wild.
And I think there's a really high priority for one team on that top side of the map, because the rest of their map hasn't been delivering to the extent that we want it to. Just as we're drawing attention towards Kid getting that first pick Riven, we need to also pay attention to MBR, where Radiance has been dominating today, and Baya, not so much. That mid lane that they first picked for, getting the duelist carry, the Ahri, that's their key to success here in this game.
Yeah, this is a soft ban coming out here from MBR, because we know that Ahri is Baya's favorite champion. So taking it away right off the bat, right with the first pick, really hurts one team. I do like one team staying away from the Nami. We've seen Nami and we've seen teams force the Nami in order to prevent the Nami Varus pairing, but even despite that, MBR don't go for it. They go for the Lulu instead.
And this is interesting. I was going to call for the Twisted Fate here, but alongside Rakan, obviously, with Rakan and the Riven in the top lane, this Yasuo can be a really good defensive front line against the Charm, against the arrows, and also provide so much scaling damage for one team. My worry here is they've drafted a really all-in damage-focused composition. This is not a team that one team have drafted that can play on the back foot, that can play defense. They need to have a certain degree of control of this game. Otherwise, both they're not going to have any damage, and MBR are going to start snowballing very quickly. MBR have a ton of burst, and there's some very small health bars for one team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen Yasuo just completely fall flat on his back before. I know you've casted those games as well. I mean, one team is just basically going to be, you know, Kid in the corner, and the rest of the team jumping on multiple members. I'm actually confused as to the Kha'Zix pick because it seems like it's just going to be a 4-man roaming squad ganking all the time. So I don't know if he's going to get any award in edgewise.
I like the Kha'Zix because if you can scale up a Kha'Zix, he can start popping all these characters again. It's about the burst, and this is going to be a game that's decided either very quickly or in the late game. As if either team gets early control of the first couple of minutes, that's probably the game. But if we get a one-team game, the way that one team loved to play, where we just go and one team stall at the game for 15 minutes, then it's going to be decided by that 15-minute team fight around the Elder. So it might be a banger. We might be in for a very good game here.
Yeah, and you know, from the team journey video itself, you could already feel chaos brewing from the player cams, from the desk as well. So I think that this is gonna be one pretty explosive match. We also have, of course, the consequences that arise from this match going into the standings. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty confusing couple of matches, couple of hours up until the very end for the last day, for the last matches of Group A. And yeah, I am prepared. I am prepared for whatever outcome this is going to be. It's gonna be pretty exciting indeed because, you know, the tiebreaker coming in, any which way this is gonna go, it's just a matter of which team they will be facing. So very exciting indeed as we head into this game. One team versus MBR. Casters, you guys are up.
Well, thanks a bunch, Mika. We're going into the mixed game of the day. It's one team versus MBR on Gaming this, and I've been told that's not the best name, but I'm rolling with it. With me is Omo. If you haven't had enough of his 5-hit analysis, well, he's here to bring you more. We have yet another game, and this one, for all the marbles here, Omo. Indeed. Depending on how this game goes, we might see a tiebreaker happen at the end of the day.
Look, Big G, I mean, there's a lot of things that we're talking about here, right? I think a big one of that is we don't really want to see a tiebreaker. We want to see the results come out now. I mean, I'm speaking for myself, but I really just want to see one team come out with a statement. They need to say, you know what? We haven't been playing up to expectations. We won the finals last season, for God's sake. We need to do a lot better than this. And hopefully we see that here against MBR, who have been playing remarkably well, in my opinion. And I want to see one team step up and prove that they are just a caliber above.
For sure. I think we even got to speak to their marksman player a little bit earlier today, and you know, they were talking about why the performance on day 3 of the group stages was so much better, and they said, well, you know, we kind of got our stuff together, the ping was favorable to us, it's a good day for some Wild Rift, and MBR have been looking to play things much better. Even at the start of this game, you could see some pressure coming through from Radiance. Finds a little bit more intel towards the bottom side. You can see the wall line coming through. MBR after a good play.
Off to a good start right now. It's going to be a slow and steady start though, which is going to see something very typical that we are starting to see more and more every game, especially for matchups which you cannot naturally push in, such as Yasuo versus Ahri. So jungler's just going to come in, help you out. Elvez being a bit late on the uptick here means he's going to have to trade for the bot side scuttle crap. But look at this, what do we see here? Siu is actually wandering in. So this might be a double scuttle for one team.
Yeah, we'll see how this one plays out because double scuttle might be possible if they rotate straight over. There is some vision that gives information to one team. But in MBR, they're going to be pretty speedy about this. Grab this before any time for one team to come respond. That being said, we're back to seeing the Yasuo show through for these Taiwanese region teams as MBR. Come on, man!
Guys.
Too clean with the first blood.
There's a reason no one except these Taiwanese teams are still picking Cocky. It's a very clear reason, right? We watched that trade happen. Cocky just absolutely cannot trade back into the Varus. Don't take the price. Kid.
Look at the moves. Look at Kid. He's jumping in. He's taking down the Darius. He equalizes things on the board.
Yeah, that's about as well as he could have played. A very good stuff there from Kid coming in with the sneaky play onto Onion King. It's going to be a very good start for him. And we always talk about Kid is one of the big win conditions here for one team. Getting off to a great start like that with a solo bolo, that's got to make him happy.
Absolutely, and it's also pretty dependent on Onion King as well, because we've seen Onion King act as a staple in the Baron lane. You know, that's kind of why we don't bring it up as much in some of the other groups. You know, Group B, the Baron lanes are pretty much what we expect, but in Bracket A, in Group A here, Baron laners definitely do have that massive impact. Yeah. Now, this is interesting as well. You know, we've seen a lot of Gragas prio when you have Yasuo comps, but we've gone for the Rakan instead.
Yeah, we have to recon instead for CU. I think the rationale behind this bot lane combo for one team, it's gonna be very simple, right? You leave Ninja 7 to farm up. You don't really need to care about him. He's a cocky. He's never gonna win lane. And then CU just goes to roam around the map the whole game with this electrocute as well. Gonna be very impactful in these ganks. But I think the main idea that we need to see here is that Cocky cannot really lane that well into Varus. That's why he's fallen out of Cryo as one of the power picks in Summer Cup. And Elia, we know he's an expert at this Varus. It's been the first pick for them a bunch of times as well. And I love that we see the first blood come in from him. Punish this greedy Cocky pickup.
Yeah, being able to punish this Corki really well as now MBR making the moves to rotate to the mid side, do a bit of a lane swap, bring Ari down to bomb and have Radiance perform his role there. Xianyo is going to spawn out Elvis over by the river, over in this checkpoint, pumps the Ragnarok. And Siu, he gets him and sees the arrow barely leaves Xianyo alive.
Demonism or Big G, if Elia, he had Aerie right there, that would have been a kill. But, you know, fortunately Conqueror is just so much better of a rune that you have to take it, and you won't be sniped by the little Aerie flying towards your head. That's going to be a good start though. MBR, I know we said we don't want to see any tiebreakers, but they're setting themselves up for a really good start to this game. I think if we look at scaling as well, I'll definitely have to favor one team. But right now, as we approach the mid game, I think the tempo should be heavily in MBR's favor, especially if they manage to stop this Rift Herald take.
Yeah, it's especially critical knowing that a lot of the ultimates pop from the jungler and from the support are not available. That being said, MBR, they don't quite want to contest that. They're going to go towards the bomb side and naturally try and pick it up instead. Let's see if they're going to be able to pick it up fast enough.
Yeah, we're going to see Elia and Tobu try to wave clear here at mid against the Rift Herald. They are going to get the bot side turret way faster, and I think they will save mid lane turret as well. They just need to be careful not to die right here.
Here we go, looking for the engage. They find the catch, they find the jump onto Onion King. Should be able to take him down. The Ignite taking him down low. Xianyo doesn't even have to worry about the turret because they find it, the first one on the board for one team.
Onion King, I don't think that was that Chief. I mean, we talked about how they really just need to not die. Buy time for the collapse or Elvis and Radiance to come right in. Onion King, he goes in way too aggressively. Didn't see the players around the back. Elia, that's greedy recall as well.
Yeah, they're trying to force the issue. Siu's gonna suffer at the hands of Radiance. The Ignite brings him down, and Ninja 7. I mean, that's the power of the Corki, or the lack of it, one would say.
Yeah, I was like, power of the Corki, huh? I'm glad you made it clear there, Crackton.
Yes, absolutely. Then, you know, you gotta keep some. You caught them in the first half. I got you in the first half, G.
You did. You got me in the first half, and we're gonna see a bit more action as they might try to get Onion King right now. Okay.
Yeah, I think they're going to show some respect to this, not going to push the issue, especially not knowing where the rest of the enemy team is. Next Dragon is the Inferno, so that's a nice little pickup. And looking and judging by the boot pickups from MBR so far, we see, well, Twin Shadows coming in. Onion King, yeah, you have to show some respect there. That's a little bit too far forward. It's going to try and run towards the turret, gets hit by the smite, as Xianyo continues on with the chase, looks for the Darius, but he's now left to his own devices. 1 versus 1, this could be a good spot for the Darius, with the upper hand catching him with the crowd control. Undertow misses out once again, buying so much time, commits the flash, and is still once again has missed down the Undertow. Xianyo finally takes him down, but after such a long time.
He kills him there if he dodged that last Undertow. I thought Onion King was just inting. I was like, why are you running that way? It's not really gonna help you. You're not gonna buy much time. What do I know? That's why I'm not up there playing like Onion King is. So close to taking him down. If he had a sum there, he wins that.
Look, that's the kill for a turret there, Omo. Whoa. If Kid finds the top bot side turret, he might be able to equalize. It depends on how they play it out with Siu. But that is a turret. Okay, they find the first knock up, the grand entrance. Very nice crowd control. Lay it together. Kid, there's nothing left for Radiance to get done. He's going down. But it's Onion King back from the grave, here to respond. Will only be able to do so much before they back away.
Almost perfect chaining of crowd control there. If they did chain it a little bit better, if Kid just started out with his stun right after the charm duration wore off, he wouldn't have needed to flash. They were a little bit greedy in the combo, gave Ari that one frame, get in the spirit rush to get out of dodge, and that well cost Kid his flash. But I think he's happy with that. He gets the kill. He's almost 1,000 gold up on Onion King. This man has been getting picked on. We talked about how he's a big win condition for the MBR, especially going to mid to late game team fights. 0-3-0. Not the best start to this one for him, Grandin.
It's only honestly only just the Dead Man's Plate, and with the Black Cleaver at this point, doesn't really do very much against the Riven, so Kid's in a pretty good spot for himself, yeah. Really only gives him the movement speed, and you can kind of tell what they're trying to go for. Onion King, he's gone for the Protobell, he's gone for the DMP. he's basically trying to run you down, chase after one team, find a window for them to get in from. NBA, on the other hand, though, they've been doing a good job of pressuring and playing weak side Darius, who's still quite relevant, 0-3, but only about 500 go behind.
One of the best weak side champions.
Yeah, but they are having a difficult time dealing with Senyo's Olaf, though, and we start to see that come through for Elvis.
And we always talk about the power of Olaf up against certain champions, right? We saw it in the last series, the power of Olaf against Aurelion, so he absolutely cannot do anything, he cannot run away from you. Same logic here against Varus. Ailey has to be very careful. I don't remember which game it was, but we have seen Olaf just run down Varus. Radiant's in a nice position.
Spawns out some information. There's a package on Ninja 7. They're looking into the pit. Won't be able to find anything there. They pull the trigger. They find initiation. But Senyo so low just at the start of the battle. And MBR, they walk away the dragon. Don't even have to commit there.
And that's why Kha'Zix counters Olaf. Pop Ragnarok, you ghost, you run in. He doesn't have ghost, but you get my point. He pops Ragnarok, he runs in, he's all scary looking. And Kha'Zix just goes invisible, chops you twice, that's half your health gone. Combo that with a Varus arrow, you're one hit, you're running in, you have to run right back out, you have to make a 180.
Oh yeah, and one team are definitely suffering off of that. I mean, you have the wind wall that's supposed to, in theory, assist you against these plays, but it's so difficult when you're playing aggressively into the enemy team. Your wind wall doesn't do that. Your wind wall's a defensive spell.
Yeah.
And so it's been difficult for one team to get this angle.
Let's break these team fights down, okay, Grandin? If we look at one team side, what do they really want to do, right? How do they win these fights? They need to get on Aelia, Tobu, Radiant. 2 of the 3, and I think you're good, right? That's what he needs to do.
Can you say his name again?
Tobu. Aelia.
No, the other guy.
Radiant.
A what?
Oh man, I'm gonna get laughed at. Alior. Alior.
Okay. Well, close enough.
I'm sorry, man. I know we interviewed him twice, and I was on the desk both times, but I can't do it. I'm sorry.
It's Aye. Aye?
Aye?
Yeah, it's water.
You know, our cast is like the most educational one. We learned how to count the tree, and we're learning pronunciation. Now we're gonna learn how to play some League of Legends. One team, they need to find flanks. If they front to back, MPR will always win. Okay, that's a TLDR. Back to language.
Back to front, that's all you have to get done. Unfortunately, it's not an easy one for one team. Just as difficult as it is to say Aelia,
it's so
one team is also facing a lot of difficulty trying to siege against them. Where you're supposed to have the Koki for the poke potential for the siege, you see the Varus perform that same role, but with more damage and more efficiency. One team playing for that budget bot side.
You know, every time we see Koki against Varus, right, the way you think about it is Koki does a million DPS. In this matchup, surely after the game you look at the damage charts and Koki is like topping it, right? But every time you look at the damage charts in these matchups, Koki is always way down at the bottom when Varus is far and above, like way ahead of him. I'm really running out of adjectives to describe how far ahead Varus is in damage charts here. But the idea is basically, Koki can never get up to you, can never shoot you. He's gonna try to rocket you, but I'll take that. If you try to rocket me, I'll shoot you in the face with an arrow. We take those any day. And once again, Gaminism, Big G. It's the MBR special. 4 Twin Shadows coming in. No flanks allowed.
Here we go. The big special MBR here to play. And if they win this game and the next one after, then well, MBR don't even have to play for the tiebreakers. They're just gonna take that 3rd spot handedly. See who's gonna dodge away. So no charm available. They're both sides playing towards the Barons. Just spawned up. The goal gap pretty small at this point, but Onion King, he's caught back up to this Riven. So I'm curious how this side lane's gonna go.
I think it's gonna be an interesting one, right? I feel like Riven should still win the 1v1, but it's hard to say. Onion King, he is very good mechanically. I think he can win that. There are ways for Darius to outplay in this matchup, but there are also ways for Riven to outplay. So it really comes down to who plays it better, and both of these guys are definitely the stars of their team. It's gonna be very intense, and I think it's a smart choice not to take these 1v1s, especially if you are Kid, because you will outscale. Why risk dying here? Once you hit 3 items, he's never gonna even dare to look at you again. So you don't have to fight him right now.
That's true. Just take it safe, take it slow, play towards your strengths. And it's difficult for Bayern. He doesn't really have the most on-demand knockups to really execute the Yasuo well with. That being said, I love the one-team vision around the Baron Pit. It feels almost as if they have a sight stone. You know, it just feels so good seeing the whole map lit up like a Christmas tree.
This is what I haven't heard in a while.
All right, there we go. But overall, one team have been doing a very good job around this top side neutral objective, and they got the Rift out earlier as well, but this is the 3rd Drake, and looks like they might be giving this one up. I say that, but it seems MBR are the ones slowing the update.
Yeah, MBR, they cannot enter the river if they're slow, because that gives a setup for Kid to find an angle.
There we go. Sue comes in
What
with
did I say?
initiation. The package comes across, but Kid's going down
What did I say,
fast.
Brandon?
And Wanyan King, he's chasing after going golden. One team tries to buy for time, but Twin Shadow Supremacy, that's all you have to play for. NBR have turned the fight on its head. And one team, despite being the ones to pull the trigger, get taken down. They slip on their own hubris.
I was completely wrong, but I've never been more happy to be wrong here, Big G. NBR, I thought they got caught. They popped Alia before the fight even started. Why? Because they were late to the setup. One team, they had the jump on them. They got on the back line. But who flanks the flanker, Brandon? And the answer is it's NBR. Elvas, Radiance, they find the angles and they pick down the back line of one team in return. And what's this? It's a Baron as well. 5k gold lead. NBR. These guys have come to play, Brandon.
And that is the Baron buff over to NBR. They are here to play. And after a very interesting day one of the group stages, they're doing so much better here, Omo.
Look at Kid's angle. He finds the backline, can't charm, the Yasuo ultimate, package, everything. Just pops the alien. But look at Onion King. He finds one kid, gets the stacks off. Now he's a big boy. Radiance alongside assisting him as well. Elvas being buffed by the Lulu, hopping around like it's bouncy castle. One King getting the resets. I mean, it's just very well played here from NBR. I was quite surprised. I thought they wouldn't have a chance in that team fight anymore. And with that big team fight win, NBR, they secure the big B. That's the big dragon. We have the big G. That's Grandin.
Okay.
And we have the Elder Dragon up coming
Really bringing
as well,
the narrative
and that's
home.
the big D.
Well, we'll see how many of these objectives they're going to be able to grab. NBR have been able to play quite well. One team did manage to get the dragon through that chaos, so Elder Drake not going to be as disastrous. Still going to feel really bad to play against though, so that is one other objective for them to play for. Elvis, he's skilled up and he's looking like a pretty strong Kha'Zix, which is not what one team want to try and deal with, especially when they don't have a super strong front line. Senyo really being the only one to do that, and he doesn't have crowd control.
Kha'Zix actually functions so well in these Pokecoms because he can constantly spray out these void spikes of vision, slows, of damage. Look at how much he slows them with Cerulea, but Onion King. Nice!
This is a fight, but this is a fight that's not fair because here we go. It's a 2 versus 2 with the supports coming into play. Kid has to run away. Stu ditched him, left him in the alley, ran away first.
He tried to set that one up, but Tobu with the responsive defensive flash. Here we go.
Senyo, he's here to play, he's here to fight, he goes into thick things, but there we have it, Onion King, he's just taking them on. He might go down, Kids here the response. Finally, they find something, Radiance has dived in deep. He's moving on to one team, while looking to try and fight back, try and stand against NBR. But the resets come across as Elvis hops from player to player and takes down 3 of one team.
They're looking for the end here, but I feel like that's a bit ambitious. They should just back off right now. NBR, I'm really impressed. They're so aggressive, they're so willing to fight. Even after Onion King drops, I would have just called to back off. Radiance, he finds the angle, he has the Spirit Rush charges, 3 charges right into the opponent team. Keep in mind here, Grandin, he doesn't have a Jonius. Man just does not care. Daniel is mad, he's like, let's go. But keep in mind, there's no Khan Charm, there is no Riven Ultimate as well, so they're gonna be lacking damage. Kill Onion King, but look at Radiance, that's 1, that's 2. He does not have Jonius, that's 3, just juking them around. And this is such an amazing performance from NBR. They're fighting so free. The resets from Elvas. I'm very impressed by NBR. Day by day, Grandin, I'm getting more and more impressed. And I think this team, they're looking real good here.
Well, there we have it. Little bit unsure of the power level of NBR coming out of the Indonesian region without much competition from their regular season. So going into this one, we were unsure where they were. A little bit shaky on the first day, but coming in to the next day of the group stages for them, that being day number 3, they are looking so much better now. Elder Drake's gonna be alive and it's NBR to start it up, but at the same time, Baron is gonna be available. So both sides have to try and find something to do. One team, they decide the Elder Drake's more important, have to come over. Onion King coming in the flank, but might be a little bit too ambitious as Kids right there in the angle as well.
Doing the dragon, they should just leash the dragon, keep them dancing around, make them have to choose between Onion King and the Elder Dragon, and eventually you will win out in this position. And here we go. I think Elvas is starting this one out. Seal wants to come in though, but very nice here.
Spirit Rush committed to jumping onto Senyo, who's out here taking damage as they try and jump back in with Bayan to try and make something happen. Unfortunately, the Yasuo will go down. It's Elvas with plenty of damage. It's the power of the Kha'Zix, the NBR special. Over in the side lane as well, Onion King doing his best to survive off against one kid. And he takes him down. The upper hand will be enough. MBR aces them and one team will fall. MBR with the game number 1 win.
Yeah, they don't even need the big D at the end of that one because they just gave the big D to one team. That was an amazing performance there from MBR. I'm blown away. I thought that was really cool from them. Their team fighting, their understanding of how they needed and wanted to play out these compositions, really, really good. This MBR team, they have a very good grasp, a very good understanding of how they want to play out these team comps, and I'm starting to understand why they're prioritizing this Varus so much here, Grandin.
It looks good for MBR, and it's time for teams to recognize this, have to try and make some kind of response and adaptation to give it back to the enemy. It's not cocky. You don't want to give MBR the Varus, but you also don't want to over-prioritize the cocky unnecessarily. With that being said, though, one team still have the second game to try and even things out, and if they do, well, things are looking a little bit tighter. So we're going to see how that one plays out, but before that, we're going to go into a quick little break. When we come back, it is going to be MBR leading this BO2 series, the last match, the all-important one. They just need one more to make it through.
welcome back, guys. You are watching the Wild Rift Sea Championship, and MBR, they mentioned a while ago that they wanted to go up against the best teams in Southeast Asia. They wanted to go up against the best teams in the world. They are doing that right now. They managed to take game 1 from one team, and yeah, it turns out panel predictions might be a little wrong over here. We thought that one team was going to, you know, definitely 2-0 this game, but it seems like MBR, they have definitely come out to play. Let's jump into our post-game thoughts right now. D2, what did you think if one team they just looked crippled this game?
It's happening. It's happening. MBR conquering the entire tournament. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Yeah, just okay. TJ and I are gonna have a lengthy discussion about this with you guys, but basically, MBR are playing solid Wild Rift, and somehow every single team that's supposed to be superior to them, that's up in the air at this point, seems to just fall flat in their faces and cower
just
behind
collapse.
their turrets and not know how to play anymore. I think we didn't really have time to flesh out our thoughts on the draft, but right when we moved back to the room, TJ, I think both of you really didn't like one team's draft. I think that somehow the first pick Ari just threw them for a loop, and they're like, wait, what? You can't just pick Ari away from us. And then they picked a Yasuo, and then bad things happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think a Twisted Fate would have been really good for this draft, but I suppose that's a nitpick. The big problem with the one-team draft here is that it is all damage all the way. So you were saying, okay, we can challenge MBR in the early game, we're going to take an early lead, and we're going to start snowballing. But none of these characters are early game. So that doesn't mean it can't happen, but normally when you do something like this, you put something like a Lee Sin in the jungle that can bridge that kind of gap. Olaf doesn't have the early game ganking power, so we saw a very instant kind of just hitting a wall that happened. As I said, it might during the draft. As soon as we get into game, one team are just like, well, we don't know what to do here. We're just going to lose slowly for 10 minutes. Let's see what happens.
I don't even know about 10 minutes. It was like, let's lose slowly for 10 minutes and then 15 minutes and then 20 minutes. I don't even know how long the game was, but they were going to keep just like falling
it was
back
pretty quick at the end. They lost for a while and then they lost really quickly.
Yeah,
the snowball started getting pressure.
It was pretty harsh indeed. TJ, you had some, you had some highlights, points of the game that you really wanted to show us over here. I think it was like one team, of course, being crippled there, and I think we're gonna see it in action over here.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about one team's target selection in this team fight, because it's pretty clear what you want to focus on here, which is Alier. And you see instantly, full focus, full charm. He gets wild growth and just kites, and one team do not know what to do. Like, 3 of them stasis simultaneously, none of them make any progress, and during this time, Onion King, the big O, is just cleaning up the backlines. He's pulled out the broom, he started sweeping, and there is nothing that could possibly turn around that fight after they engage and do nothing with it.
Honestly, I don't think I could have. I didn't really have the courage to put it in to ask for this replay or this replay package. But I think that the dragon fight previous to that was actually even worse, because it was like MBR just took it, and then one team's like, "What? You guys took the dragon?" And then they started chasing after them like they're in plat. I was like, "What is happening right now? How are you? What is going on?" What is wrong with you, one team?
And you're right to call out both of those mistakes, because it's not the one team that we're used to seeing, right? Definitely. The reason we can be so harsh on one team is because this is not the one team that is the best team out of the Taiwan region. This is not the one team that got so far at Summer Super Cup, ending up in the 3rd place match. Looks like a completely different roster. This is really kind of alarming if you have been following this tournament and indeed this region.
I completely agree. It is definitely alarming, and you have to think about how this team is looking like into the future. And speaking of the future, we do have that door open for you for your financial future with Franklin Templeton. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Shh, I did it, TJ. I did it.
That was incredible. We were talking about the game, and then we took like a left turn, and we were into my financial investment future with Franklin Templeton.
Yes!
I couldn't handle it, Mika.
That was the smoothest left turn I've ever been on. I couldn't even feel it. There was 0 G's, just right into that one. Now I want to invest with Franklin Templeton.
Yeah, you definitely do. But yes, I was indeed talking about, looking into the future. not just the financial future of one team, but definitely into the future, because this team, again, they had such a high in the Summer Super Cup, and then now we see them like this falling to MBR Esports. MBR Esports, by the way, they are, I believe, the first Indonesian team to make it this far into the C Championships in the Summer Super Cup. I believe both Indonesian teams, they did fall off. So this is really this is really amazing, and this is basically Wild Rift history made here for the Indonesian region in MBR. And you guys, D2, I believe you had some thoughts here on why exactly one team kind of felt crippled there by MBR. You mentioned that the Ari pick might have, or the Ari when they took it away, might have messed with one team.
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated. I do want to congratulate MBR, and they're one game away from being in either the second or third place, depending on what happens with Secret. And yeah, just congratulations to them. And I know that a lot of Indonesian people like to watch this stream, so I'm sorry to them in advance. But I just feel like their wins are not coming. They're playing solid Wild Rift. They're playing very well. The problem is, I think going against these best teams in the world, those best teams feel like they're favored. And I was talking to you about this, TJ. I've been playing tennis for 30 years, and there's a different type of pressure that comes from playing in the late stages of a tournament and playing against someone that you feel like you're heavily favored against. And once you start falling behind, that pressure starts to grip you. You don't know what to do. You start panicking, and you don't play like yourself. And we saw it happen to Team Flash. We saw it happen to Team Secret, and now it's happening to who were we talking? One team. Sorry, my head is fried. I'm sorry. It happened to one team now. So 3 team, and they just continually. I don't think the MBR is doing anything particularly special. I think you might disagree.
Right.
But I think they're making good moves, and then we're seeing teams continually just turn into cowards and fall behind their towers, and all of a sudden the game is slowly going against them.
Here's my problem, though. MBR have done this to literally every top team in this group consecutively. And quite frequently it happens before they even, it feels like, play a minute of Wild Rift. Like, one team came out on the Rift here with a composition that required early aggression and provided no early aggression. So I have to start drawing other conclusions. I have to at some point say, okay, I don't see what MBR are doing, but the same result keeps coming. Surely we can't just post that up to all of their enemies randomly falling apart consecutively. And as I'm picking through this game, the thing I'm pulling out is MBR had this individual aggression that are presenting simultaneously at multiple points on the map. You'll have one person pressing into the jungle, one person pressing into the top lane, 2 people pressing down bottom. And that constant sustained aggression from MBR, their ability to constantly go for duels, we see it quite often with Onion King, with Radians in the mid lane. They will just go for the 1v1. And these teams, especially playing in the Taiwanese region, one team aren't used to that. They're waiting for team aggression. And so they freeze up and don't know what to do when NBR instead present them with all these individual duels.
I would for sure push back against these teams not facing that type of aggression. I feel like these players have played in so many scenarios against so many types of teams, whether it's aggressive or whether it's macro focus, and I feel like these teams are just falling to the pressure of, being in a heavily favored position, at least in their minds. I don't think they're as heavily favored as they feel they do, especially considering how well MBR has played, but I think it's getting to their heads.
Yeah, that's a valid point, I think, D2, that you bring up, because earlier in or I believe it was the other day that we had that interview with G4 from Evis Esports, and he did actually bring up that factor that there was that additional pressure that they had, and they performed so well in the Summer Super Cup because they felt like they could play without any expectations. Now they actually feel that pressure, and it's actually that that factor that not a lot of our audience members see. Of course, we see all these champions in the Rift, we see the gameplay and everything, but that's what we don't see, the amount of pressure that these players are performing under. And I remember, I managed to actually have a chat with a esports psychologist, Mia Stelberg, the article of which you can find on One Esports, the home of esports heroes. And you can get your daily dose of that at oneesports.gg. Yes, indeed. But it's actually true. She did mention that the mentality of these players can be very different from, say, the draft to the early game, to the mid game, to the late game. It can just snowball indeed. So we can't underestimate the mind games that come into the draft over here. MBR, they could have totally just, stomped all over one team's plans. They got taken aback by it. Suddenly, time was running out. They didn't know what to do with their draft. They just went with something. And they couldn't funnel that into their game. TJ, what do you think about that?
I think it's a interesting call. I'm always going to side with gameplay having something to do with it, though. The Glutton team are so experienced. Speaking of gameplay, though, we do have a draft, Daniel. I'm spotting something. I'm spotting the big O, the Onion Daddy, getting himself a Camille in the top lane.
Yeah, MBR just seems so prepared for this matchup, right? Twice in a row, they're saying, Baya, you cannot play Ahri. It's not typically, a high priority ban, but they're going to take it away 2 games in a row, and they're going to pick the Camille on Onion King first to be able to shut down Kid. I'm actually surprised that one team went for the Riven right off the bat. Maybe they were afraid of slotting that into the jungle for MBR, but here we are. We've filled out our draft already, and this is a spicy one.
Yeah, super defensive actually from NBR. They have a pick-based composition. All of their early game aggression is going to come from Alves, who hasn't been a standout, but he's going to have to wield this Lee Sin really proactively and start fights, carry the Orianna ball in, and they're going to need to wait for that Orianna to come online. They're going to need to wait for the mid-game where that Twisted Fate, once he has level 5, can teleport and add pressure to the side lanes. And they don't have the Varus as the team fight closing tool that they've had previously. So this is actually really interesting. This would be a completely new look from MBR, I think, if they win this, because they don't have a lot of duelists.
Right. Well, it does come down to that early game for sure, and how much Alves can get done on that Lee Sin, particularly with the Twisted Fate providing that extra lockdown in order for him to finish off kills.
Definitely. And you know what? I feel like this match is definitely going to be one for the history books, especially for the Indonesian region. If MBR can manage to take this game from one team, oh my gosh. Indonesia region, you guys better be ready, because you guys will definitely be a show to watch at the playoffs. Casters, take this game away.
Well, let's go. MBR versus one team. We are going into game number 2 in the best of 2 game series. The last stand for MBR and Omo. If playing the Corki wasn't good enough for you before, now they have Corki Varus.
Well, at least they have the Varus now. I'll give them that one, right? At least they realize
it's never quite good enough for you, is it?
It's not, because why are you playing Corki? You're playing Corki with a Riven, Ranga team composition. Now, look at both of these team comps top sides. What do they want to do? Camille Lee, they want a 2v2. They want to make sure Camille gets a hit. Riven Ranga, they want a 2v2. They want to make sure Riven gets a hit. Who's going to win that one, Gamenism?
I'm going to say it is, in fact, going to be Lee Sin Camille.
Doesn't matter, it's going to be MBR because they have Twisted Fate. What the hell's Corki going to do?
Well, there we go, being baited by a co-caster. A Sabbath Fate truly never felt like anything else before. Except maybe is one team is, in this series tied up against MBR and perhaps might lose this series against them, and that will bring MBR up further. Now, if you're someone watching the standings and you're looking for where this group is going to go, well, if MBR win this game and Team Secret do not manage to win the game later today, well, then MBR and Team Secret will have to play a tiebreaker in most all likeliness.
Yep.
And so there's a chance for MBR to rise further up in the standings. So, a lot lies along the line for MBR. You want to avoid the toughest seeds from Group B.
And we talk about how Group B is the group of death. There's not going to be an easy team coming out of it, but you do want to avoid Divine. You do want to avoid Evols. You want to try to make it as easy as possible to start off your playoffs run. Bit of a 2v2 here, we're seeing.
Starts off a little bit strong for one team. Sianyo gets the jump on it, but doesn't get much more done. Very different type of champion this game around Omo. We see the Rengar as opposed to the Olaf we saw last time. Well, here we have it, 2v2 with the junglers, with the mid laners. MBR here to make it an unfair battle. They're bringing 3 into a fight for 2, and they go on to Baya first, who has the barrier, but that might not save him as Onion King. He flashes too far, goes past Baya. They prep the Gokhan once again. It'll turn blue instead, as Tobu has joined into the fight, but he's only a Braum. He's only a Braum in the face of one team who have taken the Skull Crab and have taken 2.
And it's a bit of a disaster there, isn't it, for MBR? They go in a bit too overly aggressive. And I was gonna say, yep, exactly like I predicted. Corki is useless. Kill him, you get out. But Corki was tanky enough because he had the barrier. Rengar has the raw. They have so many ways to stay alive. And the one-shot combo from MBR, it wasn't on point. They didn't get the CC stack off. And that means that they walk away. Both supports make it up in time. And that will be one team with a 700 gold lead. Nothing too amazing, but it's a good start for them.
Oh, that's a fake out, Omo. That's the plan. You fake them out, you make them think that the Corki is only out here to do damage, but he's actually a tank. He's actually out here soaking 1,000,000 damage from NBR in this early game. Elvis gets nothing done.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense because I was thinking like Corki's such a useless carry. He takes so long to come online that it's really not worth it. But all this time he's been a tank. That's what I've been missing.
Exactly.
Oh my
There
goodness.
we go.
That makes a lot more sense.
With the strategies so in depth, we didn't even get to see it the first time around. It's only on the second, third, fourth. I don't even know how many times we look back, and then we start to realize what the true role of that Corki is gonna be. Now you talked about this Baron lane, you talked about this emphasis on getting Kid as well as Onion King ahead. We see Siu making his way towards the Baron lane, towards Onion King. Maybe looking to try and make a play happen, but NBR hot on the tail trying to respond early, and it seems like the Ignite will do its job. Put Onion King low. He has to back off.
Yeah, but using Destiny's Gate in this situation is most definitely not it. The play is already over. What are you potting up for? To clear out 3 creeps? It's a bit of a waste there. And when we talk about champions like Ranga, when we talk about champions like Twisted Fate, you really need to emphasize how important the first ultimate is. You need to find something with it. You need to find a kill, burn a flash, get something. Xianyo, he did manage to find a kill. That's a bit unfortunate. But Radiant says, you know what, buddy? I'm not gonna let you feel so bad. I'm gonna pot up as well, and we can both waste our globals.
Well, Dragon's gonna be coming up. It's the Inferno one, the first on the board, as one NBR gonna reset, come back into this. But like you mentioned, those big key ultimates that we were looking for, Destiny Gate, the Thrill of the Hunt, not available for both sides. And so, one team might be looking to try and make something happen here, but it's gonna be a little bit more difficult because they don't have the Riven ult.
They do not indeed, and Elvis, he's in a pretty good position. If they find a stun cut, they might be able to look for something. Not quite.
Pretty aggressive here. Senyo's coming in. Still a step forwards, walking towards the Drake. Gonna watch out for this. Radiant's gonna get jumped on. He's gonna get caught by the stun. The Glacial Fissure built some space, but there's nothing for him to do. Radiance will go down.
Big mistake there from NBR. It was so disciplined from them. Elvis was covering the whole time they were pushing out to the mid wave. All of a sudden, he says, you know what, guys? I'm gonna go farm my Raptors. And Radiant says, yes, this is my cue to go face check.
Well, there we have it. First Drake over to one team, and now NBR trying to equalize, but the package is going to be used to grab some distance and moving towards the pit quickly. Alves looking low. There we have it. They jump in. They steal away the reptile. They take 2 lines. NBR falling apart, it seems.
And gaminism, that is what we call in the shoutcasting business. That's what we call a disaster. It's a complete and utter disaster there for the side of NBR.
It is a disaster.
Yeah, that was just horrible. Kid played that so well, by the way. The surprise factor. He didn't opt to, I'm gonna win slash him or anything like that. He flashed, stun, make sure that Elvis has 0 counterplay. He cannot flash out, he cannot kick him away, and then saves the wind slash to steal the Rift Herald. And this is complete and utter destruction to start things off here from one team in game number 2. I think they're a bit mad, Grandin.
Yeah, absolutely. Feeling a little bit unhappy about that last one. Maybe a little bit upset, we could say.
You could definitely say that.
Well, we could definitely say that. One team are here to equalize things and try to force that tie break. And so NBR, they want to be able to pull ahead. But like TJ mentioned while he was on the desk, while he was looking at these compositions, they need some time to get the Orianna and the Twisted Fate ahead. I mean, that's just the nature of running these double mage kind of compositions. No, Omo?
Yeah, alright, okay, if we talk about this team composition and we break it down to what options NBR has, well, it's not looking great.
This, it's nothing, just keep
One of the
rolling.
options is maybe to make sure your Twisted Fate doesn't die on side. I think there are a number of ways to do that, but namely, the first one is you need to back off this bot wave so that this doesn't happen in the mid lane. These all add up, by the way. It might not seem like it, but these plays are a result of what you did 1 minute ago. So you might not see it right now, right? But if we roll the tape 1 minute back, you can see how this plays out. NBR, they say, okay, we're gonna make a rotation to top lane, we're gonna break this turret here, and we're gonna bring 2 people along with us. I'm gonna have to interrupt that.
That's 1 turret, 2 turrets, 3 turrets gone as Radiant
Blue
sees
card
gold
gone.
card times out. But with the Glacial Fissure, they might still catch you. They're on the hunt against the Predator, but will lose out the chase, and NBR not able to respond.
Yeah, and Grandin, I'm gonna break your heart there. It's not the gold card timing out. He picked blue.
Oh my goodness. Well, this is the second disaster. We had the first one, that was the second disaster. Unfortunate, truly unfortunate for NBR here.
We always meme about the red card, but Radius does us one better. I've lost my words here because of how
Look,
bad things are
I
going.
sympathize with him. Hey, I'm not gonna give him too much hate for that, because back in the day when I used to play dual queue with my dual queue buddy, He used to call me Mr. Blue Card himself. So I sympathize with Radiance. He will come back. He will do better. You believe him?
I believe that.
It
sounds
my
about right
goodness.
to me, no?
I am just getting hate left and right today. NBR, they're feeling the pressure. They're feeling the hate. So one team collapsing in. We see the Hextech ultimatum trying to lock down onto Sanyo. Unfortunately, you still have to deal with Kid. There we go. Corrupting Shades come across as the Unbreakable blocks some of this damage, but it's not going to do all that much against them. Red Card comes across by its Ninja 7 that finds the kill in that chaos.
First it was blue, then it was red. Will the next one be gold? That's the question we have to ask ourselves here. As one team, they take another team fight win, and Onion King, it was a really good position there for him. But I feel like the problem is NBR, this team composition requires you to be so in sync. And NBR, they're playing like anything but in sync right now. They know how to play the simple team comps. They know how to front to back, Ferris will poke you, things like that. We control the waves. They're doing really great at those comps, honestly, not to take anything away from that. But when things are starting to get a bit complicated here, Blue come for more damage, Grandin, in this case.
No, that was the go-kart. I'm pretty sure I saw go-kart there.
Go did it? You know
Yeah,
what that
so
means,
the next
right?
one
He
is blue
wastes the
again.
charge. Yeah, so that means the next one is blue again. Oh boy. Well, you better use that on something before we get the Destiny Gate coming in, and this is gonna be a Mountain Dragon. I think NBR have no choice but to give this. I like the rotations they're making on the map. They're saying we need to go to Baron Lane. We need to find something for Onion King. If anyone rotates up, we kill them. This is a good play, in theory. But execution-wise, we'll need to see how it goes because they are 10,000 gold behind, Grandin.
Yeah, smart play to just acknowledge not having to contest for the dragon, trying to make something happen on the sidelines instead. Don't want to have to deal with super minion pressure just yet, so don't want to give that one up so easily. But we have to remember we're only 9 and barely a half minutes into the game, so Baron hasn't even been an option for one team with this one coming up. We saw how Alliance played for this before, where they had a lot of information using the Destiny, using the Hawk Shot. NBR will not have that same option. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. They have the ult, but it's so short range, puts Iolure constantly in danger there. Oh boy. So they need to try and find some way to respond. Looking a little bit dicey for Onion King, but he always has the hook shot. Camille, such a slippery target, hard to target down by Zenyo, who's jumping in, forces the flash away for the Camille. Destiny Gate's gonna come across. They're looking to jump back in. Gokhan locked and ready, but it doesn't have a target to use it on. Finally going to expend it on the ribbon, but one by one, we're starting to see NBR back off as one team's pressure is just too great to handle.
And look at Corky, he's coming over like, guys, let me help out here. I got a lot of damage. I'm a Corky. He gets rip off though, so that's something for him. Yeah, needless to say, 4v5 game going extremely well for one team here. Kid is popping off in the back line, but once again, Fire on this Corky not doing so too much, and I'm very underwhelmed. Like once again.
So once again, gonna see. Well, I mean, I suppose it's a similar concept as having a Ziggs, right, Omo? Well, the Ziggs has a ton of damage at the end of the game.
Man, it doesn't count.
Well, I'm gonna give it the fair play anyway.
Oh no.
Sanyo as well as Kid are gonna make a play 2-on-1, trying to jump on the Onion King. Remember, he has no flash, he has no summoners, not any left from the previous fight, but will dodge away with the hook shot so he gets to safety. And beyond, barely slip away.
Yeah, and there was no way to get that right there. Kid was a bit too far away, so the play wasn't exactly very well synced. Now, if we look at how the things are playing out on the map right now, Onion King's getting a lot of pressure on him. Look at the gold count. He's 5,000 gold down on Kid. He's 2 full items down. This is never gonna happen. Is there no? The 1v1 is never gonna go well for NPR. So they really need to dig down. What can we do instead? And I'm gonna be honest with you here, Grandin. The answer is basically next to nothing, as Baron gets started out by 1.
So NBR have to try and force a play. They have all the ultimates available. I can't say the same case for one team, but one team are here to turn around. That's a shockwave onto 2. Might start things off. The gate comes across, it's procced. But where is the team? Glacial Fissure comes in as Alves jumps into the pit, but it's way too early. 2,000 left of the Baron. They're looking to take this one down, but the jungler might fall. They find the first kill. They grab the Baron, and one team will not be able to get it. The gold card stomps Kid in his tracks. Aya still trying to run away, but will go down eventually. Radiant survives, but Onion King making quick work of the side lane.
That was a huge play there. Killing Xianyo made all the difference, and that came down to one team. With the play, they needed to recognize, okay, Shockwave has been used. If we disengage and re-engage, they have nothing to use on us. But they doubled down. They said, we are going for the Baron. And Elvez, he went in too early, but he had the Jonius Hourglass to keep him safe. That's going to be Baron. That's going to be a tier 2 turret. But that's still a 10,000 gold lead. Look at this right now, okay? Xianyo, he's so low. No ultimates available. He's really trying his best. They need to just back off and re-engage and fight again. He's just too greedy for the Baron. They're like, oh, it's okay, we can't let it go. The sun cost is high right now. But the problem is,
Sunk
double
cost
down.
fallacy.
It really was
Oh
though. That's
my
the thing. They're like, we
goodness.
can't go away. That was like 20 auto attacks. But instead, they just end up donating a Baron over to MBR. Good sportsmanship from the side of one team. They're saying, you know, we're stomping too hard right now. Let's give you guys a bit of a chance to get back in the game. I still don't think it's gonna be enough though, because it's still a 10k gold for one.
Exactly why I wanted to point out, Omo was still looking at a massive gold disadvantage for MBR despite the Baron, but we've seen what happens with the Baron buff before. You are able to try and equalize some of that gold. Next Dragon's coming back up, MBR, they're gonna walk towards this first. Kid is out of the fight, and so is Onion King. They're off in the Baron lane, but that doesn't mean squat to one team because they get the jump onto the Braum first. Tobu's gonna go down low. The shockwave onto 3, but it doesn't stop them. It doesn't prevent one team from running you down and grabbing the Dragon.
Yeah, and I'm pleasantly surprised by what we see in the side lane. Onion King actually came up on top of that 1v1. It's not gonna be enough to kill Kid, nor is it enough to take the turret. But still, that is signs of life here for MBR. They do lose Tobu, they do lose the Dragon, but it's not the end of the world just yet.
It's still not the end of the world. They still have a chance to play this one out, and while I'm a little bit curious about this, you know, I may have been a little bit blind, but I'm gonna ask now because we have some downtime. Conqueror Oriana, please explain this to me, Omo. I wanna know.
Gamenism, basically at this point, everyone thinks Conqueror. Varus is Conqueror. Oh wait, no, Varus doesn't this time around. He has the Aerie for poke. Alright, that's fine. But basically everyone just thinks Conqueror now because the fights go on for so long. There's so many extended fights. It's so easy to proc. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I completely understand the rationale. And honestly, if everyone's doing it, you know, you got peer pressure.
Some peer pressure
yeah,
there.
Peer pressure
If everyone was to jump off the cliff, would you jump off the cliff, Omo?
I'm trying to think of an example in this game right now, but everyone's playing pretty well, so no one's jumping off cliffs just yet. There we go, Tobu's jumping off a cliff.
Tobu might have jumped off the cliff now. He still has Gago's Stone Plate, the Unbreakable. It's a meaty barrier between him and the enemy team. One team is just standing there menacingly in the face of MBR.
Look at where Radiance is. This is a very good position. The problem is MBR, one team rather, they're disciplined enough to say, we don't need to take this fight right now. We don't need to force anything. Soul of the Hunt is down. Chains of Corruption are down. With 10k gold up, Baron's in 10 seconds. There's an Elder Dragon coming up. We have Fusion Dragon. We don't need to force. Let's be patient, and we can end the game when we want to, really. Here we go.
Oh, Baron's up. Tobu, he's here. He with the Glacial Fissure jumps on them, looking for the catch onto one team. Finds the first catch onto Ninja 7, but he's going gold and buying so much time. Shockwave barely gets anything done over to the back line. They finally take down the Camille Onion King instead. One by one, MBR will fall. They'll falter in the face of one team as a knockout comes through from Kid. It's just down to Elvis, the lone survivor from MBR. But what's he supposed to do against one team? I don't think it's going to be anything at all here. Almost as one team will equalize the scoreline 1-1 and tie up this series.
And that's gonna be it. That's a 1-1, but that's a very dominant game 2 here from the side of one team. I think they got a bit mad there after the first game and how things unfolded. But I gotta give credits to MBR. They played a team concept they're good at so very well. They tried something a little bit new this game, a little bit out of their wheelhouse, and you can kind of tell they seemed uncomfortable. I'm alone here. We don't have Gamenism's handsome face next to me, and that makes me a little bit sad. That's fine. We're gonna talk about the game. MBR, I think they still did. Welcome back. I think they still did very well in this series, even though they didn't manage to close it out. And Gamenism, can you tell the mathematically poor people like myself what this means for our standings?
Right, so this means that they've tied up, so they're both sitting at, I believe, 6 points now in the competition. It means there is going to be a tiebreaker at the end of the day. And so that kind of changes the dynamic there, but we are looking to basically confirm where everyone stands in Group A. And it's been a pretty good set overall. We saw MBR come in with a very good game, number 1. The second game, one team managed to equalize things and show off exactly why they are still a strong contender. So we're going to toss it over to the analyst desk to break down that series and give us more insight into how this group is going to go. So take it away, Mika.
Thank you so much, Big G and Omo. Yes. Blame these guys. They made me do it. They made me do it. But yeah, thanks so much, Big G. And yes, we do see, of course, how one team was able to come back. But I don't know. I'm still not sold. There were so many awkward clashes, so many awkward fights in that game. I mean, you know, TJ, we were just talking about how that Baron clash. It just didn't feel like it was really the one team that we know from the summer season.
Yeah, we'll get a replay of it. We can talk about that play more in depth, but I think it highlighted one of the problems I have with this game with one team so far. They've yet to really establish any kind of dominant performance. Even in this game, like you look at the scoreboard, good lord, it's 17-2. How are we talking about this game and saying it wasn't dominant? But I just feel like they won a lot of plays by slowing down the pace of play, playing their standard game, and versus a team that was trying active control, I'm not sure this performance from this one team would have been able to do much. Because like Jean-Yo had almost no impact on this game as a jungler. So all of the wins, like you can see here in the stats, all of the ground that one team gained came from their lane performances, their individual 1v1s, as opposed to just like jungle showing up, macro play. It was just one team going, hey, we have better players in each lane, we can win through that.
Yeah, I really did like one team's, both their draft a lot better. We really didn't like the draft in game number 1, and also their aggression, right? They were able to finally get some of the pickoffs that they needed in the early game, able to snow that into something, but there's still red flags. There's still red flags, and it's, it doesn't make me feel great about them. I do think that they're going to be able to get out of the 4th spot. Just to remind you guys, they are tied right now, and no one else can really touch them, right? Team Secrets, they're off in the distance. Below them, they're not going to fall down to 5th or anything. So these two are tied. They're tied in every single tiebreaker, which means at the end of the day, we're going to have a best of 1 between these two teams, and the loser falls down to the lower bracket. So this is essentially one game that is basically the same thing as a first round matchup in the playoffs, and which means there might be some games that don't affect the standings in the future, but you want to stick around for the last game of the day.
Yeah. And TJ, yeah, we wanted to point it out that that clash, I believe it was that Baron clash earlier. I do agree with D2. There are still some red flags, and like for example, if one team were to go up against say Buriram United Esports, I wouldn't be as confident as I would have been if you had asked me this 3 months ago.
Yeah, I think if we can take a look at that exact fight inside the Baron pit, we can kind of see exactly what went wrong there. Just to briefly reiterate it. Sorry?
Sorry, I exclaimed because my head still hurts from that. They just ran away. They're dominating the entire game, and then they decided, wait, there's a Baron. We can't fight them over this, even though they've been killing the entire game. Like, oh, run away, please take it. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, let's actually pull up that highlight right now, and make sure that D2 doesn't lose his mind over it. But yeah, it was this particular clash, and D2, I think you let us know your thoughts and emotions on this one.
Yeah, look, they're winning the entire game. The Camille's not even there. Essentially, so they're up 10,000 gold. They're essentially up 15,000 gold if you subtract the Camille, and they're running away from their opponent. Just fight them, and then they lose the Baron. And the funny thing is, they were so far ahead that it didn't even matter that they lost the Baron and essentially lost the fight. They were still fine anyway, but they didn't. Why didn't they just take the red flags?
It felt really disconnected if you look at that fight, because they instantly dropped the wild growth onto Kid, right? They're like, okay, we have Riven, we're gonna make Riven big, Riven's gonna take the front lines, we're gonna be fine. And then the rest of the team tries to just run through the back of the Baron pit. Kid's not synced up. It's very clear that Kid has not been told, hey, you're the front line, go fight. So there's no established front line, and their back line can't play behind Kid as a result, because Kid's dueling as opposed to trying to take ground, which are two different roles. So it just looked poorly communicated by one team. It looked like they didn't expect MBR to contest the Baron, and kind of freaked out when they did, which, as we were talking about, is kind of a bad state of affairs. Before we move on, I do want to just touch on something very briefly. With the result of that game, we do have our Group A top 4 locked in. The order in which they're locked in is still up for debate, but the top 4 will be Buriram, Team Secret, MBR, and one team. Buriram, I believe, is locked into first place, and everything else can be changed with tiebreakers, right?
No, Secret is locked in Secret is very happy right now. They're like, thank you, good job, guys, nice tie, we're set for second place.
So
right.
I was just going to say that this 3-4 tiebreaker is actually really important because coming out of group, if you're in 4th place, you get seeded into the lower bracket of playoffs, which means that if you lose one series, you're gone. You're out of the tournament. Whereas the 3rd place gets seeded into the upper bracket of playoffs, which means that a single loss merely drops you down to the lower bracket. So you functionally get to lose an extra series if you win this tiebreak game, which again will be a best of 1 between MPR and one team at the very end of today.
Yeah, we're gonna see indeed the consequences of that later on, and we're gonna see who goes straight into the lower bracket, unfortunately. But before that, let's bring up our MVP of this series. And yes, you know, I know that we did give one team quite a hard time. We did give Kid quite a hard time, but he is still hit our MVP for this series. I mean, D2, you already talked about how great this player is and how he really is, you know, setting the pace for one team. What do you think of his performance though in that series?
You know, just like earlier in the MBR and Secret match, I don't really think there was really an MVP in this game. Yeah, Kid played very well in the second game. At one point, you heard Omo mentioning that he was 5,000 gold ahead of his counterpart in Onion King. So, I mean, that's good enough for me. You know, pretty dominant performance in that second game, but I mean,
I object, Daniel.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna run you over. Yeah, Kid played all right, but here's the impressive thing to me. He did okay in game number 1 as well. And we saw what Onion King was capable of. We saw what happens when that big onion starts rolling down the hill. And not only did Kid contain the onion during game number 1, he cut him open in game number 2. He sliced that onion in half with a big ribbon sword, and Kid deserves accolades for that. It was a tough lane matchup, and Kid won it quite dominantly.
Is that why he was crying in game number 1? Because he
the
onions make
You slice open the onion, you get the tears. Onion King, woo!
I just want to say that, like, okay.
I don't know why I extended the analogy. I'm
slicing the onions.
To everyone watching.
Slicing the onions, sure, but I'm not sure onions really roll down hills. I mean, I guess if you push them down the hill, yeah, okay.
If you, anyway, go ahead.
Right. I guess, I suppose, but anyway. We have on the line one team, a representative from one team. We have Ninja 7. Hey, Ninja 7 could probably slice those onions in half. But he's already here. We have to behave ourselves. Hello, Ninja 7. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer some of our questions, and congratulations on that win. Now, of course, we want to know, you guys, of course, we're pegged as one of the most powerhouse teams here. How do you guys feel about your performance so far here at the C Championships?
OK， 那首先当然先恭喜你们刚才那场比赛赢下胜利。那么第一个问题想要问的是，就是如果你们是如何调整自己，然后让自己可以在第2场的时候可以赢得胜利的呢？
主要是第1场就是我们的网络有一些问题，对，然后那个我们又选了一个就是比较吃操作的阵容，那这个其实有稍微一点影响。那第2场的话，就是为了做调整嘛，所以只好选一些就是对方也拿手的法洛斯，然后我们自己也拿来玩这样。然后就是一直运营兵线，然后前期打架又赢，所以后来才会获胜。
So in the first game, we actually had some internet problems. We have high pings, and also because the composition that we chose is some champions that need a more decent need manipulations. So those high ping really affect our performance. So in the second game, we tend to change our PP strategy and come up with some champions that can have more advantage in the beginning of the game, and that's the reason why we can take over the second game.
Well, I guess you were right, TJ. There were some connection issues over there. TJ, you got a question here for Ninja 7?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Ninja 7. Obviously, you guys come into this tournament as big favorites. We were really impressed by your team in regular season play, and you have made it now into the playoffs. Do you feel like you're in a good form for the playoffs, or do you feel like you're underperforming, coming out of a group where you aren't at the top?
那第2个想要问的问题是，因为其实外界一直都非常的期待 One Team 的表现，尤其是 One Team 在夏季的比赛中表现得非常的好。那么一直比赛到目前为止，那你们也可以进入到决赛的环节了。那么你们觉得到目前为止你们的表现是如何呢？你们觉得你们有表现的跟预期一样，或是稍微好一点，或是不好一点呢？
因为我相信大多数就是观众对我们的期待应该都是小组第一会可以出现。 那我们这几场的表现，其实我们自己都非常不满意。我们在一些运营上，然后打架，就是团战上的一些操作，然后还有沟通，其实在这个小组赛里面做的都不是很好。然后我们的沟通，其实 BP 做得上，其实是我们这个 BP 是有自己的考量。那 BP 做好，我觉得是没有问题的。但是我们在选出来的阵容这个游戏内容没有做到很好，所以才导致就是有一些失误。那这些失误却是很影响胜负的关键，所以我们最后都是决定错，然后才导致落败。就是整体上的表现算是非常非常差。
We actually know that there is a couple of fans that are giving us a high expectation, and we're also quite disappointed about ourselves during the tournament so far. There are actually some problems when we're communicating during the games. We think our BP strategy is okay, but because of the communication during the game, we tend to make some mistakes, and those mistakes tend to really lead the games to losing. So we'll try to adjust ourselves and play better in the playoffs.
I have one last question. It's a pretty simple one. You guys are now locked into third place tie with MBR, and you're in a one-game tiebreak coming up because everything is tied up. I know you've had some up and down performances, but how do you feel going into the one-game tiebreaker?
那最后一个想问的问题是，那因为现在已经确定要进入加赛的环节，那你们会有一场比赛的休息时间。那么对于这样子浮动的表现，那你们之后有没有想要去做调整的部分，或是有没有任何想要对接下来一场加赛比赛说的话呢？
我们现在就是在这一场就是休息时间，到我们加赛开始之前，我们要赶快调整好我们的一些沟通方式，我们可能要换一个沟通方式。那当然还是希望说把这个加赛打好，然后可以进入后面的季后赛这样。
So as I mentioned, communication will be the most important part. So we'll try to adjust how we communicate during the game and tend to reset our mentals and get ourselves prepared for the playoffs.
All right, thank you very much, Ninja7. We hope that, of course, all of those communication problems will be ironed out as you head into your tiebreaker match. But congratulations still on all of the success that one team has been through. Congratulations, and yes, best of luck. All right, I like how you reached out to Ninja7 right there.
He faded. Daniel was trying to grab him, hold on to him. He
like,
got
no,
snapped into
no,
oblivion.
Ninja7, don't go yet. Don't go yet.
Don't go like Senna into the night.
But yeah, it seems like one team seems to have, ironed out what exactly their pain points are. So hopefully when they go into the tiebreaker match, we're going to see them in a lot better form. It's also good to point out that, of course, they had, some technical issues as well. So we're going to see if they can, manage to fight through that. But for now, though, up next, it is going to be the swan song for Team Flash and SVP coming right up after this quick break.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back, guys. You are still watching the C Championships, and we just saw MBR Esports versus one team in our 3rd and 4th place matchup. Now we move over to our 5th and 6th place matchup, and this is between Team Flash and SVP. And yes, this is quite a difficult series because both of these teams had quite a rough day. You know, Team Flash had a rough game against Team Secret, and then SVP had a rough game against BRU, or as, because it's later on into the day, we can actually call them bruh now. But yeah, it is tough for these teams right now. There's unfortunately no way that they can make it to the playoffs, but you know, they still can't control how fans remember them. They can still put up a good game and a good show, and you know, maybe worst case scenario, take this as a very early prep for the next tournament. I mean, you know, D2 Team Flash over here, they did, you know, put up a good fight indeed. They were just, you know, totally crippled by Team Secret. I mean, what do you think coming into this series?
First of all, what, TJ, did you not hear us talking about bruh?
Yeah,
Team bruh.
I did, but it hadn't really hit home until Mika said it. Mika sounds so professional.
Bruh at the top of the
so just
standing.
hearing her be like,
Bruh.
yeah, and seeing bruh here, just like, I can't handle it.
Okay, anyway, Team Flash, just very disappointing performance, unfortunately for them.
Oh, yeah.
They were gangbusters in the play-in tournament, and we had high hopes for them, especially considering that they're coming from one of the strongest regions out there. And unfortunately, had a bit of a rough run against MBR, got taken out 2-0. And then today, with all their hopes on the line, Secret just completely dashed them. Now they're fighting for 5th.
And it is really directly the consequences of MBR. MBR can look at that and be very proud of knocking Team Flash down a peg, kind of out of their expected position. Flip side of this, SVP, I think we expected them to be here. They're from a smaller region. The Hong Kong region struggles to produce top teams just because there's a smaller player base, so it's not fair to compete them or to expect them to compete with the larger regions with more funding, with more players. However, they put on a hell of a show earlier today, and I think they should be very proud of the performance they put up today. I think particularly Yazi and Papa looked incredible today.
Yeah, I was trying to take them down the peg. I was trying to get those points in for calling the fastest game, and unfortunately, it was one of the longer games.
Yeah,
of the day.
Took you on, Daniel. They took you outside, had a little bare knuckle, you know?
Very much tried, bruh. They tried because they were trying to go for those early picks and just really force it, but SVP held on strong. And
here's my question, and maybe this is a Mika question. You see the handwriting below the dragon logo?
Yeah.
Whose handwriting do you think that is?
Huh, that is a good question indeed.
I go Yazi.
No.
I go Yazi.
Really? What makes you think it's Yazi?
I mean, because only an expert Akali player can write something so beautiful and have that actually be their logo.
That's a good one.
He's like,
that's a good
you know, he's
one.
tech Gunblade. He's tech this Rabadon Death Cap, and he's like, I got this thing.
I was gonna say.
I mean, you need to build attack speed to get that. So
Yeah,
I would actually say it's Papa because that's an attack speed signature.
It's an attack. I mean, you know, maybe because you kind of saw the dash coming out of, you know, at the start of the S, that you were kind of in a hurry. And if you want to dig
It's
into
like
a
a
little bit
loop.
of that calligraphy over there, I mean, I think SVP did invite that by putting that there on their logo. But let's take a closer look at, actually, it's not that much of a closer look, but let's take another look at that logo. This time on our standings. Yeah, it's okay. It's too tiny. We can't see the calligraphy at all over here. But yes, right now we have Team Bruh on top, sitting pretty with those 12 points. I love how TJ is just squinting. Just really can't put two and two together when I'm calling them bro right now. We agreed, TJ. We agreed that after a certain point we would call them bro. We are way past that point right now, so here they are. And Team Secret, yes, secured in 2nd place, and one team in MBR that is still up for contention. So you better stay tuned until the very, very end of this broadcast. Stay with us, guys. We're gonna be there. One team's gonna be there. MBR is gonna be there as well. So you can expect that we'll be there too.
If only just to see Omo and Big G just descend into madness as they cast their 1000th game together.
Change Game Renaissance handle, by the way. It's Big G now. It's Big G now. I think we are all united and we've all agreed on that, you know, this is gonna be Big G from now on. But yeah, we do have, of course, Team Flash and SVP. Let's pull up the talent predictions right now up on our virtual floating stage. I still don't know what to call this place. Got green floaty asteroids all around.
The production things all say that this is an arena, but I'm not sure what the arena is for, who's fighting here, because the teams aren't here. They're in like little windows. They're somewhere else.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, there's an arena in the middle. I like that
the
we're in
fantasy,
space.
TJ. Why are
For
you
who?
Why are you pulling the curtain back? Why are you showing us the real? The real.
Was I
Oz?
supposed
Let
to
me
pretend
stay
that
in
they're
space. I'm in
with
space.
us?
Okay, TJ. I'm in space. And
TJ, there are viewers right now who are crying themselves to sleep because they now know the truth.
you ruined
I
it.
apologize for nothing.
You ruined Christmas.
And I don't
you
apologize for
you
these
ruined
predictions
Santa Claus.
either.
And now I don't believe in magic anymore because TJ just mentioned that, you know, what the backstory is behind this arena. Right now, we're all thinking Team Flash. Again, these predictions were done at the very top of the day. And actually, you know what? I'll be honest. It says I voted for Team Flash, but I'm actually swaying towards SVP for this series. Simply because I feel like they had their defeat to Buriram United Esports wasn't exactly on a total loss. They did manage to, get that chink in the armor for Bruh. My bad for Bro over there. So I think that, they have some kind of momentum in there. I like how these guys are just face bombing. My points are legit. I'm trying to move this show forward over here. But yes, indeed, we are about to head into Champ Select pretty soon, and I actually want to ask you guys, what should be the strategy for these teams, especially since it's really hard coming into a series like this where there is no bearing. What kind of strategy? What is the best foot forward like for these teams? Let's start with you, TJ.
I think it's all about the mid lane here for SVP because they have Yazi, who performed incredibly well, who hard carried their series earlier today. And he's playing into one of the players who underperformed the most here at this tournament, as we've seen just a complete absence of Ellie, despite him being this incredibly hyped mid laner out of the Vietnamese region, out of the Vietnamese regional leagues. So draft a strong mid laner, make that your hard priority for SVP, give Papa something he can thrive on, pray for the late game.
Actually, I think our win loss a bit wrong for her. But anyway, regardless, you know what I would like to see, TJ, is we saw Ellie really dominate in the bottom lane as an ADC, again, when he was playing in a different MOBA. And I just feel like, since we're just playing for Pride here, I want to see Ellie go pop.
Do the lane swap, go back to you. I mean, I was gonna say, like, I think Team Flash dropping out of this bracket. They do have one final game here. And first of all, Mika, I will stand by my prediction. I put my name on that document at the beginning of the day, and by God, I'm standing to it.
Wait, like you signed it? You signed it like SVP did
Did you guys
over
not
there?
sign the? Did you guys not sign the predictions document?
I'm not even gonna confirm or deny my signature on the document.
Well, I had to sign it. I don't know. It was like a whole contract.
Ah.
But second, they're very serious about predictions. But second of all, I think that Team Flash dropping out here is actually one of the biggest stories of the tournament so far, because they're an incredibly powerful roster. We saw them go all the way through play-ins looking extremely good, and they've just had a really bad 2 days of games, Daniel.
Yeah, that's what makes it even more depressing. like I mentioned at the top, they were just going gangbusters. They had no issue getting out of the play-in tournament. And, that was actually expecting them going in, right? Because they're coming from one of the strongest. And we thought that maybe they could even contend with the team that came out of there, which is SVT. So, yeah, just disappointing all around. And, I guess you expressed that. You're like, oh my goodness, I can't believe they're out. I'm just like...
That's a spot on TJ impression,
that's...
I should say. Spot on. Yeah.
He's had lots of practice mocking me. Team Flash, I think, coming in here with nothing to lose. I asked to see them just draft their standard game and play hard. And that's what we're going to see here. Joyce getting the Lee Sin, prioritizing that early presence Vietnamese style of play. You can expect the Riven as well, a character that spikes towards the mid game, to be very relevant. Over on the SVP side, I put a lot of emphasis on their mid laner, and they are going to give that mid lane pick the last pick. So they're giving Yazi the most important part of the draft, as he will be able to counterpick whatever comes out here from Team Flash. And they also brought the Ezreal out to play, so I'm very excited by all of this.
Okay, so I think that Ellie's going to be on the Ashe, and we've seen him play the Ashe before. They did pick up the win in that game, so I think we're gonna see the Ziggs. I think we're gonna see Ziggs bot and Ellie on the Ashe because they've done it before, and that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see from the Ellie. Just let him shine, let him get his confidence back, prepare for the next tournament, and see what you can do with it.
Yeah, I think
Team
that
Flash have a lot
Ezreal's
of work to do.
Yeah, Ezreal Action also is interesting too, but yeah, there's too much stuff to talk about. This draft kind of went crazy at the end here.
I don't think this is as wild as we think it is. It's very likely going to be Ezreal Thresh in the bottom lane, and then that Akshan will go to the middle of the map. Akshan does much better in the middle of the map than he does in the bottom lane because he has stuff to swing off of, which sounds like a minor detail, but it, like, in practice means that he gets a ton more DPS and has escapes, whereas down bottom he doesn't really have either of those. So I would be very disappointed if this Akshan went to Papa. And I think Papa's going to have fun with Ezreal. I think actually I really like that SVP draft. The big question for me is whether or not they can survive the early game, where you have that Lee Sin showing up in those lanes. Both Ezreal and more so Akshan take a while to come online. They require a little bit of early game presence and snowballing. And we need to see if Team Flash can hold on long enough that the Akshan shows up.
Yeah, hopefully so. D2, any final thoughts on the draft?
I think I really do like this for Team Flash. I'm going to stick with my prediction. I think they're going to 2-0. I think I feel like their draft is good enough to win this game. Happens with them.
Yeah, I just have to say you look like a superhero villain with the way you're sitting and your dramatic
sorry.
lighting over there. No,
I'm
don't
sorry.
apologize. Don't apologize. It
been a
can
long
be great.
day.
It can be great indeed.
Daniel.
But yes, here we have it. Team Flash versus SVP, the first game of the series. Casters, you guys are up.
Hey, thanks for throwing it over to us, and I'm a color caster doing the catch because we are here with Team Flash versus SVP. It's me, Omo, with me is Gamenism, intro, blah blah blah. But what I'm excited to say is where we are right now. The next two games, the drafts are made up and the points don't matter. Let's get it, Grandin.
I felt I should have rejected that premise. I felt like when you asked me if you could do it, I should have said no, shut you down. Just like Team Flash is here to shut down the early game, they're moving on to Pago to start things off on this red buff. We're watching as Team Flash lying in wait. Man, are they gonna cheese this? How silly is Pago gonna feel? Walks in, not even gonna use the Sonic Wave, the Resonating Strike, the last auto attack is the red buff resets. I mean, just what is going on? Yahtzee's in here as well. Now he's free hitting on the Glory D. That damage might mean something consequential, but not consequential for now because the supports are all here. David's rotated over. I mean, I'm just lost, Omo. I'm so lost.
These are the nature of the next two series we have coming for you. It's not gonna make a lot of sense. The rules are all made up. The points completely don't matter, but we're gonna have a ton of fun, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. I'm laughing a little bit inside, but it's hurting me a bit outside.
Well, you know, we gotta cope with the pain some way, one way or another. Flash are gonna make their way back to the bomb site first, and they're gonna put SVP in a bad spawn, so TJ was a little bit off. You know, we're going to see Papa down the bomb site instead, so his expectations are not gonna be quite there, but this also means that, like he mentioned, the Akshan won't have as many things to swing on. He's gonna have to be a little bit more restricted there. Ezreal mid though, how you feeling about this one, Omo?
Yeah, I have no thoughts, no comments. I feel like it's just an adaptation that they're like, okay, you're playing Ashe mid, I'm gonna scale alongside you with Ezreal mid. It's not particularly good, it's not particularly bad. I think they're just having some fun, and I mean, we love to see it, right? Just have some fun. You guys are both out already, so this is just a bragging rights. This is a grudge match. I'm not worse than you.
I wouldn't exactly put it there because I will say that we don't know how future competitions are going to play out. So depending on your seeding here, it might affect where your region comes in next regional competition. So we can't fully discount the possibility of this, as you can't quite discount Shy, who's jumped in but flashed out. You kind of held your breath there, Omo.
Yeah, you heard the gasp I took in. That's like, yeah, I just was not breathing the entire all in. I saw Shy couldn't make up his mind. He was like, do I go back in? Can I kill him? Will my Ignite get him? And he eventually decided, you know what? I'm gonna die if I keep taking tower shots. So he got right out of there. What's going on right here, though?
What is going on right here? What am I looking for, Omo? What am I looking at?
I don't really know. I couldn't particularly tell you. I thought they were gonna make a play onto the Ziggs. There was no ward in there. They're just gonna back right off. Look at this, though. Lee Sin and Janna coming right in. They might answer this.
You've been faked out, you've been lied to. Anli's found the arrow from across the map in the mid lane with Joyce picking up the second kill for Team Flash.
That was a nice little combo right there. They saw the play coming, they read it so well. The arrow was on the way, the rotations were on the way, and they just took down Pagor.
Oh, it's an pretty easy pickup, especially when you have so much more information. But SVP, they are responding quite well as well. Just have to see a couple of wards by the Raptors so they get some knowledge of where this is going to be. Quite curious what this is going to mean for Team Flash. If they're going to look towards the Rift Herald, they're going to look towards the Dragon with just a cloud. So most teams are going to give that one in favor of the Rift Herald. And Yahtzee, he doesn't have much wave clear.
He doesn't indeed, and that's the nature of Ezreal, right? The main thing he can do is use his ultimate, the True Chop Barrage. Oh my god, look at the aggressiveness from this lane, but it's not really gonna work against Ajana here.
That's about things ending there. Albert is going to rotate earlier to get a little bit more information around the Rift Herald. So SVP not willing to give this one up so easily as Pagor has jumped in the pit, starts this one up by himself. Still barely out of vision, I believe, so I think he is going to be able to snot this one and sneak it away. But here we go, movements from Glory D.
Glory D, they want this Herald. They're not going to give it up that easily. Oh my god, is he going to get it?
Wait, he didn't smite it early enough. He didn't smite it early enough. Glory D, but he won't be able to steal. He's still going to go down.
Oh, no.
Joyce has gone into the pit now, finds the Sonic Wave. The Resonating Strike plus the Dragon's Rage confirms the kill. There we go, Ellie's joining in, and it's down to SVP to try and turn things around because they have to worry about Shine Flash after Flash are trying to escape. But with the arrow landing onto David, they're trying to confirm the kill back onto the Thresh. It's just one more hit to take him down, but the Sonic Wave barely misses out. The Dark Passions, the shield will keep the Thresh alive, and the death sentence not able to buffer in time. Team Flash will get away. Papa's looking a little bit aggressive there. I think he needs to respect this aggression coming through. As it's Shy, one after another, won't be able to take that, and their ultimate, the comeuppance. Papa finds a second.
I could not tell you what we were watching right now. I know this is the point of the cast where the
This is all Rift over. We're watching Wild
Yeah,
Rift.
this is the point of the cast where I would normally be like, they did X because of Y, and he did X so well. But nah, they're just having fun. They're just fighting. See hero, kill hero. That's the game plan right now for Team Flash. I think I'm gonna bench myself after this game. Let's bring in another play-by-play. Let's bring in Contra or TJ. You guys can't have a double play-by-play up in here.
Why are we benching the color caster, bringing a play-by-play? That doesn't make sense, Omo. I don't want to play like that. You're just gonna become a play-by-play. We're gonna be double play-by-play. All right, you do your best play-by-play impression. When the next fight breaks out, I'm just gonna kick back, relax, let me steal some paychecks off of you, Omo. Dragon started out by Team Flash. SVP have to try and find some way to respond, and they respond so well by getting catch onto Ellie. Unfortunately, because the arrow comes through. Shine finds double man knocked up, but he will go down. Won't be able to top up enough from Glory D. They still manage to find another as Joyce dives into the back and moving on to all, but it's a double kill coming through for Dialing. And this Ziggs is popping off so hard, but not as hard as Joyce, who's once again found a catch on the enemy. But Yahtzee barely survives there.
Yahtzee barely survives there. I feel like barely survives. This is the name of the game so far. Look at Papa though. He's around. He wants to find some low HP targets. He gets seen.
Alright, this is you, Omo. This is you. This is on you.
He gets seen though, and he's going in, and nothing happens. And that's the end of the play. I'm kind of let down there. I thought he would go in a bit more ham.
Yeah, dialing out of mana. Glory D basically run out of spells as well. Quite interesting to see if they decided not to commit to that. Instead, they're going to go on to the Dragon. Team Flash a little bit far away. The jungler is going to be nearby, but he doesn't have information, doesn't have knowledge this is happening. So Team Flash give this one up.
They do indeed, and Shy once again looking aggressive here. I love the ignite.
Oh, there we go, the ignite, the dom. There we go, menacingly stares at him picking up the fruits.
Cut the healing, that's the name of the game here. You know in an extended trade you're always gonna win. Shy, you've got him so low, you just don't want to let him heal up. I feel like he might want to go for the all-in here. No dominance, but he has barrier.
Did he time that? Does he know? What does he know? Arrow coming across is going to still miss. Two ultimates have not been able to connect onto Albert. Still, dominance not available. Tower damage looking big, but the Dragon's Rage with the execute takes down the Renekton. Team Flash and SVP playing on a nice edge. The bottom side is going to fall.
What are we watching here, Gamenism?
7.5 minutes in.
Wait,
you told
True
me
Shot
that you
Barrage
wanted
snipes
to...
him.
Oh
We're just
my
seeing
goodness.
the globals come in. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Ziggs Super Mega Death Rocket. Oh wait, Ziggs Super Mega Inferno Bomb. Is that the one?
Mega Inferno Bomb.
Just Mega
Does
Inferno
not
Bomb?
have the super. does not have the super as a part of it.
I thought it was an ultra destructive mega infernal bomb, but that's not quite it.
Well, that depends on the player. The player makes it the ultra super mega infernal bomb. You know, as it is, it's a default. It's just a mega infernal bomb.
They're just flinging spells out as and when they want. I love this. This is a pretty interesting game we see going on.
Yeah, well, interesting. I think it's an understatement. Gold's looking pretty even. Tara's looking pretty even. Team Flash and SVP might be playing the most even game they've had yet. And what a chaotic wild one it has been. The skill check, mechanical check. We see Shy popping off on the ribbon. We've had so much discussion on having Shy be the one to carry his team.
He's the big part, right?
And he's doing well here.
He really is. I mean, I think Shy is doing great. He's 1,000 gold up. His KD might not look too spectacular, but if you look at his items, if you look at his gold, look at the tower as well being taken down pretty much by him and Joyce. I would see they're doing pretty well. Nice.
They find a catch on the Ezreal and will take him down. I mean, that was a pretty easy kill, almost so easy. You could have probably taken my job and done it just as well as I had.
All right, we'll look for the next team fight, okay? Brandon, take a step
This
back.
might be it.
This is
Here
all-
we go. Flash hook.
Goes in. David, look at Papa right here. He's trying to hook shot right in. He has a reset. He can go back in, and there we go. Look at
We're
shot.
going back. We're running it back. I'm taking the reins again because Elliott's going to get caught by the death sentence. Flay comes across and Shine's finding Johnny into the fight, but he's unable to decide who he wants to go for. Misses out on Papa. Misses out on David. And so, without a good target to jump on, he's still chasing after the Akshan. Won't find the Ignite, a little bit more damage, but Dark Passage pulls him to safety. And SVP lead Shine around by the nose.
My play casting was so bad, I got benched literally 5 seconds in. You love to see it.
Well, I just had to make sure that I'm still able to do my job. You don't want to get benched for your play-by-play. That's not the rule here.
I can just hear Bond and Pals. They're waiting alongside right now. They're waiting the wing. They're mad. They're fuming. The moment come off cast, we're gonna be like, hey guys, and they're gonna be like, hey, Gren and Omo, can you come to a private call with us? And it's all over.
Oh, it's all ogre now.
It's all
Omo.
ogre now.
Gold lead finally swings the way of SVP, who have been able to pull ahead with some of these games.
They have.
This is going to be a little bit more impactful.
I'll be real
as the
with you.
Dragons
This
coming
Akshan,
up. The
we've been
Dragons
thinking
here as
about
well.
it. Papa's been doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, being able to find a lot of work done with the Akshan, it's a little bit different from what we've seen with the mid Akshan. You know, that one has seen a lot of play with the Black Cleaver. I mean, I say a lot of play, but it's seen a little bit more than bot side Akshan.
I think it's better. I think the
this
Black
time
Cleaver
around,
is
it's going to be mainly crit base. You
left?
see the catch over onto Shy, but it's difficult to hold down a Riven for too long, especially without the initiative. Joyce is going to join in again. A lot of damage available on this Lee Sin, but the same could be said for Pegor. You know, he's been able to do so much. He jumps onto the Shine first, looking for this catch. Mega Funnel Bomb comes across. A lot of damage onto the Kha'Zix. A little bit more should be enough for Joyce to find the execute. He's trapped in the box, so he has to flash away.
Gets canceled.
Crystal Arrow gets the catch onto the Akshan. That might be enough. Unfortunately, they don't have anyone to follow up with. Managed to find a knockout back of the Alba, blocks his way, blocks his path to cut him off. But over the back, they still have to worry about Pegor. He's cleaning up house over in the back end, and SVP are falling apart at the front. So you have to worry. A war on two fronts, but things are going the way of Team Flash, who have forced them on the turn despite being down in gold.
They do indeed. Team Flash, they find the team fight, but it's not over just yet. He's trying to out Joyce.
All right, Alba, he's in it, in for a big one. This is for all the marbles, and SVP find a double kill through the chaos.
Yes, indeed. All but gets into the backline. Very clean synergy there together with... Let me ask you a question. What's the name of Akshan's ultimate?
Comeuppance?
Is it actually?
What? What do you want me to say? I think it is.
Oh my goodness, I'm actually really impressed. I played this game with Contra earlier today. I asked him, you know the name of Aurelion Sol's spells? So let me ask you, Brandon, do you know the name of any of Asol's spells?
Let me.
No
let me
time to think. I know
second.
you're googling it right now. Back to the game, guys.
No, I'm not googling it. It's like cosmic. I don't know. It's like cosmic something.
Oh come on! If you ask me to guess what Asol's spells are, I would also guess Cosmic Star something, Light of the Universe.
Oh yeah, actually,
like
Cosmic
that.
Star is the thing, no?
No way, it's called Cosmic Star.
I feel like it definitely
Alright,
is. We'll check after the thing.
Yeah, look at this team fight. Okay, it's basically a lot of AOE. Ellie dialing, they flash forward to get the AOE down. This one, so very clean right there. Papa puts it on Joyce, right? And I love seeing this. You put it on the target who's the lowest health, everyone rushes into block, right? And then your team dumps spells on the people
I might have
in
to
front.
cut you. I might have to cut you off because we're once again looking at potential fight with Glowing D dropping down low. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That's the primary engage. Yahtzee, he's jumping in aggressively. Joyce, nice sidestep, holds his ground against that as Papa's gonna go golden facing off against Joyce. Joyce is gonna do the same. They manage to get the action away, but they still find the kill with the Sonic Wave. An absolute sniper on his skill shots.
It is indeed, Papa right there. That's why Akshan is not the best marksman in the game. When you dash in like that and you go off all the Ziggs bombs, you just lose your entire health bar. Goodbye, Ellie.
Well, Pagov finds the first kill, and the second one gonna come across on Shy, but he does manage to find a return kill in the process. Wait, I take that back. They won't be able to take him down because look at the damage. Look at this Riven mechanics.
Look at the Riven mechanics indeed. Shy gets the hell out of there because it's gonna be Yazi not doing too well this game. I want to point out something for Sting Granted. He's not going for normal Ezreal. He's AP Ezreal.
Oh yeah, well that's the only way to play. If you're a mid laner, you're supposed to play AP almost. Don't you know this? It's game 101. Strategies for the uninitiated. You play AP mages in the mid lane. I don't want to see none of that assassin, AD, assassin nonsense. None of that from me. I'm a purist. I only want to see AP in the mid lane. Now to go back on your previous point, I've done some fact checking. We were kind of close. It's Star Search, Let's Do Expansion, Comment of Legend, and Voice of Light. We don't have an ASL in this game, but we're still gonna give you the knowledge bomb anyway.
Alright, and when you find out the name of Akshan spells, we're really gonna need that. That's super important for the rest
I
of the game.
told you what it was. I told you what it was.
What are the rest of the spells called?
What are the rest of his spells called? Well, that is an
It's
interesting
the Joyce
question.
Killer. Here we go.
He has the hook, he has the boomerang, he has the comeuppance. That's all you really need, right? And he gets blocked by the turrets as well, so he's gonna slowly chip away by that.
That's a lot of damage though. That's a lot of tower damage.
It's about 900 a turret.
Yeah, it did like 500 to the turret. It wasn't even a full channel. Pretty impressive stuff from the Akshan. I think it's not a bad usage of the ultimate. Do that 20 times and you pick a turret.
Oh yeah, that's all you really have to do, assuming they just don't tank your shots as well.
Yeah.
Game's looking a little bit slow paced now. This might be one of the most bloody games that we've seen in the Z Championship so far. Yeah. Team Flash and SVP are definitely in the running to make that happen. There we go. Papa's over in the back. He's trying to make something happen. What will go down? Glory D finds the first kill to start off the fight. Pego jumps in, but the flash away keeps them safe. Check the crystal arrows for the re-engage. Turns things around and Shine finds the flank over by the side. Albut's building some space, trying to buy time, pull the Riven away from the rest of the team. But his team falling apart anyway. SVP one at a time will lose their lines to Flash as they chase them down to the mid lane. But Dragon's coming up, Baron is available. Team Flash just had to pick what they want to grab.
Ooh, Yazi managing to get away with a sliver of health right there. This will be a second turret as well, given us some.
Yeah, definitely looking for a second turret in the mid side, and they should be able to do it. They have the Ziggs, one more auto attack, anything, the satchel charge. There we go. Team Flash will finally break open the mid.
They do indeed. It took a while. It took quite a bit of oddball things to happen from the side of SVP. I think Papa sitting with 7 kills. Power is starting to get to his head a bit. And I don't know what happened right there, but suddenly we saw him in the middle of 5 people in stasis. He's a big boy. He's got 3 items. But that's still never gonna work out for an Akshan.
We're seeing SVP pick up the dragon here. They will be able to confirm it. Only seeing Dialing grab some damage against SVP, but that being said, that was a substantial amount, especially against the Akshan, especially against the Ezreal. Now on the mid side, oh my goodness, Arrow barely misses out, but he might be able to find out, but either way, Protobelt will save him as he gets back out.
It does indeed. We'll get right back out of there. Shy though is starting to be a bit of a terror. I mean, we talked about he was super huge from the start of the game, right? He had a bunch of items for quite a while ago. But it took him a while to really get going, and I think we're starting to see that happen. He's close to the Guardian's Angel as well. He's gonna have no fear in the world. Look at that Ignite.
Look at that Ignite. Shy is just putting the... Oh, I mean, honestly, I don't even know, but what's... Well, I'm not sure if you know this, right? But the muscles on crocodiles and alligators and stuff, opening is very weak, right? So he's going onto the Shine now, right? When he bites down, it's a lot of damage, but he has a hard time getting there in the first place. Flash, very interestingly, I'm just gonna kite against Albut. The slows are gonna prevent the Renekton from being able to jump in. So all you need, right, is a rubber band, and you can keep a crocodile or alligator's mouth shut.
Where, like a rubber band around the alligator's jaw?
Yeah, around its snout, and that's all you have to do.
Brendan, I don't know if you've seen Renekton, but he kind of has a giant sword. I don't know what you exactly call it, but he has a giant weapon that's like twice my body size.
Yeah, well, that wasn't the point. That wasn't what I was trying to go for.
I don't know about crocodiles
Either
in real
way,
life,
you need,
but
you need to shut. Basically, what the analogy I'm trying to make is you need to shut him down early, because once he isn't, it's gonna be difficult for him to find a play in the game.
look, we all have our shortcomings, and I think analogies are maybe not, your strong suit here, granted.
Oh wow!
I don't really see it
Yeah,
linking
yeah,
up,
yeah.
but it's alright because we are focusing on on Wild Rift. We are focusing on the game right now. Look at the Surrealist gut rush come true from Papa. I think he's the last hope here, don't you think? Oh my goodness. Way to prolong my suffering.
28 kills in 18 and a half minutes. I mean, we're definitely looking at an extremely kill-heavy game. I mean,
I'm going a bit
some of the
delirious right
initial
now.
predictions. Some of the initial predictions were to just run it down mid, but we've seen a lot more play than that. SVP and Team Flash have been very active across the map, moving between turrets, finding objectives. Team Flash have managed to equalize the gold count by SVP pulling ahead with the Dragons, so the next Elder is going to be so much more impactful. That being said, though, Team Flash have been able to do a good job breaking open these turrets. They have the mid lane open, they have the Ziggs, and now with Shine finding himself the Guardian Angels and 4.5 items completed effectively, will be able to deal with Albert quite well here,
In theory.
hopefully, Omo.
He has 4.5 items. He has Death Dance, Black Cleaver, he has a Solari Blade, Quick Blade, he has the GAs, but you know what he needs that he really doesn't have that will help him a lot in this matchup?
Yeah, Omo,
He doesn't have the rubber band.
Oh!
He doesn't have the rubber band, so how does he
Giving us
keep the
that
draw
info
shot?
dump.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. Missing
that's
that
right.
key
He has to-
component right there. He's gonna need another 6,000 gold for that one. It's coming right up though, as well as the game.
Well, yeah. Once we're back, we're hoping to see how Shine is gonna be able to play against this.
Yeah.
I mean, as crazy as this game was, I mean, we should still have some expectations for how this one will play out. Shy going into this one with the Riven was able to get a pretty decent lead, but that was with a lot of emphasis and focus towards the top end. I have to put a lot of praise onto Joyce for being able to find so much tempo in the early game.
Definitely.
Looked pretty good to me.
Yeah, Joyce as well as Glory D, they found their rotations to be really good this match. They were playing the whole game basically together, invading jungle, matching tempo, answering aggressive plays that the SVP were trying to trade on the other side of the map. Really good job overall from the two of them. And we have to give a lot of credit to the Ziggs as well as Ali on that Ashe. I think they did a lot with their globals this game to really get Shy ahead.
Especially this Ashe pick, a little bit unconventional, but it has been something that Flash has been trying to play for, and it's a little bit reminiscent of what we've seen, or at least in similar concept to maybe some of the stuff we've seen from Alliance before, where what they're trying to do is get intel, play towards, while being able to shut down these side lanes and being able to empower your split pusher, and with Shine being this Riven, being this threat in the side lanes, it's doing quite well for them. I'm quite curious if they're going to continue this, and if this is going to become an adopted strategy later on in the competition.
I'm a bit doubtful of that one. I feel like it's a Flash special that we've seen them use since the play-ins. But the main thing I want to point out though is something that we really do need to touch on, right? While these games have no stakes, we have to keep in mind, like you mentioned earlier, seeding for future tournaments is a possibility. But also this is the last game that both of these teams are playing in the C Champs. They want to leave it all on the table, they want to show what they've got. And I think Team Flash, they're really trying to do it here in this game.
Well, there we go. We're back at the game. Like you mentioned, both teams are really here to put on a show. Prove to us exactly why they were able to make it this far. I mean, Flash literally came in all the way through the play-ins. Yo, Omo.
Yeah, they did. It's been a long run for them. Unfortunately, it's the end of the road. But still, I think they should be very proud of what they've accomplished. Keep in mind, Grandin, they came in as the 4th seed from Vietnam. Other regions get 1 seed, 2 seeds. They're the 4th seed, and they still put on a pretty respectable performance to get here today.
And it's not just from teams that come into the play-ins. I mean, take a look towards Buildup United, who are now sitting at the top of Group A. I mean, they've just been putting on a clinic on how to win games of Wild Rift here, Omo. Yep. Coming into the play-ins doesn't mean that you're a worse team or any less of a team.
It makes you a better team, if anything, from what we've seen.
Absolutely. Getting so much more experience. Just being
I don't know where that was going. I don't know where that true shot
point or the skill shot? Yeah, you gotta be specific about that. I don't trust you anymore.
Both came in.
First you tried to steal my job, then you started to question my abilities by knowing these spell names.
Look,
yeah, don't trust you anymore.
I need to demonstrate that you're inadequate at your job so that I can steal it and become the play-by-play. And how do I do it other than by demonstrating that you don't know spell names?
Exactly. So now I can't put my faith in you.
Oh, look at Shy.
But Flash will put their faith onto Shy. When Flash is in with the stun, Joyce is going to join into the fight. Pego will be the first to fall. Or at least his Guardian Angel will. SVP is going to have to back off. A lot of damage comes through with the Riven Strike.
Oh.
Just a little bit more flashes out of the Mega Inferno Bomb. SVP
Brilliant.
playing on a knife's edge. It's really Team Flash with the tempo.
Indeed, and look at Papa. I'm starting to get some idea of how he keeps ending up in the back line. He's gonna do this, and he's gonna just boomerang right in. Oh, no.
For the flank, he's trying to maybe get the jump onto Team Flash, but they collect it back as a 5-man unit.
Big G, did you
Flash
see that? He
walking
shot
big-
his hawk shot to the wall. He wanted to go in. He just
he
missed.
absolutely did. He had it considered.
Yeah,
knew
he
what
had an
wanted to
idea,
do.
yeah.
He was. The risk was there, but he did not care.
The Fates intervened and stopped the hawk shot from hitting the wall. If not, he would have just sent it once again.
We're back onto the Elder Drake now. Team Flash recognize they have to take this one. They cannot allow SVP to grab this. There we go. The arrow connects. And it's on to Papa to take him down first. Going golden won't save you here, buddy. He flashes away. The heal comes across. But Joyce is still hot on his tail. He takes down the Akshan. Finally, the mid lane on the side of SVP is dead. And Shy joining into play. Tries to dive in deep. Will get taken down. The Guardian Angel will keep him in stasis. They don't have the waves to take down the Nexus, but SVP won't be able to stop this Elder Drake, it looks like.
Oof, they won't indeed, but they will lose an inhibitor. The 6th man here from the side of SVP.
Winions, go!
The Winions are gonna take down the inhibitor. They're gonna keep pushing, but Shy comes back to put an end to this. Look at SVP. They're gonna go for something a little bit fleepy here. They're gonna flip the burger over Baron Nashor.
Oh boy, this is it. They're looking to play for the Baron. Elder Drake going down so slowly. Don't have the damage to take this one down. Albert trying to buy some time. Dishes out some damage. Maybe puts Dialing in a bad spot. But Shy in here once again. The death sentence comes across. Arrow won't be able to do enough. The Baron finally goes down, but was so close. And Albert, he cannot get much more done except take down Dialing by a 1-for-1 exchange. Surely SVP have to be happy about this. Pego's still barely alive there. The come up and comes across. Joyce will lose his Guardian Angel.
Use the Crocs to block it. I feel like a lot of new champions is that people don't really have a great understanding of what they should do to counter you. In that case, Joyce probably still does lose the GA, but he could have tried to use Crocs to block those shots from the comeuppance, like you told me.
Absolutely.
Oh my god, look at Yaz's items, by the way. He's a big boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big boy indeed. Lots of AP damage, lots of ability power, but he has, well, the QSS specifically. That's the thing that I want to point out, because now, yeah, it's exactly deal with the arrow. We saw what happened to Papa in the mid side before. Once he gets hit by that, he went down. The stopwatch won't save you from that. But Team Flash have traded objective for objective to get the Elder Drake, but SVP have the Baron. The question is, will the Baron actually make a difference in this late game?
In fight, right? They need to really use tempo right now, but I don't think they'll be able to find anything. It seems like they're a bit low on the play. They're losing all their minion waves. And SVP, here we go. They're gonna try to do it, but I feel like it might be too little too late.
Slow building up the waves into the mid side. They find their first turret, but it's gonna be a bit more difficult to crash in for the second. But they do have Pegor up in the Baron lane still, maybe trying to build some space. We're looking at a 24-minute game here, Omo, at the very least. One of the most bloodthirsty, kill-heavy games in the C Championship. Also happens to be one of its longest.
And my suffering.
Well, I can't promise you that. It looks like SVP are on the end here. They're trying to maybe break open the base, finding themselves finally back up in the gold lead once again. But it's going to be difficult trying to get much more done against the Ziggs, who's been able to consistently clear out the waves.
You know what? You know why the game's not ending, Brandon? You know what comps we're seeing here? We're seeing artillery comps on both sides. Blue team has the Ziggs. He's gonna fling that out at you. He's gonna chunk out half your health, so you're gonna back off. And now Yazu as well. He's become a bit of siege cannon himself. He just flings the trick shot barrage at you, takes out half your health. Glory T dropped to like a third and had to back off. And that's it. The fight's over. Both of these teams are like, all right, I don't want any more smoke after this, and that's all.
So are you saying that these are compositions that are playing not to lose rather than playing to win?
I mean, their win conditions are just too similar, and that is, you know, chuck spells at each other from a screen away, and neither of them really have the boss anything, really. Shy just needs to find a big angle for the side of Team Flash, whereas on the side of SVP, all but has to find an angle onto Dialing as well, but look at the true shot barrages.
So in a game of rock, paper, scissors, both sides have picked the same. And it's going to be difficult for them to close out the game. As the second Baron starts to spawn, we're looking to see if Team Flash can maybe grab this, use that tempo to end the game. They already broke one inhibitor.
They did indeed.
This could be the angle they look for.
Yeah, and this could be an angle indeed. So what not we want to see right now from the side of Team Flash, I think they want to just use Shy permanently at the top lane, just run it down. And Team Flash, I hope the rest of you know what? Let's actually flip that. Shy at the bot side of the map, since Baron is gonna spawn soon. Leave him there, he can 1v1 anybody, and let him just run it down. The rest of Team Flash, you have supers and mid, just run down the top lane. If they do Baron, you dance it with them. What comes in?
Oh,
huge.
Goes across, finds the catch on the dialing. That could be massive. The Monsoon tries to build some space, but it will not stop the Ziggs from falling. Glory D, the second to fall as Pagor jumps in. It's a big re-engage from Joyce, trying to maybe take someone down, but he's buying time, going golden, finding a little bit more damage, but will ultimately fall. They finally take down the Guardian Angel from Pagor, but it's just down to Shine, it's just down to Joyce. The two of them cannot prevent this. But look at where the least is going. It's going towards the base. He's trying to end things here, perhaps trying to cut the wave, prevent anything from coming across.
Yeah, he's cutting the wave. Really, really good call. The supers as well, so there's not really an end angle. But look at this. They identified that, you know what, we can enter top lane instead. Joyce, he's gonna force them to come back though. Yes, GA.
Wait a minute, he's going onto the Nexus, he's hitting it first. I'm not sure how much more he can get down. Dragon's Rage is available, so he can kick him away. But the minions run out and Joyce won't be able to find the game-winning push. The Baron's gonna be started up. SVP.
He can go back in.
The win in their eyes, they're still looking to try and contest things here. They finally grab this Baron.
Yeah, no minions is gonna be a heartbreaker. I think really good presence of mind there from David to recognize that I should not be hitting Joyce. I should just hit the minions. And goodbye, Joyce. You're gonna get your comeuppance to try that one.
Well, there you go. Already starting to add that to your casting dictionary. You got
That's why I asked.
The progression comes across. He's stealing my job, just like SVP is looking to still steal this first game win. They're doing the best to try and clear out the waves, but 40 seconds still left on Joyce's respawn timers. It's going to be a lot more difficult for Team Flash to find something in the process. Albut's escorting a wave up through the Baron lane as Team Flash just have too many things to do at once. That's swamptive work. That's not enough staff. They just don't have the manpower to deal with this. Team Flash are gonna have to deal with SVP walking into the base. Then the Karens asking for the managers, and Team Flash don't have an answer, don't have a response, because SVP will take game number 1.
Yeah, Gaminism, what can I say? We did in fact just watch a game of Wild Rift. That was indeed a game of Wild Rift.
Indeed, factually correct.
I wouldn't make any
game
comments
time.
about if it was good or if it was, you know, it was well played by you. But we did watch a game of Wild Rift.
Yeah, definitely a good set. Well, I'd say good set. It was a fun set from SVP and Team Flash. They did manage to put on quite a showing, and you know, going into this series, both teams are looking for their very first win if they can. If they tie it across, that works as well. But yeah, again,
You
they
just don't
are
want to be
looking
the
for that
worst,
first
right?
win.
You don't have to be the 5th team, but you don't want to be the 6th team.
Absolutely. And when we come back, SVP 1-0 over Team Flash. Don't go anywhere. We got more games in store.
welcome back, guys. You're still watching the C Championships, and I think we just experienced what could be the longest game for this tournament. TJ's already half asleep, or his brain has decided to give up. Yes, we are at that point in the broadcast right now, and that was incredibly wild. I mean, it could be both a good thing and a bad thing, and that was nearly 30 minutes in. I believe that SVP gave it their best shot over here. I still think that they're riding on some kind of momentum, especially from that match against Bruh. And yeah, I just saw that smirk from TJ look over to the side. But yeah, TJ, you did want to bring up an important point over here, and it was because of that, you know, basically the Spider-Man swinging around. It was action and on, you know, a pretty noteworthy build.
Hang on. Yeah, about 15 minutes ago, I said, you know, Mika, when this game is over in like 2 minutes, I want to talk about the Akshan build. That was about 15 minutes ago, and I was bad. There was a lot that happened. Akshan build was pretty sick. He went crit Akshan. I believe we have the scoreboard, so we can take a look at exactly the final build. But a lot of people who have been playing Akshan, specifically in Thailand, I've seen it a lot, in the Thailand region, are playing like Black Cleaver Lethality Akshan, and it is very clear that Akshan does really well with crit. You can see here in this game, once you get to second or third item, he really spikes once you complete that IE, because basically everything in his kit now crits, especially post-update. So look for him to build burst damage. Look to build Akshan so that each of his auto attacks is doing massive chunks of damage, because it makes it much more likely that you proc his passive, and you can just sit at the back of the fight and fulfill kind of a traditional AD carry role. And I'm happy we saw the big daddy, the big father, coming through and delivering exactly that.
Yeah, the devs were practically begging the player base to play crit build when they said, you know, okay, fine, we'll put crit on his ult, for God's sake, please play crit build. And yeah, we're finally seeing it out here from Papa. I do want to point out the fact that from the 10-minute point on, Yazi hit every single ult. No matter how far across the map it was, every single ult hit, and every single time it chunked a member of Flash, and Flash was like, I guess we gotta reset now, we have no HP left. It was a bit of a messy game, to say the least. Lasted extremely long. Flash, I mean, I do still feel sorry for them, especially because they were so hot coming in. But yeah, they fell apart again. They were ahead early, and they kind of let things go. Massive damage coming out from Ziggs, but wasn't enough. They just kind of,
yeah. I mean, like, you know, the Yahtzee, I mean, I could feel the true shot barrage from here all the way in the desk.
Yeah.
You know, that's how far.
What did it feel like, Mika?
It felt like, you know, a cool blast of air, because I don't think he meant it to hurt. He hurt us.
You must have had a lot more magic defense.
We're here in space.
Than Team Flash did.
Yeah.
Mika building a ton of magic resist. That's wild.
The particles
she's wearing
don't really
Force of Nature.
Yeah.
That's actually what the cloak she's wearing is. That's what your cool purple outfit is.
Well, you know, possibly, and you know, I feel like, you know, the Ashe mid. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like this would have been better as a support. I know the support Ashe is really out there, but hey, Team Flash have nothing to lose at this point. And you know, actually, you know, the support Ashe, you can check out how that works on One Esports, the home of esports heroes. Get your daily dose of esports at oneesports.gg.
Plugging like a boss.
There is an article on how the support Ashe actually works in pro play. We did see it at the Icon Series Philippines, brought out by Liab Esports, and it actually did work well for them. Here, though, it wasn't really. I feel like, you know, the Enchanted Crystal Arrows didn't actually work as well as the True Shot Barrage that, you know, we felt all the way over here. But yeah, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on, you know, Ellie and how this could have just, you know, gone the other way for Team Flash.
You know, I was happy that they put Ellie on the Ashe, just because, like, there's nothing to lose, there's nothing to play for other than pride. Let's just put him on a marksman, let's put him on an ADC, even though, you know, I would rather they go full bore and just put him in bot, because Ellie, you know, in the other move that we used to spectate, he was absolutely unstoppable. So I kind of want to see him there. Do you remember, TJ, if the Ezreal was picked after the Ashe? Because going full AP
that was
Ezreal,
literally half an hour ago.
Okay, fine. But anyway, SVP's like, all right, we're just gonna put an AP Ezreal to face off against it, and it just kind of held the entire time, and then until you just send barrage after barrage.
I do actually want to. Earlier, I flamed one of the games by saying it felt like an Origin series game. That game felt actually it shared a lot more in common with. I don't know if anyone but me has been watching this on this broadcast, but I've been trying to catch some of the games that are happening in Brazil right now. The Brazil and indeed Latin America Wild Rift tournament is going on, and those are some really fun games to watch because all those teams are incredibly aggressive, but they like respect the laning phase. And that felt like a little bit of what we had here, where everyone kind of sat in their lane for a couple of minutes and got farmed off, and then when they were good and ready, when they'd put all their clothes on, put the raincoat over the top, picked up their umbrella, ready to go outside, then they started fighting,
I love
each
that.
other with
It's
the
like,
umbrella.
you good? You good? You got everything? All right, let's go. Let's
Yeah.
go.
And this is actually something that North America and I think Latin America and I think Europe all do. And it's generally something you can track in kind of the weaker regions in Wild Rift, is are these teams respecting the laning phase too much? How much disruption are we seeing during the first 5 minutes? Because any good team in Wild Rift is going to be threatening laners and trying to stop people from being able to farm up, being able to be kind of mid and late game carries. And if you're drafting a team that's got, oh, we've got a Varus down bottom and the Varus wants to scale up and be our hard carry, you'll have someone show up and shut them down. And I think that's going to be something we should keep an eye on when we're watching very good teams playing, when we're watching these regional finals in preparation for Horizon, is what kind of respect is being thrown towards the laning phase, how much are these teams disrupting those first 5 minutes.
TJ, I feel like you just insulted both of these teams and every other region outside of SEA in the nicest way possible.
That's what I'm good at. You want to see the best Wild Rift? Stay tuned for this broadcast. But maybe the tiebreaker? Maybe tomorrow? I don't know. We're kind of wrapping up the groups here. Like, and this game doesn't mean anything. So actually not this game. You know, that wasn't the best Wild Rift.
You have a very nice voice, and everything you say sounds so confident, and like, you know, you have a voice, an air of authority about you. But I want to highlight the point. You know, sometimes it flies past some of our viewers' ears, so I want to emphasize some of the words you said. You know, good teams they tend to do X, Y, and Z, whereas in this case, oh my God, TJ.
I do love that style. I also wanted to ask, because since you brought it up, TJ, if it is the I guess adeptness at mobile gaming, because like of course some of these other regions, they are familiar with the PC version. Then you have SEA, and there's lots of mobile gaming going on here, and it might be that they're used to the timing of PC version.
It's like it's very curious. Right?
One of the sorry, I was gonna run on that just for a second, and we can talk about this draft phase. It's just like talking interregionally. A lot of the players playing in Europe and North America, and indeed LATAM, are players we recognize from the mobile esports scene. Daniel and I have covered a lot of those regions previously, so it's more, I think, of just a style and, frankly, how much practice these teams are getting. Anyway, draft phase is beginning. Thank you for the conversation about global Wild Rift, Mika. How do you feel about localized Wild Rift, Daniel? You've been paying attention to what's going on here.
I really want to talk about that, but I think we can kind of talk about that later, since we're probably gonna have some free time. But I'm really looking forward to seeing this Nunu in action again. We haven't seen it for quite a while, and it was pretty spicy. It was pretty good earlier.
They don't have any damage right now on SVP, so I'm a little worried about that, unless this is AP Nunu, in which case, yeah.
Just run over everyone with that Nunu. Last time we saw it was MBR. Hey, when you can go Jhin and Xayah, you go Jhin and Xayah, okay? I mean,
my favorite thing about this is it wouldn't even solve their damage problem. Yeah, so this doesn't even solve their damage problem, which is that everything on their team is super defensive, and they don't have anything that can chase or do sustained damage over time during the early mid game.
Yeah, but you got a Nunu.
Yeah, no, if SVP can just set up on objectives early and wait for Team Flash to run at them, then these team fights are actually really easy. But if SVP ever need to chase anyone, you better hope the Jhin hits a root, because otherwise you're in for a rough time, buddy.
For being serious here, I think Flash completely won this draft, but you never know. SVP, this craziness might work.
They're having fun. I mean, I think you can tell right now they none of these teams, either of these teams have anything to lose, and they are actually free to experiment. They are actually free to experiment, try out new things. I mean, this is the best time to do it. I believe this is the first time we're seeing Jin in to the Rift for the C Championships, right? It's
It very well could be.
Yeah.
It is
I could
the
look it
first
up later.
gen. Yeah. I have a very important question for the chat. Send me my response to my Twitter. It's right here. Which one? Me and Daniel were arguing about this earlier. Which one's Nunu? Which one's Willump? Is Nunu the little boy or is Willump the little boy? Which one's the Yeti?
Nunu's the boy.
Is
Yeah,
Nunu
Nunu
the boy?
sounds like the boy. GJ was trying to tell me differently. He's like, you see,
I feel
the
like
thing
Willump is
this
a boy
character-
name and Nunu's a Yeti name.
Nunu, okay, well, in your culture, in our culture, team.
We're
Nunu
gonna
is
get back to you
definitely a boy
guys on this. We're gonna do some research. We're gonna ask Ban about this as to who exactly is Nunu and
Speak for
Willump.
yourself. I'll be arguing about this all game.
In the meantime, we are gonna head into game 2 for SVP and Team Flash casters. What do you make of this? TJ is driving me crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is me, your play-by-play caster Omo, and with me here is Gamenism. We are like Nunu and Willump in that I am Nunu, the boy, and Grandin is Willump, the Yeti. It's in the law, TJ.
Yeah, it actually is. I don't think we can technically.
It's not an
pull this
argument.
away. There's no way to actually save this. I think Nunu actually is the boy and Willem is the mythical snow monster thing.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
the storyline is that Nunu is also looking for his mom.
Oh, that's sad now. It's like a Bambi thing.
Or like some people's teammates, right?
Let's not get into that. I can be talking about this topic for a very long time. But, Grandin, what do you
I
make of
set
this?
you up for it, Omo. That's what I wanted to hear.
Oh, come on. It's not the time or the plays. I'm a play-by-play now. I've turned over a new leaf. Color caster Omo, that's a different guy.
Alright, well, that's exactly how they're gonna play it out. Team Flash, okay, so looking at their compositions right now, SVP, they're out here trying to play the Jin mid. It's similar, I think, with what the concept they're trying to get done with a control kind of like Ashe in the mid lane before. So kind of a budget Ashe, but you don't exactly have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but you do have the Curtain Call. So it is a form of utility meant to try and open up the map a little bit more, but I think the problem with the Jin is just that it gets smashed really hard into the Lucian matchup. The Lucian is aggressive enough, but it's a little bit surprising to see Ellie kind of just take it easy against the Jin and not really punish him all too hard here.
Not really punish him all too hard. I mean, it's hard to dash into him when he's got the 4th shot as well, right? So keep in mind.
Sure, but I mean, you can use your piercing lights. You can use those spells.
Listen, you're gonna have to hold that thought because Peko is gonna be rolling in here. It's not gonna find anything though. It's a bit ambitious. Oh, but he's gonna get dived. He slices,
there we go.
dices, and Shy is gonna get first blood with the ignite. And play by play, it's so easy, just like that dive.
Good stuff for Team Flash. I like what they were trying to get done there. You know what you have to get done. Shy didn't manage to have as much impact as he would have liked towards that last game. You know, Joyce was having a pretty good performance, a pretty good showing. Now I really do want to try and hit on these on this kind of trade from both sides here. If Team Flash is able to punish Pego a little bit here, it's going to be much better. We'll kind of miss out on that timing, but at the very least, they do take away the buff on the other end. They get the Scuttle Crab, but Joyce is a little bit behind in tempo. It's not the best spot for them to be in, but Team Flash do get that gold advantage. What I am curious about is how they're going to try to shut down the Nunu, because we see what happens if he starts to scale up. He becomes so tanky, and Pego run the Aftershock as well. You know, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to lock him down.
It is indeed. It's gonna be really tough, but what do I know? I'm just a play-by-play caster. Please go on.
What are you trying to imply? Are you trying to say that play-by-play casters don't know the game? Is that what you're
Let's
trying
not
to bring
get started
in
on
here?
this topic. No one's gonna be happy after this.
No. You're picking some fighting words here, Omo. Just like we see Albert fighting for Shy up the top side.
Oh, he wanted to dive this. He was thinking about it. Oh, got juked though, and here we go. He comes in, has the slice, has the dice. The whole team on the side of SVP, they're gonna come to try to shut down Shy. That's gonna be enough. He's gonna go over, likely will just drop the Pego. With like see them gift the kill to Yahtzee. That's gonna be a 1-for-1.
Good moves coming through from Flasher as well to try and respond to that. Unfortunately, a little bit too slow, so you see they're actually still missing quite a decent amount of bot farm, as well as mid lane didn't really crash in quickly enough. If they did, and they managed to remove some of the gold from Yahtzee, it could have been a lot better. But SVP were the ones that find initiative. At the very least, Shy did manage to trade back one, and so they got some power damage as well as some culling damage onto Yahtzee.
You know what I realized? We started to call him Yahtzee, like the game.
Yeah,
it's like Yazoo, right? Yazoo.
Yazoo.
Oh man,
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
no
it's
T
a little
in there.
bit different.
Oh,
Yeah. Fair enough.
Wow. Yeah, big trades from Shy.
Alright, big tracers. Color casting is so difficult, you know, I need to know what to say, when to say it.
Yeah, right.
My play-by-play caster isn't giving me enough direction, isn't leading me enough.
Alright, as the play-by-play caster, I'm gonna give you some direction. Gimnism, what are we seeing right now on your screen?
Oh, beautiful.
What's going on
right
now?
now? We're seeing a trade. So what Flash are trying to do is they're trying to play for first turret gold. They get the localized gold onto Shy and Joyce, who are going to be primary bursty damage dealers. As a result, SVP are trying to trade for the bomb side. It's going to be difficult for them to get too much done against the Orianna, who's just looking to try and clear out waves. They could potentially set up for a dive, but it's going to be tricky because Goidy is playing the Rakan. So they want to be a little bit cautious about that. Team Flash are actually going to be able to steal a little bit more by grabbing this Rift Herald, so SVP actually lose out on this trade.
Me play-by-play, you say big one, me like. So why no fight on screen
beautiful.
now?
Mid-side's
There
also
we go,
having
we're
a
gonna
fight,
see a
though.
team fight. The Rakan comes in, charms them all up, but that's gonna be trash dropping. Glory D, as well as Ellie. They get right out of dodge. Nice little juke right there. And Shy comes in, gets stunned out. Barrier comes through Yati, not enough.
Oh,
Damage,
Shy!
wind slash. Yes, the wind slash. Oh, huge
Joyce?
kick. Joyce though, knocks them all up, saves his teammates. There we go. There is fight on screen. Play-by-play, me happy.
Team Flash will get away pretty decently there. They do end up having to commit a bit. Wish I could manage to see the start of that fight so I could give you a little bit more insight on how that kind of played out. But now, based on the way that we're seeing the game turn out, so with this Rift Herald, they actually are going to be able to hold it on for quite a while. It's quite lucky for them as well to see the Rift, the Inferno being the next one to spawn. Chloe D might just get caught here though.
Right. The protection oh, no! He realized that he was gonna fly over the wall and fix the whole. I gotta say, David's trash is there.
Wait, but he flashed out.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's about looking cool. You don't actually have to
The
win the fight.
flash
Here we go.
Messiah!
Batter stomp to the sky. It's not quite gonna be enough. Joyce snipes him right out of the air. He's gonna be forced to run right now though. Hagar gonna get knocked out.
Turn around.
Gets head. No, Joyce with another snipe, and this is gonna be Ellie trying to clean house right now. Has the I forget the name of this. Culling, yeah, that's the one. Hagar's one hit away, and they're not gonna be able to get it. Ultimately though, just 2 for 1 in favor of Flash.
Or has it ended there? Albert's still trying to join it as well. But in the meantime, Shy's fighting so much on the other end of the map. He's farming up, he's scaling up, looking stronger and stronger. Papa's gonna try and respond, but wow.
And it will be a kill. I'm sorry, playing by playing is hard. He flashes in, he gets the kill. That's gonna be 2 kills going over to the side of Flash. Try once more though. Papa and power start very nice. Very patient.
My goodness,
Waits
this is
for
not
the
fair.
Fury. There's a bit of a bullying coming in from Shy. I think they got a bit angry. They're like, we threw that last game. We had a bit too much fun, but no fun for you this game.
And a different kind of composition than what we saw before. Team Flash are looking to really press the issue. A lot more damage bursts available. Really trying to dive in quickly. They're jumping onto David.
He jumps into David, and there will be. He can get out of dodge. Yassi gets really chunked though. They're trying to snipe him, but Protobelt to keep him safe. What comes in? He's gonna be rolling. Doesn't quite find anything, and that's just gonna be the Rift Herald. Does it take down the tower? Not quite. Close though.
Well, I think it's a little bit away from close. There still is a full plate available for them.
Me color custom, me don't know what I'm talking.
Oh, you color caster don't know what you're talking?
Oh, no, me play by play.
enough.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot. Oh, but Allbody gets jumped out right now. Gets kicked away. Culling as well. That's the barrier. My goodness, he's gonna live. Yeah, there we go. Red buff takes him down.
Yassi coming down though.
Want some more. I don't think he has enough damage for this though, but he will just try to chunk them out. Look at Jin and his negative damage. If it was any other marksman, would have been double kill.
Snowball.
Snowball's gonna be a bit ambitious, but nothing really gonna happen. And Gimnism, look at mid lane right now. That's just gonna be a Rakan dive. We miss it on our screen, but it's all good because the fight goes in favor of Team Flash.
Yeah, Team Flash really trying to equalize the score here, trying to make something happen. And even the bot side, they're looking to dive. Ellie once again, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Not the worst thing that could have happened. But with the Inferno coming up, Pagor being alive, this could be the difference maker. So Team Flash, let's take a look. Let's take a step back and kind of review the situation, the circumstances that led up to this moment. Team Flash are holding a significant goal lead at this point, and how they got here was by being able to break open the mid lane, grabbing the first turret in the top side as well. They got a lot of localized gold. Now, because of that, and the few kills that they've been able to find, they've been able to grab some initiative. SVP is trying to respond by going for this dragon, but Team Flash is part of their kills.
Flash, they want to come in. They're not going to give this one up without the fight. There is the consume.
Oh,
Hook lands on Orianna. Trouble doesn't quite hit. The dragon does go over to Pagor. The kick was a little bit too late. Consume will secure it. Sonic Wave doesn't land, and that's going to be the end of the team fight.
They're gonna back away, and SVP managed to barely sneak away the dragon, so negate some of the effects a little bit. That's the second dragon of the game. Team Flash has been having some difficulty confirming that. And if there's any team that we look towards for unconventional, interesting mid picks, it's always gonna be Flash. The Lucian here kind of falls in the meta. You know, and it does. I'm not quite sure how well they're gonna be able to execute this one. So far, Ali has been having a good showing, but it could change as the game
Guy
gets
once
deeper
more, he slices in, he dices out, and this is Rakan to come and clean things up. Ali, there we go, as the last, what's that, resonant wave, something like that, to pick up the kill at the end of that one. That's a nice shockwave from dialing to the skies a little bit too late. Hago wants a bit more. Absolute Zero. He just saves Scott out of that one. That's just gonna be Glory D picks the kill that gets hooked up. This will just be all but cleaning things up. He wants more. He wants dialing. Gets the third kill onto him. Doesn't have the Sonic Wave, I think, so they're just gonna be able to get away from this one. Lantern there as well. Looks like he wants more. Dialing standing on ward. Oh, but I want something more there, but very tricky with Will just get out of dodge. And look at Chai.
Look at Shine, he's still in the mid side. He's breaking open the base, finding some space, sidesteps off SVP. Is gonna turn around, David.
Oh, Shy gets one, tries to get a second, but All But will just pick him up, knock him down. Bit of a shot down. I think it's good that All But remembered to bring his rubber band this time.
Yeah, brought his rubber band to the fight, so was able to deal with him a little bit better. Unfortunately, you look towards Shine, he's still very significantly far ahead. Now the difference maker is once he grabs Exterior's Gauge, the additional shield is going to make him so much more tanky. It's very difficult for SVP to deal with the Renekton. This is especially the case because they still have a very immobile Jhin, so it's going to be problematic. They try to itemize towards the Rocket Belt to negate some of those problems, but it's not going to quite save him because you have to either prioritize Papa or Yazu. And so it's a little bit tricky for SVP to navigate these fights around a double threat Renekton as well as Lee Sin. Team Flash, they kind of have it all, but they are going to start losing some tempo, especially once the Xayah has scaled up into this late game, so they want to be able to build as big of a lead as they can while they still have it. The Baron's a good option here. I think Team Flash is probably going to stop. I kind of cut you off there, but I mean, they wanted to do that.
No, I was just going to say I agree. I don't really know what else play-by-play say during this part of the cast. I just say my color costume is real smart.
Oh, absolutely. I love that. Love that part about being a color caster, just having the play-by-play say how smart you are. Team Flash is trying to build some vision control around the top side. Shine is just going to constantly pressure against Al, but the most important thing is he does not die here. So long as he lives, every single time, Team Flash will be able to convert a lead somewhere else on the map.
That is true, and we do see Ali pushing in the Baron wave as well, right?
Yes, wow, doing my job for me, giving me some insight to the other end of the map. But unfortunately, it's going to be difficult for him to get all too much done against
the
Jansen.
power went through his head.
Nice dodge. Oh my goodness, just such good positioning from Ellie.
Yeah, play-by-play things. He got the kill there. Ellie tried to get the kill and turn it around, but didn't quite manage to. Will get taken down in the end, but forces the Flash. Yes. There you go.
Nice little pick. Nice little pickup. Unfortunately, Pego hasn't been able to get all too much done this game. It's been quite difficult for this Nunu. Now, where Nunu is supposed to excel is around those neutral objectives, such as the Dragon, such as the Reptile, which they have in all fairness. Unfortunately for SVP, I mean, it's also partly conditional that it has to become a closer game for it to really feel that effect. But with Team Flash just having a naturally occurring 10,000 gold lead, it just becomes so easy for them to out-itemize, out-gold you. And so they're constantly trying to find these neutral objectives to equalize, but that's not really the point. They're there to increase your advantage, not to try and diminish the enemy's advantage.
Quick, send me out. Send me out. Leave me in.
All right, look at this. Team Flash trying to get in on the
Oh, Lee Sin jumps in. Look at the Bacardi. Knocks them all up. Absolute Zero gets cancelled as well. And this is going to be Team Flash. They're going to be cleaning out right here. Pego, he wants to secure the dragon, but he dies at the end of it, and he doesn't even get the dragon. Team Flash, they clean house.
Look at how fast Omo was going. Oh my goodness. Your words per minute typing is almost as high as your words per minute spoken. I love it. Good job, Omo. Just like Team Flash had a great play there. They get the ace. They're going into the mid side now. They split the attention on. In all honesty, they probably could have ended the game there if they were willing to commit 5 to mid lane.
They're not that heavy.
Instead, they're gonna prioritize to the dragon instead, into the Baron instead. So going for the big purple one, they're gonna try and make sure they have, well, basically all the check boxes, all the boxes ticked and marked.
Brendan, I think
sure they have every win condition available.
I think Team Flash realized that I was doing play-by-play, so they wanted to give me one more team fight to really work it out, you know?
Oh, right, very cool.
Look at
Yeah, the replay, I mean, it just starts off so well for Team Flash, being able to collapse in on SVP who are already stuck in the pit. SVP do very well when they come in, collapse in on you, or the ones to initiate. They don't do very well when they get initiated on. That's the power of Flash. That's what happens when you have the Rakan, when you have the Lee Sin, and then the Renekton, because he's able to deal so effectively with the Riven, it just becomes a very different scenario where it's not just a 4v4 and then you get the +1s after. It's more like a 5v4 and then you still have the +1s coming after. And so SVP having a very difficult time. I mean, just so many moving parts here, Omo, but Team Flash, I mean, Baron lane's winning, the jungle got more tempo, mid-side was able to do so much more. Just look at this.
Oh man, I don't even know what happened, but Ali took down one, took down two. That's gonna be a triple. He flashes in as well. Oh, but he lives with a take of health. He will just get, not quite taken out, but he's
That's
gonna be
the
really
ignite.
low. They want to go for the Nexus, not quite. They want to kill. They're going to be diving in, not Instinct though, and that's going to be all but can get more. There will just be the Nexus dropping. This will be Team Flash tying up the series 1-1, 1 point. And I quite enjoyed that game, and I'm set to see it go. But that was a pretty entertaining series from the both of these teams. What are your thoughts, Brandon?
Well, Team Flash as well as SVP are still unable to get the first win in the group stage of the C Championship, so unlucky there, but they do manage to end things, I believe, for 3 times and a loss. That's not a bad standing
Not that bad.
overall.
Yeah, and I think overall these teams, they will be quite happy with it considering the seed that they came in with. Hong Kong #1 as well as Vietnam #4. I think they will be pretty happy with their showing. With that, thank you very much for watching our cast, and we're gonna throw it back to the casters.
Thank you very much to our very own Nunu and Willem. And yes, go over to Twitter, check out the hashtag #CChamps, and find out what you guys missed over there. We do have Nunu and Willem there. I think I love that. I saved that picture, by the way. I think it's adorable.
10 out of 10 meme. It's fantastic.
Yes, indeed. And
we found out that Nunu is the boy and Willem is the. Is that what we learned?
Willem is Big G.
Willem is Big G.
Willem
indeed,
is Big G.
indeed.
That's the
Yes, but it is a 1-1, a draw for both of these teams, so at least they get that as they bow out of the C Championships. Now, again, this was another crazy match, and I have to say it is quite entertaining when you get to see teams that will play without anything to lose. I know that you guys were pretty much losing it over here while watching this game. Let's break down your thoughts over here. I'm going to start with you, TJ.
It sure was a video game. Team Flash came in with late game power, I guess. It's hard. I mean, you look at these damage stats, and I think it becomes clear that this isn't a game that conforms to the rules of traditional Wild Rift. Ellie on the Lucian was the big game decider as he leveled into a mid game where Lucian is strong and just decided he was done playing Wild Rift for the day.
I mean, we've talked about how Ellie struggled all tournament, so is reasonable, I guess. Maybe they can find solace in that. Yasi somehow tops off the damage here for SVP at a mere 13k, and it was a wild ride. He was missing quite a few ult shots as well, so kind of tell how the game went from there.
Yeah, I love TJ's comment. It was a video game, you know. Towers were broken, and there were some deaths.
What it was.
Items were bought, and bases were broken as well. The Nexus exploded, and yeah. That's wild.
Those actually happened sequentially, Mika. First of all, it was a video game, and then turrets were destroyed, and then the Nexus exploded.
Yes.
Well, she's saying that all of those things are encompassed within the video.
Yeah, it wasn't.
That's also true.
It wasn't.
We're figuring out a lot here, and I just want to say I'm really proud of our analysis.
I think we knew that it was gonna come to this at this point in the day, and yes, but of course, you know, I really do want to congratulate SVP and Team Flash. I mean, you know, it is still an achievement to make it over here to the international stage at the C Championships, and you know, there's still the next tournament after that. I mean, at least, you know, they were able to go toe-to-toe with some of the biggest teams, the strongest teams here in Wild Rift, and you know, they have a baseline that they can work towards. While they might not make it to the playoffs, you know, I still do think, you know, SVP and Team Flash, they did make it out of the play-ins, they did make out of qualifiers, and you know, they did still, managed to take some games from some of the best teams over here. So I still think, there's a lot to be proud of. There's a lot to work on, of course. But, this by no means is a total defeat for either of these teams. I mean, D2, we talked about how, SVP managed to find, a little weakness in Bariram United Esports that could open the floodgates for them here in the playoffs. And Team Flash, they did have that very memorable debut in day one.
Yeah, just to echo what you said, incredible accomplishment to get here. Sorry we're having fun, kind of at the players' expense, but also kind of with them as well, because we
No, yeah,
feels like they were having fun with the
long
games as
day.
well.
It's a long day.
players
It's not
were having
players.
fun that
Yeah,
It's a long day.
and I hope the viewers had fun. Omo was great on the cast, but TJ, it feels like you have a point.
I do want to kind of contextualize everything, right? Because we're having fun. Obviously, that game was two teams that were already eliminated from the tournament, kind of just memeing it up. But within the framework of this tournament, these are the best teams in Southeast Asia, which is, I think, the most competitive region in the world. So no, Team Flash, SVP, they couldn't play well enough to get out to the group stage, but that does not lessen their accomplishment in making it here. And I would encourage people, we heard earlier from the one team players that they had gotten some comments on social media about how they were underperforming. I would encourage fans to be, I think, very proud of teams like SVP and Team Flash for merely being some of the best in their region, for being able to take games off of the best in the world. I think SVP in particular massively overperformed. They showed some very, very good results considering our expectations for such a small region coming into this tournament.
Absolutely. I definitely agree. And, when TJ gives a compliment, this is like, it feels like the best compliment in the world. You just gotta say, and of course, that compliment on all of the
Ready
teams
for this.
in Southeast Asia. Love it.
I'm going to give a really big compliment. If we can pull up the MVP.
Yeah, sure.
He already knows. He's looked at the votes.
Let's
He's
pull
cheating.
up the
He's
MVP.
opened the
That was
envelope.
not scripted whatsoever. But yeah, go ahead. TJ, what were you about to say?
All right. So first of all, our MVP is David. He played pretty sick this series. He was a pretty good support. But you might be like, I don't know, TJ, you were a pretty good support. What was special about it? I'm gonna go ahead and ask production to roll the clip. Show me the replay.
I don't even know. Did production okay that for you, or did they just ignore you, TJ? I don't even
They
know.
just ignored.
Show me the replay.
They just ignored him. Okay, there.
Here we go.
No.
Watch
Brother, right
this.
here.
Watch David right now. 1, 2,
Aw.
boom. That is the sickest thing I've ever seen.
That is certainly
That's
qualifying
beautiful.
for
Watch this
MVP.
Work of art. Beautiful.
He reads it like a
Again.
book.
One more time. Let's see. Oh wait, never mind.
We need like
They did
a
it
gif
again.
of this. We need a gif of this.
One more time.
Wait. This needs to be an argument for when we come back from break.
One more
You say
We need it one more time. We need it one more
time.
time. We need it one more time.
One more time. Yeah.
Wait, what are we watching?
Was this a what?
Oh, this is real speed.
Oh,
we're
okay.
a little off.
Wait,
this is after the play, I think.
This is
after-
clearly
No,
not
no,
the
no.
highlight. Wait, no, they're trolling us. They're trolling
I
us. They're showing
appreciate the
David
effort.
dying. Oh no. Production has gotten the better of us. The production has gotten the better of us.
No, we went too far. You took it too far, DJ.
I think it will be in
Production
this
decided to
package.
fire back at you.
Oh,
that's
dear.
what happens, when you don't piss off production. They're gonna do that to us. But yeah, can we get a gif of that? That was just like a beautiful prediction, and yeah, basically trumped all of the predictions that we've been showing so far here on the show. Yeah.
David did not have the best stat line in that last game, but I certainly voted for him MVP, and
Just for
I think
that.
that shows why.
I mean, he can claim that. At least we have never voted MVP for anybody for like one hook, and he has that. And I think everybody, all pro players around the world and their fans everywhere will agree that that was indeed beautiful. And yeah, again, congratulations to SVP and Team Flash. Lots to be proud of for sure. And look forward to seeing them, of course, in the competitive scene for Wild Rift, whether it is, once again at the Icon Series, perhaps next year, perhaps, in the future. I think they have a lot to build on, and, it's going to be really, really exciting to see their growth. I mean, especially, for example, for SVP, I think they do have something. We saw those some really amazing plays and glowing moments from them. Team Flash as well. They're a really young team. So yeah, it's gonna be really exciting to see their growth. Let's actually check out the standings right now before we head into our final series of the day. Before we actually really do lock in who our top 4 will be. And yes, congratulations again to Team Flash and SVP, Bariram United, Team Secret, One Team, and MVR. This 3rd and 4th place still up for contention up until the very end of our broadcast. But yes, indeed, Bariram United and Team Secret looking at these top 2 spots over here, as they will be our last series, our last best of 2 rather, before heading into that tiebreaker. And yeah, it's gonna be one heck of a series to end on.
We kind of got through the series that was, okay, these 2 teams are out. They're having fun. And I'm going to tell you, from here and all the way through tomorrow, it's just bangers all the way. Because first of all, we have the battle for first place in the group, which is obviously exciting. Those are the 2 best teams in the group going head-to-head. I think Bariram are currently the only undefeated team in the tournament, and Team Secret can look to end that. Then we have the battle to not be in 4th, which is very important. 4th place has just awful seeding into playoffs, because you have one less loss. You're seeded directly into the lower bracket. And then tomorrow we go all the way through the group of death to seal that off. So we're just kicking off, Mika. There's nothing bad on this broadcast ever past this point.
Of course not. Of course not. Actually, even in the first days, we had amazing matches and
There's
amazing
never
plays
been anything bad on this
all
broadcast.
throughout. And stay tuned for this next series, because this is going to be a banger match indeed. Team Secret versus Bariram United Esports, coming right up after this quick break.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back, guys, and we are now down to our final best of 2 for the day. And that's going to be between our top 2 teams here in Group A, Team Secret versus Buriram United Esports. This is the battle for Group A supremacy. And, this could also be the best possible warm-up for these teams going into the playoffs because they will be facing off against the very best of the best here. And, D2, I want to get your thoughts because we know that, Buriram, or bruh, because we got into that, that part of the broadcast, we know that they are, very, very dominant team. But there is that question of Team Secret. They have to step it up this match. And this is also sort of like a statement series, I guess, for them.
Yeah, the narratives for both of these teams are far and wide, coming out from the Last Chance qualifier and, just dominating the group. Whereas Team Secret, they've had an up and down run, but they find themselves in second, not only second, but, definitely going to be in second no matter what happens with our tiebreaker later. And not only that, but they're actually undefeated, technically, right? They have 2 wins, 2 ties. Some of the games have not been the greatest. We've also seen some really good games come out of them, so it's definitely been a roller coaster ride. And they might have something to prove right now. They can't get first place out from Bruh, but they can definitely show what they're made of.
First of all, I love how we're trying to be really serious, and then being so conscious that we're saying bruh. I love it.
Well,
I love the energy.
Buriram, I don't know if it's easier to say for Thai people, but Buriram is very difficult to say. So
It is.
I'm just gonna stick with
It is.
bruh.
Especially when you have to, say it all throughout, the broadcast. We're on, it is now 10 p.m. where
Have
I am,
short
and we've
team
been at it
names.
for...
I don't want long team names.
I mean, we could just, how Leicester has like 8 more consonants than is pronounced? You just say it like that.
The
or like,
English city of Leicester. Would it
Yeah,
blow
like-
your
or
mind
like
to know that
Worcester.
the English city of Leicester is in the councilship of Leicestershire?
That's
I don't know.
fascinating.
Well, Worcester's the same thing, right? It's like Worcestershire, but like it's I don't know, something like that.
So now we have done that to Buriram, wherein...
Yes,
bruh.
boom or bruh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Wherein they're...
Here
they
is
are bruh.
Buriram. Currently undefeated. I just want to flag. This is
How
a
do you-
really impressive performance from the team because they came out of the play-in stage like you were talking about, and we were pretty hard on them. We said that they lacked aggressive firepower, they didn't get anything done during the early game, and Archony's just looked incredible coming out of play-ins into the group stage. He's dominated in the mid lane, waking up during the first 15 minutes on characters like Galio first, and then expanding that to picks like Ziggs, although he might need to wake up right now
I was
because
gonna
he's a little tired.
That's how
But
I
the point
feel!
is,
That is how I feel!
this is a kind of revolution for Buriram, who coming into this group stage were not viewed very highly, and I think right now are one of the best teams in the tournament by current form.
Definitely.
Yeah, the thing is, Archony, I mean, his stats look awesome, but there was that little hiccup there where Yazi kind of exposed him, and Buriram were barely able to get past that game. So there's something to think about, especially because Team Secret's mid is no joke either.
That's true. That is definitely true. And just a side note over here, I'm wondering why it took me this long to notice Noel's hair. That's art. Look at that.
Oh.
Okay,
That's
I
very
actually,
cool.
I kind of like supporters hair. I don't know. Supporters hair is just kind of.
That's like that's
groovy,
quarantine hair. Gotta say, that's quarantine.
Anyway.
But Noel.
Anyway,
Noel has effort.
like I was mentioning earlier, that the Tatsuri and Archony matchup, basically Archony is gonna sit back and let things happen, just kind of just chilling, playing in the backline and racking up that gold. Whereas Tatsuri is going to bring into one of the most aggressive mid laners in the entire tournament. He had ridiculous KDA in the over in the Philippine regional. Kind of fallen off here as Team Secret has tried to play a little bit more cohesively, but it's still unbelievable how the stats he kind of puts up.
Yeah, and this is what you were talking about. He's so good, especially if you look at that KDA and you're just like, what's going on there? He's so good at playing safe and consistently. And Tatsuri... Sorry?
Yeah, Archony. Sorry, you started off with the pronoun. I'm gonna...
Archony.
Sorry.
I apologize. Archony is so good at playing safe and consistently and racking up these stats, contributing to his team without taking risks. And Tatsuri is a major contributor to Team Secret as well. But he's doing so kind of in the opposite manner, taking a ton of risks, being aggressive, trying to be a carry player for a team that looked rather shaky today. For Team Secret, that hasn't looked like the champion of the Philippines region we came into this tournament expecting. Frankly, when we were drawing up this group, we said, yeah, Buriram are going to be at the top, but surely Team Secret are going to beat them. Surely Buriram and Team Secret, at the very least, that'll be close. That's now on the line here, as Buriram have dominated and Team Secret keep tying, trading games. At the very best, that's a tie game versus one team who are supposed to be at the top of this group. But Buriram smashed one team, 2-0. Buriram haven't lost a game yet. There hasn't been a game that's looked close yet. Team Secret need to challenge them. Otherwise, we have some very hard questions coming out of this group about both the strength of this pool, about the strength of Group A, and the strength of Buriram.
Yeah, this is basically just a litmus test for both of these teams. And Secret has shown resiliency, but we need to see some outright skill right now.
Yeah, and I totally agree. There hasn't been a, downright definitive win yet for Secret. And of course, I obviously still believe them. I'm obviously still cheering for them. As we pull up the talent predictions over here, I think, of course, if you guys vote for Buriram, that is totally fine. I would probably do the same if it wasn't for the Pinoy pride coming on in here. But yeah, you mentioned that Tatsuri, that his stats don't really line up. And when I saw the stats, I'm like, no, Tatsuri, that ain't you. That ain't you. No. We gotta bring it out, man, dude. We gotta bring it out.
I will tell you who has looked really good. I had my finger up, Daniel.
Sorry.
No.
I will tell you who has looked really good. James absolutely dominated across his games today. Even when the games have been rough for Team Secret, James, the support, has just been delivering. And as the team captain, I believe there's a lot of pressure on him. And I have to hope that he can lead by example and kind of get Team Secret back on track.
Yeah, as far as
it's your turn now, Daniel.
Oh, thank you. As far as the stat sheet is concerned, Tatsuri has obviously been dominating the stat sheet over when he played in the Philippine regionals. But for the stat sheet today, in particular, if we're not looking at the intangible stuff from James, it's got to be Chewy. Chewy has just been consistently putting out the damage, consistently making sure that he, for instance, lands every single ult possible from Senna, and he's just been extremely solid for them. So, if Chewy can bring that, maybe Tatsuri brings it as well. Maybe we can see Secret kind of take to Buriram here.
Yeah, I kind of want to bring up our earlier discussion about, the pressure, Buriram, when we saw them. Again, you're like, okay, last chance qualifier, all right, we'll probably see them, in the group stages. They'll probably do well, but, not expecting too much. And then Team Secret, of course, champion of the region and everything. They were at the Summer Super Cup, and there's this big question as to whether they'll be up to the challenge now that they have the second shot, at this championship. And it's that again. Now we're like, of course, we're honing on Team Secret, and we're like, oh, are you guys really, are you guys really one of the best teams out there? And then, we go look at Buriram and we're just like pleasantly surprised. So I find it interesting because it's a difference of perspective over here. But, Team Secret, they are still carrying that international banner. There's that experience from James coming in, so many, so many years behind that, and that world's experience as well coming in from James. So yeah, there's two different, I guess, pressure levels on both of these teams.
What's interesting is that Azar in the first game was an absolute wreck, and he's completely redeemed himself over the course of the day to the point that Buriram have decided to even ban out the ribbon. And obviously that means that Secret don't want to ban out the Rennet skin or anything like that. It is going to be, looks like it's going to get picked up by Noel regardless. Wow. But yeah, Noel Azar is going to be quite the matchup.
And it's even more exciting given that Buriram managed to finagle themselves a Renekton for Noel, who has been utterly dominant. The other thing I want to flag is that they banned out the Gragas. They banned out James' Gragas, which I think they're right to, but it's always fun when a support manages to draw a ban.
That's true.
Yeah, he's just been so bloodthirsty. We're sitting here in the Discord being like, wow, just how many kills can he secure for his team? And Ash, let's go, Ash. Let's go, Nunu.
Ash Nunu.
Oh my.
We are in full experimentation mode. I don't know if they're trying this out for potentially later in the playoffs. I don't think anyone wants to show anything in particular in this last match because there's no real reason to. But this might just be an experiment.
Put on your winter coats, Buriram, because he's about to get cold in here. This is full CC, so what you do is you play this Ashe in mid. Yeah, that's when it's going to be. You play this Ashe in mid or maybe support, but probably mid, and you put the Jhin down bottom. I suppose you could actually invert it. It doesn't actually matter where those characters go. The point is, you have so much ranged stun here that something like this Graves can do drain tank to any tankier characters like the Renekton, like the Galio, and the Nunu. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a more damaging Nunu. If we saw our first AP Nunu here today doing burst as the setup is done by this Ashe, by this Jhin, finding range stun and set up for the Nunu to do massive damage.
Honestly, you could play musical chairs with Secret's lineup, and like I wouldn't be surprised wherever they land.
Yeah, that's great.
Like basically anywhere they go is like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Ashe, jungle, whatever.
Put Nunu top
I gotta
and
say,
like just make me happy.
My heart kind of is jumping onto my chest right now. Team Secret, they're up to something. They're definitely up to something. I know I talked about the support Ashe a while ago. I was just saying a point, but you know, I hope you guys are onto something over here. And oh my god.
Oh
my god.
There we go. Here it is.
That's wild.
I have no words.
Wait, Tatsuri and Lee Sin.
I have no words.
They've got secrets
right now. But let's get.
Tatsuri,
I want to see this game. Let's get into it. Game 1, Team Secret versus Barium United. Casters, please get us into the rift.
Well, thank you very much, Mika. We're gonna take it, but I'm gonna take it with a little bit of caution because Team Secret going into this game look absolutely wild, Omo. I don't even know where things are going. Azaz's gonna walk past Shiba. They don't care. It's a greet by. They're just gonna walk into the brush.
It really is starting off a little bit wild here. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's looking like a bit of a fun game, but I'm gonna treat it as if it was serious here because there are some good things.
This is the most important match in the world. This is the pinnacle
I'll be
of
honest with you,
right
there
now.
are stakes here, right? It's about bragging rights of Team Secret. They want the motivation. They want to say, like, you know what, we did take down BRU, are undefeated going into playoffs, and BRU, they want to maintain their undefeated streak in groups as well. So there are definitely stakes here. Look at this Tatsuri flashing in already.
Look at this aggression. Team Secret, when their backs are against the wall and all odds against them, that's when they play the absolute best, weaving in between the turrets. I do not believe what is happening right now. Tatsuri, the absolute madman, is back onto the Raptors. The Ignite won't stop it. The safeguard over the wall, back into the river, back towards Team Secret. The flash in from Archie that committed to this kill. Observers, bring me back to the action because Tatsuri has escaped. Oh my goodness, what a start.
Bad. Tatsuri comes in, kills your jungler, swag walks out, recalls behind your towers.
Continues on the Noel and Treble. Nah, it's not gonna hit it. It's a little bit too tough, but the bomb side sees Chewy and Hermes come ahead. The double marksmen are too much power.
Indeed, too much power. They kill supporter, and Team Secret across the board, they are wrecking house right now. I do want to point out really quickly, there is a reason why BRU went for the lane swap. This Renekton Graves matchup is genuinely good for Graves. It's not just a meme. Graves would never, well, I say never, right? But we've seen crazier things. Graves shouldn't die to a Renekton. He has high base armor in his passive. There we go.
Oh, is this
no
it?
flash and Archie.
Ignite with the flash auto attack. That should be enough. The Aerie going across, but Archie survives through the heel, and now Shiba's here to clean up. Moving on to Azar, who's still level 4, isolated in the brush, trying to walk away, trying to kite against the Kazakhs. He gets a little bit more damage. Treble's coming in, joining in, taking down the first. It's Azar that falls in this process.
Azar drops, and this is going to be more action in mid.
I don't care about this, Omo. You can take it. Just keep your point going because we're not going to catch a breath. We're not going to get any chance to talk otherwise.
You know what? I'm completely content just letting you take over here, Chief. But since we have a bit of lull in the action, yeah, I think Azar with this Graves, it's not just a meme pick. It's something which has niche value because he has high base armor, low cooldowns, easy to dash around. Solo lane Graves is really not a meme, right? It's something that is playable. Solo lane Lee Sin as well. That's something that we have seen in the past. I don't know what we're
What a power move. Dominance from Noel. Let's see if Tatsuri can make it happen. Dragon's Rage gonna be available. But it gets stunned and Ignite comes across. It's a little bit too ambitious. And Treble, he's running down, he's rolling down with the snowball, but it's not going to be enough. Intercepted by Shiba across and along the way down the bottom side. Hermes might face off as he drops the Kinemon. 2 guns are not better than 1 when one of your guns is just a bow.
Indeed, and honestly, that was a moment where Tatsuri, I think his mind was telling him no, but his heart was telling him yes, and this is going to be more action, Brandon.
Do you want me to just keep going?
Keep going,
Do
Chief.
you want me to just keep going? Because they're going on the Shiba.
Oh,
Tatsuri, he's not done. He flashes, but the auto attack, but he goes invincible, so he's still gonna get away. The flash roll for the auto security kill, but Shiba grabs it anyway.
Clip it. Let's run it back. We gotta clip that one. Noel flashes in as well to try to get the stun there, saving his jungler. But dude, Tatsuri, he tries to flash in, get the last AA on Shiba, but Shiba goes invisible and he can't touch him. Outplay after outplay. We're seeing a mechanics max here game. And honestly, if you look at the goal, it's that even, Grandin.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
what
he's trying
a
to
wild
choke him.
set. Look at Archie. He's just out here playing both sides at vision, both sides at intel. So how does this play out? It plays out with Archie coming up ahead. He's going to go back in the lane.
Can we just not cast and just watch this game and enjoy?
I don't know. Do we still get paid if we do that, Omo? Do you want to
We're
join
gonna
me in the
get
play-by-play?
fired.
We already saw you play-by-play the last game,
Pretty
Omo.
sick,
We
huh?
know that you can do it, so let's do it together. We can play
We're
it
just gonna
back
shout
together.
over each other. You do play by play, and I'll
Absolutely.
be the guy that goes ooh and ah. Here we go, Grandin.
Oh, perfect. Team secret.
Look at this,
Oh.
Tatsuri. Flash it. Ah. Such a shame. And Noel, the delayed flash as well. That was the cherry on top. And why are you doing this, BRU? This is so BM. Why are you taking objectives?
Well, I mean, on the other end, Team Secret went for the Rift Tower as well, so BRU gonna
They're both,
trade
yeah.
back. They're gonna find a
Oh,
catch
boy.
onto Hermes, who's gonna be under tower, gets the
boy.
enchanted crystal arrow, gets the stun off.
Oh, man.
But there's no follow-up for the rest of his team. Meanwhile, over on the other end, Treble is going to find a duel against the Well, but it's not gonna be the fair
Not
one because
enough.
the rest of his team is
Azazia.
coming in. Look at how blind they are. They can't do very much, though good damage coming in from Azar. With a couple more auto attacks, they find the catch on the supporter, get the damage down. It's the flash over the wall. It's an aggressive move from Chewy, but the aggression's what we love to see. Because one after the other, Team Secret and BRU just do not want to end this fight.
They do not want to end this fight, and they want to keep the fight going. They want to keep the action going. You know, I think in the last game, we kind of saw something like 2 deaths a minute. We are on chart to try to overtake that one here in this BRU game. 12 kills in 5 minutes already. It's going to be a bit of a bloodbath, actually.
Yep, but it's definitely going to be 13 soon because actually he's the next to fall. And you know what? This is the Southeast Asia that I love. This is what we were born in, what we were bred in, Omo. This kind of action, this kind of chaos, this is exactly so reminiscent of everything we've looked at before.
This is what we love to see indeed, and Azar, his combo was picture perfect there, doing a ton of damage to the AoE to everybody. Nearly gets taken down by Kinemon, but will manage to pick up the last kill at the end of that one. This game is really just a good test for the mechanics of these teams. It is a mechanics max game, and we gotta see who comes out on top of this one.
Mechanics max, that's the angle that we're going
Yes,
for.
yes.
That's what we're looking to see now, because if whichever team wins this game, not only will they get the win, they will also get to say that we won it by playing mechanically. It's not about the macro, it's not about knowing what objectives to go for, it's about winning these fights and taking these fights. No fear, no coward, war at all times.
Here we go.
Once again, see the action start off in the mid lane. Treble is going to jump in first. The absolute 0 won't find all too much damage, all too much utility. Instead, looking to see if Tatsuri can get something done. It's a good flash away and going to be forced off. Chewy's going to see his ultimate get interrupted by the satchel charges.
Solobolo.
There we go, the mechanical outplay.
Yeah, we kind of said that Grace shouldn't die to Renekton, but there is a timing window, and we are seeing that timing window right now with the block. That Renekton, if he gets on top of your head, he's just gonna one-shot you. Wait for a bit more item. Some armor to come through. There we go, Ninja Tabis, a little bit more attack speed. I don't know what happened, but Tatsuri killed Noel and got taken down himself as Chewy.
Yeah, it's just a back and forth across both ends, looking to see what they can get done. Kinemon's actually going to be in their face with the damage
the bomb.
to take them down. The bomb's bouncing through. Actually, it's a strike for BRU. Look and see if they can make it a turkey or a double. But Trevor's running in from the back, run it back, double back. Once again, they jumped on, and Shiba's, he's coming in. I don't even know from where. From their own jungles. Nowhere is safe. Not for Team Secret.
I have nothing to add to that.
I should be paid double here, Omar. I feel like I'm doing two-man
You
charge
are, you
here.
really are. There we go, though. That's the arrow. That's the resonating
One
strike. That's
more
the sonic
kill.
wave.
No Dragon's Rage though. It's a little bit difficult for Trevor. Oh my goodness.
Do you see BRU? They keep flashing in to try to save their jungler. Oh man, Azar, you're in a bit of trouble, aren't you?
Look, you want to take this one over, Omo? I thought you were
Yeah.
trying to take over the last one. Take it. Take
Azar,
this one,
you are
man.
in a spot of bother the slice, the dice. He's not gonna find the. I don't know what the spell is. The first skill. He does get the second skill,
the meek.
though, and he gets taken down. Indeed. Spotter once more.
Absolutely. They do manage to spot off Hermes here. He will dodge away from the top.
man.
Unfortunately, Kinemon is coming in. It's just going to catch him off. The root's going to come in, and with now Treble once again trying to commit to a fight, but he's still quite squishy. We haven't quite been able to see the Nunu really tank up a lot of damage, but the current call comes in, and this is the utility that you pair together with the Ashe. They take down a second. The bot lane duo of BRU finally drop. What do you want to tell me, Omo?
Look at the time and look at the scoreboard right now. It's 8 minutes in game. We are closing in on 30 kills.
Look, I would be surprised, but I can feel it. I'm exhausted. The number of times I've had to just keep going. I feel it's like one never-ending team fight. Shiva's gonna kite away. You see the flash coming in from Chewy. He just needs one more auto attack. He doesn't manage to find the shot to get the root off on Shiba.
I don't know what we're watching here, but I can tell you the teams are having a ton of fun. The Navari quick blades, the Solari quick blades, all the blades there in the pocket of Azar. He's going to be doing a ton of damage as well. Whoever gets on top of a lot of DPS, a lot of burst. This
I
Grace,
sure hope
wanna
so.
look out for him.
He needs the damage. I mean, BRU in here collapsing on the dragon again, but it's gonna go over the Team Secret as it should. They have the Nunu, but they're gonna take down the first. Shiba goes too aggressive, trying to make something happen in the back, but he won't go down. And Team Secret, look at the damage from Azar. The mechanical outplays. It's Team Secret all the way, baby, because they're here to dive unit taking down one more.
We have hit the 30 kill mark, and we are not even 10 minutes in game. We have topped the last game officially. 3 kills a minute, more than 3 kills a minute. As turrets get traded, kills get traded, objectives get traded, but no clear winner. The gold is 200 gold apart, and we have 30 kills on the board.
One dragon apiece.
One dragon apiece.
About the same turrets. Team Secret Whirlpool hits slightly with the dragon, but Noel spots out Chewy, but the rest of his team is here to back him up. The Dark Shadow comes across. And Team Secret are after Noel. I mean, Omo, I think this is easy enough. You could do it.
I could, if I was in the game right now, there would be 40 kills. And I would be 20 up the deaths.
Oh boy. I wasn't talking about the game, I was talking about the cast. I was hoping you could take over and give me a break, man, but I'll take it either way. What a game from Team Secret and BRU.
Oh my goodness, but look at the items coming through right now. We're seeing some very big power spikes really early on. Thankfully, we do have some good tanky items from Trevor. He's going to be the one rolling in. He's going to be the one starting fights off, and it will be the one that really gets us into the action. So look though, Hamas, he's trying to play by the book here. He's trying to siege the mid lane, the general Hamas of Team Secret. Wants his team to come. He's calling them. Look at that. He's just throwing out arrows. He's like, Chewy, get over here. Touch this turret. Go shoot it down.
Omo, I don't think it's about getting in the action. In this game, even if you don't want it, the action is going to come to you.
That is true.
And so BRU right now trying to rotate up to the top side, trying to catch up Tatsuri, but the hawk shot will get spawned out. Yeah, exactly.
Just says, get away from my Tatsuri.
Get away from my Tatsuri. He's gonna come back with about 2.5 items. Things
what
again.
is
Oh
this?
my goodness! Azar, he has
Azar
damage
is
now.
so
This is what they were looking for. Gets the
So
call.
tanky.
That's the enchanted crystal arrow. That's 2 shots. And now the hero's entrance is only gonna pull him into his death. And Supporter won't find much more done. Dodges away from the absolute zero, but Kinemon will fall in the process. They trade that away. And Team Secret are cleaning up shop in the most bloodthirsty game of Wild Rift I've ever seen.
They are indeed. And they have their eyes set on Baron Nashor as well. Keep in mind, 2 marksmen, basically 3 marksmen and a Nunu. There's no way they don't get this one.
Look, Mika, this is the limit testing you were hoping for. Never give a suggestion again, because Team Secret will run all the way to the back with it. They grab the Baron and they pick up Noel, and a second pick up a Supporter.
Brendan, what's 21 plus 60?
It is 37.
We have 37 kills in 12 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Azar, he's closing in on his 4th items. They have the Baron Nashor. Talked about how this Grave Pix is really not a meme here, and he is proving it. He is definitely popping off a ton of damage. Once he gets the Eye Edge, it's going to be even more extreme, and he's so hard to kill. With the Death Dance, Renekton can't really kill him. Kha'Zix can't really kill him. Look at that, he dashes into Kha'Zix. He knows he's safe.
There's no fear, no worry in the world for Azar right now. Powerful enough to take on anyone on the side of BRU. At the same time, though, BRU, you know, things aren't looking too hot for them. They're about 8,000 gold behind. And with the Baron being, with the Baron on the side of Team Secret, BRU might start to see a stain on their record. This could be their very first tie or loss, depending on how Team Secret plays out.
And I just saw...
Tatsuri. Why is this standoff? Why is this standoff? The Dragon's Rage comes across. Tatsuri, he's gonna flash. He's gonna safeguard. He's gonna get to the river and he's gonna get out.
Snowball mid, snowball mid.
It'll end. They're jumping in now. This is Treble. This is the full power Nunu. But he's still too squishy in the face of BRU's damage. And to get 1, 2, 3 auto attacks, the absolute zero will save Treble as he gets a massive shield in the back. Noel will take down Hamez. But it's just the support. Chewy's still alive. Tatsuri's still alive. And most importantly, Azar's still alive because they clean up the rest of BRU. And 13 and a half minutes in, they're on to the next. It's just down to Archony to try and defend against this. But 4 alive on Team Secret. This could be the end, Omo. This could be it.
Indeed, it could.
Dropping from me like that, Omo. They're going on to the next and Team Secret will end the game 25-17 in a 13-minute game. What a banger!
What a banger indeed. Look at these.
Look at them.
Look at their faces right now. Am I supposed to be saying anything right now? I'm just a little bit busy laughing, I think.
Look, they enjoyed the game so did we. I mean, that's what we're in here for. That's what we're looking to see.
I'm a bit upset we didn't get the CPRU player camps. I would have loved what my uncles over there are doing. They're just a bunch of lovable guys. That was a very enjoyable game. I don't know what the kill score was at the end. I would like to throw that to our analyst desk and ask them how many kills and how many minutes we had that game. I think that's the highlight here for me. I think it was a lot of fun.
I literally said it at the end. It's 25-17 and a 13-minute and 47-second game.
You just said like 8 numbers in 10 seconds. I don't know what's going on.
Well, I'll tell you one more number. It's Team Secret 1-0 in this best of 2 series. It's when we come back, the second game of this set.
If you are just tuning in into the C Championships, you probably missed the most interesting match we have had yet. Team Secret have game 1 from Buriram United Esports, and they take it in the most unexpected fashion. I mean, guys, I know there's a lot to break down in this game, so I'm gonna hand it first to you, TJ.
Yeah! Those are my thoughts about that game.
That was the most beautifully chaotic game I think I've ever seen in Wild Rift. Just absolutely gorgeous. Chef's kiss.
I mean, I don't think we heard the play-by-play stop at any one time. So Big G, props to you for
He wanted to stop. He's like, oh, well, please stop. Please start talking. I can't go on any longer. My voice is going to go out. Omo, help me.
Oh, don't show us this. Oh, good lord. We had a little bit of a betting game going on the desk, whether or not this game would reach 50 kills or not. We were a couple short. So Daniel thought initially under. He changed. He said in the very last second, no, I think it's going to go over 50 kills. He lost out because of that, so Buriram really letting him down there.
Yeah, well, yeah. Buriram seemed like they're taking a good fight. I was kind of cheating the system anyway, so I kind of deserved to lose that since I was calling it pretty late. But yeah, Secret turned around that last fight. That was insane. That was just insane gameplay all around. I love the outplays, just the skill matchups all around, and just the insane way that TS went about not only their giraffe, but how they played that game. TJ, I think we instructed production, and Mika, TJ, and I, we instructed production to do something that's going to be pretty fun, I think.
Yeah, we did indeed. We're gonna get to that in just a little bit, and yeah, I have to say, this is. I know that this was chaotic, and this is basically the beauty of a team that's just like, hey, let's have some fun, let's experiment, let's just throw it all in there.
I have a thing.
You had your finger up.
In the midst of all that chaos, there was beauty on the bottom line, because that Senna Galio lane was actually played in a really cool way that we're going to see a lot more of over the course of the next couple of days, where the Galio took all the farm and just built AP, just built raw damage as a magic dealer, and then the Senna was just getting farm off and taking souls. And we're going to see more of that. So I just wanted to call that out because it was like a little beautiful flower amidst that.
TJ just went over and picked a flower.
Yeah.
He picked a flower from that one game. But yes, let's jump into the highlights that we have. We actually asked the observers production to pick out, six of their most, their top highlights of that game. We're in surprise to see what we're gonna come up here. But yeah,
Ooh,
this is
Shiba. I give
That's
that
number one. I
give it a 9 out of 10.
Pick.
I give this a 9 out of 10 too. I give this a 9 out of 10 here for
Man.
Azar. that smoke bomb was ridiculous.
Oh, this one's pretty good as well.
I like.
Man, production is some good taste. I like production.
Excellent.
So we asked our observers, who are the ones driving the camera during the game, what their 6 favorite highlights were, and I agree. Like, all of these are just great.
8 out of 10 for that one. 8 out of 10. Nice ult.
I like the arrow. The arrow there puts me over the edge.
Well, get some numbers. Come on.
And then this whole pressure, where Hamas is just like free firing on Ashe and nobody's paying any attention to him. This happens like 3 fights in a row for Hamas, and then so Noel just comes in like that. Should boom! I'm gonna kill Hamas. That's the entire game plan for that fight. So I like the storytelling there. 20 out of 10. Great job, observers.
Yeah, I love it. I love it indeed. Dee, do you have any thoughts on those select highlights that we just saw?
Okay, I think my scores at the end were 9 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10. I gave the one before the 7 out of 10, and the last one kind of cut off, but it was looking pretty spicy. I'll give it 8 out of 10.
Yeah. I like that we're scoring these little highlights over here. This should be fun. Maybe we should do this more often. Ask the observers to have their picks.
Well, the entire premise was normally we find some turning point of the game or some crazy outplay or some other highlight, and we're like, okay, producers, show us this one so we can highlight to the fans. But we were watching that, like, literally everything that's happening in this game is gold.
Everything was great.
So we're just like, please just have at it. Anything that's
apparently
pretty much.
We've just gotten word from our observers as well. They didn't have enough time to go through everything.
Yeah.
Because there was just such a quantity of gameplay. So that wasn't their full wish list. But I'm sure they'll have more. So I'll ask them going into this next game to like set that as a challenge, because we do have a game 2 here, Dan. So I want to do 2 things. First of all, I'm gonna challenge production to like pick out their favorite plays and send them to us, because I want more. I think they expressed some good taste there. Second of all, I want to do this on air. I want to go round the 3 of us. We've got game number 2 of this series where both these teams have already made it out of groups, so they're having a little bit of fun. How many kills do you think we get? And you can join in on this game in the chat or on Twitter using the hashtag #CChamps. I'll start with you, Daniel. Let's just go down the line. How many kills are we getting in game number 2 of this series?
I'm gonna be a slight buzzkill. I don't think they can top game one really. I think that Secret maybe plays some little standard, so I'm gonna go 35.
Well, what's the?
You think it gets calmer as a series?
Yeah.
What was the last count?
A little bit. They're gonna try to match it, but I don't know if they can match it. I think it was like 30.
It was in the 40s, right? 25 plus 17. Do the math, Daniel.
42.
42.
Yeah.
Okay, 42. I'm gonna put mine at like 37. 37.
Really?
Yeah.
Your price is riding me. Your price is riding me.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think
I'm gonna
I
put
think we
that
hit
down.
50 kills this next game.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put my money down on 50. Let me write this all down. What did you say, Daniel?
I was 35.
35, and then Mika said 37.
Okay, let me get some
And then I
distance. Let me
said
get some
50,
distance
'cause
from
why wouldn't
Daniel a little bit.
Yeah,
Can
just
I?
to make me feel a little bit better.
Yeah. Can I get a
She's
can I
like
get a 39?
Because like 35 and a half.
I can give you a 39.
Because like 35
What
and
is
a half.
What's a half kill?
Well, because when you have over-unders, usually you set it at a half. She's like, I'm gonna go just,
Right.
you know.
No, I like this. All right, we've got it on paper, and I would encourage anyone tweet with the hashtag SEA champs or write it in the chat, and I'll pull that all up because we're on a delay. I'll pull that up, and if anyone gets it exactly right, I don't know, we'll call them out or something.
Yeah.
That's my game
Absolutely. Hashtag #CChamps is what you need to do in order to be featured over here. And we actually, I think, have some memes, I think, from the community over here. This is my favorite, of course, our very own Nunu and Willem over here. We got Big G.
Big G Willem.
Cuddling little Omo over there. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Look at that. And we finally know which one is Nunu and which one is Willem. The answer is
Yeah. Big G was always the Willem.
yeah.
Well, he's got to be, because he's got to have these big lungs for these long series.
Ah.
Here's my question. There's like a little fairy ghost Nunu right next to them. Do you see that?
Yeah. Who is that?
Who's that?
Ah, that's a
Whose
good
face
question.
do we put over that? You know?
That's a good question.
Is that Twitch chat? Is that YouTube chat just floating alongside them?
I kind of want to say
Along
like
for the ride?
Let's have a Kappa there.
maybe it
It's
might
complete.
be Infinity just because we put them as like the evolution. I don't know.
I actually think our viewers are the snowball. And when Grandin's rolling them downhill, the viewers are just along for the ride, you know?
Yeah.
I'm gonna need some more explanation for you to land that plane, TJ.
No. I see it. I see it. It's that snowball. You know, you start from this little thing. You're welcoming people in. Then you roll it. You gather up energy. You're gathering up the snow. And before you know it, boom! You open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton. And you one of the world's largest investment managers. And yes, that is how I end this test. My job is done here. Good night, everybody.
God.
Good night, everybody.
Just mic drop. Just mic drop. The best transition in the
It
history
feels
of
like I
Sponge
just
transition.
rickrolled these guys. I love it.
Oh
I'm
my
proud of
God.
myself. I like this desk. I'm proud of myself. Don't cry, guys. Don't cry. Don't cry. We still got game 2. We still got game 2 coming up. It's okay.
That was
Feel yourself.
beautiful.
That was the greatest transition I've ever heard, Mika.
That is the most unexpected transition I've ever had, and it was also the most beautiful.
Well, you know, I got inspired by Team Secret and their chaotic draft. I just felt like, you know.
Oh my god, and she's back on target. You see that? We went from complete nonsense to Franklin Templeton opening the door to your financial future, right back to Team Secret, and she did it all in a single line. It was...
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be
Unbelievable.
here
That's
until
the highlight package.
I'll be here until the tiebreaker that we have after this
You would
game.
say you'd be here all day, but we already have.
We already have. That's why I say
I've been here all day.
we will be
And
here
you
until the
guys know it.
tiebreaker, which will determine, of course, 3rd and 4th place. But right now, we are going to head back into Game 2. Team Secret, if you have more chaos planned, I am all for it. I love you guys, and yes, I love this energy. This is the exact same energy that made me fall in love with Team Secret from the very beginning. And yes, I'm glad that, you know, now the rest of the Wild Rift world gets introduced to this kind of, you know, this kind of amazing drafts and everything. And on top of all that, it's great to see Hamed smile. It's great to see them having fun.
Yeah.
We saw earlier that in their interview, he mentioned that like, oh, he can be very harsh on the team, and when they don't perform up to par, he uses his very stone cold voice to scold all of them. Well, we saw them laughing after that first game, so I'm very much eager to see what is gonna happen in Game 2.
Yeah, after one team and MBR managed to tie, I bet there were some celebrations in the Team Secrets bunker. And yeah, the smiles have come out. They were definitely having a great time last game.
And for anyone, just to kind of color in what Mika's referencing, for anyone who hasn't seen Team Secret before, this is of course what caused everyone to fall in love with them in the first place, is their propensity for pulling out truly wild drafts in tournament matches. Oftentimes seen during the Philippines Icon series, the PPGL. So just love to see it here on the main stage. And here we go. Bourbon United have gotten the memo, it seems like.
I love the new band. Like, not again. Never again.
Oh my. And Team Secret are going for the Wombo combo. You check this out, Daniel. Oh my god.
Oh.
So all of this stuff here combos really well with Jarvan, because Jarvan throws down the Cataclysm and Vayne can pin people to the walls of it. So it's like a sick combo. Then you have somebody trapped inside the Cataclysm and you can hit them with everything. Pantheon throws with the Shyvana. I'm really excited to see a Shyvana here because it will ruin the European meta for at least 2 more weeks as they're doing the Origin series and continuing to play Shyvana like she's good. This is great.
I think you went way too long on the Orange series. We have a Katarina. Oh my goodness, the Wombo combo is absolutely real. People stuck in there forever. Although the Amumu is like, please come to me, come to me, come inside my cave. Please put the Cataclysm onto me. I will knock you all into the ground.
I am so glad we're ending this day like this. I love it.
I think everything about this draft is incredible. I want to highlight the Amumu. This is actually a very important game to me emotionally because I've always suspected that Amumu is actually quite good. Amumu is like my pick where I'm like, I can't explain this, but I feel like Amumu's good. And so we're getting to see that. I'm going to get to see this demonstrated. The Amumu is going to get like a pentakill. I'm going to feel so smart. We're having a great time out here.
He's been permanent, so the devs agree. He's been permanent, so the devs agree. So anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly the same way I feel about Ashe. Like, you know, great kit, and, you know, it just not utilized well, and everybody sleeps on that champion. I think we can all feel for Amumu, though. I feel like, you know, with the voice lines for the Amumu, everybody kind of relates to Amumu in some way. I don't know if you guys feel
true
that.
Story.
I really
I am a Amumu, so it's a personal thing for me.
Aw, TJ. Well, we're gonna see if this Amumu can pull through, or if Team Secret will finally bring up the Katarina on Tatsuri over here for Game 2. You guys are in for a show, casters. Over to you guys.
Well, thanks a bunch, Mika, and I have to say that first game was intense. The second game, I'm looking forward to a bloodbath here, almost a full-on circus. And look at that, we got the casting team on board with us. TJ cosplaying as Amumu, we got Mika dancing around as Katarina.
Death.
We got Skimmy out here stepping out. Look at those washboard abs. I'm looking forward to this game, Omo.
I am indeed, and I don't know where to begin. Okay, let me tell you guys a story. So, every single game that we've played so far, Skimmy, the king that he is, will screenshot the drafts and paste it in our caster chat so that we can refer to it. He hasn't been doing it for the last couple of games because it's been for fun games, but this game, he had to. He went there, he screen capped the whole draft. We need to memorialize this. It's one for history books.
Look at this star supporter with the roll.
Wait,
Hamas with
Hamas
the
is
gang. Hamas is double jungle smite. Let's go.
No, what they're doing is, so here's the strategy, okay? Trevor's gonna farm his own jungle, and Hamas is gonna constantly counter jungle. They're gonna make a Noelle a very sad mummy.
Oh my goodness, this is so insane, Omo. How are they making this work? Supporter's gonna come back down the bottom end and we'll probably spot this out. Zar taking down low, needs to grab the fruit, but it's not enough. And not in time, he will fall. Hamas, he's gonna rotate around. He's still deciding which way he wants to go. Oh no, he's gonna go down. Auto attack, the trash hook, one more hit, but it won't be enough because the shield comes across and it's gonna be Trevor joining in, but it's collapsed in by 3 for the side of PRU had to flash away. And the heroic swing will jump on the Trevor as he flash back on the Garena, but no vision. One more on that, but he grabs the honey fruit in time, so he's still alive. The Bangarang will come across and get the heroic swing once again, but it's a double kill coming across for the Katarina. I don't know how this is happening. I don't know what's going on.
No one does, Grandin. That's the fun. That's what we love. No one knows what is going on here.
Hold on. Before I have to do this, before I let you continue, the desk made their guess on how many kills this game was gonna be. Omo, you put yours to pen to paper. What was your
39.
number?
Mine was 39.
39. So
now I'm worried.
the audience hears that we're going for
What is yours,
39
Demonism?
kills this game. It doesn't matter. I'm just in it for the ride. I just want to see you guys have a good time. Fine, I'll give you a number. It's going to be 38 because I'm smart.
I love
like
it.
that.
I just keep getting prices right. That's completely cool. Water right now. Give Hamas. Hamas
Wait,
keeps
again!
doing it. He keeps targeting the Javan spells and he keeps going the wrong way.
Hamas, bro. That's not it. He's not even playing Javan anymore. He doesn't have played this in a while. Tatsuri, he's gonna find a solo kill up in the top side. He's gonna find a second because guess what? The Death Lotus is spin to win. Tatsuri with that double. Down the bottom end, Hamas misses out of the flag and drag, no knockup. So it's gonna be a bit more difficult. Almost saved me. Almost saved me.
Yes, indeed. Indeed, a wise choice, Grandin. That's all I got for you, man. I
This is it. This is the only respite you're gonna give me. I get a 3-second break for you to
Okay,
say
we
that.
go
As
look
there we
at
go.
the
The Pantheon. Pantheon comes across. That's the big power play. The power moves. Azar is going to see himself held in place by BRU. Tatsuri, he's just roaming around. Nobody's even playing for standard lanes anymore. Look at the Shyvana. He's just up here to scale. They get a Cataclysm across because guess what? Tatsuri's still in here. You got baited. You got fooled. You have to remember Tatsuri. He's still around. That's 1, 2, and a third pick up a Thief Secret.
Yeah, this is actually really traumatic to me because it reminds me of all my solo games where I'm like, guys, Cat is at bot, and then my bot lane walks up and Katarina gets a triple kill.
Oh boy,
that's about right.
This is a solo kill for sure, 100%. I don't see us going any other way. Azur's gonna dodge away, kite away, get some space, but the electrocute a Mumu. Hold up, is this right? This is Noel, a Mumu, Shiba top.
Yes, it is indeed. Noel is telling his jungler, I can do better. Shiba is telling his top laner, I can do better. Yeah, just going for a bit of a cheeky low swap over here. Not quite the play, I think. I think they should have done what Hamas did and go for double jungle. This seems like the optimal meta right now.
Optimal meta, in fact. We're learning so much about the future of Wild Rift with this games. Wild Rift devs, are you watching right now? Look at this, 2 smites is too strong. Now you have 1 smite for Scuttlecrab, 1 smite for Dragon. Tatsuri has 1 catch on the supporter. He's gonna find the first kill. The resets, it goes godlike 7 and 0.
And Big G, I have a question for you. Do you think Tatsuri is gonna end this game with more or less than 20 kills?
Oh boy, I don't even know, my man. I don't even know.
From what we've been seeing, I think Tatsuri is gonna get more than 20 kills this game.
All right, let's see. BRU find a way to respond to this. Man, you gotta give me some time to breathe, Omo. You gotta get some legwork in here.
Some breathing now on stream. I think everyone's
All
very
right.
on edge right now. It's a very intense game. So basically, all
Sure.
you want to do is, all right, turn the time.
You jump on actually, that's what you want to get done, but Hamas is going to go down. He's finally going to get punished for all the aggression he's going to be making. Azad's going to come across, flashes away, but the Bandage Toss finds and connects onto him anyway. Azad comes back in, will not be able to take him down as the heal comes across. Tatsuri now joining in. There we go, the combos coming across. Death Lotus won't be enough to take down Archne. It's so difficult for them to find just one. They get the reset across, but Tatsuri will finally get shut down to come up and... This is the moment they were hoping for, but it gets blocked by the turret. BRU, what an anticlimactic finish.
And look at the tryhards over here. Trevor gets the Herald. Chewy gets the solo kill. They're gonna get this
This
turret.
is disgusting, Trevor. This is not the way you play, buddy.
Trevor,
You
you're
don't
playing
try
off
hard
meta.
like this. Exactly. He's playing off meta. He's actually playing for neutral
9x
objectives. We don't have those in
Trevor.
this game. Katamon's gonna go down. The Exos won't save him. He will find one in the process though, but heroic swing midway still dies. Shiba will lose his life. It's across to Chewy, who's playing this Vayne to his full satisfaction. You don't get to see this all too often, so he's gonna make it work.
Yes, indeed. And if you just look at how things are going right now, it's going pretty well for him yet again, but the gold lead still not super huge right now. Tatsuri, he's sitting at 7 kills. I have 13 kills to go, so hopefully he can get that in the next 5 minutes or so. I think that's very doable here, Gamenism. What do you think?
I'm being honest, I didn't even catch your point. I'm zoning out. This is too much
You see?
action. My
and then
brain
when I
can no
didn't
longer
catch the
handle
numbers
this.
that you said at the end of the cast, you got all angry at me. I'm hurt.
Oh, come on, buddy. I gave you the numbers twice and you still didn't catch it. That's not on me, buddy. BRU though, they are gonna try to make their way bot side. Hamas, he's looking for this angle to jump in. Tatsuri's lying in wait in lane. He's just a little bit away. But it's too many on the side of BRU for them to try and commit for loud crowd control to take down the Katarina. So they have to bait it out in advance first. Trevor's gonna kind of wait. He's gonna flash. And he's gonna use the turret to block the comeuppance again.
Gets out of dodge. Look at this. Archer in trouble. Lantern. Noel being a true supporter here. Sorry, supporter being a true supporter here. Right place at the right time. And
I see what you did there, Omo. Hitting the lowest fruit possible. This
literally
is fruit
the
season.
lowest hanging fruit.
We
Here
are
go.
out here picking up the lowest fruit just as Team Secret are out here
This is
picking up the
Tatsuya's.
freest kills of their life. Supporter goes down. That's a nice pickup. Azar will try to go in. Noel does his best. Pops the cuts to the set mummy. Finds nothing there. And up to the top side, they find another kill. It's a
Trevor
solo
got a
bolo.
solo.
And Treble is in the mid lane, popping the rip. Terrell Team Secret. What is happening? Where was this guy? Where was these guys throughout the group stage?
I don't think this counts, Granted.
I take it this is on meta now, Omo. This is the
meta.
future of Wild Rift.
We're gonna see Team Secret. They're gonna play in the grand finals. They're gonna be in game 5. They're gonna be 2-2. And then they think, you know, what do we really need to do? What do we need to adjust to win the next game? And they're gonna be like, all right, we're gonna run back this team composition.
Look, I love the fact that BRU are playing into it as well. You know,
Yeah.
it just feels so good to see both sides having fun, enjoying themselves. Mechanical skill check all the way. This is the best form of Wild Rift I've ever seen. Look at this. Hamas now walking in and trying to get a collapse on Tatsuri, turning back around. Trevo has his ultimate. I don't even know what's called. I've never even seen Shyvana Pro play, but it doesn't matter because Tatsuri will once again clean up house.
Chewy getting caught.
I don't know. Will he be able to play this one out? Not
Definitely
the case.
not.
You find something back. I may have undershot my estimates. 30 kills at 8 minutes, 40
Yeah.
seconds. 38 is not gonna be it, Chief. Look at Team Secret, look at BRU.
I think someone on the analyst desk, I forgot who it was, said somewhere in the range of 40
50?
kills.
I
40,
heard
50 kills?
50.
Yeah, so we're
Yeah.
definitely way under here. I'm sorry for debating you, Grandin, but it looks like we
Yeah,
will
it's
be
all
off.
right.
But I still have the possible condition of Tatsuri getting 20 kills. So I'll take that.
Okay, you know, we might not be able to get the full point win, but we'll at least get the sub question right. The Team Secret, they just need to prove you right here. I think he is looking at something like, what, 11, 12 kills when the scoreboard comes up again. We're going to see that. Hamas just going to kind of way dodge them left and right. I mean, there's not much more analysis to be made here, Omo. It's really just a game talking about what's going on your screen,
here
just
we
like
go.
what Chewy's doing. He's kiting back, auto attack, auto attack, auto attack. He takes him down.
Oh, yeah, he just stood there in the face of Riven, A8, and he won that one. A little bit disappointing Riven performance from Shiba. I'm sure Noel
Look
will be
at that,
doing
round
some
2,
reviews.
it's auto attack,
We're going down.
it's fire breath, it's a dragon chasing you down, it's Chewy with a second kill, it's a kill going to Treble. All he has to put is splash, it's a team ace!
And I'm
Whether
gonna
the rest
tell you,
die, I
Brandon,
don't even know.
I'm extremely upset with Team Secret here. How could they get all these kills without giving any to Tatsuri? I put 20 on it. Look, Tatsuri, he's not even here right now. He went to get a drink or something. He's chilling. He's calling food delivery for after this game for Team Secret. He's like, all right, guys, you guys want fried chicken? You guys want some Maccas? What do we want over here?
Oh man, I could go for some of that fried chicken. Rem United gonna get their meals handed to them. Look at them
Yes,
walking into the
indeed.
jungle thinking like they own that. Shiba's
There
gonna
we
get
go.
caught out. Crowd control comes across.
If
Noel
Tatsuri
faces off
kills.
against Tatsuri. But look at that, the exhaust will prevent a lot of damage from coming through. Supporter misses out on the death sentence onto a creep. Azar still stepping forward. But difficult, they're standing under turret. Tatsuri, no angle to jump back in. Flash away for the Pantheon. Hamas goes in, has Gargo Stoneplay, but has to flash back out. Meanwhile,
He's not
what
gonna
is
block
this? Try harding for the Baron. They picked that one up. Hamas is still alive through it all. Somehow they finally take down Azar, but it's only one pick off at Tatsuri. He's looking a little bit bloodthirsty. He might jump back on them. He can't decide. It's too much work. It's too much effort. They're on to Noel. Curse of the Sad Mummy. That's the first pick off, but he finds one kill through the distance. Oh! I give up, Omo. I'm not even gonna cast that moment.
Spin, spin, spin! The Beyblade is here. Tatsuri, he wants more.
What is Shiba looking to do? He jumps over the Cataclysm, so that's a nice little sidestep mechanical outplay. Tatsuri's gonna have to flash away. He's gonna get the reset. The heroic swing puts him on the wrong side of the wall, but he'll still take him down. But guess what? Chewy's in here to play as well. Kinemon's gonna go down. Well, auto attacks follow him no matter how far your boomerang spins.
Oh my goodness, and I didn't even realize Chewy and Trevor were in the game. They were
1v3?
pushing topside the whole time. Definitely not gonna happen right here, but backup is here.
1v3, 2v3, 2v3. They're moving on to Archie. Azar's joined in with the Pantheon. Look at that. It's Skibby cosplay. He's in the game. He's in the game. Oh, he's joining in. He's jumped on supporter. I love this. I love this moment. Look at Azar.
And I think we gotta
taking him
change the
down.
narrative here. We always talk about Team Secret being... Oh my goodness, what was that damage again? We always talk about Buildup United being the team fighting team, but they're getting out team fought by Team Secret on your screens right now.
The ultimate team fighting
The
team
ultimate.
is Team Secret. Azar jumps on the Kill Mall. You have to show some respect to this Pantheon. Nexus, bare, exposed, and open. There's still some time on the death time, so I might be too ambitious. Chewy, no more mana. I think the caster's joining back in. It's a bit too preemptive, guys. Analysts, let's go back in your hidey hole. You can wait this one out. Team Secret are not done just yet.
They are not done just yet, but Azar, he's about done. Tatsumi is not, though.
Okay, nice cancel, but the Death Loader still comes across. They find the first pick up. The reset's still available. They're gonna find the second one because of the set Mami will put Tatsuri low. The resets will not be enough, but Hermes is still available. And the semi-tank Bruiser Javan will bring them to town, kill the 4, and...
You know you've made a bad prediction when your prediction
55!
My prediction for the entire game's kills is less than Secret's kills alone.
Oh my goodness, Omo, we have failed to predict just how wild this series was going to get. This isn't just a circus, man. This is, oh my goodness, I don't even know when it's going. This is the Clown Academy. This is the one where you finish. This is your internship. This is your professional tour. This is the Clown Retirement Home. This is the whole generation of clownery right here, Omo.
This is the Clown Convention, Greymanism, even.
That's not as strong as what I did. That's 3 generations of clownery coming back in. Tatsuri, Treble, he's gonna jump on Kinemon, takes down the Akshan. The Pantheon comes in, and there we have it. For the other side of Team Secret, it's time for the analysts to join back in because...
It's not.
Wait a minute. This is not it. This is not it, Chase. Run it back over the Nexus, you Muppets.
Hang on a second. Let me ask you something, Gaminism. Does Cloud Dragon give you movement when you're out?
No.
Oh,
This is
that's unfortunate.
But they get the Shyvana bonus damage.
Alright, that's something. That's something. Imagine if Cloud Dragon gave you movement speed when you outed, and Tatsuri or Katarina was moving while he outed. How cool would that be?
Oh
that would
boy.
be something, huh?
Interesting to see for sure.
Wait,
Look
he's
at
trying to end the
Tatsuri.
one.
Oh.
No one one-shot him.
We're just on the
Penguin
Nexus.
comes out.
We're just watching the game and they're walking in one at a time. The resets come across and Shiba, he's jumping back in. They run out of damage and Zan tries to do his best, tries to jump back in, but Cataclysm and Hermes is still available, still alive. They try to go back on the support of Flag and Drag, going the maximum distance. Chewy, he's still a big damage source. We don't need no Katarina. We got this Vayne. They've taken down the 3rd, now looking at the 4th. They're going on to the Nexus. Where the creeps, where the minions, where's the game winning push? Team Secret, let's end this here, buddies.
Team Secret, they're not done just yet. They above 50 kills at least. They heard what our analysts predicted, and they say, you know
Let
what,
it. Your math is bad. It's surely not this bad. Surely you can see
no, they
64
want 50
kills, correct?
in their pockets.
Just on their side?
Just
Team
on their
Secret?
side. No, I need to
Oh,
see
boy.
if Tatsuri has 20 kills yet, because if Tatsuri doesn't, then we can play on for a bit longer.
Oh boy, that's the big stakes available for all of us, huh, Omo?
It is indeed. We gotta get some predictions right?
At least something, right? Yeah, I gotta get some kind of prediction, some prediction for us. Baron set it up. I mean, my eyes are kind of watering now. I can't even bear to look at what's on the screen, Omo. You might have to take over for me.
What do you want me to say, Gaminism? Here we go, Meteor comes in, he's gonna go for the stun, he's not quite gonna go for the stun, he's gonna do some damage, he's not gonna do enough damage, and he is gonna get enough damage to take down 1 kill. Noel gets him though. Here we go, Trapper comes right in, the Shyvana, the Dragon, it's gonna be enough, they take 1, Chewy once more, he's gonna take 2. Is this gonna be the end, Brandon?
Absolutely is. They brought in the minion waves, the Baron up, super minions. They're just gonna escort that into base. A couple of auto attacks. Noel, he's out here watching the game fall apart. There we have it, Team Secret. Oh, come on, guys. That's not very nice. Let the game end. Let them rest. Let BRU have it. Have a mercy killing, guys. Come on.
Noel, he's gonna try to defend this. He's gonna go in. He's gonna clear out some creeps. 300 health on this turret. It's still in it. BRU, they can still win this. Guys, I'm coping. BRU.
We're held hostage. I can hear the analysts joining the call and leaving again. They don't know when the game's gonna end. Nobody does. Not even Team Secret, probably.
I think Team Secret, they can end any time they want to, but they're having a good time. They're enjoying this. BRU, I don't know if they're enjoying this as much, though.
Is this consensual? Have BRU agreed to these team fights?
Definitely not. I can tell you that much.
Oh boy, that's not very nice. Then they're gonna get a stiffly worded letter at the end of this. Teleports coming across. That's the play they were looking for. They just wanted this moment. They just want to jump on the Nexus for the star points to end the game. 16.5 minutes in.
And that was yet another game of Wild Rift that we just saw here coming at you from the C Championships. Look at Hermes not even cracking a smile. Ice cold right there, but the rest of the Secret, you can tell they had a great time. That's what we like to see. We are all about the serious competition, but you know, there's always a time, there's always a place for the fun and games, and that was a great one.
Look, I don't want to talk anymore about that game. My prediction was
Analysts.
way off. I'm just going to hand it straight to the analysts. They have been so eager. They've been joining and leaving the call multiple times, waiting for Team Secret to end it. So I'm going to toss it over to them. Mika, do your best trying to break this one down because I sure as hell can.
Well, it was really confusing, right? We were like, okay, they're ending. No, they're not. Okay, go back. Okay, they're ending. No, they're not. We didn't exactly know what to do, and we were lost. And oh my gosh, I was just absolutely floored by that game, and I'm so happy that, yes, welcome back, TJ. I'm so happy, Tatsuri. That is exactly what we have been seeing with the tree that we have been, seeing all throughout the summer season and the fall season, and so deadly on the Katarina. I have to ask you guys, what did you think of that game? Just Team Secret again with the crazy, chaotic drafts.
First of all, I hate you, Team Secret. You debated me 8,000 times. I was joining the call, leaving the call, like Big G was saying. Also, I think that TJ just debated our producers. I think TJ was just like,
yeah, I was gonna do a bit where they cut back to camera and I wasn't on screen.
Yeah, and then the producer's like, TJ, where are you? TJ, you gotta be in the camera.
Our poor producers just looked up and saw I wasn't on camera. That was my fault. I'm sorry, production.
A little bit of advance notice goes a long way.
All of this is distraction. Because I am the champion. Oma joined in, Grandin joined in. All 5 of us trying to guess how many kills there would be in that game. I don't even need to see the scoreboard because I know I guessed the highest number, and therefore I'm right.
Secret could have ended that with the amount of kills that I predicted, but they just decided to.
But they did.
I feel like
There's
they're
no
taking sides
universe
here.
in which
They're
they
taking
did, Daniel. They
sides
were having
here.
way too much
so
fun.
who what? Oh my gosh. This is
No,
74.
I mean,
who was the
yeah,
closest?
74. No, it was TJ. 74. It turns out is more than 35, over double. In fact, so my prediction was a little bit off. But I guess
so as a reminder, just for those of you following along, playing along at home, Daniel D2 Akuda guessed 35 kills. Mika, I don't know your last
I
name.
said 39.
Guessed 39
I was off
kills.
too.
It's Fabs. It's just Fabs. Last name is Fabs.
Yeah.
And I guessed 50 kills.
Wow, so good. You're 24 off. Amazing work.
All right, well you were a lot more than that off. Check out these stats. These sure are some big numbers. I don't know. There's no analysis for this.
There's lots of threes. I see some threes. I see a 9, and there is an 18,172 numbers indeed. But
Team Secret likes equality. Just 33k across the board from Azar, Tatsuri, and Chewy. I feel like Tatsuri just like he took that game a little bit too seriously. He's like, I'm gonna kill everyone.
he's that guy that, you show up to school and you have this group project and he's like super serious. He's like, guys, okay, we're gonna do this and we're gonna present it to our teacher and everything. And everybody's just like, absent or doing something else or maybe playing some Wild Rift. I mean, he was the one who actually understood the assignment for this. But no, I have to say, Team Secret, I am loving these crazy drafts. This is exactly why, I'm such a big fan of this team. I think, I think I've explained it myself enough over the course of the 3 days. I do love this chaos. I do love the unpredictability. And I think Team Secret, they're taking it up a notch from what we saw in summer, from what we saw in fall. And now, I think we got debated a little bit in the the earlier matches. I feel like they're like, oh, we're struggling a bit. Oh, maybe.
Well, okay. No, I mean, they were struggling. It's very nice to be able to scrape their way out of the Team Flash match, and then somehow one team and MBR tie. So they're like, great, I guess we're in second place. It's time for the memes to begin. And
I do want to clarify, for anyone who's
great,
just joining, this is not what these two teams normally play like. This is...
Oh, thanks, TJ. Thanks, TJ.
That's true.
Right. This is the way that these two teams are playing because this match didn't matter. Both these teams are already out of the group stage. Both of these teams are already locked in. No matter what happened here, Buriram were going to leave the group in first, Team Secret in second. So they said, we don't care. We don't want to show any strats. We're just going to have some fun. It's late at night. Why not?
Yeah.
It might still feel bad for Buriram, though, to get styled on like that 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was their first loss. They were undefeated until now.
Well, I guess that's what it takes to beat Buriram. Just bring out the memes.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a broadcast going on for this long, I mean, even the players themselves are gonna, bust into some sort of chaos, some kind of craziness over here. But yes, we do have our MVP for that series. I think I know who this is because, hey, I actually jumped into the predictions a little bit this time. This is actually the first time I did it. I remembered I had to do it, and yes, it is going to be Tatsuri and the performance on the Katarina. My goodness, what was the last count for his kill?
Lee Sin. Lee Sin was game number 1. So that even adds to the legend.
So I just want to add some context here. The way we do MVPs here at the C Championship is all the casters, a decent amount of production, anyone who wants to in this Discord that we're in can go ahead and vote in one of our channels for who the MVP should be, so that everyone gets a voice and we get to kind of decide democratically which player we think is the best. Normally, it's kind of only the people that are casting or analyzing the game that feel like they have a voice. Normally, everyone else kind of stays out because they haven't been paying super close attention. They don't want to really chip in. This is the most votes I've ever seen a single player get. As I'm reading through this now, several members of production, multiple people who aren't on the show right now, who are just watching the show, Skimmy, for instance, who's not on right now, all voted for Tatsuri. He got an overwhelming majority of people here. So he's the people's MVP.
Yes, indeed. And, after that performance of the Katarina, I think it was pretty clear indeed. And, yeah, I'm curious as to what the final count was actually for his KD. I think it was 16.
Yeah, 16. I know he had 16 kills. He had 16 kills, I know that. Because they're
going to
trying to get to
ruin
the
our
20.
stats for the tournament. We're keeping track of stats for this tournament, and that game is just gonna ruin.
He heard us talking about the discrepancy between the Filipino region stats and this tournament stats, and he's like, let me just bump that up a smidge.
Like, okay, I need to compensate for all of this. But right now, let's check out the standings, and it's pretty much a done deal for Buriram United Esports and for Team Secret. But big question remains over here for One Team and MBR, and yes, this is a tiebreaker, and sure, they both still advance into the playoffs, but this has a lot of bearing because, again, as we mentioned, this is the battle to not be in the lower bracket. So whoever gets that 4th place will be confirmed that 4th place will be in the lower bracket, and we'll have a sort of like a deadly, we'll be in a lot more jeopardy as we head into the playoffs. And yes, we are heading into our last match of the day, which will resolve this tie. Again, congratulations to Team Flash and SVP. Congratulations to Buriram and Team Secret as well for giving us quite a show, and Team Secret getting that double digits on the standings.
I do want to point out, they got that. I do want to point out what this means. So Buriram, by virtue of getting first, not only do they go to the upper bracket, but they advance out of the first round of the upper bracket. And so they face the winner of the 2nd and 3rd place on the other side. Team Secret, by virtue of getting 2nd place, they're on the upper bracket. They face the 3rd place team from Group B. And then the prize for getting 3rd place is to not get knocked down. So basically, this best of 1 you're going to see has the same importance as an entire first round of the upper bracket match.
Yep.
And I do also want to highlight, Mika, because I know we are going quite late. Some people might not be able to stay up for our very last game of the day. We also have a stacked day tomorrow as we're going to Group B, the group we've named the Group of Death, and we're going to be cutting some teams. That group is full of the best teams in this tournament, frankly. We obviously have very good teams here. You just saw 2 of them messing about. But that Group B is just full of so many teams that we expected to get out of groups. We're not going to be able to keep them all. So we're going to see some very exciting, very tense, and very important games for the C Championship to determine kind of who's going to the Horizon Cup as well. All of that's happening tomorrow, same place. You'll want to tune in.
Absolutely. It is going to have a lot of bearing for us going into the playoffs and even into Horizon. But first, we've got to settle this tiebreaker between MBR Esports and One Team coming right up after this quick break.
ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
welcome back to the C Championships, and we are now at our final match of the day. It's MBR Esports versus one team in a tiebreaker for 3rd and 4th place. Now, they're not exactly fighting for today, but rather fighting for the seedings for the playoffs next week. They're, trying not to be in the lower bracket over here, and we chatted with Ninja7 from one team earlier about what pain points they were working through in order to, come out better for this this very, very important series over here. And he mentioned that, they're working through their communication. They acknowledged that was their big flaw, with their earlier matches where we thought that they underperformed, quite a bit. So I hope that they were able to work things out, and I hope we'll see them come through. But MBR Esports, they are looking really strong as well, especially when they catch on to that early game and when they catch on to that aggression. I mean, D2, there's a lot of important stakes on the line over here. How much do you think that pressure is going to affect these teams?
Yeah, this is going to be a hard transition for us because we had 4 games of chaos, and now it's like, okay, this is a really big one right now. This is a really big one right now.
Yeah, we had to kind
this
of
is,
okay.
Yeah, this honestly, like I mentioned earlier, this one game has the same significance as the first round of the upper bracket and when the actual playoffs begin. So this is absolutely massive. They win this game, they don't have to get sent to the lower bracket. They don't have to go through the gauntlet as we take a look at MBR. And like you were saying, Mika, MBR has done a really good job of scouting their opponents and really taking away what their opponents want in the draft and kind of putting pressure on them in the actual game there. The biggest thing they did was they took Ari away from the opponents, which kind of screwed them up. And, Ninja even mentioned, like, we didn't really have a great draft. We kind of panicked. So one team was able to bring it back in game 2, but, all it takes for MBR to make it to the top half or the top bracket of the playoffs, which would be an amazing story, is for them to win this one game. So, pull out all the tricks, pull out all the stops. Let's see if they can do it.
And there's a lot on the line for MBR because they've demonstrated the ability to make games chaotic, to turn games messy. I don't think we've seen really strong, decisive form from them that we'd bet on yet. Here's the flip side though, Mika and Daniel. I don't think we've seen that from one team either. This is a team that came into this tournament with much higher expectations. One team are the #1 team out of the Taiwan region. One team are one of the best teams, frankly, in the world. And yet, coming here into the SEA Championship, they've looked like they've collapsed. They look like a mess, to be honest. They keep losing random games to compositions and teams they have no business losing to. And that needs to change, not only if they're going to win this game and get into the upper bracket, but also if they're going to go any distance in this tournament.
Yeah, one team has just been tie after tie after tie. They already have 3 ties to their name, including to MBR here. They lost to Buriram, and then they won against SVP, so not the kind of results that you want to see from one of the best teams in the world. And even in the game in which they won pretty handily against MBR, it was still like, what are you guys doing around the Baron? Why are you guys so scared of this fight? So even in one of their best games to date, there were still red flags.
Yeah, and I just want to point out as well, there's a lot of history, of course, between these two teams. You have one team that's trying to keep that reputation that they built up from the Summer Super Cup. You saw the interviews of all of these teams. They were all saying that one team is definitely one of the biggest, one of the scariest teams to face. Then you have MBR. This is a massive victory for the Indonesian region as well. So there's a lot on the line over here, not just in terms of the points, not just in terms of the playoffs, but in terms of the pride of each of their regions over here. And now we are going to pull up our talent predictions. That was a kind of a weird transition, going from, oh, we're making history over here. Oh, by the way, we made a little
Well, we gotta predict who's going to make the history, right?
Yeah.
So
That's true. Oh no, I lost my powers. It went over to D2. It went over to D2 for this. I think I've
wait,
but yes.
Is this a caster curse? Is this a caster boost? I don't know, but one
it's
team...
3-team again.
Yeah,
Last time we made a 3-team, it went real bad, guys.
Yeah, one team, it's hard to bet against them in this scenario because I feel like objectively, it's hard to say anything objectively these days, but as objectively as you can be, considering past performance, considering expectations coming in, considering, how well one played in game number 2 to kind of bring it back once they kind of found their bearings, it seems like the safe bet, but nothing's safe right here. I don't even know. MBR could pull this off, and I would not be surprised.
I just feel like, with one team, when we were able to chat with them in the interview, when they acknowledged that was indeed, what they had to fix, their communication. And that is incredibly crucial. I mean, like with good communication, you could make, a lot of different strategies that don't exactly work on paper work because of your amazing teamwork. So I feel like if hopefully they were able to, take a break, reset, and regroup and work that out. And if that is the only key that is missing over here, then one team can snag this victory. But yeah, on the side of MVR, they are they seem to be riding that momentum. They improved massively throughout these past 3 days, and that's a pretty big achievement here for a team.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing I'm looking for in this draft, and here's the thing we can pay attention to in this game. MBR have demonstrated a real capability to win duels. They have mechanically skilled players. They have Onion King, my Onion King in the top lane D2. He's my liege. They have Radiance, who's just looked incredible all tournament. They have Alia, who's doing very well right now as a duel laner. And all those players have been winning just unexpected duels, unexpected 1v1s throughout this entire tournament. But one team are a team that on paper, in theory, is really good at denying that sort of play style. So I want to see MBR draft a team comp that gives them the ability to take duels and deny one team the tools to avoid that, the tools to force 5v5 team fights. And I'm already worried, Daniel. I don't think they're doing it.
Yeah, it's one team, once again, MBR is taking away that Riven. That kid loves to play up in the top lane. We can't stress enough, this is one of the biggest drafts that both of these teams will have in the entire fall, maybe the entire year. And they're going for the Darius and the kid. It's, reasonable, especially because his pet Riven was taken away. And the Galio is solid. You know how I do not like Vi. But, if you can get the early game start, then go for it, I suppose. This Fiora, I mean, we're kind of all over the place here. The Aria was taken away from Vaya as well. Oh my goodness, we are going down the rabbit hole with this Let's Pick.
Yeah, I do have a point to bring up here. Okay, you mentioned D2, your, pretty much dislike of the champion Vi. I remember during the Summer Super Cup, there was a sort of like bad luck strain with Olaf and Team Secret as well, so much so that we called him the Harbinger of Death when it came to Team Secret matches. And one team and Vi, they haven't seen a lot of success, yet they still push this champion. I mean, what do you think is the...
Sorry,
okay. What do you think is going on here with the Nunu and the Sona on the other side? I mean, any thoughts on this overall draft?
Yeah, Skimmy mentioned this multiple times that one team will not mess around. They will bust out the Lux Sona when they feel like their opponents are disrespecting them with their bottom lane picks. And they're going with that right now. And let's see if it works out in this game.
Here's my worry. This is a lot of AP. This is actually pretty easy to build defense against for MBR. If they build magic resistance, they cancel out an awful lot of what's been drafted so far. So there's an over-reliance on AP damage in this draft. And then also, I'm looking at the One Esports draft right now, and it's very focused on the mid to late game. They're going to be very vulnerable during the opening moments of the game. And that's where we actually saw MBR kind of take advantages during the best of two they played earlier today during that tied best of two. We had game number one where one team relied on a strong start and they didn't get it because MBR can fight them early. And I kind of see this happening again. I think I might change my prediction. Mika, it's MBR all the way for me.
Oh, okay. All right then. Well, if MBR has TJ's vote, I still think that one team can definitely pull through. D2, I think you're still on board with one team, but I gotta say,
I'm sweating, Mika. I'm sweating.
I know. I'm sweating too, but this is going to be a very, very important matchup. This is MBR versus one team. Casters, take us into the rift.
Thank you a bunch, Mika. We're in here, we're out here watching MBR versus one team. I'm giving it some with Omo. I don't know, we're in the arena, we're in some space. This is the internet. This is how we do things here, Omo, and we're not flip-floppy. TJ has switched his prediction around. It's MBR for him. Well, one team has something to say about that. It's that Sona Lux. I've never thought I've had to say the same words in the same sentence. There's two names together.
I
it looks
hate
like this is the game for it.
I'll be honest with you, I really hate Sona Lux. I understand the power, I understand the idea, but as a viewer, it's just not very fun to watch, isn't it?
Well, there we go. I mean, it's part sportsmanship, it's part gameplay, it's part mechanics. Overall, though, let's see how they're gonna make this one work, because like TJ mentioned, it is a lot of magic damage. Pretty easy to draft to get out to defend against.
Yeah, really good
It's going to come down to a lot of mechanical skill. And beyond, like they mentioned, on their good days, when the ping is in their favor, when the wins are on their side, they are unstoppable. On one team, they have a track record and they're good.
It really does seem that way, right? I mean, when we think about one team, I always bring up the point. These guys were the finalists in the Summer Cup as well, so we expect a lot from them. But NBR, they have been impressing us. And I think a point that we need to touch on is, in the Summer Cup, no Indonesian teams made it out of groups. NBR, they are the first ones. They are looking to light the torch for future Indonesian teams. And are they a damn good example of what they can do? I mean, I think Radiance is a key player for this team. Onion King is so good, but across the board, there's really no slouches here. They're all more than capable of doing their job. And if you look at this draft, I actually really like what NBR have here. They have the ability to split push, camp for picks, wave clear. They really do it all. One team, they can only team fight, but Onion King...
no, this might be it though. Kid here has his number. He's gonna flash onto Onion King, the counter flash away from the Fiora. Elvis is joining up in the top side, now has a level advantage, so might be able to find something in this process. Has the aftershock. Will take a couple turret shots and back off.
He does indeed. Just trying to bail Onion King out of here, out of a little bit of trouble. And Onion King will just shove the wave into turret, get the crash, and back off. Pretty good situation from losing the trade.
I love when you say he does indeed. You know, he just confirms it, you know, so I know I'm not going crazy. I know that I am, in fact, watching the same thing as you.
We are indeed watching the same game. That is true. And yeah, I mean, I want to talk about the team comps very quickly, right? If you look at one team's team composition, sorry to break the point.
Yes,
apart,
sir.
but
No, please,
I
go
really
ahead.
want to finish this thought. Yeah, like,
yes.
I feel like they just do one thing, right? We always talk about Vi being one-dimensional champion. They really doubled down on it with this Sona Lux combo, and then they have a Galio, which is gonna be, you know, rather supportive as well. Has damage later. We're gonna have to hold that thought as Kid in trouble. No flash.
Round 2, Glunky may play it towards the top side again, finds a knockout, finds a crowd control, barrier is still available, gonna use it early though, and that's first blood over to NBR.
It is indeed, and that's going to be a good start to things for them. Elvis picks that one up as well, so he's going to be rolling around with a bit of gold in his pocket. That's always a good start as well. I mean, if you look at one team's team composition, the Vi, Sona Lux, everything in this just screams we want a 5v5. The Darius as well, his weak side pick. It's not going to be a bit cheeky there for Baya. Yeah, it's not going to be a big threat by himself up against this Fiora. And with Onion King having a lead as well, I also love that Elvis is just camping lane, making sure that Onion King can find the leads that he needs. It's looking to be a good start here for NBR. One team, they should have better control of objectives, they should have better control of dragons, heralds, but if Onion King can find avenues to split push and not tunnel on coming to fight for these objectives, I expect NBR to do quite well.
But it's also going to be very critical how these teams play around these neutral objectives. The fact that Dragon and Rift Herald are coming up pretty soon, we have to watch towards Onion King though, because it's going to face off against one team who have found the damage to land onto him. Oh! Beautiful use of the ultimate there, just to confirm that kill early. Don't want to run any risk. They're going to play towards the Rift Herald side as well.
They are indeed, and I think Rift Herald side, it's going to be so big for either one of these teams. I mean, NBR, they want the Rift Herald to snowball the Fiora. One team, they want the Rift Herald to break open mid lane and get the tempo of the game going, get the 5v5 started, stop the laning phase. So both of these teams, very different objectives here, are pretty similar objectives, but we do see Elvis. Was he trying to find a solo on the Baron?
Well, we're gonna move in towards the Rift Herald now. Sanyo still at least has that smite, but it's gonna be pretty close here. Finds it, but Onion King's right there, has his numbers, gonna flash away, but still comes across with a kill. Su's gonna join in now. They're looking to maybe take down the Fiora, maybe take down the Nami, but it's gonna be difficult because Tobu is forced them back into the pit to flash away from the Lux. Wow. And it's difficult to pursue, so NBR will just pick up the one.
Very disciplined as well, opting not to go over the wall there for Onion King. Su tries to steal that one with the Lux laser, won't quite find it. We're gonna see the mid game really get started here as the 1-3-1s are in position. It's gonna be a pretty snooze fest of the mid lane. Ziggs wave clearing against Sona Lux, but it depends on who gets the push first, and that's how they get to influence the rest of the map. The key matchup to look out for right now, we really need to be looking for Onion. His gold has kind of gotten even out against Kid right now. Found a kill of his own. Now he's sitting even a little bit of gold ahead of Onion King, and it's gonna be a very exciting 1v1 to watch.
Absolutely, and we're also starting to see some presence coming through from the Vi, making a vicious move towards the Rift Herald. Things were looking pretty close there. You saw the Ziggs ultimate come across. They were able to secure it, so I'm quite curious how they're playing this one out and what they're gonna get done here.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these teams, they really just want to be looking to push out the mid wave as fast as they can and use that tempo to really look for control on the map. We're just going to see some resets right now, so not too much is going to be happening. Main thing I want to look out for is I want to see Elvez keep visiting the Baron lane. I love how respectfully Kid is playing by not, tunneling in on just contesting the wave, looking for fights with the Fiora. He's waiting to catch the wave. He's waiting to clear it out under his tower, waiting for his opportune moment to farm, not taking any risk, knowing that the win condition from MBR is in his lane. We just need to not let Fiora pop off. And we're seeing the MBR special. The spooky ghosts are coming out already.
Oh yeah, the first one on the bot for Tobu. So I'm curious to see how much that's going to be the case. Also, a lot of emphasis towards Milk Threads this game.
Yep.
The only person that's deviated from that is going to be Kid. That's the main focus. You're going to try and watch out for this. Nice use of the repulse. Elvez coming in from the flank. Doesn't realize he was waiting in the brush, but still has the aftershock. So very tanky overall. Difficult for 1T to collapse on.
Yeah, good job here from Siu and Ninja 7. It's exactly like we talked about, right? Both of these teams are going to race to push the mid wave. When they do, they will rotate to the key lane matchup, which is going to be this Baron lane. Here we go, Snowball comes in, a very respectfully played from one. They correctly identified, they know that MBR, they want to play for this lane, they can only play for this lane. And this is going to be a good punish here. Laser to clear out the wave, Herald at mid lane, one team throw down the gauntlet.
Fast moves rotating around, but Siu out of mana, so it could be a little bit difficult to fight around the river here. They do manage to get the jump onto Elvez first, but over on the other side, Audion King is still a massive threat. We jump onto the back, he's jumping onto the Soda, should be able to take him down. Beautiful flash away by Ninja 7, so they haven't been able to find anything just yet. Kids on the pursuit, he had to burn the flash, but he wasn't able to get the Noxus Guillotine, not able to get the reset in the mid lane. They take down Radiance, one team, find a kill.
Did one team really take down Radiance, or did Radiance do that to himself? I think that's a debate that we really need to have. He uses the flash, all the charges of the Spirit Rush, just to hit the turret. And yeah, it's not a great start to the game for him. Looking for the picks, not quite able to find it. That's going to be one team picking up a kill there.
It's pressure, it's nerves, it's been a long day for these guys, and they definitely are looking to try and end things off strong, but it's difficult. Don't get me wrong. Taking a look towards back the items because I find this quite interesting as well. Okay, so no ghosts, no ghosts for the Nunu, right? No ghosts for Nunu and Willem. And we also start to see Triforce and Hourglass available for Senyo. And so the Vine, Glass Cannon. Is this right?
I mean, that's typically what Vice go for when they have a good early game, right? You don't want to be forced to building full tank because you really just get so useless if you go full tank. All you really do is you jump into the backline and that's it. You're done for. Your contribution to the team fight, that's about it, all you got. You need to have some damage, get on the backline, and follow that up. So I do like that he has the aftershock as well as the Jonias. Really inflate his artificial tankiness while he's focusing on doing damage. I mean, overall, I just don't like Vi as a champion, right? I completely agree with you about that, but I think that this is the optimal way to do it. Especially when you're playing such a low damage team composition. You need damage.
Look, D2 came on the broadcast, and what does he want? He wants to destroy Vi as a pick. He's come on here, and he's basically said, yeah, I love what you guys are doing. I love Wild Rift. I love what was doing in the C Championships. By the way, I hate Vi. Vi is a bad champion. But one team are still looking to make it work. They're trying to play it as that full burst kind of champion. Has the damage to take down the squishies.
It really baffles me. If you want to play a champion like Vi with this competition, aren't you better off playing Xin? Aren't you better off playing Olaf? Why Vi? You know, that's what I really don't understand. But, you know, that's a question we'll have to ask one team another day when we have an interview with them.
Well, point and click is easy, right? Point and click is easy to make sure it's consistent. It's probably one of the better ways to get in. Sinjin might be a little bit different.
You know, if you have to rely on point and click, maybe just don't be a pro player.
Oh, fighting words
like,
out from Mr. Omo. The fighting words are through.
Right? I feel like that can't be the only reason.
Well, I mean, it's probably not the only reason, but I don't doubt that the consistency of a Vi could go into play. And here we are debating out the efficacy and the suitability of Vi within pro play. While D2, you know, he's going to have an entire segment about this afterwards. We don't have to do this, Omo. I'm going to leave it for him.
We're going to let him chill. We're going to let him deal with that one. But right now, let's take a look at the game state. Let's see how things are going. Still pretty even for now. Goat is basically dead even, just a couple hundred, setting these two teams apart. But Onion King, he's starting to do work here on his turrets, and he's starting to inflate his gold. Picked up the top turret by himself when one team were getting the dragon. Now he's going to... Yeah, this is never going to work against Vi, right? Your Q is never going to hit her, and your ultimate is never going to hit her because she has repulsed. But I do like that he's getting the space to start doing work on these turrets, and this is gonna be a very important timing here for MBR. Nice charm.
Nice catch onto Kid, so they're looking for a little bit of damage on the Darius. The Ignite comes across, but the rest of the team is coming in as well. Tied away from Tobu from far away, and while we have this time, let's quickly touch on this once again.
Yep.
This
Oh
is
boy, here we
the
go.
upper run
That's why you
layoff
pick
as they
five.
try to jump in onto the Ziggs. Won't be able to get the follow-up CC across. One team will only have that. That's why we go for the Vine? Omo, are you sure?
That is why you go for the buy. It's just that it's useless.
Yeah, so once again, this is for the upper brackets. This is to go in the playoffs while still in the upper brackets. You can squeeze in through 4th, but you'll start in the lower brackets and you only have a single chance.
You do. You only have a single chance, and I do believe that means that. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but that means that you will be facing the loser of one of the upper bracket fights between the 2nd and 3rd seed, right? So the 4th seed team will be waiting in the losers bracket for the loser of the matchup between the 2nd and 3rd seed. I know it's all very abstract now, but once we finish the group stages tomorrow, it'll be much easier for us to have a better idea and understanding of how this is all going to shape up.
Well, we're also looking to see how this one shapes up between one team and NBR because they found the crowd control locked down onto the Ari. The Noxus Guillotine comes across. That's the first kill. We're looking, that's the second. We're looking to see if one team can maybe make something happen. The answer is a resounding
no. They get 1 kill onto Radiance, but that's about it. Love it. Love it. Just use Absolute Zero. Clear out that wave. Chomp down on that
Onion King. Well. Come on, buddy. This isn't fair. He's just split pushing. They don't have a way to respond to this. And even once they go up into the Baron lane, they're still going to be late. Look at Baya. He doesn't get anything done.
Baya gets solo killed here. Look, he can't even walk up. He cannot walk up because he will just get ran down. And Onion King, he is the win condition right now. I cannot emphasize this enough. We spoke about this briefly in the matchup between Team Secret. I forgot who it was against. But Team Secret, one of their matches today was against the Fiora. We talked about the Fiora timer. Unfortunately, oh, Team Flash. That's right. It was a Team Flash game. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in their favor, but this time around, Onion King as well as all of MBR, they see a better understanding of what they need to do. Make this Fiora work. They understand that we don't need to force fights on you. We need to keep you interested, keep you distracted, while Onion King takes the tower. We don't need to all in, we don't need to commit. Here we go, Onion King is gonna... This is gonna be a very pivotal decision here. Does he come down?
They're a little bit tantalizing here, almost. You know, a little bit tantalizing. They're gonna flash in with the tidal wave. They find the snowball. That's a crowd control locked up on the Ninja 7. Nice chop over on the other end, but a Crescendo will come across. Crowd control not available. Is not on demand.
Oh boy,
as
Onion
one
King.
team that's split between both sides, trying to buy as much time as he can. Faces off against the 4.
Nice.
Onion King doing the same up against 3,
Wow.
but will ultimately fall to the Vine. One more auto attack comes across and finds it. It hands over to the enemy, the other side. As it's still down to the remaining members of one team to trying to make things happen, but they can't not. And NBR come ahead in the team fight.
Yeah, it's crazy. I always say, please do not team fight with Fiora. But somehow Onion King makes it work. He bought so much time. He made one team expend so many resources. They had 3 members chasing Onion King that entire time. And it gave the rest of MBR enough space to win team fights. Really amazing stuff coming in from him. I do want to point out as well, we talked about how one team had a lot of magic damage, but so does MBR. Fiora, Onion King, he's the only source of AD damage as we head into a bit of a pause to keep us all on the edges of our seat.
Oh yeah, absolutely there, Omo. And we're starting to see the power of the Nunu as well. A couple of games at this point has kind of confirmed it for us. We see how strong it can be, but at the same time, you know, it is very easy to become over ambitious with a lot of your plays, a lot of your moves, thinking that you're tanky than you actually are. Hasn't been the case for Elvis. I felt like Elvis has been doing a pretty good job with the Nunu.
What I really do like on the side of MBR is they really set up this Nunu pick for success. I think the mid lane pick, and I've spoken about this, right? The mid lane pick that counters the hardest is Ari. She has Spirit Rush to dodge his spells to get out of Absolute Zero, and the most key part is Charm just completely shuts down his ability to roll snowballs into your team in a team fight. So they always do the Ari Nunu 1-2 punch. I say 1-2, but it's normally a 4-5, and it works so well for them because it denies the 5th pick to counter Nunu that we typically see. And once that's gone, you have to start asking yourself, what then are the big counters to Janna support? Nami support? They took Nami as well. Earlier today, they took Janna together with this Nunu. So they have a very good grasp on how Nunu gets countered, and I think they draft very well to cover his shortcomings.
One team have to adapt to this Nunu pickup. You know, we've been seeing a bit of a drop off with Brand, especially with the quick hotfix to kind of mitigate some of the power and the aggression and the popularity we're starting to see with the Brand. As a result, I mean, I kind of felt like it was a two-man package, two-champion kind of package and idea, right? It was Nunu and Brand. That was the surprise factor we were hoping to see. I mean, barring all the surprise pocket picks, those were the most obvious, and they really came into us. Nunu saw a lot less play at the start. I think a lot of other junglers were heavily prioritized first. But then we start to see more and more interaction with that, and as Nunu started to rise in popularity, I just feel like it does so well against things like the Vine, because even if the Vine jumps in, the shields are so impactful. No damage can come across.
Yeah, you block the follow-up from a team as well is the big thing. If you have low CC team compositions, Nunu works so well as a buffer zone that you cannot get past with the absolute zero. And I think people just needed time to figure it out, but now that they did, it's looking like a very strong pick.
Yeah, they need some time to figure out how to make the champion picks. Well, we need a little bit of time to figure out how to fix this technical pause. While that happens, though, we're going to pass it to the analyst desk to give some insight into what we've seen so far already. So, Mika and the rest, take it away.
Thanks so much, casters. And yes, we are encountering some technical difficulties, so Panelist Desk will be back to entertain you guys once more. And D2, TJ, of course, we are in the middle of the game right now, so it's a little bit hard to determine exactly what the late game will look like and what the outcome will be. But I just wanted to talk about, now that we actually saw, for example, D2. Yes, you have strong feelings about the Vi, and I wanted to know if it is, still that handicap that you think, or are one team actually, utilizing it better?
I was grumbling to TJ. I'm like, if that was a Lee Sin, that one kill would have been so much easier. And I was like, the Lee Sin wasn't bad, right? But oh my goodness, this game was just stopped at such a such a climactic moment. I'm really looking forward to see what's gonna happen. Looks like we're gonna go back right now.
Yeah, well, I guess TJ was just here to sit and look pretty. Yeah, say something, TJ. Awesome. Casters?
Goodbye.
That's it. Over to you guys.
I can hear the ghost of TJ laughing in my ear as we came back to the stream.
Yeah, we still hear the ghost of TJ coming back into us. It's an interesting one for sure. We're back against MBR in one team. In 4-4 apiece, Inferno Drag went into MBR, so the next one is going to be the Cloud Elder. It's a pretty fast one, pretty accelerated here, Omo.
It is indeed, and we're gonna see how this one plays out, but I do like that Onion King, he's starting to itemize his magic resistance. He knows it's the only real damage cells from one team outside of this Darius and the Vi, which he can very easily outplay. Now they want Radiance though, he sees them with one.
Spots them over by the side, and Elvis is trying to come in to respond. That's the power of the Ziggs, clearing out ways from a distance away.
That's why I always call Ziggs a champion that cheats the game. He cheats the way the game is supposed and meant to be played. That's why he's so strong right now.
Really well response there from one team, but they're trying to jump into Elvis, but it's really just Nunu. Look at how tanky he is. Look at how much time he's buying. The laser comes across. It does nothing. One team is still chasing after the Nunu. They finally flash in, commit everything to take him down.
This is the sort of thing that really gives me an aneurysm. Like, why are you coming here when you
An
can
aneurysm? Oh my goodness.
No, legitimately, like, I just do not understand why Fioras love to group with their team. It's my pet peeve, and I really hate to see it. I understand he wants to stop the Baron attempt, but realistically, what are you really gonna do in this team fight?
Well, they're here to commit, they're here to put some pressure in the mid lane. One team start the Baron first. Onion King, he's here, like you mentioned, he's here to start up the Baron. There we go. Ziggs ultimate comes across the flash. Crowd control laid onto the squishy members of MBR, and it might go down, but one team haven't been able to find the first one just yet. The shield from the yellow comes across to keep kids safe, but it's difficult for them to find more. Spirit rushing left, right, left again. Radiance will find himself back in the mid lane, but not with a single kill.
Okay, you know what? I take that back. Onion King's a bit of a smurf. He somehow gets into the team fight, takes no damage, because that's right. One team's team composition has no damage, and he just slides his way right
analysis.
Yeah, I think Onion King identified that, you know what? I'm tanky enough. We have the Nami shields, Nami heals that can just come in, do the damage, and get out. I still don't like the approach. I feel like he could have gotten more by like pushing mid, responding a bit later, something along those lines. But still, it worked out for him, and you know, props to him.
well, understanding what they need to get done. Onion King was able to get into the pit, and well, there's some analysis, there's some result-based analysis there, Omo. It's bad until it's
bad.
good.
Nope, it's just bad. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Like, just keep
All
pushing.
right,
man.
that still wasn't the best play. Still could have found more value somewhere else. Onion King's gonna get caught out a little bit late on the crowd control. They're gonna miss out on the crescendo. It's gonna be pretty big without that Sonar spell. The Sonar ultimate not able to do all too much. Elvis, look at how tanky he is. He's soaking up the front line. One team, no damage, no chance. Kid's next to fall. Elvis moves on to the back line. The flash away. Ninja 7 gets rooted up. This is it falling apart. A composition with no damage available will lose. The NBR who are here to collapse in on you, who are chasing you down, and Onion King leading the charge. I mean, what more can I say?
We talked about how one team is the team composition that wants to group S5, that wants to run at you with numbers advantage, but they're not going to be able to do that. It's the split pushing comp that's running down the 5v5 team comp. Tell me something crazier, Gaminism. I can't imagine this happening. One team, they tried so hard to force the play onto Onion King. Once again, he outplays. This Spirit Visage buy has been huge for him, but I feel like the biggest problem of all, one team, your draft approach needs to be better. Look at this. What Ninja is trying to be the TP.
Oh, what is happening? Ninja, I don't think that's the correct play there, but he misses out on the crescendo as well. It means a difficult one to hit. Look at how slippery the Fiora really is. Onion King is smurfing in this game. Daniel, he's jumping into the pit, but there's just no chance you outsmite Nunu. Exactly that, Omo. I mean, kid, he just needs to fall. The slows come across. The mana has been topped up by Onion King. It's zoomed. It's disaster. There's not much for one team to do. Kid's gonna fall next as well.
I understand it's been a very long day for these players. It's been a long day for us as well. And one team, their heads are probably not exactly 100% in the game. They were one of our best teams in Summer Cup. They are the #1 seed from the Taiwan region. But they come in here and they are looking lost. They are looking out of it. I would say starting from draft phase, what did we say? One team's team composition has no damage. If you draft the Sonar Lux, you need damage. Vi's not gonna give you that damage. Darius barely does. If he stacks up enough stacks of his bleed, you need something like the Olaf. You need something like a Xin Zhao. You maybe even want like a Lucian mid, and this is not it at all. It's just so illegal that MBR's team composition can run you down. It tells you that something is wrong with your draft, something is wrong with your approach towards this game. And one team, they need to get punished now. I think this is gonna be really helpful for them for playoffs, and Kid just gets solo boloed.
Yeah, exactly. You say that, and Mbaya will fall in the side lane. Onion King, what an absolute smurf in this game here, Omo.
He really is. Onion King has been
Look at that.
Look at that.
He's just walking in. They don't care. The tidal wave will set up the charge. They're gonna run right in. The crescendo doesn't stop NBR at all. And in their own base, they show no respect, no face to one team as they move on to the Nexus in 20 minutes. Will find themselves the win and continue deeper into the playoffs.
MBR, what an impressive performance from them. My only gripe with how they played out that game, yeah, well-deserved smiles, guys. Fist bump it up. Really impressed by MBR. My only gripe with that play is how early they engaged the Baron teamfight with the Fiora. And even that is such a minor criticism that I think this team has really, truly leveled up. This was so different from the MBR that we saw in Game 1. Keep in mind, Elliot told us, you know, we think our drafts are not the problem. We think our approach to the game is not the problem. We just have to play a bit better, play a bit cleaner. And of course, maybe the wins of Ping are on their side as well here today. But they definitely played it very well. I'm very impressed with their performance. And I think as a third seed, I'm quite interested to see how they will do.
Well, moving into the third seed is a good spot for MBR to be in. One team, of course, not the best position to be in out of group stage, but they're okay with that. They were able to run deep in the past competition in the Summer Super Cup regardless. With that being said, we're going to hand it back to our analyst desk, who were all wrong except for TJ, who flipped the vote on the last second.
Yeah, it feels like TJ just suddenly decided, okay, I'm jumping ship.
That's cheating. That's cheating. Come on.
I receive your adulation, your praise with open arms.
What?
It is about time somebody recognized my greatness.
Period. Cheater. Period.
The graphics. That's your signature. Your signature
final,
was on the
TJ.
document. Yeah. Your
The
signature
graphic
was
is final, TJ.
I have great news for you. I can't see, so I didn't see any graphics. I'm a blind person.
Well,
Yeah, once problems continue. Oh my goodness, that overextension. Massive bomb coming out from Ziggs. They have to retreat all the way to base. Everyone's dead. Oh my goodness. Down to the low bracket.
I want to just talk about when I jumped ship there, because I saw that draft and I was gone. I was out. Because one team's draft relied entirely upon their execution. It relied entirely upon them playing a very clean team game with not a lot of damage for the first 15 minutes. Whereas NBR said, you know what we're good at? We're good at fighting. We're going to take some fights. We've got a solid front line. We're going to hit people hard. And that's so much easier to execute. That's so much easier to achieve at 1 a.m. that, yeah, NBR all the way.
Yeah, and I do want to give like a huge shout out to Onion King. Just even when he wasn't getting kills, and he was 7-2 and 8, and even despite having the most deaths on his team, every time he died, it was like a team victory because he was just leading them on a wild goose chase. Like they're just chasing Onion Ring around the Rosie, and then by the time one team realizes what's going on, MBR's jumped on top of them. And what a complete game from him. As much as we talked about Kid the entire time, Onion King got the last laugh in the end and just completely outplayed him.
Yeah, I love the onion ring or onion ring around the Rosie.
I noticed that as well, but I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction we don't. Thank you.
But yeah, go ahead, TJ.
I was also going to talk about earlier who had a really just solid performance as a backline damage threat. It was very reminiscent of the way Archony plays Ziggs. Just really safe, just throwing out damage, playing as far back as possible. And against a team composition like was being run by one team where the most frontline tank they had was very short range. They didn't have a ton of engage. Yes, they had the Vi. Daniel, I know, has something primed, ready to go about Vi. But they didn't have a whole bunch of engage. So you can just sit outside at arm's length and just throw some popcorn at them, see what happens, watch the kernels pop, have a good time.
Kind of how it works, right? Just Ludens plus bombs and they go pop.
Yeah, but I think it's gonna be interesting, like for MBR, because we did, we did talk about always how they've massively improved since their first game, a couple of days ago, and into now. And I can just imagine, like, they're gonna have a few days to regroup before the playoffs. What are they going to look like when they come into the playoffs? If they can improve this much within a short span of time, when they actually have time to, take in what they've learned and, check out all the other teams and learn from them. They seem also to be adapting different strategies from different teams. It's like, it's kind of like, getting a little bit of this, getting a little bit from BRU, getting a little bit from Team Secret over here. And, it's really great to watch, especially for, an Indonesian team over here. It's the first time that an Indonesian team is making it this far into into the IGO series, into the C championships too. So it is quite an achievement. On the side though of one team, unfortunately, those same troubles still happen, but it's not the end of the road for them. They still do make it to the playoffs. They will be starting in the lower bracket though, and I know that there's a lot of pressure on them right now. I mean, like, now everybody's like, oh my god, one team. But yes, they do have that same time to regroup, recollect. Hopefully all of those pain points that we were talking about go away.
Yeah, the thing is, I do want to commend MBR so much. I just love that they had no fear the entire time. Every single time we see different regions come together, it's always like the scary regions that are just so, people are just so fearful of them that they can't even play their own game.
You get a bonus from that.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again. And MBR, zero fear. They had a strategy for every single team they went against. They executed as well as they possibly could. And over the course of the tournament, it was good enough. And now they get to go into the upper bracket. They face the second place team from the group of death. Now, normally you'd say like, well, they're dead meat, but I don't know. They've found a way to adapt every single time. And then as far as one team is concerned, they go to the lower bracket. I know that it's kind of tough to wrap your mind around, but when you go to the lower bracket, you actually have to win one more match. If you start in the upper bracket, you can win the entire tournament or get 4 matches. You're done. You're finished. If you go to lower bracket, you actually have to win 5 just to get back there. So you have to like undo your loss in the first place. So it's a long road ahead for one if they want to match their previous results that they've had in the past. But maybe they can turn it around.
I would just say one team also don't look up to it right now. This is a very shaky form for one team. They need to fix some stuff if they want to go any distance in this tournament.
Yeah, and there were of course some amazing plays in that game, and let's pull up our MVP for that. And yes, we do know that there's a lot riding on one team right now. MVR, they continue to impress us over here, especially this guy over here in the Baron lane. It's Onion King. Look at that kill participation right there.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, just getting it's just being involved in almost every single kill as a Fiora, mind you. As a Fiora, he's like, the entire team was magic damage except for the Fiora and Onion King. He's like, don't worry, I got you. I got enough physical damage right here at 93.8% kill percentage. And even when he died, like I mentioned, it was just debating the other team into
Still high
a team
value.
loss.
He's my onion father now. I don't want to have anyone else.
I was gonna say, like, what's higher than a king?
I want to be an onion prince. Adopt me.
Does Onion King accept apprentices for, I don't know, onionship in this?
That's not
he wants
what
to be
adoption
adopted.
is. That's a different process.
Yes, he wants to be adopted. Like, take me.
I want him to be my dad. I don't want him to teach me his ways.
Well, I can imagine a lot of jokes going in there, but unfortunately that team that fits in perfectly for that joke is no longer here in the tournament. Yes, it was looking for daddy. I just thought that they had to bring them up. DJ has found his daddy in Onion King. Yes, indeed.
Yeah!
But yes, we do have something else for you guys. This is really interesting. I had no idea that this was coming up. Or maybe I did. Maybe the title just surprised me. But D2, I think you have something to say about... Who made that title? That was brilliant!
I did not come up with the title. The production team is just top notch right there. Behind the scenes, I was just ranting left and right about these two champs right here, Nami and Vi. Consistently picked and consistently underperforming. I think that people have to learn from that. You can't just pick up Nami, even though she's able to pick up a win just now. You got to pair with a Varus. You got to pair with something that she's actually good with. I think the Vi, people, there's just it's a pet pick for a lot of people, but I feel like it just doesn't do enough damage to finish off kills. There's so many situations where it's like, well, Lee Sin would have been much better there, or she's just not scaling into the late game at all compared to other junglers, or doesn't have like the CC like a Jarvan Force and then like that. There's so many ways that she falls short, and people just force her, and I feel like she's a pet pick, and I feel like she always just falls short. So that's my take right there.
I want to highlight two things kind of pulling off of that. First of all, I don't think Ozureveki has played Lee Sin once this tournament. I think it might be a crush from that he's pulling out the Vi, because Ozureveki does not look comfortable on Lee Sin and some other meta junglers, and I think that has been hurting one team. And then secondly, part of the reason why Nami I think has been underperforming in organized play at the highest level is because teams at this level require tanks. We have better organized team fights, more coordinated team fights, which means they go on for longer, which means you need someone who can soak damage. And if you're going to run a Nami and Enchanter support, you have to have HP elsewhere. That's why some of the best teams at this tournament are experimenting with things like Jarvan mid, Nunu being played in the jungle, at the very least Jarvan in the jungle. Because what you can do is you can have somebody as that front line that just soaks damage and buys space for your AD carries to do damage behind that front line. And Nami doesn't offer that. And given the speed and coordination in these team fights, Namis are just getting blown up. They're being turned into sushi before the fights even begin.
Yeah, I mean, the one time she works is with Varus, and not a whole lot else. Other than like you mentioned, TJ, when you have an entire team, I feel like she has to be picked last. If you're gonna pick her, not in the middle of your draft, I feel like you're setting yourself up for failure there.
I'm sorry, I kind of just stopped when TJ said sushi and got fixated.
You're hungry
it's a little bit late.
It's been 11 hours.
Yeah, it's late.
The midnight munchie's coming on.
Exactly. Let's jump into our standings right now at the end of our group day matches. And I have to say, the matches that we've seen today, they make me really excited, coming into the playoffs. I think that, we have of course BRU, we have Team Secret, MBR, and one team advancing into the playoffs. Again, Team Flash and SVP, congratulations to you guys. You all did very, very well.
And check out this Group B. It is stacked. We're going to lose two of these teams tomorrow. Right now, there's an obvious focus on Geek Fam. Geek Fam look like kind of the odd team out here. But Alliance came out swinging. They got 2 very high-profile ties yesterday. They punched far above their weight class, and they did so versus SBTC. The middle of the pack here is remarkably tight. And that's going to be a very dicey proposition going into Group B tomorrow, so make sure you tune in. I know it's been 11 hours. It'll be a banger 13 hours tomorrow, I promise. Tune into the Twitch, tune into the YouTube tomorrow. You'll want to catch these games.
Yeah, I won't be on the broadcast spot tomorrow, but it's so interesting to take a look at that group because if you just look at the standings, they're very deceiving because SBTC has tied against teams that they should not have tied, and Flash Wolves has tied against teams at the top of the group. So Flash Wolves literally play the weakest teams left, and then SBTC is the exact opposite. So you could completely see a flipping of the standing.
Yeah. Actually, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule to find out which matches we will be looking at. And, you know, I feel like, stack group, of course. There's so many big matches to look forward to. You know, the first match right there is Divine Esports at SBTC. This is a bit of a grudge match over here for the Divine Esports. Of course, SBTC, they got that fall season championship from Divine in the Vietnam qualifiers in the Vietnam region. And, you know, there is also an upcoming match between SBTC and EVOS, which is a callback to their Summer Super Cup match as well, where EVOS won 3 to SBTC's 1. So there's a lot of history going on between the matches in Group B. I mean, TJ, what match are you looking forward to the most?
I mean, it has to be the rematch. It has to be taking a look at what we're going to have later on in the day in our second slate, which we're getting right now. Thank you very much, production. SBTC playing EVOS, which is an exact rematch of the 5-game best-of-5 grand final for the Summer Super Cup, which was the regional final last season, and that went all 5 games. I cast it. Not only did it go all 5 games, in the 25th minute, the game was decided by a 5-on-5 elder fight, Drake. It could not have been closer. EVOS won that series. They walked away as the champions of the sea, and now they get to play SBTC yet again. And this time, it's going to be in the group stage of all things, so you won't want to miss it. It is a rematch. It is a grudge match. Both those teams have been kind of struggling, which nobody expected. It's just going to be a very fun day.
Yeah, D2, any final thoughts to wrap up our day 3?
Well, it was fun being on the analyst desk for the entire day. Just some crazy games, some really important games too, and some huge upsets. MBR getting in that 3rd spot. So congratulations to all the teams that made it. Unfortunately for the teams that did not, you're getting sent home packing. But yeah, good job Burion for getting 1st. Good job Secret for getting 2nd. Good job MBR for getting 3rd. Unfortunate for one finishing 4th. And tomorrow gonna be another banger.
Yeah, definitely. And D2, thank you so much as well for rounding out our analyst desk over here. TJ, thank you so much for your energy, however chaotic it might have been. It made this analyst desk definitely a lot of fun. And tomorrow we revisit the Group of Death, Group B, as we head into the final day of the group stages. Last day, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you back here, same time and same spacey-like place. Mika Fabs, D2, and TJ signing out on behalf of the production. We'll see you guys in the Rift. Woo!
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.